The apocalypse is coming. A meteor will strike the blue star, bringing extreme heat, torrential rain, dense fog, ghosts, zombies, evolved beasts, and even mutated plants. But with its spiritual energy will also revive. The door to evolution will open, and people will awaken supernatural powers. The world will enter the great age of evolution, and the future belongs to the evolvers. We must prepare for the disaster. Zuawando Prophet Liamo. Super handsome guy, yes. Yes, I can guarantee that what the OP said is true. I came back from the future. In the future, the blue star will be overrun with fierce beasts, even plants will be bloodthirsty. Ordinary people can only survive behind high walls. It's so harsh. Spectator MMHM. It said that tonight's meteor detected by the observatory caused this. The guy upstairs is truly a god. An ordinary watermelon knife turned into a divine weapon by your words. Why don't you fly to the sky? Haha, that's great. My neighbor is a beautiful woman. I've had my eye on her for a long time, but her family always disapproves. Now I finally have a chance. Brother upstairs, the poor priest calculates that the one who disapproves is definitely her husband. I think so too, brother, you calculated it right. Brother, send a picture. I'm curious what kind of beauty makes you want to commit a crime. Same, I want to see too. Yes, show us. Gao Tianyu was lying in bed buried in his quilt, scrolling through his phone boredly. He immediately saw this hottest post. Then he read the netizens' hilarious replies. He had to admit netizens had wild imaginations. A perfectly good doomsday disaster post had turned into an emotional forum full of love and hate. Gao Tianyu swiped his finger and opened another news article. A reporter learned from the planetarium that tonight a meteorite with a diameter of over 100 meters will reach Earth around 10 p.m., landing in the area of 40 degrees north latitude. The exact landing location is unknown. Everyone should be prepared for impact. Tisk, so there really is a meteor coming to the blue star. Seeing this news, Gao Tianyu was a bit surprised and couldn't quite believe it. He thought it was just people boasting on the forum. Unexpectedly, it was true. But seeing that the post was published 5 hours ago, he immediately understood. So these people were just messing around, probably saw the news, and then posted it on the forum. Gao Tianyu looked down at the time on his phone, which showed 9:10. About 50 minutes left. There's still some time. The back hill is wide, and the view is good. He'll go down and take a look. Gao Tianyu grabbed his phone, put on his jacket, picked up his keys from the table, put on his shoes, and went out. Ding. Gao Tianyu pressed the elevator button and waited quietly. Bang. At that moment, the door of his neighbor's apartment opened. A woman stepped out wearing a white lotus dress, tall and curvaceous with fair, delicate skin and very beautiful. The woman saw Gao Tianyu and nodded slightly at him as a greeting. Gao Tianyu nodded back in return, then said nothing more. This woman was his neighbor across the hall, living with her husband, a newlywed couple. She seemed to be named Han. Gao Tianyu had met the couple a few times and exchanged a few words, so they weren't very familiar. The elevator arrived. He stepped in, and the beauty followed him inside. Suddenly, Gao Tianyu caught a whiff of perfume. A high-end scent, refreshing, but not overpowering. Gao Tianyu stood behind, secretly appraising the beauty before him. She was about 1.7 meters tall, only slightly shorter than his 1.82 meters. Although her skirt covered her from the curve of her waist, he could tell she definitely had a pair of long, slender, and fair legs. Gao Tianyu had once been lucky enough to see her in a short skirt when he was taking out the trash. Her legs were straight, long, fair as jade with smooth and delicate skin. I could play with these legs for a year and never get tired of them. This was his inner praise and affirmation of those legs. Too bad her husband is a lucky guy. Gao Tianyu sighed inwardly. Just as he was sighing, the elevator reached the first floor. The beauty in front of him stepped out. He followed her out, then walked into a small shop and bought a bottle of iced mineral water. Then he strolled leisurely toward the back hill of the residential area. The community he lived in was built at the foot of a mountain with 24 buildings, each 30 stories high, housing thousands of people. The occupancy rate was not low. The back hill of the community had not been developed. It was full of snakes, rats, and poisonous insects, and the mountain path was very difficult to walk, so few people went there. But Gao Tianyu was different. He loved climbing, so he would often follow the trail up to the large rock at the top to enjoy the view. Even though it was night, he had walked this path dozens of times and had it memorized, so he quickly reached the top. He sat down on a large rock, took out his phone, and checked the time. 9:55. He then opened the video recording function on his phone and aimed it at the sky. Then he looked up at the sky, gazing at the countless stars, waiting for the meteor mentioned in the news to appear. Apart from him, countless others were also looking up at the sky, wanting to see this once-in-a-century meteor. It was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. The full moon hung in the sky for all to admire. Countless families gathered together, looking up at the sky with anticipation. At the same time, countless astronomy enthusiasts and astronomers brought out telescopes and various instruments to detect and record the approaching meteor. Waiting always feels so long. Time ticked by slowly. It's coming. Amid everyone's expectant gazes, the meteor finally entered the atmosphere under the blue star's gravity. It friction with the atmosphere and rapidly ignited. Then it glowed brightly and appeared in people's eyes. Boom. After flying for a distance, the meteor suddenly exploded into countless small fragments, emitting a dazzling light that made everyone squint. The entire sky seemed to be illuminated by the explosion. Zzz, zzz. After the explosion, countless precision electronic instruments emitted beeping sounds. Phones and computers instantly went black. Power was cut off at the same time, plunging the entire city into darkness. Cars on the road roared, their displays blacking out. They became uncontrollable and crashed into each other. Airplanes flying in the sky also had all their instruments fail at almost the same time, plunging straight toward the ground. Oh! Gao Tianyu cried out, his eyes stung painfully by the blinding white light. Tears streamed uncontrollably no matter how he tried to stop them. Damn it, are my eyes going to be blinded by this light? It hurt so much. Gao Tianyu forced his eyelids to open a slit despite the pain, but everything was pitch black, not a single glimmer of light. Then in the darkness he saw a streak of light shoot past and head straight toward him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the light struck a hillside about 100 meters away. A meteorite. A fragment of a meteorite landed here. Lucky it didn't hit me, or I'd be dead. The sound rattled Gao Tianyu's head, but a flicker of relief crossed his mind. Wait, the meteorite is so close. Doesn't that mean I'm about to get rich? A windfall from heaven. Soon realization dawned and excitement gleamed in his eyes. This was a meteorite, highly valuable for collection. Finding one would make him rich. Gao Tianyu quickly pulled out his phone intending to turn on the flashlight, but was shocked to find that the phone, which had been recording just moments ago, was now black. No matter how he pressed the buttons, nothing happened. Finally, after a reboot, the phone emitted a faint light. Once it turned on, he activated the flashlight and carefully made his way toward the direction of the meteorite's fall. It was nighttime and he was on a mountain with no real path. Only thick bushes, making the trek extremely difficult. After a few minutes of walking, he finally spotted the fallen meteorite in a crater on the hillside. The impact had formed a modest crater around it with wisps of white smoke still rising, clearly the result of burning during its passage through the atmosphere. Gao Tianyu approached the meteorite and saw a stone the size of a 10-year-old child's head embedded in the sandy soil. I'm rich. I'm rich. His eyes sparkled as he muttered. He poured the remaining half bottle of mineral water from his hand onto the meteorite. Hiss! A puff of white steam rose as the water instantly vaporized upon contact with the meteorite's surface. So hot. The temperature is way too high. I can't pick it up. I need to find a way to cool it down. Gao Tianyu looked around the area, finding himself on a gentle slope with no water source in sight. After a careful scan, all he saw were trees, weeds, and vines. Nothing else. Hey, I've got an idea. Gao Tianyu's eyes settled on the vines. He tore off several long strands, picked up a stick, and used it to dig the meteorite out, rolling it onto the vines. He then tightly wound the vines around the meteorite several times before lifting it up. So heavy. The moment he picked it up, his expression changed. Though the meteorite didn't look large, it weighed 40 or 50 Gene. Carrying it down the mountain would be exhausting. Yet Gao Tianyu felt an unusual joy inside. The heavier the meteorite, the more it would be worth if sold. After some effort, he finally managed to bring the meteorite down the mountain and placed it into the goldfish pond in the residential area to cool it off. Fearing discovery, he wrapped the meteorite in his jacket. During the time he spent bringing it back, the power outage caused by the meteorite explosion had been repaired. Thank goodness. Otherwise he'd have to climb 30 floors on foot, which would have exhausted him. Gao Tianyu carried the meteorite into his room via the elevator. He took it out and carefully washed it with clean water. Huh, this meteorite looks different from the usual ones. After seeing its true appearance, he let out a surprised exclamation, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Common meteorites come in 3 types: stony iron and stony iron. There are also rarer kinds like glass Martian and lunar meteorites. But the one in his hand was earthy, arranged crystal-like, very solid and slightly translucent. Could this be a glass-type meteorite? That's rare. It must be worth a fortune. Gao Tianyu stroked the meteorite, growing more fond of it by the second. He was thrilled, thinking it could be worth at least 100 million, far more than the few million he'd initially guessed. Because rarity drives value, such a large, high-quality meteorite would surely attract many buyers. After admiring it for a while, he put the meteorite down and picked up his phone to browse the news. Soon an official news video popped up. A female anchor faced the camera and said, due to a violent explosion of a meteorite in the atmosphere, strong electromagnetic waves caused temporary malfunctions in many electronic devices and power outages. Authorities are working urgently to resolve the issue. Please do not worry. After watching the video, Gao Tianyu opened a short video platform, which was more active than before. Many people had uploaded videos. Suddenly, he came across a video posted by a middle-aged man. In the video, the man was crying, saying that an airplane had fallen from the sky into his orchard behind him, causing a massive explosion that burned down his entire orchard. Then Gao Tianyu scrolled to videos of cars losing control and crashing. All these accidents were caused by the electromagnetic waves from the meteorite explosion. Gao Tianyu continued swiping through several news videos, most of which were about the meteorite and its impact. Brothers, I got lucky today. I actually picked up a meteorite. I was playing on my phone when this meteorite broke through my window, smashed the floor, and landed in my house. Is this a disaster from heaven? Should I cry or laugh? Suddenly Gao Tianyu came across another short video. A young man was holding a meteorite the size of 2 fingers, grinning smugly into the camera, his eyes brimming with joy. Huh. Someone else found a meteorite too, but it's much smaller than mine. A hint of surprise flickered in Gao Tianyu's eyes. He then clicked on the comments section of that video. Beneath the video, comments were densely packed. Wow, this isn't a disaster from heaven. It's a windfall. Bro, you're rich. Oh, why didn't this luck fall on me? Is this really a meteorite? It looks more like crystal. Bro, you're about to be rich. If it's real, it's worth at least a few million. Bro, I'm a stone collector. I'll offer 5 million for your meteorite. The video had only been posted for a short time, but it had already attracted countless viewers and left numerous. Even Gao Tianyu gave the video a like and followed the account. If the author sold the meteorite, he could follow up and estimate the value of his own. The next morning, Gao Tianyu crawled out of bed and glanced at his phone. It read 7:30 a.m. Why so early? A rumbling from his stomach told him he wasn't awake naturally. He had been woken by hunger. As a shootin', he usually didn't get up until after 9. After a quick brush of his teeth, he grabbed the last carton of milk from the fridge along with a few slices of bread. Soon enough, both were gone. What's going on? I ate all that, and am still hungry. Could last night have drained me that much? The gnawing in his stomach persisted, though it had eased slightly. He snatched up his phone and headed downstairs. It's scorching. The moment he stepped out the door, a wave of heat slammed into him, making him furrow his brows. It was barely past 7 in the morning, yet the temperature had already climbed past 30 degrees. Truly unbelievable. He went to a breakfast stall, bought 4 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, and began wolfing them down after paying. In no time the buns and soy milk vanished, but he still didn't feel full. Why am I eating so much today? Something's off. He frowned and muttered to himself. Usually a few slices of bread and a carton of milk were enough for breakfast. Now with 4 extra buns and an extra cup of soy milk, he still wasn't satisfied. That was abnormal. He turned back and bought a few more buns and 2 more cups of soy milk. Only after finishing all of it did he finally feel somewhat full. Why has this damn weather suddenly gotten so hot? What time is it even? Yeah, it's not normal. It's only 7, and it's this hot. Usually we don't see this temperature until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Gao Tianyu overheard 2 elderly men strolling in the distance, grumbling to each other. He didn't pay it much mind. After buying a case of milk and a case of bread, he returned to his room and flopped onto the sofa to play games. Hours slipped by in a blur, and soon it was 11 a.m. So hot. What the hell is wrong with this weather? Gao Tianyu cursed, sitting up from the sofa. His air conditioner was cranked to the lowest setting and a fan was running, yet he was still drenched in sweat. He opened the news app and the weather forecast showed the outdoor temperature had soared past 50 degrees, staggering. His city Dachang was in the south inland with an altitude above 600 meters and had a spring-like climate all year round. Temperatures above 35 degrees were rare, let alone this kind of scorching heat. It was practically unbearable. Even with the air conditioner working overtime, the room felt like a furnace. He opened a chat app on his phone and nearly every group chat was exploding. Unread messages had hit 999. He tapped through them one by one. Everyone was complaining about the terrible weather. Some even suggested the government use cloud seeding to trigger artificial rain and cool things down. Others argued that wouldn't work at all. With temperatures this high, the rain would evaporate the moment it hit the ground, doing nothing to lower the heat. The combination of high heat and high humidity might just turn the entire city into a steam cooker. Some even wondered if the end of the world was coming. Why else would things be this abnormal? He then switched to a video app and checked the official news. A poised, beautiful female anchor stood before the camera broadcasting live. Due to the meteorite explosion in the sky last night, there has been a certain impact on Earth's magnetic field, causing abnormal high temperatures in various regions. Additionally, as water vapor evaporates, there will be heavy rain. However, there's no need to worry. According to expert predictions, this anomaly won't last long. It will pass within a few days at most. Please don't panic, residents. Try to stay indoors, avoid going out, and protect yourself from the sun. Also, due to the high temperatures for the next few days, except for certain essential departments, everyone else will be given time off to stay home and cool down. Furthermore, please don't believe any doomsday rumors, don't spread false information, and don't rush to hoard supplies. You must trust the government. It will never abandon its people. Meanwhile, a flood of comments appeared beneath the official live stream. No wonder it's so hot. It's because Earth's magnetic field is shifting. So that's it. I thought the apocalypse was coming. Support the nation. Trust the government. Support the nation. Trust the government. So that's what it is. No wonder the weather is so hot. After hearing the anchor's explanation, Gao Tianyu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since the experts say so, I'd better stock up on even more food. He then thought to himself, in this day and age, who still trusts what experts say? Not even a dog would believe what experts say. You have to take it the opposite way. He looked outside. The once bright sunny sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. Dense raindrops pounded down, forming a heavy mist that cut visibility to less than a meter. As the rain fell, the scorching temperature dropped to the 20s, and those suffering from the heat finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rain continued for a full hour, nearly flooding the drainage ditches before gradually tapering off and finally stopping. Gao Tianyu stared at the receding rain and a post he had stumbled upon the day before suddenly flashed through his mind. The meteorite, the extreme heat, and the torrential rain had all appeared in sequence. Could terrifying things like wraith zombies and mutant beasts be next? No way. Those things only exist in movies. How could they actually happen? The blogger was probably just trying to grab attention using a bit of scientific knowledge to spin a wild story. As a young man in the 21st century who had received 9 years of compulsory education, Gao Tianyu didn't trust the experts, had been fooled by them too many times, but he always believed in science. The meteorite exploding in the sky and generating powerful electromagnetic waves that altered Earth's magnetic field, causing global heat waves and torrential rain. That could be explained by science. But wraiths, zombies, mutant beasts, and mutated plants. That was just too unscientific. He'd believe it when he saw it. After the rain stopped, Gao Tianyu made his way to the supermarket in the neighborhood. The store, perhaps due to the news announcement, was busier than usual, with many people coming to buy groceries after the rain. They were carrying large bags and had bought a lot. He went straight to the rice section, grabbed a 50-kilogram bag of rice, then took 2 boxes of instant noodles followed by a box of ham, and also bought some cured meat and sausages, items that were easy to store. Next he bought some seasonings, frozen meat, vegetables, fruits, canned goods, mineral water, and even a water purifier. All these purchases cost him several thousand yuan, which pained him greatly. Fortunately, these were all food items that could last a long time. Whether his premonition was right or wrong, they wouldn't go to waste. He could consider it as buying in advance. However, carrying them back was a challenge, so he borrowed a small cart from the supermarket and hauled everything home. By coincidence, while taking the elevator, he met his neighbor, the beautiful young woman surnamed Han. What a coincidence meeting again, Gao Tianyu muttered to himself, then smiled and nodded at her. Han Qingru saw Gao Tianyu greet her and nodded back slightly. After all, they were neighbors who saw each other often, so they were somewhat acquainted. However, when she noticed how much he had bought, she was taken aback. Enough food to last several months. Normally people only buy food for the day or a few days to ensure freshness. It was rare to see someone buy so much at once like Gao Tianyu. Though curious, Han Qingru chose not to ask. She was reserved and not good at making conversation, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Thus the elevator fell into silence again. Both were introverted and not very familiar with each other, so neither took the initiative to speak. After Gao Tianyu finally moved everything into his home, he let out a long breath, but his clothes were already soaked through. At some point the temperature outside, which had just dropped, rose again to over 50 degrees, absolutely unbearable. He went into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and lay down in it. Due to the heat, the water temperature was also high, around 30 degrees, but it was still better than the air outside. He soaked in the tub to cool down. After a while his stomach began to growl. Time to eat, I'm hungry again. Gao Tianyu climbed out of the bathtub and went to the dining room to have a meal. After eating 6 bowls, he felt full and stopped. What's going on? Why am I eating so much? My appetite has doubled. Putting down his chopsticks, Gao Tianyu fell into thought. Normally he would be full after 2 bowls, but now he had eaten 6. Something was definitely off. And my body seems different now. I'm much stronger and my senses are sharper. He carefully recalled the day's events and realized that his strength had indeed increased significantly and his physique had improved. He had carried all those purchases back and forth several times without feeling the slightest fatigue, only a bit of heat. Then his mind inevitably turned to the content of that post. Spiritual energy is about to revive, the future belongs to the evolved. Could that post be true? Gao Tianyu couldn't help but doubt, muttering to himself. Otherwise, why would his physique suddenly improve? It's unlikely. How could something as mythical as spiritual energy revival happen? I believe in science. Gao Tianyu quickly shook his head. As a staunch materialist, he didn't believe in things that only appeared in novels and TV shows. Thus a day passed quickly in the sweltering heat. The next day, Gao Tianyu woke up hungry again. He looked out the window and saw a heavy rainstorm with extremely low visibility, making it impossible to go out. So he could only take out the milk and bread he had bought yesterday and eat them. This weather is strange. It's raining outside, yet it's still over 30 degrees. Gao Tianyu checked the temperature on his phone, frowned, and felt a sense of unease. Such temperatures would be tolerable for a few days, but if they lasted too long, chaos would surely ensue. The weather forecast also predicted that midday temperatures might approach 60 degrees Celsius, absolutely alarming and life-threatening. Moreover, most regions around the world were experiencing similar conditions, widespread high temperatures, followed by heavy rain. Some places even saw a bizarre cold snap, with temperatures dropping to minus 30 degrees. Many people had stopped working and could only stay indoors, and many large factories had shut down, giving workers time off. Gao Tianyu opened his messaging app to check the group chats. First, he looked at the owners group for his building, which had over 200 members. The messages were densely packed, all discussing the strange heat, with everyone complaining endlessly. Even when on holiday at home, it was still hard to endure because the temperature was so high. Even with the air conditioner running at full blast, it was difficult to cool down, making it extremely uncomfortable. After a while, Gao Tianyu searched through the app for the doomsday post he had seen the other day. When he found it in his browsing history and clicked on it, he discovered the post had already been deleted. It seems this post has been removed. Who could have posted it? Did they have access to special information channels, or could they foresee the future? Although he remained skeptical about the content of the post, that didn't stop him from speculating. If it were before, he wouldn't have believed a single word of it, but now he was about 2% convinced. Because the extreme heat and heavy rain mentioned in the post had indeed arrived, and they appeared on the forum before any official warnings were issued. As Gao Tianyu was lost and thought, the phone in his hand suddenly slipped out and fell toward the ground. Startled by this unexpected accident, he quickly reached down to catch it. But his hand grasped at nothing, and he could only watch helplessly as the phone plummeted. This phone had cost him 4,000 yuan, and he had only been using it for a short while. If it broke, he would be heartbroken. However, he was soon stunned to see the falling phone suddenly stop in midair. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Gao Tianyu rubbed his eyes and looked again. With a loud thud, the phone that had been hovering in the air dropped to the ground, emitting a sharp crack. He quickly picked up the phone and, finding it perfectly intact, let out a long sigh of relief. Was I just imagining things? Or have I really awakened some kind of supernatural power? Gao Tianyu fell into deep thought, deciding to try again to see if he truly possessed an extraordinary ability. He picked up a mineral water bottle, raised it, and let it go. Freeze, he murmured, pointing a finger at the bottle. With a thud, the bottle fell to the ground without any change in speed. Gao Tianyu tried several more times, but eventually gave up, admitting that he must have been seeing things earlier and that there was no such power. As he dejectedly started playing games on his phone. Next door, the tall, elegant wife was sitting at the table with a handsome, gentle young man having lunch. Honey, once the rain stops and the temperature drops, let's go to the supermarket and buy more food. Yesterday, I saw our neighbor buying a huge pile of supplies. The weather is abnormal. Shouldn't we stock up too? At the table, Han Qingru took a bite of rice and spoke softly to Qin Zhong. Yesterday, when she saw Gao Tianyu buying so many things, she hadn't thought much of it. Since the economy was developed and money could buy anything, there was no need to hoard so much. Besides, the news said this abnormal weather would pass in a few days, and a week's worth of food would be enough. Any more would go to waste. But after seeing the situation outside today, she grew uneasy. The freak weather made it impossible to go out, and without food they wouldn't last long. You're right, dear. The weather is indeed abnormal. Preparing more food is a good idea, better safe than sorry. Qin Zhong nodded in agreement. Both of them came from well-off families, had received a good education, and possessed a strong sense of crisis. The changes had come so suddenly the day before yesterday that they hadn't thought much or prepared, assuming the strange climate would soon pass. But after seeing how much worse it was today than yesterday, a sense of crisis began to dawn on them. How are your parents? Should we tell them to stock up on food too? Han Qingru seemed to remember something and asked softly. Don't worry about them. They have some food at home. They'll call them later and remind them. Qin Zhong shook his head slightly. His parents, like many of the older generation, had a habit of hoarding supplies. They bought rice in bulk, dozens of pounds at a time, and only restocked when it ran out. Modern young people bought food meal by meal, but the older generation, apart from fresh produce, stocked up heavily on everything else. The heavy rain on the second day lasted a long time before stopping. After it ceased, the water vapor immediately evaporated, forming thick fog that obscured the surroundings, reducing visibility to less than a meter. Damn, fog too. This is going to be a disaster. Gao Tianyu stared at the rising fog outside, his unease growing. This was the third natural disaster phenomenon mentioned in that post. One or two coincidences could be dismissed as luck, but was the third also a coincidence? Well, it must be a coincidence. High temperatures cause water vapor to evaporate and form fog. That's normal and can be explained by science. Given the first two phenomena, the third is hardly surprising. It's just a coincidence. Gao Tianyu thought carefully, then comforted himself. The self-consolation seemed to work, and he soon pushed all those troubling thoughts aside, took out his phone, and started playing games. Outside, thick white fog blocked the sunlight, but the temperature remained high, around 40 degrees Celsius. The combination of heat and humidity felt like a steam bath, making people sticky and uncomfortable. Soon the fog dissipated, and the sun hung high again, instantly raising the temperature to over 50 degrees. Even with umbrellas, no one dared to walk outside. After the scorching sun made everyone feel like they were in an oven, torrential rain began again, falling without stop until nightfall. Honey, with such heavy rain we can't go out at all. Han Qingru looked at the pouring rain outside, where visibility was less than a meter. Going out to buy things in this weather was impossible. They probably couldn't even see the road, and the supermarket might not be open. It's okay. We still have some food in the fridge. Don't worry. Let's see how things are tomorrow. Qin Zhong put his arm around Han Qingru's shoulder and comforted her softly. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the third day. Gao Tianyu woke up hungry again and was surprised to find his appetite had increased even more. If he hadn't felt that his spirits were good and his physical condition seemed to have improved, he would have suspected something was wrong with his body. He took out his phone to check the weather forecast, and his face darkened instantly. The highest temperature today was likely to reach 65 degrees, 5 degrees higher than yesterday. This is absolutely deadly. Gao Tianyu sighed helplessly. Even in the early morning, with heavy rain falling, the temperature hadn't dropped. The rainwater itself was 30 to 40 degrees. It was terrifying. From many short videos, he saw that rivers had swelled and low-lying areas had been flooded. Rescue efforts were extremely difficult. Rescue boats couldn't move in the heavy rain. The thick fog made it impossible to see the way, and when the sun was high, rescue workers got sunburned. It was truly an apocalyptic scene. Immediately after, Gao Tianyu turned his attention to the news. A female anchor, radiant and impeccably dressed, sat before the camera reporting, "Dear viewers, due to the recent abnormal weather of scorching heat and torrential rain, many regions have been struck by natural disasters, such as floods and mudslides. Rivers have burst their banks, inundating numerous cities along their course, leaving tens of millions homeless. Vast expanses of fertile farmland have also been submerged, inflicting severe losses everywhere. Simultaneously, rescue efforts are proving difficult due to various reasons, but no matter the hardship, the nation will never abandon its people. Rescue teams are being organized and dispatched to the disaster zones to aid the local populace. Furthermore, due to the extreme heat, many farms have been forced to shut down, with countless livestock perishing from the heat. Numerous farmers have suffered devastating losses." After watching this, Gao Tianyu lay sprawled on the sofa, his eyes vacant, his mind a blank void. Through these news reports, Gao Tianyu keenly sensed that something momentous was about to happen. Perhaps that post he had stumbled upon was real. The apocalypse was truly coming. The mere thought of facing horrors like zombies, wraiths, evolved beasts, and mutant plants filled his heart with a sense of despair. His parents had run a small business, leaving the family with some savings. A comfortable middle-class existence, neither wealthy nor destitute, living quite well. However, when he was 17, his parents were killed in a car accident on the highway while heading out for a business meeting, leaving him utterly alone in the world. His parents' death was a devastating blow. He dropped out of school immediately, refusing to continue his studies, and spent his days lying at home, taking a long time to finally emerge from his grief. Fortunately, his parents had left him several million in compensation along with this house, so he wasn't left to wander the streets. Though this life was somewhat dull, it was infinitely better than facing an apocalypse. He was at heart a homebody with no real resilience to risk. If a major catastrophe truly occurred, how could he possibly survive? As these thoughts churned in his mind, he suddenly felt parched again. Perhaps the heat and excessive sweating made him think of drinking water constantly. Lying on the sofa, he reached out to grab the water glass on the table, but it was just out of reach. Just as he was about to get up to fetch it, something incredible happened. The cup before him flew straight into his hand. Am I seeing things again? Gao Tianyu swallowed hard, staring blankly at the cup in his hand. He gently released his grip, and the cup remained suspended in midair, completely defying the laws of gravity. Next, Gao Tianyu willed it to fly 2 circles around the table before it returned steadily to his palm. What kind of power is this? Telekinesis. He stared at the cup in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to a small knife. With a focused effort of his will, the small knife slowly levitated. Whoosh! The knife shot towards the wall like an arrow. Thud! It embedded itself firmly into the wall, sinking deep until only the handle remained visible. I feel like I'm about to hit the big time, to rise above the common man. Gao Tianyu muttered, staring at the knife handle. This was a superpower, something that only existed in movies and novels, yet it now resided within him. With this ability, he was destined for greatness. His mind involuntarily conjured visions of him surrounded by beautiful women, with actresses and celebrities kneeling at his feet. What he had awakened was a psychic power of mental force. If developed well, its lethality would be absolutely astonishing. With this power, even if the apocalypse truly arrived, he could still live a life of ease and comfort. But for now, I can't let anyone know about my awakened ability. Otherwise, he'll definitely end up as a lab rat for dissection experiments. Gao Tianyu muttered to himself. Throughout history, it has always been that innocence is no excuse when one possesses a treasure coveted by others. Although he had awakened this power, his strength was still far from formidable. If exposed, he would undoubtedly be targeted and locked away for all sorts of research. Because it was still the early days of the apocalypse, with disasters just beginning to unfold, social order had not yet collapsed. The power of the government and those capital magnates remained extremely formidable. A single bullet could easily end his life. By now he was fully convinced of what that post had claimed. Any so-called scientific worldview had long been forgotten. From this moment on, he was a believer, convinced of the existence of gods in this world. How else could something like superpowers exist? Gao Tianyu walked forward, grasped the knife handle, and gave a gentle tug, pulling the blade free from the wall. My strength has also increased significantly. My physical condition is improving rapidly. He felt his physical prowess had grown immensely, his entire body brimming with power. However, he couldn't gauge the exact extent of the increase as he lacked the specialized equipment to measure it. He then proceeded to use his psychic power several more times, controlling objects to fly around the room. But he quickly stopped, his face turning pale as a sharp pain lanced through his head. Using this power continuously drains too much energy. I need to be more careful from now on, Gao Tianyu thought to himself. His current ability was still weak and his psychic force wasn't strong enough, easily exhausted after just a few uses. Once his mental energy was depleted, he would be completely vulnerable. Moreover, using this power consumed a great deal of energy, which could only be replenished through food. So even though he had eaten not long ago, a gnawing hunger pang struck him again. He quickly grabbed a carton of milk, stuffed several slices of bread into his mouth, and wolfed them down. He even devoured a few sausages, but it still wasn't enough to quell his ravenous appetite. He hurriedly washed some rice and put it on to cook, throwing in several chunks of cured meat. After the meal, he was astonished to find his appetite had grown even larger. This time he consumed a full 8 bowls of rice and several pieces of cured meat before he finally felt full. Damn it, at this rate the food I've stocked up won't last at all. He'll run out within a month at most. Gao Tianyu helplessly rubbed his forehead. The provisions he had purchased would have lasted him 6 months if he had rationed them carefully. But with his current appetite, forget 6 months, even 1 month would be a stretch. Forget it, he'll just make do for now. He'll take it one day at a time and go out to find more food when this runs out. Gao Tianyu glanced at the harsh weather outside and sighed in resignation. He couldn't go out now, I'd have to take things one step at a time. This day was more unbearable than the rest. Especially after the rain stopped and the sun hung high in the sky, the outdoor temperature soared directly to over 60 degrees, even hotter than before. People hiding indoors, even with air conditioning running, and soaking in bathtubs still felt immense torment. The vast majority of shops outside had long since closed and no one was doing business. Damn it! This bloody weather, is it trying to kill us? Suddenly a furious roar echoed from downstairs. This scorching heat was especially effective at driving people to irritability. Even sitting completely naked and still one would be drenched in sweat, making life an agonizing ordeal. Fortunately, the power supply in their area was still functioning and the residents in each building still had some food supplies. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted long ago. But if this continued for a few more days without any improvement in the weather, something was bound to happen. Some people were already starting to crack, and it was only the 3rd day. Gao Tianyu also came across a piece of alarming news: the polar ice caps had already begun to melt. It was estimated that sea levels would rise before long. Most coastal cities would likely be flooded soon. In such extreme and hostile conditions, even if they wanted to evacuate, they probably couldn't. Fortunately, the city of Dachang, where Gao Tianyu currently resided, had a relatively high average elevation, so there was no immediate need for excessive worry. Amidst the torment, the 4th day finally arrived. The temperature remained unchanged, neither rising nor falling. A rare piece of good news. Help! I'm on the 12th floor. Is there a doctor in this building? My husband is sick with a severe fever, vomiting, and having diarrhea. His eyes have even turned blue. We've called 120 many times, but no one answers. Please, if there's a doctor, please save my husband. Suddenly, a resident on Gao Tianyu's floor sent out a distress message. The message immediately stirred up the entire building's chat group. Senior brother Long Yuan's sister, don't panic. We'll all ask around to see if there's a doctor in our building. Old Zhang from the market, even if there's a doctor, there's no medicine. You should find a way to get him to the hospital. Warm-hearted old Wang, but in this weather driving is impossible. You can't even see the road. Even if you get to the hospital, you might not find a doctor. Many people are trapped at home and can't get out. 1604 Gentle intentions, sister. Your husband might have heat stroke. Try to cool him down with water or ice first, don't let him burn his brain. Soon many kind-hearted people appeared in the group, offering various suggestions to the woman on the 12th floor. However, these suggestions couldn't solve her immediate predicament. Another case of heat stroke. In this weather, it's going to be hard to survive it. Gao Tianyu saw the message and frowned. This wasn't the first heat stroke incident in the building. But if it's heat stroke, his eyes shouldn't be turning blue. Gao Tianyu was puzzled, but since he wasn't a doctor and didn't know much about it, he didn't pay further attention. However, the situation was getting worse and worse. Many people had already died. Help! Around 1 a.m. on the 5th day, piercing screams erupted from the 12th floor. The sound was so shrill that despite the heavy rain outside, many people heard it. What's going on? Those screams are from the 12th floor. What's happening there? Numerous residents were jolted awake from their sleep, confusion and unease etched on their faces, wondering what was happening on the 12th floor. Honey, that sound is from our neighbor. It's Luli. What's wrong with her? Has Old Shin passed away? A woman on the same 12th floor said to the man beside her. That doesn't sound like it. It sounds like a cry for help, like she's in danger. The man frowned upon hearing his wife's words. The screams were miserable, as if she were under attack and begging for help. Should we go check on her? We're neighbors. If she's in danger, we might be able to help. The woman's face showed concern as she whispered to the man beside her. All right, let's put on some clothes and grab a cleaver to check it out. If there's real danger, we can lend a hand. The man thought it over, agreed with his wife's suggestion, got up, put on a t-shirt, grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen, and headed out the door. When they arrived at Lu Li's door, several people had already gathered there. Some from the same floor, others from floors above and below. They all stood outside her closed door pounding on it, but without a key, they couldn't get in. The screams from inside were incessant, accompanied by guttural roars like a wild beast. Woo-woo. Daddy, no. Help. Then a little girl's screams mixed with sobs came from inside. Oh no, it's Xiaoyu. She's in danger. We need to break down the door and save her. A woman living across from this unit grew frantic upon hearing this pounding on the security door, but to no avail. I have a sledgehammer at home. Wait till go get it. A middle-aged man said this and immediately ran upstairs to retrieve a large sledgehammer. Hey, does anyone know what's happening downstairs? Why does it sound so creepy in this heavy rain? Suddenly a message popped up in the usually quiet chat group. Yeah, what's going on upstairs? Why is someone screaming for help so miserably? I even heard a little girl crying. Yeah, I heard it too. What's happening down there? Is anyone on the 12th floor? Can you tell us what's going on? Some residents, too afraid to leave their homes, started typing questions in the group. The screams from the 12th floor even woke Gao Tianyu, who lived on the top floor. Having awakened his psychic power, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the slightest sound caught his attention, let alone such a commotion below. Gao Tianyu opened the building's chat group and quietly watched the messages flooding in. Everyone, I have a link to the surveillance camera in the 12th floor hallway. You can all take a look. At that moment, a user named Network David posted this message along with a link. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu clicked on it, and soon the view of the 12th floor hallway appeared before his eyes. There a burly middle-aged man stood outside the door, furiously pounding the security door with a sledgehammer, trying to break in and rescue someone. Although the security door was of decent quality, it quickly became battered under the blows of several adults. Soon the door was breached, and the group outside rushed in with weapons in hand. Help! Murder! But shortly after, screams erupted from those who had rushed inside, and several figures scrambled out in panic. Each face was etched with terror, as if they had encountered something horrifying. The last to run out was a young man who in his haste tripped and fell in the corridor. Immediately a figure covered in blood with tattered clothes and incredibly agile movements lunged at him. Stay away from me. Help! Through the surveillance, people could clearly see the young man struggling desperately, his eyes filled with fear and a hint of despair. But the figure that had tackled him began to savagely bite and tear at him, and in an instant the young man lost all strength to resist. He was then dragged back into the room like a dead dog by that figure, which then shut the security door again. Murder! Who is that madman? How dare he kill someone in front of so many people? Everyone who witnessed the scene erupted in chaos, frantically typing messages in the group chat. Having lived in an era of peace, how could they have ever witnessed such a horrifying sight? Witnessing this, they were instantly stunned. Zhao Daju, he's gone insane. He not only killed his wife Lu Li, but also his daughter Zhao Xiaoyu, and even tore them both into several pieces. When we went in, he was still ripping at his daughter's corpse. Seeing us enter, he attacked us directly. Old Li upstairs was injured by him instantly, and several others tried to help, but they were no match for him. Within moments, he killed 2 of them. He's not human anymore. His expression was twisted and terrifying like a demon crawling out of hell. It was too horrifying. Call the police. Unless the police come, we stand no chance against him. If the police don't come, well, all die at his hands. No one can defeat him. A resident from the 11th floor, his face pale, with terror, sent messages frantically into the group chat. From his words, everyone could sense the sheer panic gripping his heart at that moment. It's useless. The police line can't get through. Even if it did, they wouldn't be able to make it here. The rain outside is too heavy, visibility is nearly zero, and many roads are flooded, making driving impossible. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to share this building with that madman? You haven't seen how terrifying he looks. I'm certain if he encounters us, he'll kill us all. He doesn't look human anymore. He's like a ferocious beast, a demon clawing its way out of the abyss. Message after message flooded the group chat as many people shared their thoughts and proposed various suggestions. It was destined to be a sleepless night. In that building, many dared not close their eyes, terrified that the crazed Zhao Deju would come knocking on their doors. Especially the 3 households on the 12th floor, who were trembling with fear, not daring to shut their eyes or even make the slightest sound. Zhao Daza's actions had left a deep psychological scar on them all. Zhao Daza's condition is abnormal, and his speed was too fast, something an ordinary human shouldn't be capable of. Gao Tianyu stared at the messages, lost in thought. Zhao Daza's movements were incredibly swift, and his strength far exceeded that of a normal person. Otherwise, he couldn't have incapacitated that young man with a single blow. Could he have turned into a zombie or a wraith? Gao Tianyu pondered silently. A zombie seems unlikely. He's too agile, not sluggish like in the movies. And after killing, he dragged the body into his room and even closed the door. This implies he possesses a certain level of intelligence or ingrained behavioral patterns. Though frenzied, bloodthirsty, and possessing immense attacking power, he has a sense of territory. Dragging the young man inside was probably to store food, just like a beast dragging its prey back to its lair. Could he be the wraith mentioned in that post? A demon resembling one that crawled out of hell. Gao Tianyu speculated, but since the post had no details about the wraith, he could only deduce based on the scene before him. If the sequence of disasters in that post holds true, then this appearance must undoubtedly be the wraith. So what about the zombies? Is there some kind of virus in the air? Or perhaps in this torrential rain a virus is now lying dormant within people's bodies? Gao Tianyu furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. His life depended on it, so he took it with the utmost seriousness. But the clues in that post were too scarce. Not only was he unable to deduce the truth, but even if he could, would he be able to solve such a problem? Could he prevent what was about to happen? The answer was no. Not just him, but even the combined efforts of the world's top nations might not be able to stop it. What worried Gao Tianyu now was himself. If the zombies were caused by a mutating virus, and that virus was airborne, then perhaps he was already infected with no way to cure it. How could he not be worried? No, I need to hurry and strengthen my body. With a strong enough physique, I can increase my resistance to the virus. Even if I get infected, there's a good chance I can survive it. After much deliberation, this was the only solution Gao Tianyu could devise. Soon the night passed, and the morning of the next day arrived. After a night of chaos, the building's group chat had fallen silent. No one sent any messages. The group chat was dead. Throughout the entire building, doors were tightly shut, and no one dared to venture out. However, a few households unable to bear the oppressive terror packed their belongings overnight and braved the torrential downpour to flee to neighboring buildings. They had relatives or friends in those buildings who were willing to take them in. To escape the murderous madman on the 12th floor, they were naturally eager to move out. Gao Tianyu's residential complex was newly built and situated on elevated ground, so even the relentless downpour hadn't flooded it. Although venturing out in the heavy rain was extremely dangerous, it was still feasible if the destination was close by. Apart from those households that had moved away, everyone else in the building could only stay indoors, not daring to go out, not even to take the elevator for fear of encountering the killer on the 12th floor. The day passed peacefully with nothing unusual occurring. Help! But in the dead of the following night, a piercing scream jolted everyone awake. The scream came from the 12th floor from the household directly opposite Zhao Daz's. Because they lived across from him, they didn't dare leave their home during the day. Moreover, having no acquaintances in the neighboring buildings, they had no choice but to stay. What's happening? Has that lunatic on the 12th floor started killing again? Startled awake by the scream, people immediately asked in the group chat. This time, almost no one dared to go out and help. They all hid in their own homes, locking their doors tightly. The 12th floor originally had 4 households, 2 of which had moved to other buildings in the morning out of fear that Zhao Dazhu might go mad and kill them. In from the 13th floor. The noise is coming from downstairs. That lunatic is killing again, and the residents below are crying for help. A resident from the 13th floor sent this message to the group. What? How did Zhao Dazhu get the door open? I just checked the surveillance footage of the 12th floor corridor. Both doors are closed, and when I rewound the tape, I never saw Zhao Dazhu leave his apartment. A message suddenly popped up, leaving everyone who read it bewildered. The sender was Wang Dawei, an owner living in the building, and a computer expert working in network information security. So no one questioned his words. Following the surveillance link he had posted the day before, they saw 2 closed security doors. Zhao Daz's door was battered, but the one opposite was intact. And the camera hadn't captured Zhao Dazhu leaving. Under such circumstances, how did he get into the apartment across the hall? Could Zhao Dazhu walk through walls? Or maybe his neighbor got infected too and suddenly went mad, attacking his family. That's possible. When we broke into Zhao Daz's place together, he scratched that neighbor. His arm was injured. Maybe that's when he got infected. An infection from a scratch. Could Zhao Dazhu have turned into one of those zombies from the movies? Possibly. Otherwise, why would he have butchered his own wife and daughter? He was covered in blood, and when we went in, he was eating his daughter's flesh. It was horrifying. So dangerous. Does that mean we living in the same building could be infected too? Soon the group buzzed with chatter again, yet no one suggested going down to help. They were all consumed by their own fears. Everyone look at the surveillance. Someone's coming out. Someone exclaimed in the group. The tightly shut door across from Zhao Daz's apartment suddenly swung open, and a figure slowly dragged a corpse out. Judging by its outline, it was clearly a male body. That's Zhao Dazhu. The one he's dragging looks like the male owner from across the hall. How is that possible? Boom. As this message landed, a collective shockwave rippled through everyone's minds. They had speculated the male neighbor might have been infected and turned into a killer like Zhao Dazhu. But now their speculation was completely overturned. Zhao Dazhu, through some unknown means, had evaded the corridor surveillance, slipped into the neighbor's home, and carried out a brutal massacre. Under their terrified gaze, he dragged out 2 more corpses and hauled all 3 bodies back into his own apartment. He wiped out the entire family of 3 across the hall. So cruel, he didn't even spare the child. Why is he dragging the bodies back? Is he really going to eat human flesh? How did he get across? Could he come up to our floor too? What should we do? Should we also move to another building? If we stay, we'll definitely be devoured by him. One terrified message after another kept popping up. These messages revealed just how terrified these people were. No one dared live alongside a demon who could kill at any moment. All they could think of was escape. Gao Tianyu, watching the flood of messages in the chat group, furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease stirring in his heart. Did Zhao Daju awaken some kind of ability like phasing through walls? Otherwise, how did he bypass the cameras and appear in that home? Why does he kill? Is it pure bloodlust, or is it for food? If it's pure bloodlust, he would have already attacked the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. If it's for storing food, then, after killing these three today, he'll probably stop. Should I leave? Even though I'm on the top floor, he might still climb up. If I face him, do I stand a chance? But even if I want to leave, where would I go? In this weather I can't get far, and I have no friends or relatives in the nearby buildings to take me in. In just a brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Gao Tianyu's mind. As for the idea of relying on his awakened ability to go down and rid the world of a menace, he never even entertained it. He had no understanding of his own strength, nor any idea how powerful he truly was, just as he had no gauge of Zhao Dazu's abilities. What if he couldn't win? Wouldn't that be the end of him? So for his own safety, he would avoid acting unless absolutely necessary. If the danger became too great, his only option would be to flee. Knowing he couldn't win, why stay and wait for death? How exactly did Zhao Daju get across to the opposite apartment? Could he suddenly appear in our homes too? Suddenly, this message surfaced in the owner's group, voicing the concern of everyone. This question weighed on all their minds. Until it was answered, they wouldn't even dare to sleep. Yeah, does anyone know how he suddenly appeared in the neighbor's home? If he can get into their home, he can get into ours. Until this is figured out, I can't sleep a wink. Messages like these kept flooding the group, their urgency driven by the fear that Zhao Dazu's appearance next door directly threatened their lives. Outside, the heat was scorching, yet torrential rain poured down, shrouded in thick fog. They couldn't go out, and even if they did, they wouldn't get far with nowhere to go. So they were forced to stay indoors, waiting for the harsh weather to pass. What if he climbed over through the windows? A message suddenly appeared in the group, startling everyone. Windows? At this suggestion, they jolted awake. The windows of their residential complex were not fitted with security bars. The gaps between adjacent windows were 4 or 5 meters with smooth walls and no footholds, so no one had even considered that possibility. But after seeing the message, they immediately pondered it and rushed out to inspect carefully. They discovered that the windows between their own apartments and those across the hall were very close. Close enough that with strong leaping ability, it would be entirely possible to jump across. I remember now. When that scream came from downstairs, I think I heard the sound of a window shattering. Just then a resident on the 13th floor sent this message. If that's the case, then it's basically confirmed. Zhao Daju climbed through the window to the neighbor's place and broke in by smashing it. Their apartments are close together. Climbing through the window to reach the other side isn't difficult. But we're on different floors, so it's not easy for him to get to us. Hearing this answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The outer wall was smooth and slick. Even a monkey would struggle to crawl under such conditions, let alone a human. What if he uses a rope to climb down? Suddenly another person sent this message in the group. Boom. The minds of the residents living below Zhao Dazu's floor exploded. If he could climb across to the opposite side, then climbing down with a rope wasn't impossible either. What do? I live right below him. If he climbs down with a rope, I'm done for. I'm also below him. I'm crying. I want to move out. I can't stay here a moment longer. It's raining so hard outside. Where can we move to? Apart from the surrounding buildings, we can't even leave the complex. Still, it's better than staying here. Staying here means waiting to die. Damn it. He's just one person. Whether he's gone mad or mutated, he's still flesh and blood. If we all join forces, grab weapons, and fight him, I refuse to believe he can take us all on. An irritable resident immediately vented in the group. Brother, I support you. Go kill him. We'll testify for you at the police station and get you a reward. Brother, I support you too. I believe you can do it. I'll lead. Who's willing to come with me? The resident then sent another message in the group. But after waiting for a long time, no one replied in the group. No one wanted to face a terrifying monster like Zhao Daju. Even if someone was willing to lead, they still refused to act, preferring to sit back and reap the benefits. But that was human nature. Almost no one could escape it. Besides, it wasn't as if no one had tried. Those who had were now corpses lying in his home. They were just ordinary people, so it was better to stay put. After all, Zhao Daju was too terrifying. Inhuman. After a long silence, seeing that no one was willing to join him, the resident sighed and stopped sending messages. He knew it was useless. Zhao Daju had already shocked everyone with his killings, robbing these neighbors of the courage to face him. Does anyone still have food at home? Can you sell me some? My family is almost out, and I have elderly and children to feed. Suddenly a resident from Unit 2002 on the 20th floor sent a message. On the first day of the heatwave, thanks to official notices, they had stocked up on some food. So in the beginning they weren't too worried about eating. But the official notice also said this strange weather would pass in a few days, so most people had only bought about a week's worth of food. By now many were running out. Brother, I have some extra food I can sell you. It's not much, but it'll last you 2 or 3 days. However, I live on the 5th floor. If you want to contact me privately. Soon the resident's message got a reply indicating willingness to sell some food to help him through. Although the weather outside was still harsh, the temperature had dropped a few degrees, a good sign. It meant the heat was easing and hopefully this awful weather would end soon. If not for the murderous Zhao Daju in their building, they would have been celebrating already. Thanks, brother. He'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning. The man replied gratefully upon hearing someone was willing to sell food. Brother, do you have any extra food? My family's food is also gone. Can you sell me some? Another message appeared in the group, and the Cinder, the resident on the 5th floor, who was selling food. Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow at the WeChat icon. The icon showed 3002 owner Qin Zhong, which was directly opposite him. His own unit was 3001. It seems the neighbors across the hall are running out of food. And this disaster seems to have only just begun. Gao Tianyu recalled the couple across the hall. The man handsome and suave, the woman tall and beautiful, as if they were made for each other. But in this apocalypse, good looks weren't necessarily a blessing. They would surely attract many predators. Take Gao Tianyu himself, for example. He had his eye on her. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't hesitate to seize the chance to bed the beautiful young woman. But he didn't like using force. He preferred transactional methods. At this moment, Gao Tianyu no longer doubted the impending apocalypse described in the post, because the contents had already been happening one after another. And not just Gao Tianyu. Many who had seen that post now believed it was real. The post had even alarmed the nation's top brass. Many were searching for the author to get more information. But the post was anonymous, the IP address was fake, showing it was from abroad, and it had already been deleted. Plus it had been posted a while ago, so they hadn't found the author. Well, sorry, I don't have much food left either. What I sold was already squeezed from my own rations. The food seller on the 5th floor hesitated for a moment, then refused. He actually didn't have much food left, maybe enough for about 10 days. If the disaster didn't end within 10 days, his family would also run out. He wouldn't have even sold those 3 days worth of food if not for the recent improvement in weather, suggesting this strange weather might pass in a few days. Qin Zhong felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the 5th floor owner's refusal. His family's food was nearly gone. They had planned to go buy more on the second day of the heat wave, but the heavy rain and closed supermarkets had left them with nothing. Now they had only enough food for one day. After tomorrow, they would be completely out. Does anyone in the group still have food? I'm willing to pay double the price. Qin Zhong typed another message and sent it to the group, expressing his desire to buy food through WeChat. I still have a 5-kilogram bag of rice here. If you want it, I can sell you half. But it'll cost you 100 yuan. At that moment, a message popped up in the group chat. A resident from the 23rd floor offered to sell some rice to Qin Zhong, but the price was several times the normal rate. Brother, that's going too far. It's just 5 jin of rice and you're asking for 100 yuan. You're outright robbing us. Exactly. Selling 5 jin of rice for 100 yuan. Why don't you just go rob a bank? That price is outrageous. Profiteer, you're inflating prices and profiting from the disaster. You'll face retribution. After all, the usual price of rice was only 2 or 3 yuan per jin. Selling half of a 5-kilogram bag meant 5 jin for 100 yuan, which translated to 20 yuan per jin. That was nearly a tenfold markup, nothing short of highway robbery. Many residents in the group jumped out to voice their indignation, fiercely condemning the 23rd floor owner. Zhang Hao, the owner in question, heard the barrage of accusations, and his face turned black with fury. Bullshit. Is 100 yuan too much for 5 jin of rice? Is 100 yuan too much? Look at the times we're in. It's only because I have plenty of rice at home that I'm willing to part with some. Who else would even bother selling? Damn it, a bunch of meddlesome bastards sticking their noses where they don't belong. He hurled a book from the table in a fit of rage, cursing loudly. Under normal circumstances, 100 yuan for 5 jin of rice would indeed be excessive. But times had changed. The disaster outside showed no sign of ending. Food was dwindling with every passing moment, and it was a lifeline. Selling it at 20 yuan a jin. What's so wrong with that? Mark my words, if this calamity drags on, people would be scrambling to buy at 1,000 yuan a jin. Fine, since you all have so much to say, I'm not selling anymore. Zhang Hao angrily sent the message and shut down the chat app. Wait bro, don't. 100 yuan is fine. Ignore them, he'll buy it. He'll buy it. Qin Zhong, upon seeing Zhang Hao jack up the price so steeply, frowned, inwardly deeply annoyed. The guy was clearly trying to fleece him. Although 100 yuan was nothing to him, the resentment lingered, so he let the group unleash their verbal assault on Zhang Hao. But Zhang Hao's final words snapped him back to reality. The man was indeed taking advantage of the crisis. Yet if he bought it, they'd have food in their bellies. Otherwise hunger would soon follow, so the 100 yuan wasn't a bad deal. And if the seller refused, they'd be out of rations by the day after tomorrow. Realizing this, Qin Zhong panicked and scrambled to salvage the deal. But it was too late. The other party had already logged off and gone to sleep. Bro. Qin Zhong sent several messages in a row, but got no reply, and he knew the deal was dead. Sigh. Qin Zhong set down his phone with a heavy sigh. The deal that was almost sealed had slipped away just like that. It was his own fault. He shouldn't have hesitated and should have locked it in right away. If he'd spoken up to defend the seller, maybe things wouldn't have soured so badly. Honey, don't be upset. We'll try again tomorrow. There must be others in the group with food to spare. It shouldn't be too hard to find some. If all else fails, we can ask the neighbors across the hall. I saw him stock up on lots of supplies last time, so he probably has extra food. We'll go ask them then. Han Qingru saw the look on Qin Zhong's face and spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Ding ding. Just then a message alert sounded from Han Qingru's phone. She picked it up and saw it was from her best friend Lin Ruoshi. She quickly tapped in and a message popped up. Qingru, are you out of food at home? We still have some here, enough for a few more days. I can share some with you. Han Qingru's eyes lit up at this and she quickly typed back. How much food do you have left? How many days will it last? If we ration it carefully, about 5 days. But we've been eating more lately, so if I share some with you, we'd only have about 2 days worth. The reply came back almost immediately. I see. Let's try tomorrow first, and see if we can buy food from the group. If it really doesn't work out, we'll have to trouble you. Han Qingru thought for a moment, and quickly replied. Don't be so formal with me. What are we to each other? How could I stand by and watch you struggle? The response came right back, and from their exchange it was clear just how close the two of them were. I know, but thank you anyway, Ruoshi. Han Qingru broke into a warm smile at those words. She and Lin Ruoshi had been best friends since childhood, living in the same neighborhood, attending the same schools from elementary to university, and their parents knew each other well. Their bond was incredibly strong. After more than 20 years together, they were as close as sisters. When Lin Ruoshi and her husband bought their apartment, they deliberately chose the same building as them. Just one on the 29th floor and the other on the 30th. Honey, Ruoshi still has some food. If we can't buy any tomorrow, I can go grab some from her place. But she doesn't have much left either. Only enough for a few days. After finishing the chat with her best friend, Han Qingru turned to Qin Zhong and said softly, Don't worry. The temperature has started to drop, so things should get back to normal soon. We won't run out of food. Qin Zhong gazed at his wife's beautiful face and spoke in a tender, reassuring tone. Soon the night passed and daylight arrived. The temperature that day dropped a few more degrees compared to the day before. It was still raining and sweltering hot, but the 2 consecutive days of cooling had these heat-battered people buzzing with excitement. The 7th day of the scorching heat passed quickly as well. Throughout that day, Zhao Dezhu, who had been lurking on the 12th floor, remained eerily quiet. No killing sprees, which let everyone breathe a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, news outlets across the country were broadcasting the welcome news of the dropping temperatures. But the relief didn't last long, for a terrifying report soon followed. Everyone received a message on their phones warning a mysterious virus had suddenly appeared on Blue Star. Its origins were unknown, and it seemed to spread through the air and rainwater. Those infected exhibited fever, coughing, vomiting, and utter weakness, with bloodshot eyes and slightly bulging veins. A truly horrifying sight. The virus was highly contagious, and with virtually no effective countermeasures, the number of infected skyrocketed, with new cases emerging every second. The most terrifying part was that the vast majority of those infected received no help at all. The extreme weather made it impossible for them to leave their homes, and ambulances couldn't get through either, leaving most people trapped and helpless inside. The internet was already in an uproar. On both messaging apps and short video platforms, countless people were posting photos and begging for help. In a very short time, the hospital system was specifically paralyzed. Many doctors were trapped at home and couldn't reach the hospital. Even those who remained on duty at the hospital were partially infected. The virus struck too suddenly, with almost no warning signs. No one could even explain how they had been infected. Even the nation's scientists could not analyze the virus origin or devise any containment measures. All they could do was watch helplessly as the virus relentlessly ravaged the population. In an instant, the national systems around the globe collapsed into paralysis. Even soldiers hiding deep in bomb shelters could not escape the virus assault. Almost every minute, people were infected, then fell weakly into bed. The building where Gao Tianyu lived, and even the entire neighborhood, could not escape the virus invasion. People in the building collapsed one after another, incessantly calling for help and posting online, but received no response. They could only struggle in agony on their beds. By the 9th day, the number of infected was incalculable. The entire world had fallen into paralysis. According to estimates from national authorities, perhaps over half of the population had been infected. In just one day, billions were infected. The virus' terrifying contagiousness was far more horrific than the smallpox virus in human history. Absolutely appalling. Cough. Cough. Even Gao Tianyu had fallen victim. Waking at dawn, he found his temperature rising, and by now he was coughing, with a feeling of nausea setting in. His symptoms were exactly the same as those of the infected. I never expected this. Heaven is unjust. I, Gao Tianyu, a prodigy, had just awakened my supernatural power. Before I could display my might and leave a glorious name in this impending apocalypse, I've been struck by this virus. I refuse to accept this. Gao Tianyu lay on the bed, his face full of despair and resentment. He felt the symptoms worsening. His temperature kept rising, he was unbearably uncomfortable, and he had no strength at all. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing inside him, causing excruciating pain. Death is nothing to fear. I'm all alone anyway, living has no meaning. Besides, facing the coming apocalypse is utterly hopeless, Gao Tianyu thought to himself. Then the nausea inside him grew stronger, his temperature kept rising, the veins in his hand bulged slightly, and the redness in his eyes gradually became visible. Soon overcome by unbearable pain, he fainted. While unconscious, his body kept breaking out in cold sweat, then twitched and trembled incessantly. His sweat soaked the bedsheet. His face kept contorting, sometimes red, sometimes pale in agony. After being unconscious for a day and a night, Gao Tianyu woke up weakly. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Water, I need water. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of hunger. His stomach was growling, and his whole body was limp. At the same time, his lips were dry, and a burning thirst assailed him. He was both hungry and thirsty, truly miserable. I'm not dead. A look of disbelief appeared on Gao Tianyu's face, then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. If one could live, who would willingly die? Even facing the harsh environment of the apocalypse with all its uncertainties, no one would choose death. Survival is the instinct of all living beings. Gao Tianyu struggled to get up from the bed, managed to leave the room with great effort, and slowly opened the refrigerator door. He took out a carton of milk, inserted a straw, and drank eagerly. After finishing the milk, he immediately grabbed several pieces of bread and wolfed them down. Then he ate several sausages, but it still wasn't enough. He quickly washed some rice, put it in the pot to cook, and threw in a few eggs and half a kilogram of cured meat. At the same time, he quickly boiled water with the kettle, tore open 4 packs of instant noodles, placed them in a bowl, and poured the hot water over them. Meanwhile, he kept eating bread to ease the hunger in his stomach. Once the noodles were soft, he couldn't wait to start eating. The 4 packs of noodles quickly disappeared into his stomach. Only then did his hunger begin to subside slightly. After the rice was cooked, he ate a whole pot of rice along with the eggs and cured meat inside, until he could eat no more. Then he slowly stopped. He felt a warm glow all over, a stream of heat flowing through his body, very comfortable. I've survived after all. I actually made it through this virus. Unbelievable. Gao Tianyu patted his round belly, leaned weakly against the sofa, and sighed. I wonder how the beautiful young woman next door is doing. If she died from the virus, that would be such a pity. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, his first thought was of the beautiful young woman next door. It certainly proved the old saying, a full belly leads to lustful thoughts. As he thought this, his spiritual power seemed to pass directly through the wall and reach the opposite side. He vaguely sensed 2 figures, but couldn't make out their features. Both were breathing normally, their heartbeats strong, clearly alive. He could even faintly hear their conversation. My spiritual power seems to have increased greatly. I could never have done this before. Witnessing this, Gao Tianyu was stunned. His spiritual power had been vastly enhanced, allowing him to perceive every detail within a dozen meters around him. This ability was absolutely extraordinary. It meant that in battle, every move of the enemy would be within his grasp, enabling him to easily strike first and stay one step ahead. Next, he tried to use his spiritual power to control the cups on the table. Soon 5 cups floated in the air, dancing under his manipulation. Before, I could only control 1 cup at most, and not for long. Now I can control 5 cups simultaneously, and the duration has increased 2 or 3 times. My telekinetic power has probably increased by more than 5 times. It seems to have evolved. Could it be that these so-called evolvers are all awakened by this mysterious virus? Gao Tianyu pondered silently. But where did this virus come from? Was it brought by that meteorite? If so, then the piece of meteorite I have must be covered in viruses, right? After regaining clarity, Gao Tianyu felt his mind was sharper than before, more agile. He returned to the bedroom and carefully examined the meteorite that he had placed on the table. Ever since he brought it back, it had been sitting on the table, and he occasionally took it out to observe and play with. Previously, he couldn't see anything unusual about the meteorite. He had only thought of finding a chance to sell it and get some money to have a good time. But at this moment, as he scrutinized the meteorite anew, he discovered, through his psychic sense, an extraordinary quality about it. It seemed to emanate a faint, invisible glow, subtle, yet unmistakably real. As Gao Tianyu held the meteorite in his hands and carefully ran his fingers over its surface, he sensed through his psychic perception a subtle excitement stirring within his cells. This meteorite is emitting radiation that can stimulate the evolution of human cells. Through this brief contact, Gao Tianyu immediately understood the meteorite's nature. It was no ordinary stone. It appeared to be a form of energy crystal perpetually radiating a mysterious power that greatly benefited the human bodies cells, driving them toward evolution. What a treasure! I never imagined I'd stumble upon such a priceless artifact. With this in my possession, as long as I survive the coming apocalypse, I'm destined to become the world's supreme powerhouse and build a mighty clan. However, this treasure must never be exposed. Otherwise, I'd become a target for everyone. All eyes would be on me, and with my current strength, I couldn't possibly protect it. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind, his considerations remarkably thorough. He resolved that he must conceal the meteorite at all costs, never revealing its secret to anyone, no one but himself. Of course, he wasn't the only one who had found such stones. Their secrets would inevitably surface one day. It was only a matter of time. Those who held these meteorites awakened and evolved at a pace far surpassing ordinary people, leaving them in the dust, as it were. From now on, I need to keep my power hidden, never revealing it recklessly. Better to blend in with the crowd and avoid drawing attention. After brief deliberation, Gao Tianyu swiftly made his decision. The apocalypse had arrived, and humanity's darkest impulses would be unleashed without restraint. Beyond himself, no one was worthy of trust, not even blood relatives. If anyone learned of the treasure in his possession, it would inevitably attract covetous gazes. Major powers and conglomerates would all make their moves, and even government officials and state leaders would find the temptation utterly irresistible. A piercing scream erupted from downstairs, jolting Gao Tianyu from his thoughts. He walked to the balcony and looked down. Beneath the blazing sun, several figures were hunched over a young man, tearing at his flesh with savage bites. The young man was still alive, letting out agonized wails as blood gushed from his mouth. His clothes, torn to shreds, were soaked crimson. The figures above him ripped chunks of flesh from his body and devoured them on the spot. A blood-soaked, horrifying scene. Since waking, Gao Tianyu had noticed that not only had his psychic sense vastly improved, but his physique had also been greatly enhanced. His strength multiplied beyond measure. His vision, smell, and hearing had become exceptionally acute. Even from a great distance, the contorted faces of those figures were clearly visible to Gao Tianyu, and he could faintly hear their snarling. When he discerned their features, his pupils abruptly contracted. Are these zombies? The monsters from the movies are actually real. Gao Tianyu stood transfixed. Though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing the undead for the first time still left him stunned. Suddenly a startled cry came from his neighbor's side. He turned to look. On the opposite balcony, the beautiful young woman Han Qingro, witnessing the terrifying scene below, let out a shriek and clamped her delicate hand over her mouth, her exquisite face etched with sheer terror. Han Qinggro's husband held her tightly by the waist, murmuring soft reassurances. Seeing her pitiful, tear-streaked appearance, even Gao Tianyu, who considered himself hard-hearted, couldn't help but feel a stir of sympathy. He longed to pull her into his arms and comfort her. Unfortunately, her husband was right there beside her, and he would never permit such a thing, so Gao Tianyu reluctantly abandoned the thought. Qin Zhong seemed to notice Gao Tianyu's gaze and turned to look back at him. Brother, do you know what's happening out there? Why has everything descended into chaos? Qin Zhong's eyes flickered with relief upon seeing his neighbor still alive, and he asked, I do have some idea. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly at Qin Zhong's question, then paused briefly before explaining in the simplest terms. As you can see, the apocalypse has arrived. These people must have been infected by some mysterious virus and transformed into zombies. They'll pounce on anyone and tear them apart, just like the zombies in the movies. What? Qin Zhong and Han Qingru both gaped in disbelief at Gao Tianyu's words. Brother, you've got to be joking. How is that possible? Qin Zhong stammered, his mouth agape. Do I look like I'm joking? You must have seen the news. That sudden mysterious virus yesterday. Surely you know about it. Those infected have become exactly like the ones down below. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, craving flesh, stiff and rigid, just like zombies. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at Qin Zhong's words, speaking with slight exasperation, then pointed downward. He continued, if you still don't believe me, take out your phone and check. I bet the news is already flooding every outlet. I suspect the entire world has already plunged into chaos. Next will come the water power and internet outages. We might very well be thrown back into a bygone era. As he finished speaking, Gao Tianyu seemed to recall something. He rushed into the bathroom, filled the bathtub to the brim, then filled every bucket he could find, and even went around the house filling every container capable of holding water. After that, he powered on his phone and computer, downloading offline games, dozens of novels, TV series, and films. It wouldn't be long before water, electricity, and internet were all cut off. Without preparing in advance, the days ahead would be unbearably harsh. Help! Someone save me. My wife has gone mad outside, attacking me relentlessly, and she's even biting me. She's kicking the door right now. A resident on the 4th floor sent a message to the group chat, desperately pleading for help. My husband has gone crazy too, banging on the door nonstop. When I opened it, he lunged at me. If I hadn't reacted quickly and locked him out, my daughter and I would be dead by now. Who can save us? Another message popped up in the group chat, all of them cries for help. My parents are affected too. They're pounding on the doors inside the house, eyes bloodshot, and they attack me whenever they see me. They look like zombies from the movies. They must have turned already. Be careful, everyone. What do we do? Is there any hope for my father? Messages kept flooding in, yet noticeably fewer than before, for many of these people had already succumbed to the zombie virus and perished. Gao Tianyu stared at the group chat, then mindlessly scrolled through short videos. He saw countless scenes of zombies attacking people, most filmed indoors with victims having no chance to escape. Due to the weather, many had died inside their homes, and after turning into zombies they lacked the ability to open doors, trapping them within their own rooms. This did reduce the danger outside, but it wasn't absolute, as many of those who perished outdoors had also mutated into zombies roaming the city streets. Click! A sound echoed in the room as the air conditioner above suddenly sputtered to a halt. Immediately after, the mobile hotspot lost its connection. The power's out already. Gao Tianyu let out a sigh at the sight. Though he had mentally prepared for this, the reality of the blackout still hit him hard. The temperature outside was still over 40 degrees, and with the sun beating down it could easily reach 50. How miserable it would be without electricity in such heat was all too clear. Did the whole neighborhood lose power? It's over, we're truly doomed. The government can't save us now. The apocalypse is really here. What are we supposed to do? There are a few zombies wandering the hallway on my floor. Our food is almost gone, and I'm too terrified to go out. We're finished. What should we do? Will there still be national rescue? This sudden catastrophe stunned everyone. They had always lived under the protection of law and order, never having faced such a situation. With the collapse of order, social chaos, and no governmental leadership, many were instantly plunged into utter despair. After the power outage, the indoor temperature soared, immediately accompanied by humidity, making it unbearably oppressive. Even Gao Tianyu, whose physique had been enhanced, was driven out of his room, stripped off his clothes, and stood on the balcony to catch the breeze. What a cursed world, making it impossible for people to live. Gazing at the relentless downpour outside, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but lament. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Many cities downstream had already been submerged by floods. With such excessive rainfall, numerous dams had exceeded their limits and completely collapsed. If not for Dachang City's relatively high altitude, it too would have been inundated. Suddenly he heard footsteps approaching from beside him and turned to look. He saw his neighbor, the beautiful young matron Han Xingro, dressed in scant cool attire, also stepping onto the balcony. Hello, do you have any food left? Could you sell us some? Han Qingru's eyes lit up upon seeing Gao Tianyu, and she asked directly. Sell? Huh, beauty, do you think money is still useful at a time like this? It's just a piece of waste paper, and you want to trade that useless thing for my food? Gao Tianyu shook his head slightly and refused without any courtesy. Under these circumstances, the monetary system had already collapsed. No matter how much wealth one had before, it had all turned to ashes now. At this moment, food had become a treasure beyond price. He wouldn't trade it for any amount of money. Han Xingru quickly realized the truth of his words, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Indeed, money was useless now. Even with a fortune, there was nothing to spend it on. We can trade things with you then. Tell us what you need. If we have it, we'll exchange it with you. Han Xingru was silent for only a brief moment before speaking up again. Is that so? Anything can be traded. Gao Tianyu's eyes lit up at this, asking with a hint of uncertainty. Just name it, as long as we can provide it. Han Xingru nodded slightly, her tone resolute. Well, I've been in a cycle of eating and sleeping, feeling terribly bored and lonely all by myself. How about you come keep me company? Gao Tianyu stroked his chin, his gaze wandering up and down Han Qingru's figure, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had long coveted this beautiful young matron. If not for his personal code of ethics, he would have already resorted to eliminating her husband to claim her. Han Qingru's face instantly turned cold upon hearing his words and seeing his lecherous expression. You bastard, you disgusting pervert. Forget it. I'd rather die than let a lowlife like you, who takes advantage of others in crisis, get what he wants. After cursing Gao Tianyu out, Han Xingru stormed off the balcony, panting with rage. Quite a fiery personality. I like it. But personality won't fill your stomach. Once your food runs out, you'll be begging me soon enough. Gao Tianyu shrugged and simply smiled, unfazed by her verbal assault. She was only this bold now because her food supply hadn't run out yet. Once they exhausted their provisions and were too scared to venture out for more, they'd have no choice but to come crawling back to him. Of course, if her husband had a bit of backbone, he might actually take her out to scavenge for food, or even set his sights on him. After all, he was the one with the food supply. And with laws and morals no longer holding any sway, facing him directly was certainly preferable to confronting the terrifying zombies outside. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Qin Zhong saw Han Qingru's furious expression, which had even brought a rosy flush to her stunning face, and asked with puzzlement. Isn't it that disgusting neighbor next door? I wanted to trade some food with him, but not only did he refuse, he even tried to ask me to keep him company. It's absolutely revolting. Han Xingru clenched her fair, delicate fists, speaking with indignation, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. In her view, he was nothing but a toad lusting after swan's flesh, treating her as if she were the kind of prostitute who could be bought with a little money. A bit of food, and he thought he could have her. She wasn't that cheap. What? That damn bastard. How dare he set his sights on you? What nerve? Doesn't he take a look at himself? Does he even deserve you? Qin Zhong's face twisted with fury upon hearing Han Qingru's words. No normal man could tolerate such a thing. I'm going to settle this with him. With that, Qin Zhong rose to his feet and made for the door. Don't. It's not worth getting into a conflict with him over such a trivial matter, and it's dangerous out there. Han Qingru hastily grabbed Qin Zhong's hand to stop him. In her view, clashing with that man over a few lewd remarks was simply not worth it. Are we just going to let him bully you for nothing? Pulled back by Han Qingru, Qin Zhong regained his composure and said with lingering resentment, "He didn't really bully me, he just said something unpleasant. I've heard far worse before. Are we supposed to go knocking on every door to settle the score?" Han Qingru comforted him in a gentle voice. Blessed with striking beauty, she had long grown accustomed to being approached by strangers and harassed by lechers from time to time. Now that she had calmed down, she no longer felt as angry as before. "Come settle the score with me. Can you even beat me? Careful, or I'll smash your skull in." On the other side, Gao Tianyu quietly listened to the conversation between the husband and wife, next door muttering to himself. His five senses had become exceptionally sharp. Even through the wall, their every word reached his ears. If that Qin Zhong truly dared to come looking for trouble, he would seize the opportunity to give him a thorough beating. Why? Because of jealousy. Qin Zhong was young, wealthy, handsome, refined, and blessed with such a beautiful wife. How could Gao Tianyu, a student, not be envious? In the past, his jealousy had been useless. He couldn't just beat a man up for being enviable. But now it was different. If the man truly came to demand justice, he would definitely use it as an excuse to teach him a lesson. Gao Tianyu entered a room and rummaged through boxes and cabinets until he soon unearthed a book with 3 characters on its cover. Baji Quan. Who among the young has never dreamed of the martial world? As a child, after watching martial arts dramas, Gao Tianyu had yearned to learn kung fu. He had saved every penny and spent dozens of yuan to buy this fist manual. After a few days of practice, he gave up. He simply couldn't endure the hardship of training and lacked perseverance, so he never stuck with it. Now over a decade later, he had forgotten it entirely. Had he not wanted to get some exercise and practice his hand-to-hand combat skills, he wouldn't have even remembered it. In civil arts, Taiji pacifies the world. In martial arts, Baji decides the fate of heaven and earth. Baji Quan was a renowned boxing style in China, fierce, overbearing, and brutal. Mastered to its peak, a single punch could kill a man. Gao Tianyu opened the manual using his psychic power to levitate the book before him and read it page by page, while mimicking the movements and throwing various punches. Once, twice, 3 times. After practicing 3 times, he had committed every movement firmly to memory. It seems my memory has improved greatly. Though I haven't reached the level of never forgetting after a single glance, I'm not far off. The enhancement of his psychic power had also vastly improved Gao Tianyu's memory. Martial arts he once couldn't memorize even after a dozen readings now lodged easily in his mind. As he practiced the forms, he felt as if boundless strength surged within him. A single punch could fell an ox. He himself didn't know exactly how strong he had become, but he could lift a bed with both hands with ease. He estimated that his strength had surely surpassed 1,000 jin. All objects weighing over 100 jin could be raised effortlessly. After merely practicing the fist forms a few times, Gao Tianyu felt hungry again. He began cooking rice once more. Fortunately, his home used both electricity and gas. Rice was cooked with electricity, while dishes were stir-fried with gas. So even after the power outage, his gas still worked, though he reckoned it wouldn't last much longer. After another 10 bowls of rice and a caddy of cured meat, Gao Tianyu finally felt full. Sigh. I eat as much as 5 ordinary people now. I still have some rice, but not much cured meat left. He'll have to ration it carefully. After his meal, looking at the dwindling supply of meat, Gao Tianyu frowned. The energy provided by rice and the energy provided by meat were completely different. Rice might fill the stomach, but it provided too little energy and was consumed in no time. And then he would have to run to the toilet and shit it out. It simply wasn't as sustaining as meat. Time arrived at the 10th day. That day was much like the others, with little change. Torrential rain, thick fog, and scorching sun appeared in turn, as if following a cycle of reincarnation. Honey, what's wrong? Why is your body burning so hot? On that very day, Han Qingru next door looked at Qin Zhong in a panic. Qin Zhong was burning with high fever, coughing incessantly, and vomiting without stop. The veins and blood vessels on his body bulged prominently, looking utterly terrifying. Ruashi, do you have any fever-reducing medicine? My husband has a fever. Han Qingru hastily sent a text to Lin Ruashi. What? Qingru, your husband has a fever too. Does he look like this? On the other end, having received the message, Lin Ruashi was startled and immediately sent a photo in reply. The photo showed a sunny-looking young man with a muscular build stripped to the waist. The veins on his face bulged and spread across his entire body, making him look especially horrifying. Ruashi, how did your husband end up like this too? Seeing the photo, Han Qingru was taken aback and quickly replied. The man in the picture was her best friend's husband, a young man who was sunny, handsome, and came from a well-off family. The two had met in university, a perfect match of beauty and talent, and naturally got together with a little matchmaking from her along the way. I woke up like this morning. It doesn't look like a fever, but rather like an infection from that mysterious virus. A voluptuous beauty with wavy long hair and a strikingly developed figure replied immediately. Listen to me, find some rope in the house and tie your husband's hands and feet. He's likely turning into a zombie. Another message followed, warning Han Qingru. What? Han Qingru's face turned pale upon reading her best friend's message, her body trembling and swaying. She understood the truth deep down, but refused to believe it, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. But that sliver of hope was mercilessly shattered by her friend forcing her to face reality. Hubby, don't die, please don't die. If you're gone, how am I supposed to live alone? Han Qingru covered her face and sobbed bitterly. After crying for a while, she followed her friend's advice, fetched a sturdy cloth strip, and bound Qin Zhong's hands and feet. She then took some water and wiped Qin Zhong's body to cool him down. The sound of Han Qingru's weeping drifted clearly into Gao Tianyu's ears. What? Her husband is dying. That's great news. Don't worry, buddy. After you're gone, I'll take good care of your wife. Gao Tianyu was not alarmed, but delighted, his mood lifting considerably. A sense of anticipation rose within him, as if he were already fantasizing about a blissful future. However, he soon cast those thoughts aside and began training in the living room. After yesterday's session, he felt a significant boost in both his physical stamina and mental control, confirming that training could enhance his strength and abilities. Even with the mysterious meteorite by his side, he still needed to constantly improve himself to survive in this apocalypse. Training consumed vast amounts of energy, making him easily hungry and requiring substantial food intake to replenish his strength. Among all foods, candy and meat were the most effective, while bread and rice provided the least energy, followed by instant noodles. Under his relentless training, another day passed in the blink of an eye, and the 11th day of the apocalypse arrived. It seemed as though Qin Zhong next door could sense Gao Tianyu's thoughts, and to prevent him from taking care of his beloved wife, he struggled to crawl back from the brink of death. Qingro, what happened to me? Why have you tied me up? Qin Zhong asked weakly, looking at Han Qingro, who hadn't slept a wink all night while tending to him. Honey, you're finally awake. You scare me to death. I thought you were. You were going to die. Han Qingru threw herself onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Don't cry, dear. Untie me first. Also, do we have anything to eat? I'm starving. Qin Zhong said weakly, a flicker of heartache passing through him at the sound of her tears. Okay, I'll untie you right now. Han Qingru wiped the tears from her face and quickly untied the rope. Then she said to Qin Zhong, I'll go get you something to eat. She walked over to the rice container, and seeing the less than a handful of rice left, felt a headache coming on. Even if she cooked it all, it would only make a single bowl of porridge, nowhere near enough to satisfy their hunger. That bastard actually pulled through. He didn't die? Heaven isn't on my side. The conversation from next door naturally reached Gao Tianyu's ears, causing him to sigh with a pang of disappointment. Since Qin Zhong had survived, there was no need for him to look after the beautiful young wife Han Qingru. How could he not feel let down? Thump thump. Just then a knock echoed from his steel door. Gao Tianyu scanned with his psychic power and instantly identified the visitor. Speak of the devil. What does she want from me? Somewhat puzzled, Gao Tianyu still went to open the door. Is something the matter? He looked at the stunning young wife before him, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, a slender waist, and a perfectly curved figure, and asked with keen interest. Do you have any food here? Could you lend me some? I'll definitely pay you back. Han Qingru bit her red lips, speaking with slight embarrassment. Ever since he had teased her on the balcony, she had developed a deep aversion to this neighbor, and she wouldn't have come to beg if she weren't truly desperate. Pay me back. Are you sure you can? Food is precious. It's a matter of life and death. We're not related, so why should I lend you any? What's in it for me? Gao Tianyu crossed his arms and looked at Han Qingru with a smile. I can trade something with you. Han Qingru lowered her head, knowing full well that food was extremely valuable now, and it was indeed unreasonable to ask a stranger for a loan. Trade. I'm only interested in you as a person, not much else. If you're willing to keep me company, don't even think about it. He'll never agree to that. Give up on that idea. Before Gao Tianyu could finish, Han Qingru cut him off, her face flushing with anger. If she weren't still hoping to borrow some food, she would have turned and walked away on the spot. Is that so? Then what exactly can you offer? Don't mention money or gold and jewelry. I have no interest in those. But if you have a machete, a fire axe, or a sledgehammer, then we can talk. Gao Tianyu shrugged, spread his hands, and said with a hint of impatience. Aside from food, what he needed most right now was a weapon. He only had a kitchen knife and a small knife at home. Far too weak for combat. He was desperately in need of something more effective. He couldn't very well fight those zombies with his bare hands. I don't have any of those, but I do have a samurai sword that my husband collected, said to date back to the War of Resistance. Would that work? Han Qingru shook her head at the items he listed, then seemed to recall something, and looked at Gao Tianyu as she spoke. She knew the items he mentioned were the most common weapons, but she had none of them. The only thing in her home was the samurai sword her husband had collected. It was the most lethal weapon she possessed. You actually have such a treasure in your home. Final trade with you. How much food do you want? Gao Tianyu's eyes lit up at Han Qingru's words. A katana was far more appealing than a cleaver after all. I want enough food to sustain 2 people for a month. Han Qingru pondered for a moment, then raised a single finger, gently biting her red lips as she spoke. Enough food for 2 people for a month. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her words. Did she think grain was as cheap as cabbage? Seeing that he needed a weapon, she was trying to fleece him. They'll give you 8 packs of instant noodles. If you don't agree, then forget it. 8 packs is too few. I want 16. Han Qingru was clearly dissatisfied with the offer. 8 packs would barely last 2 days. 4 packs. Gao Tianyu yawned and directly halved the amount. How can you haggle like this? Seeing Gao Tianyu cut the noodles in half again, Han Qingru stamped her foot in frustration and pouted. Fine, 8 packs it is. They'll trade with you. They'll go get the katana right now. She spoke with a hint of resignation, fearing that if she bargained further, he'd drop the offer to 2 packs. Before long, Han Qingru returned carrying a katana. Where's the food? But upon seeing Gao Tianyu's empty hands, she frowned and eyed him with caution. Could he be backing out? Gao Tianyu remained silent. He reached behind the door and pulled out a large box of instant noodles, placing it before him. Let me see the blade. If it's in good condition, we have a deal. With that, he extended his hand towards Han Qingru. Here. She promptly handed the katana over. Gao Tianyu took it, weighing it in his hand. The blade, though several pounds, felt as light as a feather to him. He then drew the katana from its scabbard, gently running his fingers along its smooth, polished surface. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The blade was sharpened to perfection, finely crafted, and felt excellent in his grip. Not bad, this will do. Here, this is the food I promised in exchange. Gao Tianyu took out 8 packs of instant noodles and handed them to Han Qingru. If you run out of food, my door is always open for more trades. They'll offer 4 packs of noodles for it. After the transaction, Gao Tianyu spoke to Han Qingru with a serious expression. Go to hell. I would never agree to such a shameless condition. Han Qingru was enraged by his words. Her fair face flushed crimson as she cursed at him, then turned and stormed back into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. That damn shameless, lecherous bastard. Taking advantage of a girl in need. Even back inside her room, Han Qingru continued to fume. Gao Tianyu was speechless. You're still proud because you have food now. Wait until you run out in a couple of days, then we'll see how you beg me. He then began practicing his swordplay in the living room, familiarizing himself with the new weapon. Meanwhile, Han Qingru, back in her room, immediately boiled water and prepared 2 packs of instant noodles. Once the noodles were ready, she brought them to Qin Zhong and fed him bite by bite. Before long, the 2 packs had vanished into his stomach. I still feel hungry. Is there more? Qin Zhong spoke again after finishing, still feeling a gnawing hunger in his belly, even though it had been slightly alleviated. Yes, I'll go make you some more. Han Qingru, though surprised, nodded and went out to prepare another 2 packs. After consuming 2 more packs, Qin Zhong finally regained some strength and his hunger subsided. Though still famished, he didn't ask for more food. He was well aware of their food situation at home. If he kept eating, they'd soon be out of everything. Honey, how do you feel? Still hungry? Want me to make you 2 more packs? Han Qingru asked with concern as soon as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. No, this is enough for now. Have you eaten? If not, go get something to eat. You look pale. Qin Zhong shook his head, then asked with a worried tone. You rest well. They'll go eat something now. Han Qingru nodded slightly, then went out and ate the bowl of plain congee she had prepared earlier. She couldn't bear to touch the remaining packs of instant noodles. Just as she was settling down to rest, her phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw a message from her best friend Lin Ruashi. Qingru, my husband is awake, but he keeps complaining of hunger. I've cooked all the food we had left, but it's still not enough. Do you have any left? Really? That's wonderful. My husband is awake too with the same symptoms. I gave him some food and he's resting now. I still have a few packs of noodles left. They'll bring them over right away. Han Qingru was genuinely happy for her friend. Without a moment's hesitation, she decided to take the noodles she had just acquired, feeling no reluctance at all. After all, if it weren't for her friend's family support, she and her husband would have starved long ago. Gratitude was essential. She took 3 of the 4 remaining packs of noodles from the table and carefully made her way down the stairs. She moved as quietly as possible, fearing the noise might attract zombies. She knew some lurked in the hallway, and they would climb up if they heard a commotion. Han Qingru reached the door of room 2903 and knocked lightly twice. The security doors soon swung open. Lin Ruaxi's figure appeared and pulled Han Qingru inside. Lin Ruaxi was stunningly beautiful, with a figure like a ripe peach and an undeniable elegance. Due to the weather, she wore only a thin yellow blouse, its collar unbuttoned low, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Between her 2 prominent peaks lay a captivating valley, soft and fair like a peeled white jelly. Her lower half was clad in a micro-miniskirt, showcasing long snow-white and perfectly straight legs that were full, smooth, and utterly eye-catching. Ruashi, why did you come out dressed like that? Aren't you afraid someone might see you? Han Qingru, seeing Lin Ruashi daring to answer the door in such attire, immediately pulled her inside and spoke directly. Her best friend had always been so carefree and bold, passionate like fire, yet with a hint of slyness. During their university days, many of her suitors had suffered quite a few silent defeats at her hands. Even after getting married, her personality remained largely unchanged, just like before. Isn't it just you outside? Who else would see me? Besides, it's so hot out. I'm just wearing this at home. What's the big deal? Lin Ruashi closed the security door, then giggled, speaking with an air of indifference. How's your husband doing? I brought you 3 packs of instant noodles. I traded them with the neighbor next door. Go cook these for your husband first. Han Xingru smiled helplessly, then took out the 3 packs of instant noodles and handed them to Lin Ruashi. Moi? Xingru, you're so good to me. If I were a man, I'd devote myself to you completely. Lin Ruashi kissed Han Xingru and said excitedly. Then she took the 3 packs of instant noodles, put them all into a pot, and started cooking them. After the noodles were ready, Lin Ruashi carried the bowl into a room and personally fed her husband. Only after he had finished did she slowly walk out. Ruashi, the world is in chaos now. Living on different floors like this isn't very convenient. Why don't you two move in with us? At least we can look out for each other. Seeing Lin Ruashi emerge, Han Xingru spoke directly. The world outside had completely descended into anarchy. Both she and Lin Ruashi were strikingly beautiful, and women of their appearance in this apocalypse would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of countless men. With the law no longer a deterrent, many would surely try to take advantage of them. Her own neighbor was a prime example. If the man hadn't possessed some moral restraint, he might have already made a move on her. So they needed to protect themselves. There was safety in numbers. Once her best friend's husband fully recovered, the 4 of them could go down together to scavenge for supplies, which would undoubtedly be much safer. Alright, wait a moment, they'll bring my husband up right away. Honestly, the 2 of us living here alone is a bit worrying. With more people, it's definitely safer. Lin Ruashi agreed, almost without a second thought. United we stand, the 4 of them living together, supporting each other would make it easier to weather this crisis. That's great. Start packing your clothes and things now. They'll help you move up when you're ready, said Han Xingru, delighted by her friend's agreement. On the other side, in the apartment above, Gao Tianyu couldn't stop after practicing with his samurai sword for a while. Practicing alone like this is boring. Time to go find a couple of zombies to test my skills and gather some supplies at the same time. After these past few days of training, Gao Tianyu felt his strength had grown immensely. He decided to go out and test his true capabilities using the zombies as target practice. After all, he would have to face them eventually. He went to the kitchen, retrieved the small knife he used for practicing his telekinetic powers, took out a piece of wire, and then grabbing his sharp samurai sword headed out the door. He arrived at the door of room 3024. Through his senses, he detected 4 zombies inside. The apartment had originally housed a young couple, their son, and an elderly woman, the husband's mother. But now they had all transformed into zombies. They shuffled around the adjacent room every day, making a racket that gave Gao Tianyu a headache, so he decided to deal with these particular zombies first. He took out the piece of wire, and using his telekinetic power guided it into the keyhole. With a simple twist, he unlocked the security door. Roar! The 4 zombies wandering in the living room were immediately alerted by the sound of the door opening. They let out furious roars and lunged towards Gao Tianyu. The first to attack was the young male zombie. This man had once worn glasses and had a scholarly look, but now his glasses were gone and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look utterly terrifying. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked through the air as Gao Tianyu swung his samurai sword, aiming directly for the young zombie's neck. The blade cut through with almost no resistance, severing its head clean off. He then thrust his right foot forward, kicking the headless corpse backwards. Bang! The corpse crashed into the female zombie and the child zombie, knocking them down. Only the elderly zombie remained, continuing its attack on Gao Tianyu. Swish! Another sound of cutting air, and the elderly zombie met the same fate as the young one, its head severed by Gao Tianyu's blade. The round head tumbled to the ground, its mouth still snapping open and shut, trying to bite Gao Tianyu, clearly not fully dead yet. Swish! In the next instant, Gao Tianyu used his telekinetic power to launch the small knife forward like an arrow. The knife pierced straight through the child zombie's skull, finishing it off instantly. Roar! At that moment, the female zombie managed to free herself from the corpse, pinning her down, and charged at Gao Tianyu once more. Gao Tianyu recognized this female zombie. Her name was Lu Lijuan, a graceful and delicate young woman. On a scale of 1 to 100, she'd have scored around 70. But now transformed into a zombie, her once comely face was twisted into a horrifying grimace, a truly ghastly sight. Swish! The small knife pierced through the back of her skull, shattering her brain and killing her instantly. This telekinetic attack is effective. It's fast and unpredictable. If used well, it's a sure kill move. After this experiment, Gao Tianyu had a better understanding of his own abilities. These ordinary zombies posed almost no threat to him. He could dispatch them with ease, so there was little to worry about. In movies and novels, these zombies have crystals in their heads. I wonder if that's true in reality. Gao Tianyu muttered to himself, then used his telekinetic sense to probe inside the severed heads, but found no trace of any crystal core. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. So it's true what they say, movies and novels are all lies. There's no such thing as a zombie crystal core. Next, Gao Tianyu planned to dispose of the bodies. After all, if he left them on the 30th floor, the stench of decay would soon permeate the entire floor. He certainly didn't want to have to sleep with that smell every night. He scanned the living room, picked up a piece of clothing to wrap around his hand, and opened the living room window. Then one by one he tossed the corpses out. After clearing away the corpses, Gao Tianyu meticulously searched the room, gathering anything he deemed useful. From this household, he found over 30 jin of rice, some dried noodles, a few eggs, and various seasonings, oil, and salt. He also discovered some kitchen knives and smaller blades which could serve as weapons. As for the rest, nothing else caught his eye. He then took a quilt from the wardrobe, laid it on the floor, bundled up his findings, and carried the pack back to his own home. Thump! Thump! At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and the door at the top was pushed open. Gao Tianyu looked up and saw 3 figures emerge into the corridor. His strikingly beautiful neighbor, the young matron Han Xingro, was dragging a suitcase along the floor. Beside her stood another stunningly beautiful young woman, whose face was slightly less exquisite, but whose figure was exceptionally voluptuous and full. If judged purely on looks, Han Xingru would score a 93, and her figure a 91. This other beauty would score a 91 on looks, but her figure would warrant a 95. She was even more shapely than Han Xingru. Gao Tianyu had glimpsed this woman from afar a couple of times before, but he never expected she lived in the same building and knew Han Xingru. What a coincidence! At that moment, the beauty was struggling to support a young man who looked robust and sunny, yet he seemed frail and sickly, barely able to walk, clearly unwell. What are you staring at? Is there something so interesting? Han Xingro, noticing Gao Tianyu's gaze fixed on her best friend, felt a surge of displeasure and let out a cold snort. She stepped in front of Lin Ruashi, knowing her neighbor across the hall was not a good man. With her friend so beautiful, she was bound to catch his unwanted attention. What? Is this corridor yours? You're blocking my path, and I can't even take a look. Gao Tianyu chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly. You? Han Xingru was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. You went next door? And you took their things? Han Xingru finally noticed the huge bundle in Gao Tianyu's hands, and connecting it to his recent emergence from the neighboring unit, exclaimed in shock. I did go next door, but I didn't steal anything. They've all turned into zombies. They can't eat this stuff, so leaving it would just be wasteful. I simply took it. Gao Tianyu waved his hand dismissively and said in a low voice. Without paying them any more attention, he took out a piece of wire, inserted it into the keyhole of the door opposite him, and guided by his telekinetic power, the door soon clicked open. Gao Tianyu pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was freshly renovated, but it was clear no one had ever lived there. After a quick walkthrough, he found no food or usable items and walked out with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Han Xingru brought Lin Ruashi and her husband Zhao Tianheng back to her home. Xingru, who was that just now? You seem to really dislike him, Lin Ruashi said, helping Zhao Tianheng onto the sofa before turning to her childhood friend with a question, knowing her all too well. Her personality was always cold and distant toward strangers, rarely engaging in conversation, let alone speaking harshly. Unless someone provoked her or genuinely disgusted her, she would simply choose to ignore them. He's my neighbor across the hall, and also a pervert. Stay away from him, he's not a good person. Han Xingro, upon hearing her friend's question, angrily recounted the whole story, and then warned her. Gao Tianyu had left such a terrible impression on her that her words were filled with contempt. From what you're saying, your neighbor really is a piece of trash. A despicable, lecherous scoundrel. Absolutely disgusting. Lin Ruashi nodded in apparent agreement after listening to Han Xingru's tale. However, in her heart, she held a different view. She felt that although the man might be a bit lecherous, he at least had some principles. After all, he hadn't resorted to force, had he? The world had already descended into chaos, with danger lurking everywhere and humanity's dark side unleashed. Her friend was so beautiful, and the fact that he could restrain himself was already quite commendable. On the other side, Gao Tianyu, after moving his spoils into his home, picked up his blade and headed downstairs to scavenge for more resources. Though he still had enough food to last a while, his supply of nutritious meat and eggs was running low. Relying on plain rice wouldn't provide him with adequate nutrition. So he planned to search the lower floors for high-energy food to fuel his training. He arrived at the 29th floor. Sensing carefully, he detected one apartment with living occupants, 2 with zombies, and 1 that was empty. He approached a door with zombies behind it, used his telekinesis to manipulate the wire, inserted it into the lock, and opened the security door. Growl. Growl. The instant the door swung open, a male and a female zombie lunged toward him. Swish. Gao Tianyu had already sensed the situation and reacted immediately as they rushed forward, his katana slashing fiercely through the air. With incredible speed, he decapitated the 2 attacking zombies in an instant. He then strode into the room to gather supplies, but this household didn't seem to stockpile food. He only found half a box of egg noodles, some seasonings, cooking oil, and a few snacks. Nothing particularly valuable. Still, he wasn't picky and collected everything. He then opened the last apartment with zombies, which contained 5, 2 elderly, 2 mid-aged, and 1 teenager. Among the 5, the teenage zombie and 1 of the middle-aged ones were in tatters, covered in blood and gore, as if they had been bitten and torn apart. They looked utterly revolting. Both had been killed and subsequently turned by the other 3. This confirmed that the zombies carried a virus, and anyone bitten by them was likely to be infected and eventually turn. It served as a stark reminder to Gao Tianyu in future battles he must be careful not to be injured by these creatures, or he too would succumb to the virus. Gao Tianyu effortlessly dispatched the 5 zombies, then began to search the house. The household had a considerable stockpile of supplies, dozens of pounds of rice peanut oil seasonings, and several pounds of dried noodles. He also found a carton of eggs, and some cured sausages and meats, a rather fruitful haul. Clearly families with elderly members tended to hoard food. Most younger people preferred eating out or ordering takeout, so their homes had very little in the way of provisions. What surprised him most, however, was finding a toolbox filled with various usable tools along with a utility axe, a decent weapon in its own right. He pocketed it as well. After packing everything up, he turned to the other unoccupied apartment and entered it. The security door yielded quickly to his telekinetic control. Stepping inside, he surveyed the room, his gaze eventually settling upon a large photograph hanging on the wall. It was a wedding portrait. The couple in the photo was strikingly beautiful and handsome, their smiles radiant, seemingly a perfect match. Gao Tianyu recognized the bride and groom. He had just seen them earlier. The bride was none other than the alluring statuesque beauty who had been beside Han Qingru. She was dressed in a pristine sheer wedding gown, a blissful smile, gracing her lips, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She looked utterly pure. The light fabric of the dress accentuated Lin Ruox's exquisite figure, her full bosom, slender waist, and long straight legs. Beneath the gown, sheer nude stockings were visible, making her resemble a holy angel. What a coincidence. To think she lives right downstairs. I never imagined this building held another beauty besides Han Qingru. Gao Tianyu admired the lovely bride in the photo, a genuine compliment escaping his lips. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and the mistress of the house appeared at the door. What are you doing in my home? Why are you here? Lin Ruoxi had come back down alone to retrieve some forgotten clothes, only to find several doors ajar, including her own. Peering inside, she spotted Gao Tianyu and immediately demanded an answer. I saw no one was inside, so I opened the door to see if there was any useful supplies. I didn't expect it to be your home. We really are fated to meet, beautiful lady. Gao Tianyu was briefly taken aback by her sudden return, but quickly flashed a smile and replied without a hint of embarrassment. Who's fated with you? This is my home. Please leave. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes in annoyance. No one would appreciate a stranger breaking into their home and rummaging through their belongings. Alright, I took a look around. There's nothing to eat here, not even a single grain of rice. You're really poor. Gao Tianyu said with a hint of schadenfreude. He knew Han Qingru's place was out of food, and the suitcase they had brought up contained no provisions either. Combined with the lack of food here, it was clear they were already out of supplies and would soon be starving. The thought pleased him. That's none of your business. Lin Ruox's face darkened at his smug expression, her irritation evident. She retracted her earlier favorable impression of him, now agreeing with her friend Han Qingru that this man was truly a piece of work. Suddenly, a rapid succession of thuds echoed from the corridor as someone sprinted towards them. Lin Ruoxi was startled by the noise and turned to look at the doorway. A ghastly young zombie clad in tattered rags and wearing a ferocious expression appeared before them. It lunged directly at Lin Ruoxi, who stood closest. Paralyzed with terror, her mind went blank, and she remained rooted to the spot, unable to flee. She could only watch helplessly as the zombie closed and her eyes squeezed shut in fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. This woman is truly cowardly. She doesn't even think to run. Is she scared senseless? Gao Tianyu was at a loss for words. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Ruox's arm, and pulled her towards him, wrapping his arm around her waist to whisk her out of the zombie's path. In the next instant, he lashed out with his left foot, sending the zombie flying across the room, then slammed the security door shut. Only after it was all over did Lin Ruoxi, still in his arms, let out a piercing shriek that was so shrill it made Gao Tianyu's head throb. He quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. Stop screaming. You're deafening me. MMPH. 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 Hearing his voice and realizing she felt no biting pain, Lin Ruoxi finally opened her eyes. Seeing Gao Tianyu, she let out a long sigh of relief. The scene from moments ago was terrifying, and her heart still raced at the memory. If not for this man's intervention, she would have certainly fallen prey to that zombie. Seeing that she had calmed down, Gao Tianyu removed his hand from her mouth. A barrage of heavy thuds struck the door as the zombie outside rammed against it with frantic force, punctuated by guttural roars. It's found us, and it's trying to break in. Can the door hold it back? Lin Ruox's brief sense of security evaporated as she heard the relentless pounding, her voice trembling with fear as she looked to Gao Tianyu. Don't worry, this security door is sturdy. Even 5 or 6 zombies couldn't break it down, let alone one. Besides, I'm here. He'll protect you. With one arm still around her waist, he gently stroked her wavy long hair with the other, his voice a soothing murmur. Gao Tianyu's reassurance seemed to work, and Lin Ruoxi gradually steadied herself. Time seemed to stand still as they stood embraced in an odd pose, the only sound in the living room being their soft breathing. A tantalizing waft of perfume drifted into Gao Tianyu's nostrils, involuntarily triggering a subtle reaction within his body. Lin Ruashi seemed to notice his response, and her face flushed crimson in an instant. She bit her delicate lower lip, speaking with a mix of shyness and indignation. "You scoundrel! How much longer do you intend to hold me? Let go of me this instant." "Umph. You truly don't appreciate kindness. I not only saved you just now, but seeing your fear, I even offered my concern and comfort. It's one thing to bite the hand that feeds you, but you dare to scold me as well." Seeing her reaction, Gao Tianyu reluctantly released his hold on Lin Ruashi, muttering with some discontent. He certainly couldn't admit any fault on his part, as that would put him at a disadvantage. The only way was to shift the blame onto her first. You bastard. Who asked for your comfort? You were clearly taking advantage of me." Lin Ruashi was utterly enraged by his words, pointing a trembling finger at him as she spoke through gritted teeth. His audacity to justify his indecent act so openly shattered her very understanding of shamelessness, leaving her seething with fury. "Oh, if that's how you see it, then consider it me taking advantage of you. What do you plan to hit me?" Gao Tianyu offered no rebuttal. Instead, he crossed his arms, tilted his chin up slightly, and looked down at her with a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. "You?" Lin Ruashi pointed at him, her face flushed crimson with rage at his sneering expression and arrogant words. She was so furious that words failed her entirely. In all her life, she had never encountered such a brazen and arrogant man. She swore that if she could beat him, she would punch that smug face of his until it was swollen. "Stop with your you. You should first figure out how to get out of here. There's a zombie right outside the door. How do you plan to leave?" Ignoring her flustered state, Gao Tianyu walked over to the sofa and sat down, gazing at Lin Ruashi calmly. A mere zombie was hardly a problem for him. He could deal with it in an instant with a simple plan. However, Gao Tianyu deliberately chose not to kill it. Instead, he had kicked it out of the door all to trap Lin Ruashi inside the house and create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. Lin Ruashi was momentarily stunned by his words, but quickly realized that although she was safe for now, the zombie was still lurking right outside the door. With it blocking the exit, how was she supposed to leave? "Aren't you supposed to be strong? It's just one zombie outside. Can't you just take care of it?" Lin Ruashi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down before speaking to Gao Tianyu. This man had managed to clear out the zombies from both neighboring houses, so he must be quite capable. With just one zombie outside, he should be able to handle it right. This zombie outside is unusual. It's faster than the average one and more ferocious. If I hadn't been prepared earlier, I might not have been able to drive it back. Gao Tianyu waved his hand, dismissively exaggerating the prowess of that utterly ordinary zombie. His main point was that it was dangerous outside. The zombie was formidable, and victory wasn't guaranteed. After speaking, he opened the bag he had brought and headed towards Lin Ruaxi's stove. Noting that she also used gas, he gave a slight nod. He took a pot from her kitchen and some rice from his own bag, rinsing them inside. Having been active for so long, he was starting to feel hungry. He planned to cook some rice and continue his activities after eating. "What do you think you're doing? Who said you could cook in my house?" Lin Ruashi felt a surge of annoyance seeing him treat her home like his own and started to protest loudly. Gao Tianyu paid her no heed, washing the rice, thoroughly tossing in a few sausages, and turning on the gas stove to start cooking. He then cleaned another pan, added some cooking oil, and fried some eggs along with stir-frying some cured meat. Ring, ring, ring. A phone rang from Lin Ruaxi's pocket. She took it out, saw it was Han Qingru calling, and answered immediately. "Ruashi, have you finished packing? Why is it taking so long? Do you want me to come down and help?" Han Qingru's voice, full of concern, reached Lin Ruaxi's ears the moment she answered. No, Qingru, please don't come down. There's a zombie outside my door. It's too dangerous for you to come down." Lin Ruashi quickly interjected to stop her. Han Qingru, like herself, was a defenseless woman and wouldn't be of any help. She would only be offering herself as a meal to the zombie. "What? There's a zombie outside your door? Then aren't you in great danger? What are we going to do?" Han Qingru's anxiety spiked upon hearing this, her voice trembling with worry. "Don't worry, the zombie is blocked outside, so I'm safe for now. And that neighbor of yours is here too. Once he deals with the zombie, he'll come up. Don't worry, and please don't come down." Lin Ruashi glanced at Gao Tianyu before instructing Han Qingru, not wanting her best friend to be put in danger because of her. "What? That rascal is there with you? Has he done anything to you?" Hearing Lin Ruaxi's words, Han Qingru became even more worried instead of relieved. In her mind, Gao Tianyu was a thug, a pervert, not a good man. Her beautiful best friend being alone with him was a recipe for disaster. How could she not be concerned? Even though Lin Ruashi hadn't put the call on speaker, Gao Tianyu, with his sharp hearing, caught every word. The corner of his mouth twitched in exasperation. Was he really that unwelcome? Being called a rascal at every turn was a complete slander of his character, and it infuriated him. "Little miss, daring to slander me behind my back like this. One day I'm going to give you a good spanking to settle this score." Gao Tianyu's face remained calm, but his mind was seething with vengeful thoughts. "Don't worry, it's fine. We're just temporarily stuck here. Once that zombie leaves, he'll come upstairs. Don't you worry." Lin Ruashi continued to reassure her in a soft voice for a while longer, finally managing to soothe Han Qingru's anxiety and dissuade her from coming down. Before long the rice in the pot was cooked. Gao Tianyu, not one to stand on ceremony, fetched a bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen and promptly began eating in the dining area without the slightest intention of inviting Lin Ruoxi to join him. The aroma of fried eggs and stir-fried, cured meat wafted to Lin Ruoxi's nose, causing her stomach to emit a series of gurgling sounds. She hadn't eaten all day. The 3 packs of instant noodles brought by Han Qingru had all gone into her husband's stomach, and she was long famished. Now with the scent of food in the air, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, how can this wretched man be like this? Eating alone without even asking me. Lin Ruoxi stomped her foot in frustration. Just moments ago he had been holding her and taking liberties, yet now at mealtime, he turned his back on her without a second thought. How infuriating. Moreover, Gao Tianyu ate with incredible speed. In a flash the first bowl was gone, quickly followed by a second, then a third. Seeing the rice in the pot rapidly dwindling and the dishes on the table disappearing, and with Gao Tianyu still showing no sign of inviting her to eat, Lin Ruoxi began to panic. Earlier, without seeing or smelling the food, her hunger had been bearable. But now seeing the meal right before her eyes and watching someone devour it heartily, she could no longer stand it. No, this is my home. The pot he's using, the gas, the dishes, they're all mine. This food is partly mine too. I can't let him have it all. Lin Ruoxi rationalized to herself, then quickly went to the kitchen and grabbed a bowl and chopsticks. Then under Gao Tianyu's astonished gaze, she scooped some rice from the pot, sat down opposite him, and reached out to pick up some food. Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's mine. If you want to eat, go scavenge for your own supplies. Gao Tianyu blocked her chopsticks with his hand, speaking with a hint of annoyance. Although he found this woman attractive, he hadn't actually gotten anything from her yet. Since they were practically strangers, why on earth would he willingly feed another man's wife with his own provisions? This is my home. The chair and table you're using are mine. The pot you cooked with is mine. The gas stove is mine. Even the chopsticks and bowl in your hands are mine. What's the big deal if I eat a little of your food? Lin Ruoxi retorted with utter confidence, pushing his hand away and popping a piece of egg into her red lips. This? Gao Tianyu fell silent. What Lin Ruoxi said made sense. He was currently staying in her house, using all her tools and facilities. Giving her some food wasn't really too much to ask. With that thought, Gao Tianyu ceased his objections and instead focused all his energy on wolfing down his meal. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi, despite her hunger, maintained her composure while eating her pace only slightly faster than usual. As a result, her eating speed couldn't keep up with Gao Tianyu's. In no time, the dishes and rice on the table vanished into Gao Tianyu's stomach, while Lin Ruoxi had only just finished her first bowl. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Eating so fast. Seeing most of the food gone, Lin Ruoxi, still unsatisfied, frowned in displeasure. It's all because you shameless woman are competing with me for food. Otherwise, why would I eat so quickly? After eating and drinking his fill, Gao Tianyu didn't bother washing the dishes. He simply lounged on the sofa and replied lazily. Who are you calling shameless? Lin Ruoxi's face flushed red with anger. Upon hearing this, her teeth clenched. She only ate one bowl of his rice, and that was after he used her home's tools. Was that really too much? Gao Tianyu didn't answer, instead pulling out his phone and starting to binge-watch a show. How are we supposed to get out of here next? Seeing his attitude, Lin Ruoxi felt a surge of annoyance, but she suppressed her anger and asked. She had no choice. If she wanted to leave, she had to rely on this man, so despite her frustration, she couldn't lash out. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What's there to fear? I've got food and drink now, so it's all the same wherever I stay. Going out or not doesn't matter to me, Gao Tianyu said nonchalantly, not even lifting his head or taking his eyes off his phone. Of course that was a lie. He had a stockpile of food at home, and that meteorite was still in his bedroom. How could he bear to leave? He said this deliberately to put psychological pressure on Lin Ruoxi, making her easier to manipulate. No, this won't do. This is my home, and I don't allow you to stay here. Figure out a way to get out now. Lin Ruoxi was furious, but had no good options, so she could only resort to trying to kick him out. I'm not leaving. It's dangerous out there. Going out would be life-threatening. Only a fool would do that. If you insist on forcing me out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gao Tianyu was hardly one to be threatened. Ignoring her words, he threatened her right back. You wouldn't dare? Do you think him someone to be trifled with? He'll have you know I've trained in Taekwondo. He'll beat you to a pulp. Lin Ruoxi took 2 steps back upon hearing this, but her spirit wasn't broken. She raised her fists, refusing to back down. Is that so? Well, Miss Taekwondo Black Belt, what do you think of the sharpness of my katana here? Can your fists handle it? Gao Tianyu drew his katana, blew lightly on its blade, and eyed Lin Ruoxi with a sidelong glance. You're truly shameless, threatening a weak woman like me with a sword. Lin Ruoxi looked at the katana in his hand, and immediately cowered, though her mouth remained defiant. You have a sword, and you're so skilled. There's only one zombie outside. Do you really need to be this cowardly? After a moment, Lin Ruoxi calmed down and spoke in a low voice. Of course I'm scared. Haven't you seen how ferocious and terrifying that zombie outside is? One careless mistake in a fight with it could mean death. I'm not married yet. and I've never even known a woman's touch. Why would I risk such a dangerous thing? Gao Tianyu said solemnly. I have a few very beautiful friends, and they're not married either. If you can deal with that zombie outside, I could introduce them to you. Lin Ruashi was rendered speechless by Gao Tianyu's unexpected turn of phrase. However, to motivate him, she spoke up, offering to introduce him to someone. Who knows if your friends are even still alive? And these are all just empty promises. What if I go out there and fight that zombie only to get killed? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? You expect me to go out and clear the path for you with nothing but empty promises? You're dreaming. Of course, if you're willing to keep me company. That's another story. Gao Tianyu curled his lips in disdain, then cast his gaze back onto Lin Ruashi. She did have a great figure. She wore a t-shirt which due to the heat clung to her body, outlining her flawless curves. Gao Tianyu had dropped all pretense by now. He had his sights set on this woman, and wanted to see if he could pressure her into submission. Don't even think about it. I'm a decent woman, and I won't use myself as a bargaining chip. Lin Ruashi snorted, coldly rejecting him without a second thought. Since you're unwilling, then forget it. I have food and drink right now, so I'm in no rush. I just wonder how long your husband and your friends can last without any supplies. Gao Tianyu waved his hand, a gloating expression on his face. He knew that Han Kingra's family across the hall had almost no food left, and now there was another mouth to feed. He estimated they'd run out by today. Without food, people grow weak, and once weak, they can't fight off zombies, nor can they scavenge for supplies. It was a vicious cycle. Go out and get killed by zombies, or stay in and starve to death. And hunger was a terrible thing. He was confident they'd come around in a few days. Lin Ruaxi's heart tightened at his words. She knew all too well about Han Kingra's situation. There was barely any food left. Her husband had eaten 3 packs of instant noodles after waking up today, but he was still complaining of hunger, clearly not full. Both her husband and Han Kingra's husband were still lying in bed, not yet recovered. But where could 2 weak women go to find food? With this thought, Lin Ruashi instinctively glanced at Gao Tianyu's bag. She had seen earlier that it was packed with food enough to last a while. What? Don't tell me you're thinking of stealing my food. If you want to try, be my guest. Gao Tianyu noticed her gaze and broke into a knowing smirk. Food want your crappy stuff. If we want food, we'll get it ourselves. Lin Ruashi quickly averted her eyes, but stubbornly retorted. Is that so? Gathering food means facing zombies. You can say that again after you've dealt with the one outside. Gao Tianyu sneered. A woman who went weak at the knees at the sight of a zombie who shut her eyes tightly and didn't dare to open them. Who would believe her? Roar. At that moment, the zombie's howl came from outside the door again, followed by another series of bangs against it. Hearing the sound, Lin Ruaxi's heart tightened again. She turned to look at Gao Tianyu, but he showed no sign of alarm, calmly looking at his phone. She frowned and walked over to the other end of the sofa, sitting down. Do you have a way to deal with that zombie outside? She asked softly. Gao Tianyu hummed in response without even lifting his head. What exactly do you want to help us? Lin Ruashi took a deep breath upon hearing his reply, suppressing her irritation and steadying her nerves, then asked in a gentle voice. You already know my terms. Gao Tianyu looked up at her, his eyes roaming over her body, finally resting on a certain spot. That condition is out of the question. Pick another one. Seeing his predatory gaze, Lin Ruashi felt a chill run down her spine. She crossed her arms over her chest, her expression resolute. Pick another one. Gao Tianyu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lin Ruashi wasn't desperate enough yet. His proposition had been too forward, and it was unlikely she'd accept it. He needed to lower her defenses first. All right, then let me kiss you. After that, I'll go out and fight that zombie to clear the way for you. He shifted his gaze to her luscious red lips. That's not acceptable either. Don't try to take advantage of me. Lin Ruashi took a step back, still refusing his offer. Fine then. I'm getting sleepy, so I'm off to bed. Come talk to me when you've made up your mind. Gao Tianyu stood up, yawned, and headed towards the bedroom without the slightest hesitation. Fine, I accept your condition. But you're not allowed to touch me inappropriately or take advantage of me during it. Seeing his reaction, Lin Ruashi panicked. Biting her lip, she made the difficult decision. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked at her. You've thought it through. No backing out. Lin Ruashi felt her cheeks burning, but she nodded firmly. Seeing her nod, Gao Tianyu didn't hesitate. He strode over to her and pulled her into his arms. He took in her delicate, radiant face, her skin smooth and fair with a rosy glow. Her nose was straight and cute, her big watery eyes seemed to speak volumes, full of charm, and her bright red lips were irresistibly alluring. Hey, hurry up. Stop dawdling. I need to get back. Lin Ruashi, feeling his intense gaze on her face, tried to suppress her racing heart and spoke up in annoyance. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were sealed by Gao Tianyu's. A few minutes later, Lin Ruashi suddenly raised her hand to slap Gao Tianyu across the face. Smack. But unsurprisingly, he caught her hand, his grip firm. You damn pervert. Where are your hands going? How dare you take advantage of me? I'll beat you to death, you scumbag. Lin Ruashi cursed, her face flushed with anger. Let go of me, you pervert. She tried to pull her hand free but couldn't break his grip. Don't be so uptight. It was just an accidental touch. No need to get so worked up. I'll let you cop a feel to make up for it, how's that? If you keep making a fuss, I'm going back to bed. Gao Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly, a look of indifference on his face. How dare you? I've already paid you in advance. If you dare go back on your word, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Ruoshi immediately bristled at Gao Tianyu's words like an enraged female leopard, glaring at him fiercely, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Then stop being so reckless. You wait here. I'll go fight that zombie now, no matter the cost, and I'll clear the path ahead for you. Gao Tianyu released Lin Ruoshi, wiped the lingering saliva from the corner of his mouth, straightened his clothes, and strode toward the door with the katana in hand. His manner carried the tragic resolve of Jing Ke, setting off for the assassination of the king of Qin, never intending to return. Lin Ruoshi was stunned by his words, a hint of complexity flickering in her gaze as she looked at him, along with a trace of concern. After all, the zombie outside was truly terrifying. Just one glance had been enough to make her legs tremble and freeze her in place. Yet Gao Tianyu was about to face such a horrifying zombie, even fight it to the death. Could he really win? Under her worried gaze, the security door slowly opened. The zombie wandering in the corridor heard the sound and immediately lunged toward them. It appeared at the doorway in an instant. Lin Ruoshi could clearly see its hideous face, so grotesque and revolting that her heart leaped into her throat. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed by, and the faint sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed around them. The charging zombie was instantly severed, its head separated from its body. Because of its forward momentum, both the corpse and the head continued tumbling a short distance before finally coming to a stop. Lin Ruoshi, seeing the head rolling to a stop not far from her, couldn't help but let out a scream. MMPH'd. But Gao Tianyu quickly covered her mouth again. Don't scream. Are you trying to lure every zombie in the building over here? Why are you yelling so loudly? Gao Tianyu said with some irritation. Women were such a hassle with such little courage. If she weren't somewhat attractive, he would have left her long ago. Lin Ruoshi immediately stifled her voice and nodded frantically. Didn't you say that zombie was very dangerous? Why did you take it down in one move? After calming herself, she furrowed her brows and asked Gao Tianyu, feeling as though she had been deceived. After all, by Gao Tianyu's account, that zombie was extremely powerful. While he could handle it, it would still take considerable effort, and he might even face real danger. But the way he had just slain the zombie was so clean and effortless, so frighteningly easy. Where was the danger in that? Because I was fully prepared. That zombie is covered in zombie virus from head to toe. If it scratches you, you could easily get infected and turn into a zombie. Isn't that dangerous enough? Facing Lin Ruoxi's doubts, Gao Tianyu remained completely calm and answered with composure. Is that so? A trace of suspicion still lingered on Lin Ruoxi's face. Clearly Gao Tianyu's explanation hadn't convinced her. But Gao Tianyu paid no attention to her doubt. Instead, he found a piece of clothing in the room, wrapped it around his hand, and threw the corpse out through the window. After doing all that, he picked up his bundle and said to Lin Ruoshi, "Are you coming or not? If not, I'm heading up first." Wait for me. Let me pack up my things, and we'll go up together." On hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Lin Ruoshi immediately stopped dwelling on the matter and spoke to him anxiously. She hadn't finished packing yet. If Gao Tianyu went upstairs and left her alone, what would she do if a zombie showed up again? Lin Ruoshi hurried back into the room, grabbed a few more everyday outfits, then took out some toothbrushes, toothpaste, a towel, and other toiletries. After quickly packing everything she needed, she came to the door. "I'm ready. Let's go," Lin Ruoshi said softly to Gao Tianyu, carrying a bag. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly and walked ahead. He had already swept his psychic energy up and down the building and found that the stairwells on both floors were completely clear of zombies. So there was no need to worry about danger. Soon the two of them passed through the staircase and returned to the 30th floor. Just then Lin Ruoshi seemed to remember something. We've run out of food on our side. Could you lend us some? Once we collect more supplies, we'll pay you back right away." Lin Ruoshi spoke to Gao Tianyu in an embarrassed, soft voice. Only after returning to the 30th floor did she remember this critical matter. Without food, they would go hungry today. And more importantly, her husband and the other person were still sick. Without anything to eat, how could they possibly get through it? No. Gao Tianyu laughed dryly and refused without any hesitation. Money lent out was like water spilled, and the same went for food. Besides, food was so precious now, so of course he couldn't lend it. "Why are you so stingy? It's just a little food. It's not like I won't pay you back." Seeing Gao Tianyu refuse so bluntly, Lin Ruoshi was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Lending is definitely out of the question. That's non-negotiable. But we can still make a trade. Let me kiss you again, and I'll give you some food in exchange." Gao Tianyu licked his lips and cast his gaze toward Lin Ruoxi's red lips. That wonderful feeling from earlier was still fresh in his memory. "You shameless pervert. Why are you always thinking about stuff like that?" Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi grew angry, stomped her foot, and scolded him. "Just tell me whether you agree or not. If not, I'm leaving." Gao Tianyu glanced at her, then turned around, making a move to leave. "Wait. I can agree, but I need 20 jin of rice plus the cured meat and eggs in your bundle." Seeing Gao Tianyu's posture, Lin Ruoxi immediately panicked, hastily grabbed hold of him, and continued to negotiate. You wish. Just 2 jin of rice. The cured meat and eggs are mine, don't even think about it. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her words. That woman was really asking for the moon. A single kiss couldn't possibly be worth that much. And the cured meat and eggs were even more out of the question. Those were things he needed too, far more precious than rice. He might be willing to part with some rice, but meat. He would never give that away. What? Only 2 jin. That won't do. I don't agree. 2 jin of rice would be gone in a single day. That's way too little. When Lin Ruoxi heard Gao Tianyu's offer, she gasped and immediately started complaining. Just 2 caddies, take it or leave it. This is your only chance. Next time you come looking for me, I might only offer half a caddy. Gao Tianyu remained firm, even adopting a stance that suggested he would walk away if they couldn't reach an agreement. 10 caddies and give me some meat and eggs too. Lin Ruoxi quickly spoke up. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes and turned to leave, thinking to himself that a single kiss wasn't worth that price, not unless she was willing to sleep with him. Wait. Fine, 2 caddies it is, but you can't get handsy this time. Seeing Gao Tianyu about to leave, Lin Ruoxi panicked and quickly grabbed his arm, biting her red lip as she spoke. Gao Tianyu didn't reply. He set his bundle on the ground, pulled Lin Ruoxi into his embrace, and silenced her with a kiss on her rosy lips. Several minutes later, Lin Ruoxi leaned weakly against Gao Tianyu, her face flushed with a deep blush. I like you very much. If you ever run out of food, you can come trade with me. As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can even get you eggs and cured meat, he whispered. Gao Tianyu whispered into Lin Ruoxi's ear. The beautiful young woman in his arms was incredibly tempting. Had he not been steadfast in his principles, he might have done something he'd regret. After speaking, he took out about 2 caddies of rice from his bundle and gave them to her. They tidied their clothes before stepping into the stairwell on the 30th floor. Ruoxi, you're finally back. I was so worried. Are you alright? Did you deal with that zombie? As soon as Lin Ruoxi returned to Han Qingru's home, Han Qingru grabbed her hands and asked anxiously, her eyes scanning her for injuries. Only after confirming her friend was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. I'm fine. That neighbor of yours took care of the zombie, so don't worry. Lin Ruoxi reassured her, warmed by Han Qingru's concern. What about my husband and Qin Zhou? Are they still sleeping? Lin Ruoxi glanced around the living room and asked Han Qingru softly. They haven't woken up yet. They're still weak from their illness, Han Qingru replied, nodding with a worried expression. Both men were seriously ill and had no strength. With hardly any food left in the house, she didn't know what they would do. Ruoxi, were almost out of food at home. Should we go out and look for something to eat? Han Qingru turned to Lin Ruoxi as if she had made up her mind. If they didn't find food soon, they would surely starve. Qingru, don't rush. Your neighbor across the hall gave me 2 caddies of rice. We can make do with that for now. Once those 2 are feeling better, we can go look for food together. Lin Ruoxi quickly stopped Han Qingru. She had personally encountered a zombie. They were terrifying and incredibly fast. 2 weak women with no proper weapons wouldn't stand a chance against those monsters. Going out would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't advise it. Really? Han Qingru's face lit up at the mention of food, but then she grew suspicious. That guy across the hall isn't a good person. Why would he give us food out of the kindness of his heart? I helped him gather some supplies, and this was his way of thanking me. Lin Ruoxi replied calmly, having already prepared this answer in her mind. She didn't panic at all in the face of Han Qingru's question. Qingru, go cook some porridge. My stomach is about to cave in. Those 2 will probably wake up soon, and they'll need to eat too, Lin Ruoxi said, patting her stomach with a pitiful look. Will go do that now. Han Qingru didn't ask any more questions and took the rice into the kitchen. Lin Ruoxi let out a long sigh of relief. If Han Qingru had kept pressing, she might have let something slip. It's all Gao Tianyu's fault for leaving such a bad impression on Qingru. Even a gift of 2 caddies of rice makes her suspect his motives. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Gao Tianyu went to the balcony, opened the window, and enjoyed a refreshing rain shower before returning indoors to sleep, clutching the meteorite. After a long day of exertion, he was feeling tired and used the meteorite to replenish his energy. The next morning after breakfast, Gao Tianyu headed downstairs, once again katana in hand. He planned to take this opportunity to gather more supplies, especially meat, eggs, and sugar. These high-energy foods were what he needed most. This time, he went straight to the 28th floor. Only 2 of the apartments there were occupied, one of them had turned into a zombie. Gao Tianyu sensed carefully and found only 1 zombie inside. As soon as he opened the security door, a female zombie lunged at him. With a light swing of his katana, he severed its head. After disposing of the body, he began to search the apartment. The owner of this apartment was a single professional woman. Gao Tianyu didn't find much food, just some leftover instant noodles and a few snacks. It wasn't much. He then moved on to the 27th floor. 3 of the 4 apartments there had zombies in them. In the 4th, there was also a zombie, but it was locked in a room, so the resident was still alive. Gao Tianyu chose to ignore that. He killed zombies to collect supplies, not to save people. He wasn't interested in minding other people's business. Although there were many zombies on the 27th floor, they posed little threat to him, and he cleared them out quickly. However, the supplies he obtained were still meager, mostly rice. There wasn't any eggs or cured meat. Those had probably been eaten long ago. He continued clearing floor by floor, and once he had gathered enough supplies, he carried them upstairs, making trip after trip. After moving everything up, he went back down to continue clearing. These zombies were troublesome for ordinary people, but for him, they were easy. A single strike could take off their heads. Moreover, with his telekinetic abilities, he had no fear of being surrounded. He could clearly sense the zombies' positions and react accordingly. After a bloody path of slaughter and clearing, Gao Tianyu swiftly fought his way to the 16th floor. Along the way, he had gathered a considerable amount of supplies, but most were staples like rice and flour. While he did find some cured meat and eggs, they were scarce. This brought a wave of helplessness to Gao Tianyu, though he knew there was no other way. Everyone had been trapped in their homes for so long, it was fortunate they had any food left at all. Most people had already consumed all their meat and eggs. If the zombie virus hadn't turned them, many would have likely starved to death by now. After clearing the 16th floor, he descended to the 15th. Just as he was about to begin clearing this level, a sudden dangerous aura washed over him, putting him on high alert. He extended his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the source of the danger. On this 15th floor, only one household had a living person, 2 others were zombies, and 1 was completely empty, devoid of both life and the undead. As for the 14th floor, aside from zombies, he sensed no living presence, but the feeling of danger was even more intense. There's danger down there. I can't go any further. I need to head back up first. Sensing the threat, Gao Tianyu didn't hesitate and turned back. He had already gathered enough supplies. Although he was lacking in meat, what he had would sustain him for months. There was no need to risk going deeper. His plan was to return, cultivate, and increase his strength. He quickly made his way back to his apartment, dumped the collected supplies into a room, had a meal, and after a quick workout went to his bedroom to sleep, clutching the meteorite. Meanwhile, at Han Qingru's home, after another day of rest, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng's spirits had greatly improved, no longer showing the sickly pallor from the day before. To their astonishment, they also discovered they had changed. They had awakened special abilities. Qin Zhong had awakened a flame ability capable of launching a fireball that scorched a large patch of the wall black upon impact. Zhao Tianheng's ability was a strength-type power. A simple squeeze of his hand was enough to crush a cup, increasing his physical power several-fold. He estimated his current strength to be at least 1,000 jin, an incredibly terrifying figure. When the 2 men revealed their awakened abilities to Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi, the women's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Honey, have you 2 really awakened your powers?" Lin Ruoxi, upon hearing her husband Zhao Tianheng's words, instinctively covered her mouth, her heart racing with shock. "How could it be false? Look for yourself," Zhao Tianheng said with a faint, excited smile. He effortlessly lifted a table with one hand and raised it above his head with ease. The 2 women stared dumbfounded. That table weighed dozens of jin. Even lifting it with both hands would be a struggle for a normal person, let alone raising it so high with one. Beside them, Qin Zhong showcased his ability, a ball of flame appearing and hovering above his palm. With a wave of his hand, he hurled the fireball at a vase. Boom! The vase shattered upon impact, its fragments scattering on the floor before igniting, glowing red from the intense heat. "So, my flame ability is pretty impressive, right?" Qin Zhong set, his face alight with excitement. The fact that he had awakened a legendary power was incredible. This disaster had truly turned into a blessing. "This is wonderful. Now that you 2 have abilities, we don't have to worry about food. Our provisions are nearly gone, just enough for this one meal. After this, we'll have nothing left." Han Qingru's face lit up with joy. If the men hadn't recovered, they would have run out of food, forcing her and Lin Ruoxi, 2 weak women, to venture out and scavenge. Fortunately, the men had fully recovered and awakened abilities, granting them a preliminary means of self-defense. On the other side, Lin Ruoxi was equally delighted. Her husband's strength-type ability meant he could now handle the zombies outside. She wouldn't have to go and borrow food from that man across the way. If she went to him again, she feared she'd be completely devoured. "Wife, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it. Don't worry, leave the task of finding food to me from now on. After we eat, Tianheng and I will go down to search for supplies." Qin Zhong said, a tender look in his eyes as he spoke softly to Han Qingru. "That's right, Sister Qingru, rest assured. Qin Zhong and I will head down right after we eat. We'll definitely bring back some supplies," Zhao Tianheng added, puffing out his chest in a promise. After awakening his power, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him, filling him with immense confidence in his newfound strength. He was confident he could crush a zombie's head with a single blow. Their conversation, despite the thick walls, carried clearly to Gao Tianyu's ears. Damn it! Why did these 2 have to recover now? And awaken abilities of all things? Gao Tianyu's face darkened as he listened. Their sudden recovery and awakening had completely disrupted his plans. He had used food to manipulate Lin Ruoxi, lowering her defenses. He was sure he could have had her soon. And after securing Lin Ruoxi, Han Qingru would inevitably fall into his trap as well. He He had already picked up his hoe and was digging at the foundation only for the owner to return just as he was about to break through. This was going to be tricky. These two have awakened powers. Ordinary zombies are probably no match for them. Gathering supplies won't be too difficult for them. However, most of the resources above the 15th floor are in my hands. If they want food, they only have two options. The first is to attack someone like me who has supplies. The second is to continue searching for supplies on the 15th floor and below. If they choose the first, they're dead. They awaken much later than I did, and they're just beginners. They'd be no match for me. Once I kill them, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru will have no way to escape my grasp. But then those two would be a ticking time bomb. After I'm done with them, I'd have to kill them to eliminate any future trouble. If he chooses the second option, then what they'll face next is that dangerous Zhao Dazhu down there. That creature has long since turned into a white. From the lingering aura it left behind, its strength is formidable. Even I can't guarantee victory against it. It's perfect to let them test the white's power down there. Of course, they have a third option: leave this building entirely. But that won't be easy either, since they'd still have to pass through the 12th floor. No one can guarantee that the white won't attack them. This was the predicament faced by all residents living above the 12th floor. The white had made its lair on the 12th floor, treating the entire building's occupants as its prey. Those living on the lower floors had it relatively easier, but for those residing on the upper floors, escaping was no simple feat. Even Gao Tianyu, if he wanted to leave, would choose to avoid the 12th floor entirely and swiftly exit from the outside of the building. Of course, at this moment he had no intention of leaving. He had a substantial stockpile of food, and with that meteorite in his possession, he felt his strength surging with every passing moment. The rate of increase was astonishingly rapid. Once he consumed all this food, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket, and even facing that white directly, he would have no fear. Even now, he possessed the ability to protect himself. He simply didn't wish to engage in a bloody battle with the creature, as it might result in injury. In this apocalypse, getting wounded was far from a fortunate occurrence. Elsewhere, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng hastily finished their 2 bowls of porridge, eager to head downstairs to scavenge for supplies. Ever since their awakening, they noticed their appetites had grown tremendously. 2 bowls of plain congee were quickly digested, barely taking the edge off their hunger. But there was no extra food left at home, and their wives still needed to eat. With no other choice, they had to make do. Before heading out, they took some time to prepare their weapons. However, Han Qingru's household had virtually no weapons at all. The only katana which Qin Zhong had collected had already been traded away by her for instant noodles. So after searching high and low, the only things they could bring were a large wooden club and a cleaver. Once they were ready, they prepared to set out. "Honey, you need to be careful. These zombies carry viruses in their bodies. If you get scratched or bitten, you might get infected." Lin Ruashi suddenly recalled what Gao Tianyu had said, and specifically warned Zhao Tianheng. Don't worry. I won't even let them get close. They'll smash them flying with one swing." Zhao Tianheng nodded in response, brandishing the wooden club in his hand with a spirited flourish. "Honey, you need to be careful too. Don't get hurt." Han Qingru, standing beside Qin Zhong, reminded him in a low voice. "Don't worry, the two of us won't get into trouble. If we truly encounter danger, we'll definitely choose to run." In response to his wife's concern, Qin Zhong gave a carefree smile and replied softly, then added, "You two just stay home and wait for our good news." With that, he and Zhao Tianheng headed downstairs one after the other. Zhao Tianheng led the way with the wooden club, while Qin Zhong followed behind with the cleaver ready to provide backup at a moment's notice. According to Ruashi, this 29th floor has already been cleaned out by the neighbors across the hall. We'll need to search further down. Seeing 2 open doors on the 29th floor, Zhao Tianheng immediately said to Qin Zhong beside him, Then let's check the floor below." Soon they arrived at the 28th floor. On this level, they saw 3 open doors and one that remained shut. Could this floor have been scavenged by him too? Qin Zhong looked at the 3 open doors, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind. Very likely. But there's still one door closed here. Let's go check it out. Zhao Tianheng shared the same thought. He glanced at the shut door and walked over to it. "Knock knock. Is anyone in there? Knock knock. Is anyone in there?" Zhao Tianheng called out twice toward the room. But it remained eerily silent. No one answered. "If no one's there, then we're going to have to break the door down." Seeing no response from inside, Qin Zhong immediately called out again. "There are people. Please don't break the door down. There are still living people in this room." Soon an anxious voice came from within, clearly tinged with panic. So there are people. No wonder the door was shut tight. Seeing this, Qin Zhong's brow furrowed deeply. "Let's keep heading down. This place has probably been picked clean." Zhao Tianheng wore the same expression. Then they continued onward to the 27th floor. On this floor they encountered the same situation as the one above. Except for rooms with people living in them, all other doors were wide open, and every bit of edible supplies had been cleaned out. Even tools that could serve as weapons had been completely swept away. They continued searching floor after floor, and everywhere they went the situation was the same. Most of the rooms had already been ransacked. Damn it. That guy didn't strip this entire building clean, did he? Witnessing this, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng's faces darkened. Walking all the way down, most of the supplies had already been taken by someone else. How could they possibly be happy about that? It wasn't until they reached the 15th floor that the situation finally began to change. On this floor, most of the doors were tightly shut, and they could faintly hear the guttural growls of zombies coming from within. Finally, we found a floor that hasn't been stripped yet. I was starting to think the whole building had been cleaned out. Seeing this, Zhao Tianheng let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly worried that the entire building had been scavenged, which would have forced them to venture outside to search for supplies. Qin Zhong, step back a bit, and be careful. They'll break the door down. Zhao Tianheng approached the security door, raised his wooden club, and smashed it fiercely against the lock mechanism. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out as the spot on the door was dented inward. Bang! 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 Zhao Tianheng struck several more times in succession, and soon the security door was battered open. The impact also sent the few zombies behind the door tumbling to the ground. Roar! However, those zombies quickly scrambled back up and continued charging toward the two men. Die! Seeing this, Zhao Tianheng showed no trace of fear. He swung the wooden club in his hand directly at the zombie before him. Bang! In an instant, a zombie was sent flying backwards, slamming violently against the wall, its bones shattering upon impact. With a whoosh, a fireball shot out from behind Zhao Tianheng, striking a zombie directly. A thunderous boom echoed as a massive hole was blasted through the zombie's chest. Sparks ignited across its body, and soon it was engulfed in flames. The zombie let out a guttural roar, but it felt no pain. Even as it burned, its lunge forward never faltered. Zhao Tianheng cursed under his breath, realizing his flame ability was still too weak to take down the zombie in a single strike. Qin Zhong dodged to the side, and then suddenly kicked the zombie with tremendous force. Since his awakening, his physical condition had vastly improved. Though not as strong as Zhao Tianheng's power-type ability, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The kick sent the zombie flying backward, slamming hard against the wall. It let out another roar, struggling to climb back to its feet. Then it stumbled blindly through the corridor, its senses clouded by the flames, and crashed headfirst into the wall again. With a loud crash, it collapsed to the ground, thrashing violently in the fire. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianheng, facing three zombies alone, swung his wooden staff and shattered their skulls, ending the fight. These zombies are relentless. Their vitality is so strong that unless you smash their heads, they simply won't die. Zhao Tianheng wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of shock in his voice. A normal person hit with such force their bones shattered would never be able to get up. But these zombies acted as if nothing had happened, still lunging at them. One wrong move, and they could be scratched. It was truly terrifying. Come on, Qin Zhong, let's go inside and see if we can find any food. With that, Zhao Tianheng waved his hand and led the way inside. They searched through the rooms and found some rice instant noodles and a few leftover eggs. Finally, we found food. We won't have to worry about going hungry for now. Qin Zhong's face lit up at the sight of the food. Their appetites had grown so much over the past few days that the meager supplies at home were nowhere near enough. They often went to bed hungry, and it was a miserable feeling. Now with this food, they could finally stave off the immediate crisis. Yeah, let's keep going and clear out the other apartments. See if we can find more food. We'll gather it all up and have a proper meal. Zhao Tianheng's face was beaming as he looked at the food in his hands. They left the food in the living room, then stepped out, and following the same procedure, opened the other three security doors one by one. They managed to collect more food from these apartments, not a huge amount, but enough to last them a few days. Both men were pleased. However, in the last apartment, they noticed something strange. There were streaks of blood across the floor. Someone must have died here, and their body was dragged to the window and thrown outside. What puzzled them was that this apartment still had some food left, not much, but enough to last the owners several days. It was odd that whoever killed the family didn't touch the food. Though the scene was eerie, they didn't dwell on it. After all, in this apocalypse, anything was possible. Perhaps the owner's family had turned into zombies, and the owner was forced to kill them. Then after dragging the bodies out, unable to bear the loneliness, he might have jumped out the window in despair. After finishing the search of the last apartment, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng returned to the 30th floor, carrying a large bag of food. Honey, you're both back. How did it go? Did you find any food? Lin Ruox's face broke into a smile at the sight of them, their backs laden with a backpack, and she asked with eager anticipation. Yeah, we found some. It's enough for a few days. Go cook it up now, we're starving. Zhao Tianheng replied, unpacking the food and handing it to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi took the package, opened it, and her face lit up at the sight of rice, flour, oil, salt, and a few eggs. Then Han Qingru headed into the kitchen. Even though there were only a few eggs, she was overjoyed because in this apocalyptic world, getting eggs was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu was keeping a close watch on them. Seeing Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng return unscathed, and with food, he was taken aback. That fiend didn't attack them. Strange. Did they not go down to the 15th floor? Gao Tianyu muttered to himself. He had hoped the fiend would eliminate them, but since he couldn't control it, there was nothing he could do. Soon he lost interest in them and resumed his training. After a few rounds of boxing, he practiced his blade techniques, followed by honing his psychokinetic power. After training, he ate another hearty meal and took a nap, clutching the meteorite. The meteorite's radiation was incredibly effective, and he could feel his power growing visibly every day. His psychic energy was also expanding rapidly. Previously, he could only scan a range of a dozen meters, but now he could reach 20 meters. If he had enough food, he figured he'd stay in his room until his power reached its peak before venturing out. He was a homebody by nature, staying indoors for extended periods was never a problem for him. On the other side, Qin Zhong, Zhao Tianheng, Han Xingro, and Lin Ruoxi enjoyed a rare, satisfying meal that day. Their appetites had all increased, especially Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng, whose food intake had nearly tripled. They devoured 6 or 7 bowls of rice before stopping, and Zhao Tianheng felt he could still eat more, astonishing everyone. At their current rate of consumption, the food they had would only last 3 or 4 days before they'd be out of supplies again. After satisfying their hunger, Zhao Tianheng and Qin Zhong sprang back into action. The supplies in this building were far too scarce for the number of survivors, and they wouldn't last long. Worse, most of the stock had already been claimed by their neighbors. If they delayed any further, even the scraps would be gone. To secure food, they had only 2 options: seize it from others or venture outside to scavenge. The former was out of the question. Whoever had cleared 30 floors down to 16 was no ordinary person, likely an awakened ability user just like them. Even if that person wasn't an ability user, they had to be a martial arts expert. How else could they have slain so many? The latter option was equally perilous. The outside world was a maelstrom of dangers: scorching heat, torrential downpours, and dense fog blanketing the city, all under a blazing sun that made the air shimmer with unnatural heat. In such extreme conditions, getting lost was all too easy, making any real progress impossible. Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng made their way to the 14th floor, sticking to their proven strategy. Zhao Tianheng, wielding a wooden club, forcefully broke down doors, while Qin Zhong covered him from behind. The apartment they targeted housed 5 ferocious zombies. The noise of their entry had already roused the undead creatures. The moment the security door was forced open, the zombies surged forward in a relentless tide. Qin Zhong hurled several fireballs into their midst, igniting their bodies. Zhao Tianheng followed up, smashing their skulls with his heavy club. Working in perfect sync, they dispatched the undead in no time. They then searched the residence. This family had been large and had a habit of stockpiling food, yielding them dozens of pounds of rice, a few pounds of cured meat, and some eggs. They were elated by the find. They proceeded to break into 3 more apartments. One was completely empty, seemingly uninhabited. The other 2 were also devoid of people, but the floors were stained with strange blood marks, eerily similar to those in the room upstairs. Why is there this bizarre blood trail again? It looks like something was dragged and then taken out through the window. Seeing this for the second time, Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng grew suspicious, both falling into deep thought. They weren't foolish. One such blood mark could be an accident, but 2 nearly identical ones were a clear sign of something wrong. Could it be that some zombies have mutated? Maybe they climb up the walls, kill the residents, and then drag the bodies back to eat. Qin Zhong mused aloud after a moment of deliberation. It's not impossible, Zhao Tianheng replied, frowning in agreement. If we can become ability users, who's to say there aren't zombies with special powers? So what should we do now? Continue scavenging, or get out of here as soon as possible? Qin Zhong, uncertain, sought Zhao Tianheng's counsel. If it truly was a mutated zombie, its strength would be formidable. Even with their awakened abilities, a victory was far from guaranteed. Let's head back up first. We don't know what this thing is, or how powerful it is, Zhao Tianheng decided after a brief pause. It's best to be cautious. Yeah, Qin Zhong nodded. Let's search this place for anything else we can take, and then leave. But as they spoke, neither noticed a shadowy figure silently appear behind them. The figure's eyes glowed with a chilling blue light. Its body was covered in sharp bone spurs, and its hands and chest were armored with thick bony plates. Though it retained a humanoid form, it had completely shed its humanity. Its mouth was full of jagged fangs, making it a gruesome and terrifying sight. Roar! A beastly howl erupted from the monster's maw as it lunged at Zhao Tianheng, who was closest. Watch out, brother Zhao! Qin Zhong shouted, a fireball already materializing in his hand as he hurled it at the creature. Zhao Tianheng's skin crawled at the sound behind him. A wave of terror washed over him, making his very soul tremble. He instinctively tried to dodge, moving with all the speed he could muster. But it was too late. The monster's claws raked across his chest, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward. Simultaneously, Qin Zhong's fireball reached the creature. The monster, however, sidestepped with deceptive agility, easily evading the fiery projectile. It then turned its attention to Qin Zhong, its claws bristling with sharp bone spurs, and slick with blood, raised to strike. The mere sight of them sent a chill down one's spine. Qin Zhong's hair stood on end as the monster rushed him. He conjured a fireball in each hand and hurled them both. Boom! Boom! The monster raised its arm to block its thick bony armor, absorbing the impact of the flames. Boom! In the next instant, the monster slammed Qin Zhong to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianheng, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, scrambled to his feet and raised his club to strike the creature. The monster swatted the club aside with a single powerful punch, shattering the wood into splinters that scattered through the air. Opt! Opt! A series of blood-curdling screams echoed from the room, a truly harrowing sound. The blood-curdling screams from below jolted Gao Tianyu awake from his slumber. Though separated by over a dozen floors, the agonizing cries from the lower levels still reached his ears. His hearing was exceptionally acute, though subtle noises might escape his notice. But this commotion was far too loud to slip past his senses. Those voices, they belonged to Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng. Have they encountered that abomination? Both are newly awakened, but far from weak. Yet they cry out in such agony. They must have suffered grievous wounds. It seems this creature is far more formidable than I imagined. Even two awakened ones found themselves in peril against it. My decision to avoid direct confrontation was wise. Until I am certain of victory, I must not engage at head-on. He listened intently for a moment longer, and once the sounds from below faded into silence, he ceased his vigilance. Now fully awake, Gao Tianyu felt no desire to return to sleep. Clutching the meteorite, he made his way to the living room. There he boiled water, brewed a cup of milk powder, and drank it. The meteorite's radiation could indeed invigorate his cells and strengthen his physique, but sustenance remained essential. For cellular activity and physical enhancement, both demanded energy. His sole method of acquiring energy was singular eating, drawing nourishment from food to fuel his body. A single cup of milk powder supplied far more energy than a bowl of rice. The moment it entered his stomach, it was instantly digested, spreading a warm, soothing sensation throughout his frame. He then resumed practicing his blade techniques in the living room. In this apocalyptic world, no one could be relied upon except one's own strength. Time flowed steadily onward, and soon night descended. Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru sat on the sofa, staring anxiously at their phones. Seeing that Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng had yet to return after so long, both women were consumed with worry. Their text messages had gone unanswered, and their calls remained perpetually unconnected. This sight drained the color from their faces. Ruoshi, could something have happened to our husbands? Why won't they answer their phones? Han Qingru's face was pale, her eyes rimmed with red as she fought back tears, speaking to her close friend Lin Ruoshi beside her. Qingro, don't overthink this. They might have encountered something. That's why they're not answering. Let's wait a little longer and try calling again. Lin Ruoshi felt a sense of dread, as well, her heart heavy with anxiety, but she forced down her unease to comfort Han Qingru. In truth, both women knew perfectly well, being gone this long in the same building with unreachable phones could only mean trouble. Yet they refused to accept it. After all, their husbands had just awakened their abilities today and had even gathered food from below. How could misfortune strike so swiftly? Time crept by in silence as the two women sat in the living room without a word. The space grew still, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock's hands. Another hour slipped away. They stared intently at their phones, waiting for any message from their beloved husbands, yet receiving nothing. With each passing minute, their hearts sank deeper. Ruoshi, why don't we go down and look for them? Let's search for the two of them. Han Qingru finally spoke to Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback by the suggestion. She glanced outside. Pitch black, not a trace of light to be seen. Even the living room they currently occupied was shrouded in darkness, barely visible. How could they possibly venture out? Yet her worry for her husband weighed heavily upon her. She nodded in agreement, biting her crimson lips softly, and whispered, "All right." The two women retrieved flashlights from their home, and each armed themselves with a knife for protection before stepping out of their apartment. Gazing at the pitch-black, deathly silent corridor, fear crept into both their hearts. They dreaded the sudden emergence of a zombie from the shadows. After a few steps, Lin Ruoshi suddenly halted and turned to Han Qingru. "Wait, Qingru. If the two of us go down alone, we're too vulnerable. If we encounter danger, would have no means to fight back, let alone find Qin Zhong and the others. We need to find a helper." "But where would we find a helper?" Han Qingru was startled, then furrowed her brow with a bitter smile. "Bring your neighbor along. He has a blade and has killed zombies before. His strength is considerable. If we bring him, we'll have a fighting chance even if we run into trouble." Lin Ruoshi pointed toward Gao Tianyu's apartment, addressing Han Qingru. "He's not a good person. He won't agree." Han Qingru shook her head. Though she had only exchanged a few words with this neighbor, she knew he was no benevolent soul. Persuading him to risk his life was practically impossible. Their conversation reached Gao Tianyu's ears clearly as he was binge-watching a show in his living room, leaving him utterly speechless. This neighbor's wife knew him far too well. She had seen right through him, recognizing he wasn't a good man and wouldn't agree to a request with no benefit to himself. But weren't these two women being incredibly reckless? Both their husbands had perished down below, and still they dared to venture down there. Truly the ignorant know no fear. "Let me talk to him. They'll see if he can be persuaded to accompany us down." Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi bit her red lips and spoke softly. She then approached Gao Tianyu's door and knocked several times. Knock, 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 knock. Hearing the knocking, Gao Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. In the dead of night, with no visibility and darkness everywhere teeming with danger, these two women wanted to go down and court death themselves fine, but they actually wanted to drag him along too. Should he be moved or exasperated? Though he found it ridiculous, he still opened the door. He was curious to see how Lin Ruashi planned to convince him. Bang! Gao Tianyu swung the door open, furrowing his brows at the two women, and asked something wrong. Seeing the door open, the two women immediately aimed their flashlights at him, revealing Gao Tianyu standing bare-chested in shorts at the entrance. Well, it's like this. I need your help. My husband went out during the day to search for supplies, but he hasn't come back yet. I'm worried something happened to them. I'd like to ask you to come down with us to look for him. I know this request is a bit presumptuous, but if you have any conditions, just name them. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse. Seeing Gao Tianyu open the door, Lin Ruashi stared straight at him and spoke first. Oh, what if I want both of you to keep me company? Gao Tianyu's face immediately twisted into a mocking grin upon hearing her words. There was no way he could agree to Lin Ruaxi's request, for he was not yet prepared for a clash with that white. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee victory. What if he ended up dying at its hands? Risking his life for two women was simply not worth it. After all, once he rose to power, what kind of woman couldn't he have? In this apocalypse, women were the least scarce resource. Countless of them would be vying to share his bed. So the most important thing now was to stay alive, to grow stronger in silence, and only after his power was sufficient could he consider other matters. What? That's impossible. I will never agree to it. You can forget that idea right now. Even if it kills me, I won't let you have your way. Han Qingru's face turned cold at Gao Tianyu's words, and she spoke with unwavering determination. Her gaze towards him was filled with utter contempt. Even Lin Ruaxi's look towards him turned hostile. This man was not only coveting her, but also her best friend. It was unforgivable. You pervert. Dream on. What do you take us for? Go to hell. Come on, Xingro, we're going down ourselves. Ignore this pervert. Lin Ruashi was so furious she nearly hurled her flashlight at Gao Tianyu. Huffing with anger, she grabbed Han Qingru's hand and stormed towards the stairwell. Witnessing this, Gao Tianyu stroked his chin, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You dare insult me? Just wait. They'll show you a thing or two later. He fiddled with his phone for a moment, then retrieved a pair of shoes. Using his psychokinetic power, he controlled them, sending them swiftly flying ahead of the two women. Bastard. That damned pervert. How dare he make such a request of us? What does he take us for? Absolutely shameless. Lin Ruashi pulled Han Qingru along as they descended the stairs, cursing Gao Tianyu with every step. Han Qingru's face was also etched with fury, clearly just as incensed by his condition. Thump. Thump. Just then they suddenly heard two thumping sounds from below, growing increasingly louder, as if drawing nearer to them. Xingro, listen. What is that sound? The two women froze in fear, and Lin Ruashi leaned close to Han Qingru's ear to whisper her question. It sounds like footsteps. And they're getting closer. Could it be zombies? Han Qingru said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Growl. Growl. Thump. 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 Suddenly beast-like roars erupted from below, and the thumping footsteps grew more frequent. Oh no, it's zombies. Run. Lin Ruaxi's face drained of color at the sound. She immediately grabbed Han Qingru's hand, pulling her to run back up. Han Qingru's legs began to tremble uncontrollably at the sound, freezing her in place. If not for Lin Ruashi pulling her, she might have collapsed. Hearing Lin Ruaxi's shout, she snapped into action and started running too, letting out shrill screams as she fled. Yet they could still feel the footsteps and roars behind them, growing ever closer, terrifying them so much they dared not look back. Soon they found themselves back on the 30th floor, where they saw Gao Tianyu about to close his door. Don't close the door. Please save us. There are zombies chasing us. Lin Ruashi shouted at the sight of him, her beautiful face etched with panic. Seeing the two women rushing towards him, Gao Tianyu paused his closing motion. The two women dashed inside at breakneck speed, intending to run further in. Gao Tianyu quickly reached out, hooking an arm around each of their waists to stop them. What's going on with you two? Didn't you just head down? Why are you running back up? Gao Tianyu asked with a chuckle, looking at them. Close the door? There are zombies outside. They're almost here. Lin Ruaxi's face was still full of terror as she shouted frantically at him. Oh. Gao Tianyu casually acknowledged, then extended his left foot, hooked the door, and kicked it shut. With a loud bang, the security door slammed closed. Growl. Growl. Bang. 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 The instant the door shut, the sounds of zombie roars and pounding on the door erupted from outside. Oh. At the sound, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru began trembling uncontrollably again. Wah. Wah. Soon Lin Ruashi broke into sobs, and Han Qingru followed suit, crying as well. Alright, stop crying. I've locked the zombies outside. You're safe now. Gao Tianyu held the two weeping women in his arms, gently stroking their hair to comfort them. But his consolation seemed to have the opposite effect. They wailed even louder. Tears streamed down their faces like raindrops. He felt his clothes getting damp as their tears soaked through, tracing paths across his skin like beads of sweat. Holding the two beauties close, their distinct fragrances wafting around him stirred a restless itch within Gao Tianyu. His hands, meant to comfort them, unconsciously began to wander. You pervert. Where are your hands going? Han Qingru quickly sensed the intrusion and shoved Gao Tianyu away, cursing at him. Seeing this, Lin Ruashi also pushed him away, glaring at him with equal disdain. What hands? What are you talking about? I was just comforting you too because you were scared. Don't you dare slander me. Gao Tianyu blinked, innocently waving his hands dismissively. You're shameless. You were clearly taking advantage of us, just now. Han Qingru gritted her teeth, her gaze icy as she stared at Gao Tianyu, fuming. Do you have any proof? Gao Tianyu still refused to admit anything, instead tilting his chin up and casting a smug, arrogant look at Han Qingru, his expression radiating sheer audacity. His face practically screamed, so what if I did? What are you going to do about it? Go ahead, try and hit me. You shameless pervert, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Ruashi, enraged by Gao Tianyu's arrogant demeanor, lunged at him with claws bared. You're overestimating yourself. I'm an evolver, how could I let an ordinary person like you bully me? Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes and muttered a few complaints under his breath. In a swift motion, he seized Lin Ruaxi's wrist, yanked her into a spin, and pinned both her arms behind her back against the steel security door. Let Ruashi go. Han Qingru rushed over and tried to pull Gao Tianyu away to free her friend. But her efforts were futile. With one hand he pressed her against the door, as well leaving her completely immobilized. Bastard. Pervert. Let us go. The two women struggled violently against the humiliating position, cursing at him. Slap. Slap. Both of you quiet down. Haven't you noticed you've already attracted the zombies? Keep screaming, and I'll throw you both out. Gao Tianyu delivered a firm smack to their plump backsides and spoke in a low, stern voice. Grr. Bang. 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 As his words faded, guttural roars and violent thuds against the security door echoed from outside. Startled by the scene, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru froze and ceased their struggles. The thought that zombies were just beyond the thin metal door, seemingly clawing at them, sent a chill down their spines and raised goosebumps across their skin. Calm down now. If not, I could open the door and let you cool off outside. Gao Tianyu drawled once he saw the women had stopped moving. We're calm. Just let us go. Lin Ruashi bit her red lips, unwillingly backing down at his threatening tone. Let it slide this time. But don't ever speak to me in that tone again. I don't like it. Gao Tianyu released them, though he couldn't resist adding a final warning. In this apocalypse, he held formidable power. As long as he adhered to his moral baseline, he could act with greater freedom. He was indeed interested in these two women, but he would never allow them to get too cocky. A little discipline was necessary to keep them in line. After dealing with them, Gao Tianyu returned to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. Then, using his psychic powers, he manipulated his phone and his shoes, silently flying them back through the open window. The footsteps and zombie growls from earlier were all his doing, a ploy to prevent the two women from going downstairs. It seemed to have worked perfectly. They hadn't even seen a real zombie before they fled back in terror, crying. Excellent. Could you take care of the zombie outside? We want to go out. Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru, having calmed down, looked at Gao Tianyu, who was calmly sipping his water, and spoke softly. She knew this man was powerful. If he acted, he could easily deal with the zombie outside. No rush. It's just one little zombie. I can handle it tomorrow. I don't feel like moving today. Besides, weren't you two just heading down to find your husbands? Why did you come running back up so quickly? Gao Tianyu lounged lazily on the sofa and pulled out his phone to binge-watch a show. Fortunately, he had been convinced to buy a solar charging panel in the past to save electricity. Though it was practically useless, unable to even power the household appliances, it could still manage to charge his phone, keeping him from boredom. We ran into that zombie as soon as we left. We're just two weak women, how could we possibly fight it? What else could we do but run? Lin Ruaxi's face darkened at his teasing, but she suppressed the urge to curse and replied instead. Tisk tsk. And you still dared to go down. There are plenty of zombies on the stairwells below. You can't even handle one. Oh, going down there would just be offering yourselves as a meal. Gao Tianyu sneered again. These two rookies were so timid, yet they wanted to search for their men. Such deep affection. Mind your own business. Han Qingru couldn't hold back her retort at his condescending words. You're right, it's none of my business. But if I hadn't opened the door to let you in earlier, you'd probably be dead by now. His words left them with no comeback, for he spoke the truth. Strictly speaking, he had saved their lives. They weren't unreasonable people. If he hadn't deliberately taken advantage of them, they might have even been grateful. Your husbands didn't happen to go to the floors below the 15th, did they? Gao Tianyu posed another question. How do you know? Han Qingru replied coldly. Of course I know. Because I've already scoured every floor above the 15th. Except for the rooms with living people, I've taken all the food I could find back to my place. They had no choice but to search below the 15th floor, right? Can you guess why I stopped at the 15th floor? Gao Tianyu said slowly, then asked a follow-up question. Is there danger down there? Han Qingru's face paled as she asked, her voice trembling. Correct. You know Zhao Dazhu, right? Before the mysterious virus hit, he underwent some strange change, lost his mind, and became a mindless killing machine. A white. The 15th floor is its territory. I sensed its aura there, and didn't dare go any further. This entire building is its hunting ground. Everyone alive is its prey. The closer you get to it, the more likely you are to be attacked. If your husbands ran into it, they're probably in grave danger. So there's no need to go down. Even if you do, it's useless. You'd better just stay up here. Besides, once that monster finishes off the people on the lower floors, it will definitely hunt upwards. One day it will reach our floor. Maybe then you'll all be reunited. Gao Tianyu explained leisurely, his tone utterly unruffled. How do you know all this? And I remember you stocked up on food before the apocalypse even started. How could you have predicted all of this? Han Qingru stared at Gao Tianyu, baffled, wondering how he could have foreseen all of this. The matter of Zhao Dezhu was deduced by me, but may not be entirely accurate, but I'm probably 90% sure. As for your last question, Gao Tianyu calmly took a sip of water before leisurely replying. I came to know about the apocalypse by accident. I saw it on a forum post. At first I didn't believe it either, but after seeing the extreme heat and heavy rain outside, I sensed the weather was abnormal. Furthermore, the news always quoted experts, and I'm the type who trusts experts the least, so I bought a bit more food. Who would have thought that the post would turn out to be true? Gao Tianyu sighed with emotion. This wretched turn of events had actually befallen him. If not for that post, he estimated that even if he bought food, he wouldn't have bought so much and would likely have starved to death. What? Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru were stunned upon hearing Gao Tianyu's explanation. Their mouths fell open in disbelief. They never expected to get such an answer from him. However, the two women still harbored some doubt. After all, the story was too fantastical. Who would believe a random post online and take it as truth? Especially a post about the apocalypse. Alright, I've said all I need to say. You two go back. I need to sleep. Gao Tianyu yawned and waved his hand, shooing them away. He didn't intend to let the two women stay overnight. He was afraid they might stab him in his sleep. Although the possibility was low, it was still necessary to be cautious, wasn't it? There are still zombies outside the door. How can you expect us to leave? Lin Ruoxi was angered by Gao Tianyu's dismissal and spoke with dissatisfaction. Don't worry, that zombie has gone downstairs. I heard it descending. There were no zombies outside at all. Gao Tianyu had fabricated the whole thing. Now that he wanted to kick them out, the zombie naturally disappeared. Liar. How could you possibly hear that? Lin Ruoxi's pretty face flushed with anger. She suspected he was lying. They were so close and hadn't heard any sound. How could he have? Really, I have no reason to lie to you. After all, if you die, what good would it do me? Besides, I still have designs on you. How could I bear to let you die? Gao Tianyu wore a serious expression, but his gaze swept over the two women. Even at night, with only the flashlight illuminating the living room, he could still see their alluring figures, which stirred a surge of excitement in him. It was a pity the timing wasn't right. The two women hadn't been completely won over yet. Otherwise, he would have loved to take them both to play poker. After saying this, Gao Tianyu got up and directly opened the security door outside. Seeing this, the two women tensed up, but after waiting for a long time, without any movement outside, they finally relaxed. You just said that monster would eventually climb up, and we would all die? Is that true? Lin Ruoxi, as she reached the door, suddenly looked up at Gao Tianyu and asked. No. It's you who will die, not me. Although I don't know the strength of that aberrant creature, I am confident in my own abilities. If we fought, it's uncertain who would come out on top. I simply don't want to get injured, and am unwilling to fight it. Gao Tianyu shook his head. Although he was wary of that aberrant creature, he was not afraid, because he had confidence in his own strength. Lin Ruoxi said nothing more after hearing this. She gave Gao Tianyu a deep look, then returned with Han Qingru to the apartment opposite. Ruoxi, did something happen to our husbands? It's all our fault. If we hadn't asked them to go out searching for food, they wouldn't have run into danger. As soon as they returned to the bedroom, Han Qingru's eyes reddened and tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she spoke self-reproachfully. Qingru, don't blame yourself too much. It's not our fault. No one wanted this to happen. Lin Ruoxi hugged her good sister, patted her back, and gently comforted her. Her own eyes also reddened. As she said, this sudden apocalypse had claimed countless lives. Who would wish to experience such a cruel world? The two hugged and cried for a while, seemingly exhausted, then went to their respective rooms to rest. Knock. Knock. In the middle of the night, Gao Tianyu heard a knock at his door. Damn it. Who is it? Can't you let people sleep? Gao Tianyu, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the knocking and immediately became angry. He naturally had a bad temper when woken up, especially since he had just gone to sleep. How could he stay calm? He released his psychic power and swept it outward, immediately identifying the visitor. It was Lin Ruoxi, the beautiful woman with an excellent figure. Why is she here again? It's the middle of the night and so hot. Can't she let a person sleep? Even after identifying the visitor, Gao Tianyu was still very annoyed. He put down the meteorite in his hand, pulled a long face, and opened the security door. What's the matter? Why are you back again? Gao Tianyu said rudely as soon as he opened the door. Let's talk inside. It's not convenient here. Lin Ruoxi quietly looked at Gao Tianyu, then pushed past him, entered the living room, and sat on the sofa. Spit it out. Hurry up and finish. I need to sleep. Gao Tianyu closed the security door and rubbed his eyes. Didn't you want me to keep you company? As long as you help me kill the monster that Zhao Dezhu downstairs turned into, and avenge my husband, I will be your woman from now on. Lin Ruoxi looked at Gao Tianyu, biting her red lips lightly, and spoke with a complicated tone. Her husband had been very good to her, and they were deeply in love. Now her husband was missing, likely killed by the monster downstairs, so she wanted to avenge him. But she also knew that relying on the two weak women alone to seek revenge was impossible. They couldn't defeat that monster at all. So she thought of Gao Tianyu. From his tone, she could tell he was very strong, so she wanted Gao Tianyu to take action, slay the monster, and avenge her husband. Sorry, that aberrant creature is very strong. It's too dangerous to attack it. Although your offer is tempting, I still have to refuse. I won't put myself in danger for the sake of a woman. Without a second thought, Gao Tianyu shook his head and directly refused after hearing Lin Ruox's words. He was a man of principles and bottom lines, and his foremost principle was that his own life mattered most. He would avoid any dangerous situation whenever possible, steering clear of harm. The abomination that Zhao Dazhu had transformed into possessed formidable strength. Even the lingering aura it left behind sent a chill of danger down his spine. Its power was far from negligible. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to cross paths with it. Are you afraid? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why won't you even face it? If you can kill it, it'll be yours. Don't you want me? Lin Ruoxi rose and approached Gao Tianyu, her breath as fragrant as orchids as she spoke. Waves of warm, ambiguous air brushed against his cheek and drifted into his nostrils. Of course I desire you, Mrs. Zhao. Your charm is immense, and I am quite taken with you. But to survive in this apocalypse, one must be cautious to the extreme. Never act without certainty. Avoid all danger whenever possible. That is the way to survive. I have never seen that abomination, nor do I know its true strength. If I charge in recklessly and end up unable to defeat it, what then? Gao Tianyu wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gazing directly into her eyes. Even though the allure of beauty lay right before him within easy reach, he remained steadfast in his refusal. Once he had made up his mind, he would never waver for the sake of a woman's charms. Lin Ruoxi fell silent upon hearing his unwavering response. He had never concealed his covert interest in her and her best friend. Yet now that she had offered herself to him, he still rejected her terms. This caught her completely off guard. Still, she had to admit he was right. In this apocalyptic world, survival demanded caution and prudence, retreat from danger, and never act without certainty. Perhaps only those who tread carefully could truly endure in this wasteland. In that case, I'll take my leave. Come find me once you've slain that monster. Seeing his refusal, Lin Ruoxi made to rise and depart. Mrs. Zhao, since you've come all this way, why leave so soon? It would be poor hospitality on my part. Gao Tianyu held her firmly by the waist, preventing her from rising, then leaned in toward her crimson lips. She had disturbed his sleep. Did she think she could simply walk away so easily? Soon Lin Ruoxi went limp, collapsing softly against him. Wait. You can't. Seeing him about to continue, Lin Ruoxi hastily tried to stop him. But Gao Tianyu turned a deaf ear, pretending not to hear. If you want this, fine, but you must agree to one condition. Once you're confident, you must help me kill that monster downstairs. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Lin Ruoxi finally made her demand. Fine. Gao Tianyu nodded in agreement. He'd deal with the future when it came. By then, with greater strength, he could just take care of the abomination along the way. If you dare deceive me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Seeing his consent, Lin Ruoxi ceased her resistance, murmuring softly. 3 hours later, the battle finally came to an end. Lin Ruoxi was thoroughly vanquished, fleeing in defeat, utterly powerless to resist. In the end, Gao Tianyu had no choice but to scoop her up and carry her to the building across the way. Gao Tianyu sensed around carefully, then opened an empty room, laid her on the bed, and left. For safety, Sake, he had no intention of letting a woman stay overnight in his room, even if they had been intimate. After finishing that, he returned to his own bedroom and went to sleep, clutching the meteorite. Beneath the night sky, torrential rain continued to pour, visibility nearly zero. Yet within the downpour, shadowy figures moved about, heedless of the drenching rain, wandering aimlessly through the storm. They staggered along with bloodshot eyes, unsure of where they were heading or where they were meant to go. Beside a riverbank, the relentless rain had triggered floods across the land, drowning countless souls. The corpses of the drowned were washed ashore, strewn about in grotesque disarray, a truly horrifying sight. Suddenly, a hand burst forth from the mud. A dazed figure struggled to his feet, glanced around, and let out a guttural roar. One by one, the bodies that had drowned in the river also rose just like him, their eyes bloodshot, staring blankly into the surroundings. They saw nothing, and the heavy rain pelting their bodies had no effect on them whatsoever. Then one of the zombies began to move as if drawn by some unseen force, shuffling in a particular direction. One after another, the risen corpses seemed to find their purpose as well, following him in motion. Along the way, more zombies joined the ranks, eventually amassing into a horde advancing towards some unknown destination. The next morning, Han Qingru woke up and cooked a meal. She then went to wake Lin Ruoxi, who was sleeping in the adjacent room. Ruoxi, time to get up and eat. The food's ready. Han Qingru patted Lin Ruoxi's thigh, gently speaking softly. Qingru, don't worry about me. You go ahead and eat. I'm exhausted. Let me sleep a bit more. I'll eat when I get up. Lin Ruoxi replied, without even opening her eyes, burying her face deeper into the pillow. She felt utterly drained, her whole body limp and weak, craving nothing but sleep and rest. She had no appetite whatsoever. All right, then sleep a while longer. I'll leave the food in the pot. Remember to eat when you wake up. Seeing Lin Ruashi refuse to get up, Han Qingru could only shake her head slightly and go out to eat by herself. It wasn't until nearly noon that Lin Ruashi groggily crawled out of bed. She had been woken by hunger. After a day of exhaustion and skipping breakfast, the pangs of starvation were inevitable. She washed up, then took out her bowl and chopsticks, sat at the table, and gulped down the porridge ravenously. You're finally awake. It's almost 12 o'clock. You slept so long. If you hadn't woken up soon, I was about to come get you. Han Qingru also took out her utensils, ladled herself a bowl of rice porridge, sat down across from Lin Ruashi, and said with a smile, Hey Ruashi, why are there so many red marks on your neck? Are you injured? Suddenly Han Qingru noticed the snowy white neck of Lin Ruashi was covered in red traces, looking especially conspicuous. What? No way. It might be from when I was fleeing yesterday. I must have scratched myself. Lin Ruaxi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Han Qingru's words. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she quickly explained. At the same time, she began to curse Gao Tianyu inwardly. That damn man last night. He was like a bull, completely lacking any gentleness, and he had left all sorts of red marks on her neck that she couldn't get rid of anytime soon. And now her best friend had seen them. How was she supposed to explain this? Is that so? Han Qingru's eyes flickered with a trace of doubt. The marks on her best friend's neck didn't look like an injury at all, but rather like they were made by a ma. However, seeing that Lin Ruashi didn't seem to want to elaborate, she didn't press further. But a seed of suspicion was planted in her heart, and her gaze kept drifting towards Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi, feeling her friend's scrutinizing look, felt her heart grow even more uneasy, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet her eyes. Seeing her friend's guilty expression, Han Qingru's suspicion deepened. Could it be? Suddenly Gao Tianyu's smirking face flashed in her mind, and a possibility occurred to her. However, to spare her friend's embarrassment, she didn't voice it out loud. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu, having worked out all morning, sat at the dining table, eating ravenously, shoveling large spoonfuls into his mouth. Before long, a whole pot of rice was gone, along with several boiled eggs and some steamed cured meat. After finishing his meal, Gao Tianyu lounged lazily on the sofa, holding a meteorite in one hand, cherishing it as he let his body absorb its radiation. With the other hand, he held his phone, watching videos. But as he scrolled, his mind began to wander, thinking of Lin Ruashi. The taste of yesterday was just too unforgettable. Indeed, a man shouldn't be idle, because an idle mind is the devil's workshop. I'd better focus on training. Gao Tianyu shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts. With his left hand alone, he lifted a dining table weighing over 100 kilograms and easily pressed it overhead twice. His physical strength had been increasing rapidly lately. Without precise measuring tools, he had no idea just how terrifying his power had become. However, his physique was now exceptional. A single light jump could carry him over 10 meters, a testament to his incredible physical prowess. A 100-meter dash would probably take him just 2 or 3 seconds. A single punch could blast a hole right through a wall. However, as he spent most of his time indoors and hadn't faced any formidable opponents, he couldn't accurately gauge his own strength. From the internet, he had glimpsed some videos of others' awakening abilities and fighting zombies, though there weren't many. Many parts of the country were losing electricity, internet, and water. The only reason his internet remained stable was that the local base station was newly built, equipped with solar panels and new energy batteries. Still, the primary power source remained traditional electricity, with the solar panels and batteries serving merely as a supplement. Their base station was just a pilot project, not yet widely implemented. Meanwhile, some other places had their own unique networks capable of connecting to satellites even during a blackout, so some information was still being uploaded. However, most websites on his phone were now defunct, unable to operate due to massive data corruption. Most people online were newly awakened, and the number of awakened individuals was still small, so no complete evolution system had been formed. Without a reference point, everyone had a different understanding of their own strength. Gao Tianyu was no exception. He had only encountered 2 awakened beings, and since they had just awakened and were not very powerful, he felt he could kill them single-handedly. But that was just a feeling, and feelings don't always reflect reality. How every awakened individual is unique. My ability awakened even before the mysterious virus struck. After being infected by the virus, its power has increased even further. That post said that spiritual energy is about to revive, and people will awaken abilities, ushering in the great age of evolution. I should technically be considered an evolver now, but am I a level 1 evolver or a level 2 evolver? Gao Tianyu's eyes flickered with contemplation. If awakening an ability makes one a level 1 evolver, then he should already be a level 2 evolver. But if awakening is just the initial step, placing one in the early stages of an evolver, then he might only be equivalent to a level 1. In any case, no country, powerful organization, or platform had yet established a clear classification system for evolution levels. Moreover, the apocalypse had only just begun, and chaos reigned everywhere. Many local government structures had been wiped out entirely, leaving people struggling to survive day by day. When survival itself is a challenge, who has the time to worry about such things? Time flew by during training, and evening arrived once again. Outside, a torrential downpour continued. Visibility was extremely low, and the only light came from flashes of lightning. The entire neighborhood had also lost power, plunging everything into darkness. With no nighttime activities, no electricity, and dead phones, most people had gone to bed early. It's already 9:30, it's getting late. I wonder if that woman is feeling better. No, I have to go check on her. Gao Tianyu glanced at his phone absent-mindedly, his mind filled with thoughts of Lin Ruoshi. As a young man full of vigor, having tasted the forbidden fruit, his appetite had naturally grown. Soon he used a piece of wire to easily pick the lock on the security door opposite, then fumbled his way into Lin Ruoxi's room in the dark. Lying in bed, not yet fully asleep, Lin Ruoshi felt her door open and saw a shadowy figure approach her bedside. MMPH. Lin Ruoshi was startled and nearly screamed, but Gao Tianyu quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. Don't scream. It's me. He leaned close to her ear and whispered. What are you doing here? You scared me to death. Lin Ruoshi finally calmed down after recognizing Gao Tianyu's voice, letting out a long sigh and speaking with a lingering fright. I missed you, so I came to see you. How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Gao Tianyu leaned close to Lin Ruoxi's ear and whispered. Not yet. You should leave quickly and not disturb my rest. If Qingru finds out, it won't be good. Lin Ruoshi pushed him away with her hands, speaking with some urgency. She knew what this man wanted, but she couldn't allow it. Her best friend was right next door and hadn't fallen asleep yet. If they made too much noise, it would definitely alert Qingru. How would she face her dear friend then? Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu used his spiritual sense to carefully perceive the situation of Han Qingru next door. He noticed her uneven breathing and constant tossing and turning. Clearly she was still awake. However, since he was already here, how could he slink back dejectedly? Let me check on you and give you a massage. That way you'll recover faster. No. Be gentle. Qingru is still next door. Will be gentle. Another 3 hours passed before Lin Ruoshi finally fell into a deep sleep under Gao Tianyu's massage. Seeing her asleep, he covered her with a blanket and left the room. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately sensed a cold gaze fixed upon him. A graceful young woman was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Gao Tianyu emerge, her gaze shifted from her phone to him. They stared at each other silently for a moment, neither speaking first. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu smiled faintly, walked toward the sofa, and plopped down beside Han Qingru. Mrs. Qing, do you have something to discuss with me? Upon hearing these words, Han Qingru's heart instantly turned cold, and her gaze toward Gao Tianyu was filled with displeasure and fury. You bastard, you lecher. What did you do to Ruoshi? She said through gritted teeth. Nothing much. I just gave her a massage to relax her muscles. Don't worry. Gao Tianyu shrugged and smiled, then spoke softly. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I believe such a lame excuse? Han Qingru was enraged by his words, glaring at him fiercely. The noise they had made, even through a wall, had clearly reached her ears. Did they think she was a naive 3-year-old who couldn't distinguish sounds? Oh, it seems I can't hide it from you, Mrs. Qing. You'll be honest. Our relationship is exactly what you're thinking. Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, not intending to conceal it, and spread his hands. He had no fear of exposure and had never planned to hide it. Being discovered was no big deal. You scoundrel, you lecher. What tricks did you use on Ruoshi? Did you force her? Gao Tianyu's words ignited Han Qingru's fury. Her anger surged like a wild tigress, her eyes sharp as if she wanted to tear him apart. What nonsense are you talking about? I may not be a good man, but I have my limits. I never act against a woman's will, special circumstances aside. Ruoshi and I are completely mutual. There's nothing as sordid as you imagine. Besides, if I really wanted to use force, do you think you could escape? It's the same whether it's one or two. You're not bad looking. Do you think I'd let you off? Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning Han Qingru's figure unabashedly. The scorching gaze made Han Qingru's scalp tingle. How dare you? If you lay a hand on me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. She shrank back, but still refused to show weakness. Do you think I dare or not? This is the apocalypse. The old laws no longer apply. From now on, power will rule, and the strong will dictate the rules. With your beauty, countless men will covet you. They won't be as easygoing as I am. Han Qingru's scalp tingled at his words. She knew he wasn't just threatening her. In the apocalypse, women like her faced a miserable fate. Beautiful, but without the strength to protect themselves, the best they could hope for was to become playthings of the powerful, while the worst faced an even more degrading end. Get out of my house. This has nothing to do with you. Though she inwardly agreed with his point, she still held no goodwill toward him. She pointed at the door, biting her red lips. Your affairs indeed have nothing to do with me, but regarding Ruoshi and me, if you truly care for her, don't interfere. After all, by being my woman, I can ensure she never goes hungry and guarantee her safety. When it's time to leave this place, I'll take her with me. That's far better than staying here with you and waiting to die. Facing her fury, Gao Tianyu remained calm and spoke indifferently. Having said that, he lost interest in continuing the conversation and rose to return to his room. On the other side, Han Qingru listened to his words, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She sat silently on the sofa for a long time, lost in thought. She glanced out the window. It was pitch black with only the sound of rain and intermittent thunder. In that darkness, countless dangers lurked. Perhaps her best friend's choice was the right one, a way to survive better. The next noon, Lin Ruashi wearily climbed out of bed and immediately saw Han Qingru sitting on the sofa staring at her with a complicated expression. Qingru, morning. Have you cooked? I'm a bit hungry. Lin Ruashi rubbed her eyes, not noticing the complex look on Qingru's face, and greeted her. It's ready. Go wash up, and then we can eat. Seeing this, Han Qingru could only sigh helplessly and speak softly. Oh, thanks Qingru. You're the best to me. Without you I'd go hungry, hee. Lin Ruashi giggled, and then headed into the bathroom to freshen up. Soon Lin Ruashi finished washing up and sat down at the dining table with Han Qingru. Both of them held bowls of plain white rice porridge which had only a pinch of salt and some peanut oil added, nothing else. The food Qin Zhong and Zhao Tianheng had brought back contained few eggs or cured meat, and those had been consumed on the very day they arrived. Now besides drinking porridge they could only cook some noodles. However, during the meal Han Qingru seemed to hesitate, looking at Lin Ruashi as if she wanted to say something. Qingru, why are you staring at me like that? Eat up. Don't you have an appetite? After drinking half a bowl of porridge, Lin Ruashi noticed Han Qingru's expression and asked with some confusion. There wasn't much food left in their home, and this white rice porridge was the best they could offer. Even if it was hard to swallow, they had to eat, or they would go hungry. It's not that I lack appetite. Oh, I have something to discuss with you. Han Qingru was about to speak when Lin Ruashi asked. Suddenly a knock came at the door, interrupting what she was about to say. Is someone knocking? Qingru, go see who it is. Lin Ruaxi's attention shifted at the sound of knocking, and she said to Han Qingru, Mum. Han Qingru hummed softly, stood up, walked to the security door, and peered through the peephole. She immediately saw Gao Tianyu, who was grinning and waving at her. Han Qingru snorted coldly, her expression turning icy. Without a word, she turned and walked back toward the dining room with no intention of opening the door. That little minx needs a lesson. One day you'll spank her bottom, Gao Tianyu muttered to himself, feeling exasperated. He had done it before, and the sensation was quite pleasant, a memory that still lingered. He took out a piece of wire, focused his mental energy, and gently flicked it inside, instantly unlocking the security door. Qingru, who is it? A neighbor from across the hall. Lin Ruashi asked cautiously, seeing Han Qingru return with a cold face. No one, just a zombie, Han Qingru replied, still wearing a cold expression and speaking in a flat tone. Besides their two households, there were no other living souls on this floor, so it was obvious who was knocking. Click. The moment Han Qingru's words fell, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Mrs. Qin, are you dissatisfied with me? A perfectly fine living person becomes a zombie in your mouth, Gao Tianyu said as he slowly walked in after opening the door, addressing Han Qingru. He came straight to Lin Ruaxi's side, pulled up a chair, and sat down, then looked at Han Qingru. This is my home, please leave. Han Qingru said indignantly as Gao Tianyu entered without her permission, as if he owned the place. I'm here for Ruashi, not for you. What can you do if I don't leave? Gao Tianyu smiled faintly, pulling Lin Ruaxi's waist toward him in a provocative gesture. Let me go? Lin Ruashi stiffened at his intimate move, glancing nervously at Han Qingru before speaking to Gao Tianyu. She tried to slap his hand away from her waist. Cough. Our little secret was discovered by her last night, so you don't need to worry, Gao Tianyu said with a light cough, still holding her waist, speaking directly to her. Since this was out in the open, it didn't harm him, so he had no reason to hide it. What? Qingru, let me explain. I. Lin Ruashi panicked upon learning that Han Qingru knew about her, and Gao Tianyu stammering as she tried to explain, but she couldn't find the right words. What's there to explain? It's already happened. Ooh, just be open about it, Gao Tianyu shrugged, unconcerned. Stop talking. Lin Ruashi grew anxious as he became more reckless, reaching out to pinch his waist. Why are you pinching me? What's there to hide? It'll come out eventually. Anyway, Gao Tianyu felt a tickle at his waist and rolled his eyes. His physique was now strong, and Lin Ruaxi's pinch didn't hurt at all. It was like a tickle. Realizing she couldn't stop Gao Tianyu from speaking, Lin Ruashi lowered her head, not daring to look at her best friend. What, you're only eating plain white rice porridge? Can that stave off hunger? Gao Tianyu suddenly noticed the bowls of porridge in front of the women and asked softly. Do you think everyone stocks up on food like you? We're lucky to have white rice porridge to drink, Han Qingru said darkly, her anger rising. These things have no nutrition or energy. They're basically useless except for filling the stomach, and they're not good for your health. Since the meteor exploded in the sky, the air has been filled with a mysterious energy that has a huge effect on the body, allowing people to awaken supernatural abilities. To awaken the body needs energy, which can only be obtained from food. Haven't you noticed that your appetites have been growing lately? You get hungrier more easily. That's because your bodies are strengthening and your cells are becoming more active, requiring more energy. If you can't provide enough, you'll stay hungry and eventually your bodies will break down, let alone awaken any abilities. After saying this, Gao Tianyu picked up the half-eaten bowl of white rice porridge in front of Lin Ruashi and downed it in one gulp. What you're eating now can't supply the energy your bodies need. He set down the bowl, then lifted Lin Ruashi in his arms, saying firmly, come. It'll take you to eat some meat and high-energy, high-protein stuff. Oh, let me go? Lin Ruashi, still immersed in his words, was startled by his sudden action and let out a scream. What do you mean by that? Since you followed me here, how could I let you continue suffering in this place? Come on, let's go to my place, and I'll treat you to something delicious. Gao Tianyu didn't let go and carried her directly towards his house. You bastard, you shameless scoundrel, let Ruashi go. Seeing that Gao Tianyu was about to carry Lin Ruashi away, Han Qingru immediately became anxious, hurriedly standing up and tugging at Gao Tianyu's arm. However, due to the great disparity in strength, she couldn't hold him back at all. Instead, she was pulled into his house along with them. Gao Tianyu carried Lin Ruashi into the kitchen before finally setting her down. He pointed to the cured meat, eggs, and other provisions in the kitchen and said to Lin Ruashi, Ruashi, the rice is already cooked, but we're missing some dishes. How about you stir-fry a few? Once they're done, we can eat. Oh, you brought me here just to cook for you. Why didn't you cook yourself? Lin Ruashi was taken aback by his words. She stared blankly at the food in the kitchen, asking with a hint of confusion. She had thought this wretched man had brought her over for some nefarious purpose, but it turned out he just wanted to use her as free labor. Why don't you cook for yourself? Why should Ruashi have to cook for you? Han Qingru, who had also been dragged over, expressed her strong displeasure upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. My cooking isn't good, and besides I can't be bothered to do it myself. Gao Tianyu shrugged and said. He was telling the truth. He wasn't skilled at cooking, he mostly just fried eggs and boiled soup, and the taste was far from great. Besides, he was naturally a bit lazy. Normally, he would just throw the eggs and cured meat into a pot and boil them all together. Back when he lived alone, he could make do with that. But now that he had found himself a woman, how could he possibly continue cooking for himself? Naturally, it was time for Lin Ruashi to step up. Ruashi, get to work. You haven't eaten all day, so you must be hungry. Once the dishes are ready, we'll have a meal together. Gao Tianyu patted Lin Ruashi on the shoulder, gave her a smile, and then left the kitchen. You? How can you be like this? Lin Ruashi stomped her foot in anger as she watched him leave. Who acts like this? He had snatched her away while she was eating, promising her a delicious meal, only to make her cook it herself. It was like he was treating her as his maid. Ruashi, let's go, ignore him. Han Qingru grabbed Lin Ruaxi's hand at that moment, intending to pull her out. This dog of a man was clearly not a good person, dragging her best friend over just to cook for him. But she couldn't budge her. Although Lin Ruaxi's face showed anger, she made no move to leave. Qingru, don't be hasty. Don't you think he has a point? We've been drinking plain white congee every day. It lacks nutrition and doesn't satisfy our hunger. We can't go on like this. Lin Ruashi quickly explained to Han Qingru. Looking at the eggs, cured meat, and other supplies before her, she felt a sense of security wash over her. In the past, she wouldn't have given these items a second glance, as she used to eat far better food every day. But now she had been surviving on plain congee for days, and there was barely any oil or fat left in her stomach. You? I'm done with you. Han Qingru, hearing her friend's words, stomped her foot, let out a cold snort, and stormed off. Moreover, she could see that Gao Tianyu had no intention of inviting her to stay for a meal. If she didn't leave now, she would only be overstaying her welcome. The reason she was so furious was that her best friend had completely fallen under that scoundrel's control. She felt a sense of frustration, like a teacher disappointed in a promising student. Gao Tianyu watched Han Qingru leave without trying to stop her. Just as she had guessed, he had no intention of keeping her for a meal. They were strangers with no prior connection, so why would he be willing to share his precious food with her for nothing? He'd be a fool to lose both the woman and his food. After Han Qingru left, Lin Ruashi got busy in the kitchen. Before long, she brought out several dishes: a plate of fried eggs, a plate of cured meat stir-fried with shredded potatoes, and a bowl of cured duck soup. Gao Tianyu tasted each dish one by one. The flavor was pretty good, better than what he could make, reaching the standard of a decent home-cooked meal. From now on, you can come over and eat with me when it's mealtime. But you'll need to come early to do the cooking. After a few bites, Gao Tianyu spoke directly to Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi scooped a bowl of rice, handed it to Gao Tianyu, then filled one for herself, and nodded. Following that, the two chatted about this and that, and soon the entire pot of rice was gone, consumed between them. Gao Tianyu ate the most, polishing off the majority of the rice, while Lin Ruashi also devoured 4 bowls herself, nearly doubling her usual intake. She found it somewhat unbelievable herself. After the meal, she felt a warm sensation spreading through her body, and it seemed her constitution had improved considerably. This wasn't just her imagination. Since the apocalypse began, many people's bodies had been subtly strengthening under the influence of the mysterious energy from the meteorite. This also led to a significant increase in their appetites, requiring them to consume more food than before. If one couldn't eat their fill, or the food didn't provide enough energy, they would become physically weak, lethargic, and constantly plagued by hunger pangs. After the meal, Lin Ruashi voluntarily cleaned up the dishes, washing the pots and bowls. They'll head back now. They'll come by again in the afternoon. After finishing the chores, Lin Ruashi said softly to Gao Tianyu, "Wait, come sit down for a moment. What's the rush? I have something to tell you." Gao Tianyu patted the sofa beside him, beckoning her over. What is it? Is there something else you need me to do? Lin Ruoshi walked over and sat down, then pulled out a few tissues to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Gao Tianyu wrapped his arm around her waist and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless, beautiful face. Now that the apocalypse is here, you need enough strength to survive. Your current strength is far too weak. You can't even handle an ordinary zombie. If you encounter danger, you won't even be able to escape. Starting now, you'll train with me. Well, practice combat skills and build up your physique. Your current physical condition is far from adequate. Gao Tianyu leaned close to Lin Ruoxi's ear and said in a low, serious voice. I understand now. Lin Ruoxi nodded deeply in response. She knew he was right, and that he was saying all this for her own good. She was indeed too weak, unable to even deal with an ordinary zombie capable only of letting out screams. With her current strength, surviving in this apocalypse would be extremely difficult. Then let me teach you how to use a blade first. You girls have weaker physiques, so heavy weapons aren't suitable for you. A blade is more agile and fitting. Gao Tianyu took out the katana and handed it to Lin Ruoxi. The usage of a blade is quite simple. You only need to master 2 moves, slashing and thrusting. As for thrusting, it doesn't cause much damage to zombies currently, unless you can stab directly into their eyes and penetrate through into their skulls. So for now, slashing is more appropriate. Aim straight for their necks, and you can easily sever their heads. If that doesn't work, then slash at their legs. Once you cut off their legs, their speed will drop by half, making them much easier to deal with. Gao Tianyu explained various methods of fighting zombies and the key points to be careful of. After finishing, he guided Lin Ruoxi as she practiced with the blade. His teaching was simple and direct. No excessive movements, just basic chopping and slashing. Though the movements were simple, the effect was remarkably good. The katana was extremely sharp, and even in a woman's hands, as long as she struck the right spot, she could easily sever limbs or necks. Lin Ruoxi practiced with the katana, following Gao Tianyu's instructions for an hour until her arms grew sore and she had to stop. Gao Tianyu took her fair and delicate hand and massaged it a few times to loosen her muscles. Your physique is a bit weak. You'll need more training in the future. Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Seeing Gao Tianyu seriously rubbing her arm, a trace of tenderness appeared on her face. At least this man before her didn't treat her merely as a plaything. He was genuinely kind to her. I'm a bit tired and want to go back and rest. Can I continue training after I wake up? Lin Ruoxi lowered her head and spoke softly, feeling a little embarrassed. She had only trained for an hour and was already unable to keep going. Her physique really wasn't up to par. Sure, Gao Tianyu nodded, not forcing her to continue. But you need to do me a small favor. What favor? Lin Ruoxi looked at him with some confusion. Go back and persuade your best friend to follow me like you did. She's a woman whose husband is dead and she has no strength. Surviving in this apocalypse would be extremely difficult for her. After all, we're neighbors and we've known each other. How could I bear to watch her die like that? You two are close, so you can help me convince her. Gao Tianyu said with a chuckle. After their brief interaction, he had basically figured out Han Qingru's personality. Getting her to yield wouldn't be easy. Unless she was pushed to the brink of desperation, he doubted she would ever willingly agree. To achieve his goal as soon as possible, he had to find a way through Lin Ruoxi. Since she and Han Qingru were best friends, she surely knew her temperament well. If she was willing to help, it would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Ruoxi was left speechless by Gao Tianyu's shameless words. Right in front of her, he was thinking about her best friend, and even wanted her help. Was that something a decent person would do? Well, I can talk to Qingru, but with her personality she won't agree. You should be mentally prepared for that. Though reluctant, Lin Ruoxi agreed verbally rather than outright refusing. It's fine. I'm just trying it out. If she doesn't agree, then so be it. I've noticed that the abyssal fiend downstairs has been hunting its way up floor by floor. At its current pace, it will reach our floor in about 7 or 8 days. You should prepare yourself. He'll leave this place on the 5th or 6th day. If your best friend agrees to be my woman, by then he'll take her along. If not, I'll leave her here. I won't support a burden I have no connection to. Gao Tianyu nodded coldly. He was neither a great philanthropist nor a saint. To him, doing whatever he wanted was simply a matter of personal preference and desire. He didn't care about moral condemnation. Han Qingru was indeed beautiful, but he only liked her looks. They weren't familiar with each other, and there was no emotional bond. If she didn't want to follow him, he wouldn't force it. After all, there were plenty of beautiful women in this world. As long as one was strong enough, what kind of woman couldn't he have? There was no need to waste too much energy on one woman, nor was there any need to fawn over her like a simp. I understand. He'll do my best to persuade her. Seeing Gao Tianyu's cold expression, Lin Ruoxi nodded seriously. She could tell from his eyes that he wasn't joking. He was completely serious. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, she knew this man was highly principled, yet also extremely ruthless. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change. If he said he wouldn't take Han Qingru along, he would absolutely watch her stay behind and die without lifting a finger. So she planned to go back and seriously persuade her good friend. Alright, go on back now. Don't overthink it. Even if your best friend doesn't agree, it's no big deal. You have to understand that in this apocalypse, every one of us faces choices. Right or wrong, the path is ours to walk. We should let go of our savior complex and learn to respect others' fates. Seeing Lin Ruox's tense expression, Gao Tianyu comforted her softly. Ever since his parents died, he had become a loner and had come to view everything with a detached perspective. Han Qingru was merely a momentary attraction born of lust. If he could have her head, naturally be pleased. After all, what man wouldn't like such a beautiful woman? But even if he didn't get her, he wouldn't be too disappointed. He believed there would surely be better options outside, and there was no need to waste too much effort on one woman. Lin Ruoxi returned to Han Qingru's house with a heavy heart. As soon as she entered, she saw Han Qingru sitting on the sofa, her face taut, not even sparing her a glance. As a childhood best friend, Lin Ruoxi naturally knew that Han Qingru was sulking at her. She walked over to Han Qingru, sat down beside her, and wrapped her arms around her waist. "Dear Qingru, are you angry? Come on, don't be mad. Look what I brought you." Lin Ruoxi pulled 2 boiled eggs from her pocket and placed them in front of Han Qingru, then gently shook her. "You can't just drink plain porridge. I brought you 2 eggs to help you get some nutrition." Who wants his lousy eggs? Just looking at them makes me sick. Take them back." Han Qingru didn't even glance at the eggs, pushed them aside, and said with irritation, "I sneaked these back for you. It's my gesture, nothing to do with him. Just eat them in peace." Seeing that Han Qingru was still angry, Lin Ruoxi explained with a cheeky grin. "Besides, this is my payment for cooking for him. I brought them especially for you. If you don't eat them, it'll be a waste." Han Qingru's expression softened slightly at Lin Ruoxi's words. She shot her a sidelong glance and said, "At least you have a conscience. I thought you had forgotten about your best friend." "How could I? We've been sisters since we were kids. How could I ever forget you?" Lin Ruoxi put her arm around Han Qingru's shoulder and said with a smile. She didn't immediately try to persuade her, knowing it would be useless. She had to cheer her up first. Up. Night fell, and another scream echoed from downstairs. Though not loud, it reached Gao Tianyu's ears clearly. His senses were now incredibly sharp, his hearing several times better than before. Every sound around him, no matter how faint, could not escape his ears. In his perception, someone on the 18th floor had screamed. An attack must have occurred. That wraith is out hunting again. I wonder what it looks like and how strong it is. Gao Tianyu murmured to himself. He had never seen the wraith nor its fighting style, so he couldn't gauge its strength and dared not act rashly. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual set of footsteps climbing steadily upward, soon reaching the 26th floor. Gao Tianyu narrowed his eyes, a look of gravity spreading across his face. He picked up his katana, walked out of his room, and entered Han Qingru's apartment. "Why are you here?" Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi, who were still chatting in the living room, were startled to see Gao Tianyu walk in without greeting. "Don't you have any manners? Don't you know to knock before entering someone else's home?" Han Qingru's face darkened at his intrusion. Gao Tianyu ignored her and walked straight up to Lin Ruoxi. "Something's coming up, either zombies or the wraith. You should stay in my place for a while. It's dangerous here." Gao Tianyu grabbed Lin Ruoxi's arm and started to pull her toward the door. "What?" Lin Ruoxi was shocked, a look of terror flashing across her face. She had seen zombies before, and every time she recalled them, she was still filled with fear. "Wait, bring Qingru too. I can't leave her alone here." Lin Ruoxi tugged hard on Gao Tianyu's arm, then glanced at Han Qingru beside her. "Forget her. If she wants to come, she'll follow. If not, let her stay here." Gao Tianyu listened to the footsteps growing closer and spoke softly. Without waiting for Han Qingru's reaction, he dragged Lin Ruoxi out the door. Han Qingru's heart skipped a beat at the mention of danger, and fear flickered across her face. When she heard Lin Ruoxi's words, hesitation crept into her eyes. She wasn't keen on being involved with Gao Tianyu. She had a poor impression of their neighbor. But after glancing at the dark surroundings and thinking about the impending danger, panic seized her. Without further hesitation, she followed. Thump, 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 roar, roar, roar. As Han Qingru stepped out of the door, she heard a series of footsteps and guttural beast-like roars. She instinctively shone her flashlight into the distance and saw a horde of hideous zombies. Their bodies were covered in blood and dripping wet like ghouls crawling out of the earth, terrifying beyond words. The zombies seemed to have heard the commotion and surged toward Han Qingru. Seeing them charge at her, she froze as if petrified. Her body went rigid, her heart pounded violently, and her breathing became ragged. She wanted to run, but her legs seemed glued to the ground. All she could do was watch helplessly as the zombies drew closer. Troublesome. Gao Tianyu, who was about to close the door upon entering the room, saw this and frowned deeply. He reached out, grabbed the paralyzed Han Qingru, pulled her into his arms, and with a swift move entered his own apartment, quickly slamming the security door shut. Roar! Bang! 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 Immediately, violent pounding echoed against the security door. The zombies outside were relentlessly battering it, making the door rattle and boom. What's going on with these zombies? How did they get up here? They're all wet and covered in mud as if they came from outside. What's happening? Gao Tianyu fell into deep thought after seeing the zombies outside. There were more than a dozen zombies gathered outside, and he sensed a few more on the 29th floor. These zombies weren't residents of their building. They seemed to have come from outside, drawn here by some unknown force. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the crashing at the door, Han Qingru finally snapped out of her daze and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Gao Tianyu's waist. Her face was pale with fear, the beautiful features contorted in terror. What's going on outside? Why are all those zombies coming up here? Lin Ruoxi listened to the incessant banging on the door, her face pale, as she whispered to Gao Tianyu. I'm not sure. Gao Tianyu shook his head. There were only two possibilities for the sudden swarm of zombies. Either something was driving them up or something was attracting them. Neither scenario boded well. Fortunately, his reinforced security door was sturdy. Though it rattled under the assault, it showed no signs of giving way, so he didn't have to face the horde directly for now. Although he could easily dispatch these dozen or so zombies, he refrained for the moment. He feared that the commotion from killing them might attract the horde below. But don't worry for now. They're blocked outside, and it looks like they can't get through the door. We should be safe here. Seeing the terror in Lin Ruoxi's eyes, Gao Tianyu spoke softly to reassure her. Her fearful expression eased somewhat, but a trace of unease remained. She then turned her gaze towards Han Qingru, who was nestled in Gao Tianyu's arms. She felt a surge of fear. If her best friend hadn't already claimed Gao Tianyu's embrace, she would have wanted to dive into it herself. Following her gaze, Gao Tianyu looked down. Han Qingru had her face pressed against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, seemingly still trapped in fear. Moreover, Han Qingru emitted a captivating fragrance that wafted into his nose, stirring a fiery heat within him, and his body instinctively responded. Han Qingru, holding him tightly, naturally sensed his reaction. Her body stiffened and a deep blush spread across her face. She quickly pushed him away, retreating a few steps, hanging her head and avoiding his gaze. You two should rest here tonight. Once I've dealt with the zombies outside tomorrow, you can go back. Gao Tianyu glanced at the two women and said gently. In truth, he wasn't keen on having them stay, fearing they might discover the secret of the meteorite in his possession. Though he was currently the only one who knew the meteorite's secret, it would inevitably be exposed in the future. The more people who knew, the greater the danger. Gao Tianyu returned to his room, opened a storage box, and placed the meteorite inside. When he emerged again, he saw Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru huddled together, whispering to each other. Enough chatting, it's getting late. Time to rest. Mrs. Qing, you'll have to make do with the living room for now. The other two rooms have beds, but no pillows or blankets, so they're not usable. Gao Tianyu walked up to them, scooped Lin Ruoxi into his arms, and spoke to Han Qingru. His inner fire had been stoked, so he naturally needed to find a way to quell it. Put me down. Don't do this. Startled by his sudden move, Lin Ruoxi blushed deeply at his words and whispered in protest. Her best friend Han Qingru was still right there, and his intimate gesture made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Bang! Ignoring her protests, Gao Tianyu carried her straight into the room. Ruoxi, you didn't get to exercise after lunch today. Since we have some time now, I'll guide you through a workout. He set her down on the bed and spoke to her. Exercise? What do I need to do? Lin Ruoxi was taken aback. She had expected him to have other intentions, but it turned out he just wanted her to exercise, which was a pleasant surprise. Just some routine exercises like running and lifting dumbbells. You mentioned you know Taekwondo, so you can practice some punches as well. A series of question marks ran through Lin Ruoxi's mind. Was this exercise regimen even viable? Soon Gao Tianyu proved to her with actions that it was indeed viable, strictly adhering to proper form and customized specifically for her. However, his requirements were quite demanding, and he also added some special requests of his own during the session. Within just an hour, Lin Ruoxi was exhausted, collapsing onto the bed, too tired to even open her eyes. Her physique is really weak. She can't handle even this level of training. If we ever need to flee, would she even make it? Seeing this, Gao Tianyu let out a long sigh. Lin Ruoxi's stamina was lacking, or it hadn't been long, and she was already spent. He then left the room and entered the living room. There he saw Han Qingru sitting on the sofa, her head buried in her lap. Startled by the sound of the door opening, Han Qingru jumped, fearing a zombie had gotten in. Seeing it was only Gao Tianyu, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you alright? Gao Tianyu walked over, sat down beside her, and asked. Fine. Han Qingru shook her head slightly, but her beautiful fair face was etched with paleness. Are you sure? You look awful. Are you scared? Don't worry, those zombies can't get in. Gao Tianyu fell silent. Though the zombies outside had stopped banging, they were still shuffling around, occasionally letting out guttural roars. Han Qingru nodded slightly and buried her head between her knees again. Good. Gao Tianyu nodded in relief. It's late, you should get some rest. He stood up, ready to head back to his room. Wait. Han Qingru suddenly called out, biting her lip as if making a huge decision. Thank you for today. Thank you for saving us. Han Qingru looked at Gao Tianyu, gratitude shining in her eyes. Despite her poor initial impression of him, he had just saved her life, and for that she was truly thankful. Oh, and how do you plan to thank me? Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on his lips as he teased. Han Qingru was stunned. She hadn't expected him to say that. I don't know. What do you want? Gao Tianyu chuckled, moving closer to her. Can I have anything I want? How about you? His gaze held a hint of ambiguity. Han Qingru's heart raced. She quickly averted her eyes. That's not possible. You have Ruashi. We can't. Ruashi won't mind. Gao Tianyu looked at her seriously, then let out a soft laugh, his eyes locking onto hers. Besides what's truly impossible. Boom. Oh. Han Qingru was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sudden earth-shaking sound. A brilliant flash of lightning struck a mountain peak not far from them, unleashing a thunderous roar. Startled by the thunder, Han Qingru threw herself onto Gao Tianyu, her body trembling with fear. Her stunningly beautiful face paled, appearing delicate and pitiful, like a flower drenched in rain, evoking an involuntary sense of tenderness in anyone who beheld her. Witnessing this, the anger that had barely subsided in Gao Tianyu's heart surged up anew. Don't worry. I'm here, nothing will happen. He gently patted Han Qingru's back, his voice soft, as if soothing a child. With his other hand, he lifted her delicate chin, his gaze burning with intensity as he stared directly at her. Seeing the fiery passion in his eyes, Han Qingru's pale cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. Noting her lack of strong resistance, Gao Tianyu's heart leaped with joy. Encouraged, he lowered his head and pressed forward. Outside, thunder continued to rumble, and the torrential rain poured down relentlessly, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Amidst the downpour, the faint, guttural roars of zombies could still be heard. Yet within Gao Tianyu's hall, a warm and tender atmosphere prevailed. A sudden clap of thunder had shattered Han Qingru's defenses, allowing Gao Tianyu to seize the moment and finally fulfill his desires. The beautiful young neighbor was finally his. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart. Han Qingru was undoubtedly the most stunning woman in their neighborhood. She had captured the attention of many ever since she moved in. Even Gao Tianyu's mind would wander with fantasies whenever he encountered her. She was the object of desire for every man in the community. Even before the apocalypse, he had coveted her, but with order still prevailing and her being married to a handsome and wealthy man, any attempt to steal her away seemed futile. So he could only harbor those thoughts in his heart. It wasn't until the apocalypse arrived and he awakened his supernatural ability that he saw a glimmer of hope. Now at last his wish had been granted. Han Qingru was the most beautiful woman Gao Tianyu had ever laid eyes on, even surpassing Lin Ruoxi in looks, though she lacked Lin Ruoxi's fiery figure. But this was not to say Han Qingru's figure was lacking. She was tall and slender, with long straight legs, a full bosom, a delicate waist, and a graceful curvaceous silhouette. She possessed an ethereal, pure, and elegant aura that could ensnare any man who beheld her, drawing them deeply into her charm. 2.5 hours later, Gao Tianyu lay on the sofa with a contented expression, gently stroking Han Qingru's hair. Mrs. Qin, rest assured, I will take responsibility for this. I will surely take good care of you and Mr. Qin's stead. Get lost. An exasperated voice rang out from his embrace. Han Qingru, enraged by his teasing words, gritted her teeth. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist, as if to teach him a lesson. However, her strength was spent from her earlier exertion, and her pinch lacked any real force, so Gao Tianyu felt no pain at all. Huh. Hearing her indignant voice, Gao Tianyu burst into laughter. He led Han Qingru into the bedroom, and with a woman in each arm, they drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as Gao Tianyu opened his eyes, he was greeted by two exquisite faces on either side of him. A cascade of silky hair lay strewn across their faces, partially obscuring their features. Gently, Gao Tianyu brushed the stray locks behind their ears, revealing their smooth, fair cheeks, tinged with a rosy glow. He planted a soft kiss on each of their foreheads before rising and heading to the living room. After Gao Tianyu left, Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru's eyelashes fluttered before their eyes slowly opened. They exchanged a brief glance, then quickly averted their eyes, a hint of awkwardness flashing across their faces. They never imagined they, as best friends, would both fall for the same man. It's such a waste that scoundrel got to have a beauty like our Qingru. Lin Ruoxi said with a feigned look of indignation before adding, but it's fine this way. We won't have to be separated anymore. Han Qingru shot Lin Ruoxi a glare. Her best friend was talking nonsense again. But with Lin Ruoxi breaking the ice, the awkwardness between them dissipated, and they soon resumed their playful banter like sisters. Afterwards, they leisurely made their way out of the room. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Gao Tianyu sitting at the dining table eating a bowl of noodles. You're awake. I made some noodles. Go wash up and come join me for breakfast. Seeing them awake, Gao Tianyu called out to them. Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru nodded slightly and headed into the bathroom. A few moments later, they appeared at the table together, joining Gao Tianyu for breakfast. After we finish eating, I'm going out to clear those zombies outside. You two will come with me. They'll leave a few for you to practice on and help you build up your courage, Gao Tianyu said between bites of noodles. Both Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru were like flowers raised in a greenhouse, with very poor adaptability, as was evident from their reactions to the zombies. He needed to administer a strong dose of reality to help them acclimate to this cruel world, as fighting zombies was inevitable. If they didn't change, they would only hold him back in the future, serving as nothing more than useless ornaments. If they ever encountered danger, they wouldn't even be able to flee, let alone handle anything else. This. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi shuddered inwardly at his words, recalling the terrifying, twisted faces of the zombies outside. However, they also understood that Gao Tianyu was doing this for their own good. They nodded gently. We understand. We won't let you down. Don't worry, they're just a few zombies. They can't move freely in the corridor, so we'll only have to deal with the 2 or 3 in front. It won't be dangerous. Seeing the 2 women looking so distracted, Gao Tianyu immediately spoke to them in a soothing tone. After the 3 finished their meal, they began to take action. Gao Tianyu retrieved some tools from the storage room that had been collected from downstairs, and from these tools, he selected 2 formidable axes, handing them to the 2 women. Half of the building had been ransacked by him, yet few suitable weapons could be found. This was unsurprising, as ordinary households would not keep restricted blades or axes. The 2 women then stood nervously behind Gao Tianyu, each clutching an axe. Don't be nervous. They'll take the lead, and you just follow closely behind me, Gao Tianyu said softly, sensing their tension. He carefully extended his psychic sense to probe the situation outside. The zombies, unable to open the door and detecting no movement within, had dispersed and were now wandering the corridor. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu opened the door first. A crisp click echoed through the hallway. The sound startled the wandering zombies, who, like sharks catching the scent of blood, immediately turned and charged toward them. With a roar, a male zombie in a tattered, filthy short-sleeved shirt lunged at Gao Tianyu, its rotting claws outstretched. Unfazed, Gao Tianyu drew his katana and slashed forward in a single fluid motion. A flash of blade light swept through the air. His katana severed the zombie's arms, then swiftly arced toward its head. Thud! Thud! 2 heavy sounds echoed in the corridor as the body and head hit the floor. With guttural snarls, 2 more zombies lunged at him immediately after the first 2 fell. Their gaping mouths exuded a foul stench of decay, and maggots were visibly feasting on their rotting flesh. Gao Tianyu raised his blade and struck, decapitating 1 zombie in a single blow. Then his left foot shot forward, kicking another zombie square in the chest. With a heavy thud, the corpse flew backward, crashing into the horde behind it, though it did little to halt their advance. Suddenly, a zombie spat a glob of black liquid toward Gao Tianyu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He sensed a dangerous aura from the dark substance. He waved his hand, and with a surge of psychic force deflected the liquid, splattering it against the wall. The black liquid hissed as it hit the wall, emitting white smoke. The surface rapidly corroded, dissolving into a pit. Whoa, is this a mutant zombie? This venom is incredibly corrosive. If that had hit me, I'd probably be done for. Gao Tianyu's mouth twitched at the sight, a hint of shock in his eyes. Despite his surprise, his movements remained fluid. With a swift stride, he closed the distance to the mutant zombie. He swung his katana directly at the mutant's head. Sensing the attack, the zombie spat another stream of venom, but it was futile. The glob was blocked by Gao Tianyu's psychic barrier and splattered harmlessly against the wall. A cold flash of light, and the mutant's head was cleaved in 2, its pale brains exposed. To prevent the severed head from spitting more venom, Gao Tianyu had chosen to split the skull rather than sever the neck as he usually did. With a dull thud, the mutant zombie collapsed, its blood spilling across the corridor floor. Uft, uft. The blood sizzled upon contact with the ground, emitting white smoke as the marble began to erode and decay. However, the corrosion was not as potent as the venom it spat. This mutant zombie is too dangerous. Not only can it spit venom, but even its blood is highly toxic. A single touch could be lethal. Though Gao Tianyu had slain the mutant, it left a deep impression on him. Had it been an ordinary evolved human, they would have been in grave peril, likely falling victim to its deadly venom with a single misstep. With fierce roars, the zombies that had been knocked down scrambled back to their feet and resumed their assault. Gao Tianyu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced a few more steps. His katana whirled through the air, its razor-sharp edge and his immense strength cleaving any zombie in his path clean in 2. Before long, the attacking horde lay vanquished, the floor strewn with mangled corpses and heads still hissing and snarling. Thud, thud, thud. The commotion upstairs soon drew the attention of the zombies below, who rushed upward, their heavy footsteps echoing through the stairwell. With a roar, a burly middle-aged zombie was the first to appear, locking its ferocious gaze on Gao Tianyu and charging straight at him. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Gao Tianyu faced the oncoming horde without a trace of fear. In the confines of the corridor, these zombies were no match for him in unknown combat. Given his current strength, unless he encountered mutant zombies, no number of ordinary ones could threaten him. 7 zombies had rushed up from below, joining the 15 already on the floor, bringing the total to 22. After Gao Tianyu severed the legs of the final zombie, the corridor was piled high with corpses. Besides the dead, 2 more zombies, their legs cleaved off, continued to drag themselves toward them. Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru, who had been waiting anxiously behind Gao Tianyu, watched in stunned silence as he unleashed his power, slaughtering the zombie horde with ease. Their mouths fell open in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with incredulity. They knew he was powerful, but they had never imagined he was this formidable. Single-handedly, he had effortlessly butchered so many zombies, a truly terrifying strength. These 2 zombies are yours to deal with now. 1 each. Use the axes to chop off their heads. This is your trial. At that moment Gao Tianyu pointed at the 2 crawling zombies, and turned to address Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru behind him. In this apocalypse danger lurked everywhere. No one could guarantee they would survive to the end, so it was imperative to find a way to grow stronger. If the 2 women could not conquer their inner fears, they were destined to become mere ornaments, fragile ones that could shatter at any moment. The 2 women looked at the struggling, crawling zombies on the ground, a flicker of fear passing through their eyes. He'll go first. Lin Ruoxi stepped forward, raising her axe, and swinging it down toward the head of one crawling zombie. Bang! The zombie's head burst open like a watermelon under Lin Ruoxi's strike, pale brains spilling out, a grotesque sight. Seeing her close friend take action, Han Xingru gritted her teeth, raised her own axe, and charged at the other zombie. Bang! Her blow landed on the zombie's skull, but lacked sufficient force to kill it. The creature continued crawling toward her. Han Xingru screamed, squeezing her eyes shut, and hacking wildly at the zombie's head with her axe. Thud! 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 Soon the head was reduced to a pulpy mess, brains splattering everywhere in a bloody spectacle. Gao Tianyu watched the scene unfold silently, offering no assistance. He recalled his own first kill. He hadn't felt any nausea or fear, only a faint underlying thrill and excitement. Perhaps he was naturally adaptable, able to quickly shift his mindset and acclimate to even the harshest circumstances. Ugh! Under Gao Tianyu's gaze, both women clutched their chests and began to vomit. The noodles they had eaten that morning were splattered onto the floor. The corridor soon filled with a nauseating blend of rotting flesh and sour stench. Gao Tianyu stood quietly by, watching them retch, but made no move to comfort them. Once their vomiting subsided, Gao Tianyu approached, patting their backs gently. You did remarkably well, far more courageous than I expected. Go rest now. He'll handle the bodies. Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru nodded weakly, their faces still pale and their spirits visibly drained. After watching them retreat into the house, Gao Tianyu turned his attention back to the pile of corpses. The zombies were caked in mud and bore the marks of rain, clearly having migrated from outside during the torrential downpour. After inspecting them, Gao Tianyu put on his gloves and began tossing the bodies down the stairs one by one. He quickly cleared the corridor of corpses. Then, fetching a bucket of water, he meticulously scrubbed the area clean. After finishing, he clapped his hands, discarded his gloves, and returned inside. Upon his return, he found Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru sitting blankly on the sofa, still visibly shaken. Gao Tianyu had no solutions for this. Everyone's mental fortitude differed, and he was no psychologist. Still, this wasn't a major issue. A hot shower and a good night's sleep would likely set them right. You two look awful. Go wash up in the bathroom, and then get some rest, Gao Tianyu advised. Though the water and electricity were cut off, the relentless rain provided him with a steady supply of collected water. The 2 women nodded and disappeared into the bathroom, emerging only after a long while. Their complexions had noticeably improved, no longer as pallid as before. After they finished, Gao Tianyu took his turn, washing away the stench of death and discarding his blood-stained clothes down the stairs. When he came out, he sat down directly between the 2 women. He wrapped his arms around their waists, gently stroking their hair. You need to adapt quickly. I can sense these zombies are growing stronger, and there are mutants among them that ordinary people can't handle. If you don't keep up, you'll be left behind by this era. Gao Tianyu wasn't exaggerating. From his recent encounter, he could tell these zombies were more agile than the ones from a few days ago, a clear sign they were evolving. If humanity remained stagnant, they would soon be eliminated. Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru nodded in unison, taking his words to heart. They understood their own psychological shortcomings. If they wanted to survive, they had to become stronger. Come, let's rest for a while. We'll eat after we wake up. I doubt you have much of an appetite right now anyway. Gao Tianyu scooped them up, carried them into the bedroom, then stepped back out into the living room to practice his martial arts. He had only recently awakened, and despite the battle, his stamina remained largely intact, so sleep was unnecessary. He ran through the forms of Bajiquan over and over, his speed and power increasing with each repetition. He felt he could shatter a zombie's head with a single punch, but he refrained. The corpses carried the virus, and getting splattered with blood was a messy hassle. Using a blade was far cleaner and more efficient. Still, fist techniques had their uses. They were effective against people. In the apocalypse, humans were the greatest threat. With a zombie, the threat was clear and immediate, allowing you to strike without hesitation. But with a human, you could never be certain if they were friend or foe. One moment, they could be your ally, the next your executioner. In this world, trust was a fragile commodity. Gao Tianyu dared not place his faith in just anyone, maintaining a vigilant wariness toward all he encountered. Night fell and darkness once again enveloped the earth. Outside, a violent storm raged on with thunder and lightning splitting the sky. The temperature had dropped considerably, no longer as sweltering as it had been in recent days. Yet the outdoor conditions remained harsh. The sun had not graced the sky for a long time, and the world outside was shrouded in either torrential rain or dense fog obscuring most of what lay beyond. Amidst the thick fog, visibility was less than 3 meters, and people had to constantly face the threat of sudden zombie attacks. The fog and rain posed little hindrance to the undead, but for humans who could barely discern their direction, it was utterly lethal. At this moment, Gao Tianyu was fast asleep, clutching the meteorite close. After dealing with the zombie horde in the corridor during the day, he had sent Han Xingru and Lin Ruoshi back to the opposite building. With those two women around, it was inconvenient for him to sleep while holding his treasured meteorite. To him, women were far less important than that stone. It was his very lifeline. SSSSSSSSSS. While Gao Tianyu slumbered, a dark shadow was stealthily climbing up the side of his building. It moved across the vertical smooth wall, as if traversing flat ground. Rainwater dripped off its body, yet nothing could halt its advance. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the creature's silhouette. A pair of eerie blue eyes gleamed in the darkness. Its body was covered in sharp bone spikes, and it bore a long tail also bristling with razor-sharp spines. Its hands and feet were tipped with vicious claws that glinted coldly. It also had an extra pair of arms on its chest, and patches of bone armor protected its vital areas. With a mere touch, its razor-sharp claws pierced into the solid concrete wall, leaving deep gouges in its wake. The monster climbed straight up, quickly reaching the 30th floor, and arrived at the window of the room where Gao Tianyu was sleeping. It then fixed its icy, piercing blue eyes upon the sleeping man, staring at him like a wolf eyeing a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! The creature suddenly lunged at Gao Tianyu. The window pane before him shattered instantly, sending glass fragments scattering everywhere. They flew through the air like blades shooting out in all directions. At that moment, Gao Tianyu, who had seemed to be in a deep sleep, abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up swiftly, drawing the katana from its sheath and slashing at the charging monster. Bang! Sparks flew as his blade struck the monster's claws, producing a sharp metallic clang. In the next instant, both combatants were sent reeling backward. Gao Tianyu crashed against the wall behind him, then tumbled back onto the bed. The monster, on the other hand, nearly flew out of the window, but its two hind legs spread wide and braced firmly against the wall. Whoosh! 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 Several glints of cold steel shot from the desk, aimed directly at the monster's eyes and the weak points on its body. Gao Tianyu had actually sensed the monster when it had been climbing past the 28th floor, shaken from his slumber. However, to avoid alerting it prematurely, he had chosen to feign sleep. But his grip was tight on the katana, and using his psychokinetic power, he had already readied the various blades resting on the desk. The moment the monster made a move, he would seize the opportunity to strike a fatal blow and take it down. Bang! 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 The creature swung its claws and bone spikes, deflecting Gao Tianyu's attacks and sending the flying daggers scattering. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked through the air as Gao Tianyu swung his katana toward the creature's neck with such speed that the naked eye could barely follow. Bang! Sparks erupted in the pitch-black bedroom. The monster blocked his strike with both claws. They were as hard as steel. His katana could only leave shallow nicks on them, unable to sever them completely. Roar! The beast let out a deafening cry, then lunged straight at Gao Tianyu with a powerful push. Damn it! Gao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. The distance between them was too close. There was no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest to absorb the impact. Bang! The creature's charge slammed into his arms, sending a jolt of searing pain through his body. In the next moment, he was sent flying backward. Boom! Gao Tianyu crashed heavily into the wall behind him, leaving a crater in the concrete before his body tumbled into the living room. Damn it! That hurts like hell. Intense pain racked his entire body. His arms went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the katana. His chest, back, and the back of his head throbbed with agony. But he dared not relax for an instant. This abyss fiend was terrifying, both in speed and strength. In such close quarters, he had clearly taken a beating. Whoosh! 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 Gao Tianyu used his psychokinetic power to hurl the collection of small knives from all directions toward the creature. Bang! 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 The abyss fiend frantically swatted them away, batting aside the ones aimed at its vital points. Roar! Roar! But Gao Tianyu's assault was too dense. A few knives still managed to pierce its body, drawing blood. However, these wounds were superficial and wouldn't significantly hamper the creature's combat ability. They would only serve to enrage it further. Boom! The abyss fiend charged at him again through the hole in the wall, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously in the darkness. Gao Tianyu didn't retreat. Under his mental command, a fire axe materialized in his left hand. With a blade in one hand and an axe in the other, and with small knives controlled by his psychokinesis, he charged forward to meet the monster in fierce combat. Gao Tianyu knew there was no turning back. The meteorite was still in the room. It was the key to his future rise. Even if he could escape, he would never choose to run. Bang! 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 His katana and axe rained down upon the creature, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. The blades themselves were chipped and notched from the relentless assault. But the abyss fiend was not faring well either. Several of its claws and bone spikes had been severed by his relentless. Ruashi, it sounds like something's happening next door. Should we go check it out? The violent tremors emanating from Gao Tianyu's house jolted Lin Ruashi, and Han Qing grew awake in the adjacent unit. The intermittent bestial roars and the tremendous crashes were audible even from a distance, let alone for the two women separated by only a single wall. The monstrous roar was even more terrifying than the cries of tigers or zombies, enough to make one's scalp tingle and heart race with fear. This, I don't know either. If we go, what could we possibly do to help? Lin Ruashi felt a deep sense of terror in her heart. The relentless monster roars from next door were utterly horrifying. Just hearing the sound made her delicate frame tremble uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, what help could they possibly offer? They would only be a burden. Meanwhile, the few survivors who had been lucky enough to remain alive in Gao Tianyu's building were also jolted awake from their slumber by the noise. They then listened intently, filled with nervousness, to the various sounds of commotion coming from above. At this moment, the battle between Gao Tianyu and the alien ghost opposite him had reached a fever pitch. His katana had been snapped, his axe was riddled with notches, and his body was covered in a dense web of wounds drenched in blood, as if he had been bathed in it. The alien ghost facing him was in no better state. One of its eyes had been blinded, and had it not dodged swiftly, the attack would have pierced directly into its brain. Additionally, one of its legs had been severed, drastically reducing its speed and significantly diminishing its threat. By this point in the battle, both sides had paid a heavy price. The various knives Gao Tianyu had collected were nearly depleted, most of them broken. Gasping for breath, Gao Tianyu stared intently at the alien ghost before him. The more critical the situation, the calmer he became, knowing this was the pivotal moment that would decide victory or defeat. If he lost, he would surely die. Using his psychic willpower, Gao Tianyu controlled several cleavers, sending them slashing towards the alien ghost's remaining leg from all directions. If he could sever its last leg, its speed would plummet, it would lose all ability to resist, and it would certainly die by his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The alien ghost also sensed Gao Tianyu's intention. It wildly swung its claws, batting away the incoming cleavers while its spiked tail lashed about violently. It deflected one cleaver after another, blocking Gao Tianyu's attacks. Whooshed! At that moment, Gao Tianyu spotted an opening. He hurled his axe with all his might, using his psychic power to adjust and accelerate its trajectory, sending it cleaving directly towards the alien ghost's head. Bang! The axe struck the alien ghost's skull, shattering the bone, and the blade embedded itself deep into its brain. Roar! With its head critically wounded, the alien ghost let out an earth-shattering howl. The roar was incredibly loud, echoing in all directions. Even the torrential rain couldn't muffle the sound, and it was heard by every survivor in the neighborhood. Many were jolted awake by the cry, trembling under their blankets in fear. Gao Tianyu, being closest to the alien ghost, was shaken so severely that his head buzzed and his mind went blank. Fortunately, his psychic willpower was exceptionally strong, allowing him to forcefully suppress the dizziness. Otherwise, he would have surely passed out. After suffering the critical blow, the alien ghost immediately entered a berserk state. Its entire body became a killing machine, lashing out wildly in Gao Tianyu's living room. Its sharp claws and bone spurs left a trail of deep gouges and craters in the floor and walls. His living room now looked like a war-ravaged battlefield reduced to rubble. Die! Gao Tianyu saw this, and instantly knew the alien ghost was on its last legs. He just needed to land one final decisive blow to finish it off completely. Without hesitation, he acted, using his will to control a small knife and thrusting it directly towards the alien ghost's remaining eye. Whoosh! A flash of cold light shot out, and the knife pierced through the eye, sinking deep into its skull and disappearing from sight. Immediately after, the alien ghost, which had been thrashing about in agony, froze. It staggered a couple of steps, then crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Phew! Gao Tianyu, watching from the side, let out a long sigh of relief and slumped to the floor as well. This damn thing is terrifying. If it had held on just a bit longer, I think I'd be done for. Gao Tianyu wiped the sweat and blood from his forehead, speaking with a hint of lingering fear. He was badly injured, having lost an unknown amount of blood. His physical strength was at its limit, and his psychic energy was severely depleted. He was feeling dizzy and lightheaded. He rested on the ground for a while. Once he had recovered some strength, he walked over to the alien ghost's corpse. He sensed a strange fluctuation emanating from its head, as if some kind of energy was hidden within. The energy felt faint, almost negligible, but it was there. He gripped the fire axe still embedded in the alien ghost's skull and pulled it out. Then he forcefully smashed open the creature's head and found a small yellow-brown crystal about the size of a pinky finger inside. Is this an energy core? What does it do? Gao Tianyu picked it out and placed it on the floor to examine it closely. But since it was his first time seeing such a thing and he didn't know its specific function, he was hesitant to experiment with it. This should be something good. I'll hide it for now and deal with it once I know what it does. Gao Tianyu casually picked it up with a tissue, wiped it clean, and made a mental note. After that he returned to the bedroom, retrieved the meteorite, and carried it to another room that served as a storage area. He placed the meteorite in a box, then put the newly obtained crystal core inside as well and closed it. He then took out a medical kit and locked the door securely. After doing all this, enduring the pain racking his body, he stumbled unsteadily towards Han Qingru's apartment across the hall. Qingru, the commotion across the way has died down. Do you think the fight is over, and will that guy win? Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru huddled together in the living room, their faces tense with anxiety, staring at the door as they whispered. The battle outside had been terrifying. The sounds were deafening, like a demolition crew tearing down a building, utterly horrifying. He should probably win, Han Qingru replied, her voice laced with uncertainty. She knew Gao Tianyu wasn't awakened with a special ability, but his exact strength was a mystery to her, which made her confidence waver. But what if he doesn't make it? What would we do then? Lin Ruoxi asked, her heart pounding with fear. The two sisters had finally mustered the courage to follow him, hoping he could lead them to survival. If he were to die now, wouldn't all their previous efforts have been in vain? Besides, they weren't awakened, just two fragile women. How could they possibly survive in this apocalypse? Don't worry, we have to trust him. He's so powerful, nothing bad will happen to him, Han Qingru said, her expression turning conflicted as she replied. Bang! Bang! Just as the two were talking, a sudden knock echoed from outside their door. The sound cutting through the quiet living room startled them both. Qingru, did you hear that? There's someone knocking. Who do you think it could be? Lin Ruoxi swallowed hard, asking nervously. I don't know. Let's go check, Han Qingru whispered, equally tense. Bang! 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 The knocking came again. The two women hurried to the door and peered through the peephole, but all they could see was darkness. Who is it? Who's there? Lin Ruoxi called out, mustering her courage. It's me. Open the door. Gao Tianyu, who had been waiting outside, replied with a scowl. It's you. You're alive. Thank goodness. Lin Ruoxi's face lit up with joy at the familiar voice. She quickly opened the door and turned on a nearby lamp. What happened to you? Why are you covered in blood? As the light fell upon Gao Tianyu, both women gasped in shock, their hands flying to their mouths in disbelief. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at their question. Why was he in this state? They lived so close, didn't they already know? With all that noise, probably the entire building knew something had happened upstairs. Stop with the chatter. Can't you see him still bleeding? Get over here and patch me up. He strode into the living room, sat on the sofa, and pointed to the medical kit he carried. Oh, okay. Snapping out of their shock, Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru hurriedly closed the door and went to Gao Tianyu, lamp in hand. They opened the medical kit and took out some supplies, but seeing his current state, they felt completely at a loss. Gao Tianyu was drenched in blood, his body covered in a dense web of wounds, 30 or 40 in total. The most severe were 3, one on his chest, one on his back, and one on his thigh. The rest were minor cuts. What are you waiting for? First clean the blood off me, then disinfect the wounds with alcohol, and finally wrap them with gauze. Stop the bleeding, or he'll bleed out and die. Seeing their panicked, fumbling state, Gao Tianyu directed them with a hint of exasperation. These two are truly useless beauties. If they weren't so stunningly beautiful, I'd have ditched them long ago, Gao Tianyu grumbled inwardly. The apocalypse had been going on for a while, yet they still hadn't adapted. They couldn't even handle something as simple as wound care. What good were they? Oh, okay. Spurred into action, Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru set to work. One fetched tissues to wipe the blood from his body, while the other used antiseptic on his wounds and prepared the bandages. It was their first time doing such a thing, so they were clumsy and flustered. It took them an entire hour to clean all of Gao Tianyu's wounds. Their technique was poor and they lacked experience, so they ended up wrapping him so thoroughly that he looked like a mummy covered from head to toe in bandages. Gao Tianyu looked down at his ridiculous form, a flicker of helplessness passing through his eyes. He really needed to find a doctor or a nurse. If he got injured again, he wouldn't know how to treat himself, let alone rely on these two. Fortunately, the bleeding had stopped, and he let out a sigh of relief. What happened just now? Did you run into some kind of danger? Lin Ruoxi asked cautiously from the side. The state Gao Tianyu had been in was terrifying. She couldn't imagine what kind of danger could have inflicted such wounds. That wraith from downstairs climbed up and attacked me without warning. I fought it in a brutal struggle. I managed to kill it, but it left me like this, Gao Tianyu said through gritted teeth. He had never been so badly injured in his entire life. He had felt so close to death. If his physique hadn't been enhanced, he would surely be a corpse right now. What? You killed it. You actually killed it. Lin Ruoxi's expression was complex, and she fought back tears. She had made a deal with Gao Tianyu, hoping that when he was strong enough, he would kill that wraith for her. She hadn't expected him to do it in just a few days. Even though he acted in self-defense, he had fulfilled her request. On the other side, Han Qingru was also overjoyed to hear that the monster had been slain by Gao Tianyu. Both of their husbands had been killed by that wraith, so they harbored a deep hatred for it. Now that it was dead, they were naturally filled with joy. Alright, enough celebrating. Go to the kitchen and bring all the food over here, especially the meat, eggs, honey, and sugar. Once you've brought it, prepare some honey water and some meat porridge for me. "I'm hungry," Gao Tianyu said, his voice weak. The recent battle had drained his physical and mental energy, and he needed to replenish it. "Oh." Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi nodded in unison upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, then opened the door and stepped into his residence. The moment they laid eyes on the state of Gao Tianyu's room, their mouths fell agape in sheer astonishment. Gao Tianyu's apartment was utterly wrecked, as though a violent explosion had torn through it, leaving chaos strewn across every corner. Deep gashes marred the walls and floors, with shards of knives embedded within them. The sofa, refrigerator, and television in the living room lay shattered and mangled beyond recognition. Not a single spot in the entire living room remained intact. It was a horrifying sight. At the center of the room lay the corpse of a monstrous creature, blood pooling across the floor, though its skull had been crushed to pieces. The grotesque and fearsome form of its body still conveyed a palpable sense of dread. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi could hardly fathom how Gao Tianyu had managed to triumph over such a terrifying beast. Had they been in his place, they would have been slain within a single exchange. The gap in strength was simply insurmountable. "Come on, let's not dwell on this. Let's head to the kitchen to grab some supplies." Han Qingru suppressed her nausea, gently tugging at Lin Ruoxi's sleeve as she spoke in a soft voice. "Oh." Lin Ruoxi nodded and followed Han Qingru into the kitchen. They began rummaging through the kitchen, and one by one, they carried a substantial amount of food back to their own place. Following Gao Tianyu's instructions, they brewed honey water for him and boiled a large pot of meat porridge. After consuming a generous bowl of honey water and meat porridge, Gao Tianyu felt a semblance of vitality return to him. Energy surging through his body, alleviating some of his earlier weakness. "Look, I'm feeling quite drained and need to rest. For the time being, it's best if you both stay inside your rooms and avoid going out." Gao Tianyu rose from the sofa and strode directly toward one of the rooms. After closing the door behind him, he collapsed onto a bed, closed his eyes, and slipped into a deep slumber. The fierce battle he had just endured had left both his body and soul utterly exhausted. He desperately needed rest. A day passed slowly, and soon the afternoon of the following day arrived. Gao Tianyu stirred from his slumber in the room, slowly opening his eyes and carefully assessing the condition of his body. After a full night's rest, his injuries had improved considerably. Wounds were gradually knitting together, and even the psychic energy in his mind had recovered by half. Though still somewhat weakened, he was in far better shape than the previous day. He glanced around the room, realizing he was lying in a remarkably tidy space. Above his headboard hung a massive wedding portrait, the bride in the photo unmistakably Han Qingru. In the image, Han Qingru and Qin Zhong embraced each other, the man handsome and refined, the woman breathtakingly beautiful with a radiant smile. They made a picture-perfect couple, exuding harmony and charm. "So this is Han Qingru's bridal chamber," Gao Tianyu muttered to himself upon seeing this. Han Qingru looked stunning in her wedding gown, so much so that he found it hard to tear his gaze away. Shaking his head to dispel those stray thoughts, he rose from the bed, opened the door, and stepped into the living room. "Brother, you're awake." Lin Ruoxi's face lit up with joy the moment she saw Gao Tianyu emerge, and she sprang up from the sofa. Even Han Qingru, seated nearby, let out a quiet sigh of relief upon seeing him, conscious her usually aloof expression softening slightly. Having witnessed Gao Tianyu's formidable strength firsthand, they had already come to regard him as their pillar of support. It was only natural that they didn't want anything to happen to him. Have you prepared any food?" "I'm hungry." Gao Tianyu gave a slight nod and asked in a gentle tone. The only reason he had woken up was the gnawing hunger in his stomach, otherwise he felt he could have slept even longer. "We've cooked, brother. You have a seat. They'll get you a bowl right away." Lin Ruoxi nodded eagerly at his words, walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and gestured for him to sit. She then headed into the kitchen, washed a bowl, scooped out a serving of rice from the pot, and brought out stir-fried cured meat and fried eggs. Gao Tianyu took the rice from Lin Ruoxi, picked up a few slices of cured meat with his chopsticks, and devoured the meal in rapid, hearty bites. Lin Ruoxi, standing nearby, noticed his bowl was empty and promptly refilled it with another serving. In no time at all, an entire pot of rice had vanished into Gao Tianyu's stomach. "I'm still not full. Cook some more and toss in some cured meat too. This isn't enough." After finishing the rice in the pot, Gao Tianyu patted his still unsatisfied belly and spoke with a furrowed brow. Ever since becoming an evolver, his appetite had grown immensely. He could now easily consume 12 bowls of rice in a single sitting, enough to feed 6 ordinary people. Moreover, after intense physical exertion, he became ravenous at the slightest trigger. Rice provided only limited energy and simply couldn't stave off his hunger for long. "Oh, all right. Just have a seat on the sofa for a bit. They'll get to cooking right away." Lin Ruoxi nodded, hastily grabbed the pot, and hurried into the kitchen to busy herself. As soon as Gao Tianyu settled onto the sofa, he immediately caught a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon him. "What's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that?" Gao Tianyu tilted his head, puzzled by Han Qingru's scrutinizing look, and asked with a hint of confusion. "How's your body? Feeling any better?" Han Qingru offered a rare words of concern. Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes at her solicitous gaze. After all, he had known Han Qingru for quite some time, yet she had always maintained a distant, ethereal demeanor. Though they were neighbors, their exchanges had been few and far between. After he had made his proposal, their relationship had deteriorated to an all-time low. Yet now, after a single night's sleep, she was voluntarily showing concern for him. As the ancients said, the surest path to a woman's heart is simply through. How, what's this? Worried about me? Don't fret, I'm perfectly fine. I won't leave you a widow just yet. Gao Tianyu scooted closer to Han Qingru, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said with a mischievous grin. Han Qingru stiffened at his touch, a trace of unease flickering across her face. What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me this instant. Han Qingru shoved at Gao Tianyu, her voice tinged with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Ow. Don't move. It hurts like hell. Are you trying to do away with me? Her push landed squarely on his chest wound, causing him to wince and suck in a sharp breath as he spoke with evident displeasure. Han Qingru, seeing Gao Tianyu's expression, quickly withdrew her hand and said with concern, What's wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You know I'm injured, and you still pushed me so hard. I think you did it on purpose. Gao Tianyu said, showing disbelief. I really didn't mean it. Who told you to talk nonsense and get handsy? I was just caught off guard. Seeing Gao Tianyu's expression, Han Qingru explained in a fluster. It's not like we haven't been intimate before. I only put my arm around your waist. Did you have to be so rough? Gao Tianyu pressed on, refusing to let the matter drop. I'm sorry, I overreacted just now. I apologize. Hearing this, a flicker of shame crossed Han Qingru's face. She had indeed overreacted and hurt his wound, so she didn't argue and offered her apology directly. If apologies were enough, we wouldn't need the police, would we? You hurt me. You need to make it up to me. Although Gao Tianyu was pleased with her apology, he still decided to tease her and get some advantage. What compensation do you want? Han Qingru asked with a frown. Using his hand, which was wrapped up like a mummy, Gao Tianyu gently lifted Han Qingru's chin. Looking at her luscious red lips, he said, Let me kiss you, and I'll forgive you. No way. How can you be like this? You're injured and you're still thinking about doing bad things. Han Qingru understood his intent and refused, her face flushing red as she backed away. Don't move. If you move too much, you'll tear my wound open. Gao Tianyu held her firmly, preventing her from breaking free. Han Qingru stopped struggling, as if she was truly afraid of hurting him. Seeing this, a smile spread across Gao Tianyu's face, and he leaned in. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lin Ruoshi, after washing the rice and putting it on the stove, walked out into the living room. As soon as she came out, she saw the two of them embracing and shook her head. Ahem. Lin Ruoshi coughed lightly to get their attention. Startled by her friend's cough, Han Qingru quickly pushed Gao Tianyu away and sat on the other end of the sofa, distancing herself from him. Ruoshi, why did you come out? Listen, she forced herself on me. Seeing the teasing look on her friend Lin Ruoxi's face, Han Qingru blushed and quickly explained. Gao Tianyu, whose moment had been interrupted, was displeased and glared at Lin Ruoshi with a darkened face. He hadn't even had time to savor the wonderful feeling before Lin Ruoshi interrupted. How could he be in a good mood? Seeing Gao Tianyu's gloomy face, Lin Ruoshi found it amusing. She sat down beside him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek with her red lips. Hubby, are you angry? Upset that I ruined your fun? How about I make it up to you? My kissing skills are much better than Kingris. Lin Ruoshi said with a giggle. Gao Tianyu was speechless. Who are you calling hubby? I'm not your husband. I'm just after your body, not looking to settle down, you know. And isn't your change in address a bit too fast? You were calling me brother you just a moment ago, now it's hubby. Gao Tianyu complained silently to himself, but he didn't bother correcting her. It was just a title not worth the effort. However, this also revealed some of Lin Ruoxi's personality traits: fiery, passionate, and with a bit of a mischievous streak. She was far bolder and more open than Han Qingru. Faced with the enthusiastic and uninhibited Lin Ruoshi, Gao Tianyu was quickly overwhelmed. He wished he could take this little vixen on for 300 rounds. But his body couldn't take it. He was still injured and hadn't eaten enough. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the strength. Little vixen, stop it. Can't you see I'm injured? Are you that desperate? Gao Tianyu quickly pushed away Lin Ruoxi's face that was getting too close, saying with irritation. Hubby, how did you kill that monster last night? It was so terrifying that one look sent chills down your spine. It's amazing that you could kill it. Lin Ruoshi didn't mind his tone and continued to lean in with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. Even Han Qingru, who was hiding on the side, cast a curious glance. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu was momentarily stunned. How had he actually killed that white? Naturally, he fought with all his might. When faced with danger, people usually have two reactions. One is to fight back, the other is to accept their fate, which is not to resist. But Gao Tianyu was clearly not the type to accept his fate. When he encountered danger, he would truly fight for his life. Since the white wanted to hunt him, he wasn't about to just surrender. After a fierce battle, he was the one laughing last, emerging as the final victor. If that white hadn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't have even thought about dealing with it. After all, he wasn't one to get up early without profit. He never did things without a benefit. That white was indeed ferocious, and some parts of its body were as hard as iron. It even broke my katana, but still didn't die. In the end, if I hadn't managed to smash its skull with a fire axe, I'd probably be the one lying there. Recalling the bloody battle, Gao Tianyu still spoke with a hint of lingering fear. This damned world was too dangerous. Even when he hid at home, a white came looking for him. It was truly a world that didn't let you live. Hubby, you're the best. Lin Ruashi nodded at his words, then planted another kiss on his cheek, praising him. Hearing her praise, and seeing her admiring gaze, Gao Tianyu felt a bit pleased. Who doesn't like hearing good things? And what man can resist the admiration of a beautiful woman? I am indeed formidable, but as you can see, this world is getting more and more dangerous. You'd better train hard and improve your strength. It would be best if you could awaken an ability. Otherwise, if I can't look after you one day, you'll be in danger. Although Lin Ruaxi's admiration made Gao Tianyu feel a bit smug, he quickly adjusted his mindset and warned her. Whether it was Lin Ruashi or Han Qingro, neither held much weight in his heart at this moment. They were just a prettier vase to him. Usually they were nice to have around to admire and play with. But when trouble arises, one wouldn't choose to carry a vase. Even if you carried something, it would be a weapon, not a useless vase. Gao Tianyu continued chatting with Han Qingru and Lin Ruashi for a while. When the rice was cooked, he sat back at the table. After another pot of rice, he felt his hunger much relieved. After eating, he felt drowsy again. He patted his belly and went back to his room to sleep. Another day passed. When he woke up again, his condition had improved even more than the previous day. He felt his wounds slowly healing, estimating that in a few days he would be back to his former state. When he walked out of the room, he saw Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru had already prepared rice. As soon as they saw him, they called him to sit down and eat. Having finally learned Gao Tianyu's appetite, they prepared plentifully, this time 3 whole pots of rice, a pot of egg drop soup, and a plate of cured meat. Gao Tianyu glanced at the sparse egg flowers in the pot, and the pitifully small amount of cured meat on the plate. Why so little? Did we run out of cured meat and eggs? Gao Tianyu asked with a frown. There are only 2 eggs left, and a little bit of cured meat, probably enough for tomorrow. Lin Ruashi heard his words, nodded gently, and replied, I understand. After dinner I'll go out and see if I can find more. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly and began to eat. With water and electricity cut off in many places, fresh meat had mostly rotted, leaving only cured meat and eggs which could be preserved. However, there wasn't much of these in the building, or many had been consumed in the days when the zombies came. When he went down to collect, he did gather some, but he couldn't resist his huge appetite, and many things ended up in his stomach. Has your injury improved, honey? Wouldn't it be too dangerous to go down like this? Lin Ruashi was startled when she heard Gao Tianyu say he would go down, and said worriedly, It's not fully healed yet, but I've recovered a bit. Dealing with ordinary zombies should be fine, there won't be much danger. Gao Tianyu picked up a piece of cured meat, chewed it a few times, and said softly, I need meat, high-energy protein. Plain white rice can no longer satisfy me. If I can't eat enough, it will be very difficult to recover from my injuries. Well, then be careful, honey. Do you want me to go down with you? Lin Ruashi nodded thoughtfully and asked, No, you wouldn't be of much help. If we encounter danger, I'd have to protect you. Gao Tianyu directly refused. Next, he would clear out all the zombies in this building to create a relatively stable environment. Because after dealing with the white below, he was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he planned to stay here. Even if he left, there was no good place to go, so it was better to stay and see how things developed. Well, then please be very careful. They'll be waiting for you at home, Lin Ruashi said, sounding a bit disappointed. Don't worry. With my current strength, even if I can't win, I'm confident I can escape. Gao Tianyu said softly. With his telekinetic power, he was very sensitive to danger. Within a 20-meter radius around him, very few things could escape his control. When attacked, he could react quickly and take countermeasures. So even if he left the building with obstructed vision outside, he would still be safe with no need to worry about sudden attacks. After dinner, Gao Tianyu returned to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he saw the white corpse lying in the middle of his living room. Due to the hot weather, the corpse had begun to emit a foul stench, very unpleasant. He picked up a small hand axe and chopped off some bone spurs from the corpse. These bone spurs were as hard as steel, perfect for use as throwing darts, much sturdier than the broken knives on the wall. After doing this, he dragged the corpse and threw it out the window. After that, he opened the door to the storage room and carefully sensed with his telekinetic power. He did not detect any fluctuation from the meteorite. His heart leaped. Could the meteorite be lost? He hurriedly opened the box containing the meteorite and found it still intact lying inside. He breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this meteorite was his lifeblood. If it were truly lost, he would definitely go mad. What was this box made of? It could block his telekinetic power and also had the function of preventing meteorite radiation. Gao Tianyu stared at the box carefully and discovered it seemed to be made of lead, a lead box. So lead can block the meteorite's radiation and telekinetic power. Gao Tianyu tried a few more times and immediately realized the use of this material. He could use it to store the meteorite in the future, preventing the secret from leaking out and being detected by other evolvers. Gao Tianyu put the meteorite back into the box, carried it to the renovated but unoccupied apartment, chose the largest room, and placed the box inside. His own apartment was no longer livable, so he planned to move here. He had secrets that he didn't want Lin Ruoshi and Han Qingru to discover. Because at night he would sleep with the meteorite. Sleeping with a woman was nowhere near as satisfying as sleeping with the meteorite. Then he returned to his apartment and moved the necessary items here, especially clothes and bedding, which he brought to the new apartment. Unfortunately, many things in his original room were damaged, especially clothes and bedding, more than half of which were unusable. If it weren't for a few pieces drying on his balcony, he might have ended up naked. After doing all this, Gao Tianyu patted his hands and went downstairs. He planned to clear out the zombies below. Then he would find time to go out and search for food. The food in this building was limited, especially the meat. Even if he gathered everything, it would probably only last a few days. So he placed no hope in this building. Instead, he set his sights on the supermarket in the residential complex. Thud, thud, thud. Gao Tianyu made his way straight down, arriving directly at the 12th floor. Suddenly he caught a pungent, acrid stench. An indescribable odor of rotting corpses, nauseating and foul, like a blend of putrid eggs and boiled excrement. This filthy beast has no sense of hygiene. The stench is unbearable. Gao Tianyu frowned deeply, following the smell to the apartment where Zhao Dazhu once resided. As he entered, he was greeted by a sight of scattered bones within the room, some still bearing scraps of gnawed flesh, and marked with distinct teeth indentations. The floor and walls were stained with dark, dried blood that had long since congealed, clinging tightly to the surfaces. Human skulls intermingled with femurs and ribs presented a scene of sheer terror. The brains within the skulls had been completely sucked dry, yet the hair remained stubbornly attached, making them look utterly grotesque. A single glance was enough to turn Gao Tianyu's stomach, and he hastily retreated from the room. This damn thing has an insatiable appetite. It's only been a few days, and it has already devoured over 30 people. Truly dangerous. Gao Tianyu let out a sigh. If it hadn't been for the meteorite he found at the very beginning of the apocalypse, which awakened his psychic powers, and the mysterious virus he was subsequently infected with that dramatically boosted his strength, he would likely be dead by now. Who knows how many of these monsters are out there? One of them nearly finished me off. If I ran into two, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. I need to find a new place to stay. Though he currently resided on a high floor which seemed relatively safe for the moment, the wandering zombies below generally didn't climb this high. However, his current residence was just an ordinary apartment, utterly incapable of withstanding an attack from a terrifying creature like the White. A single clash between them had blasted a hole straight through the wall. This dwelling was far too precarious to provide any peace of mind. I wonder where I can find a safe house or an underground shelter. Gao Tianyu fell into deep thought. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary person with no access whatsoever to the official underground shelters or the fortified safe houses built by the wealthy. He was completely ignorant of such matters and had no way to gather information for now. Forget about the safe house for the moment. The immediate priority is food. I need meat and high-energy provisions. Otherwise, it's going to be unbearable. Gao Tianyu's appetite was now astonishing. He needed at least 12 bowls of rice just to feel full, an amount equivalent to 6 people's rations. His digestion was incredibly fast, leaving him hungry frequently. Meat, however, could quickly replenish his energy and keep him sated for longer, making it his most crucial necessity. Gao Tianyu spread his psychic sense outward from himself, monitoring everything in his vicinity, and continued his slow descent. He reached the 11th floor, where he sensed no living souls, not even any zombies. Subsequently, the 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th floors were similarly devoid of any life, or undead, eerily quiet. It wasn't until he reached the 5th floor that he detected the presence of living people. There were quite a few, around 20 or so, all residing on this floor. Finally, some living people. I thought they might have all fled. The stairwell door on the 5th floor was secured with a heavy lock. Seated by the door was a middle-aged man holding an axe. The man seemed to hear Gao Tianyu's descending footsteps and peered through the glass in his direction. "Hey brother, you just came down from upstairs. Didn't you run into that monster?" Zhao Jianhua immediately showed a shocked expression upon seeing Gao Tianyu descending covered in bandages and carrying an axe, and spoke with surprise. He knew a monster lived on the 12th floor. Several neighbors on the floors above had been killed by it, and the survivors had fled in terror. No one dared to go up there. He had assumed everyone upstairs was dead, never expecting to see a living person come down. "I did. It's the one who gave me these injuries." Gao Tianyu's face turned grim upon hearing Zhao Jianhua's words, and he spoke in a low, somber tone. "Oh, I see. No wonder you're all wrapped up in bandits, brother. You got hurt by that monster. But you're incredibly lucky to have escaped from that thing." Zhao Jianhua looked Gao Tianyu up and down. Given the extent of his bandages, he was clearly seriously injured. Surviving an encounter with that creature was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. I guess you could say that. Gao Tianyu chuckled wryly, not mentioning that he had already killed the monster. "Brother, are you heading down to look for food? It's very dangerous down there right now. There are zombies wandering on the 1st floor and in the underground garage. There's a thick fog outside making it hard to see the path, and zombie figures lurk within it. It's extremely perilous. The reason they remained here besides having nowhere else to go was primarily the dreadful weather outside. It was either pouring rain or shrouded in heavy fog, with unseen zombies roaming within it. Danger lurked with every step outside. They had tried to venture out before, but hadn't gotten far before being attacked by zombies. They lost one brother in the process. The thick fog obscured their vision, and the attacking zombies got dangerously close, catching them completely off guard. I know, but there's no food left at home. If we don't go out to find some, we'll starve. A look of melancholy crossed Gao Tianyu's face as he let out a deep sigh. He didn't want to go out either. He was still injured and not fully recovered, and it was dangerous outside. If given the choice, he'd prefer to hole up at home for a few more months. But he had no choice. There was no meat at home, and his current need for it was immense. Without it, hunger would plague him and hinder his evolutionary progress. Besides, he lived in the city. In normal times, meat would be plentiful. But with the apocalypse upon them, the city couldn't produce meat, and fresh meat was non-existent. With no power for so many days, the frozen meat was likely rotting by now. Apart from some cured meats, packaged meats, and canned goods, he doubted he'd find much else in the way of meat. If he didn't go down now to search and stock up, these supplies would only dwindle over time, making it even harder to find more later. Alas, this world is truly a death sentence. Take care, brother. Zhao Jianhua sighed. Their food supplies were running perilously low, surviving only on 2 bowls of thin gruel a day. They couldn't hold out much longer. If no food was found, soon people would die. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly and continued his descent down the stairs. The apocalypse had just begun, and although order had collapsed into chaos, many people still clung to their kindness untainted by this hopeless world. In a few years, the survivors would become hardened veterans, losing that current purity. On the 4th floor, Gao Tianyu sensed the presence of over a dozen people. Like those on the 5th floor, they had barricaded the stairwell door and posted guards to keep outsiders out. The 3rd floor, however, was completely empty, not even a single zombie. The rooms showed clear signs of having been ransacked. The occupants had either fled the building or moved upstairs to join those on the 4th and 5th floors, having cleared out all the zombies in the process. The 2nd floor had been similarly cleared. It wasn't until Gao Tianyu reached the 1st floor that he found traces of the undead. 3 zombies were roaming the stairwell corridor. Hearing his footsteps, they immediately lunged at him. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 zombies let out guttural cries, arms outstretched, their eyes blazing with bloodlust. Their tattered clothes were stained with dried blood, crawling with maggots and reeking of decay. Well, a red carpet welcome. This greeting brings back a sense of long-lost enthusiasm. Gao Tianyu quipped inwardly, yet he remained vigilant. His axe lashed out in a swift arc. Bang! One strike caved in the nearest zombie's skull, which burst apart, like a watermelon, splattering brain matter and blood. However, the gore halted midair, stopped by his telekinetic barrier. Bang! Bang! 2 more precise swings followed, each connecting squarely with the charging zombies' heads. Under his terrifying strength, their skulls exploded on impact. Headless, the corpses crumpled to the ground, twitching involuntarily. Gao Tianyu stepped over them without a second glance and headed for the exit. The front door had long been shattered, which was how the zombies had gotten in. Stepping outside, he was met with a thick, blinding white fog and a damp chill in the air. Visibility was extremely poor. Even with his enhanced physique and hypersensitive senses, he could barely see 3 meters ahead. Everything beyond 3 meters was completely obscured by the dense mist. An ordinary person would have even worse visibility, likely less than a meter. At that range, they couldn't even see their own feet, let alone the path ahead. Humans are highly visual creatures. In such conditions, most would inevitably get lost and lose their sense of direction. Fortunately, I have my telekinesis. I can map my surroundings in my mind and don't have to worry about getting lost. A wave of relief washed over Gao Tianyu. His telekinetic ability was perfectly suited for this harsh environment. Let's check the nearest supermarket first. His residential complex had 2 medium-sized supermarkets, one to the north and one to the south, serving the residents' daily needs. It was from the closest one that he had initially purchased his supplies. Gao Tianyu cautiously extended his telekinetic sense, scanning his surroundings, and made his way toward the supermarket. After just over 20 meters, he detected a zombie, standing dazedly on a patch of grass, looking confused. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it rigidly turned its head toward Gao Tianyu's direction and then broke into a sprint, charging at him. Barely a few steps out, and I'm already running into zombies. Their density is alarmingly high. Frowning, Gao Tianyu hurled his axe with a flick of his wrist. With a resounding thud, it smashed the zombie's skull, and the body dropped instantly. He then beckoned, and the axe flew back into his hand under the control of his telekinesis. After walking a few dozen more meters, he came across a corpse. It was covered in bite marks, with most of its flesh devoured. The flesh on its neck was completely gone, leaving only the cervical bone connecting the head to the body. What surprised Gao Tianyu was that this corpse had turned into a zombie, but wasn't fully dead. Its head remained active, its eyeballs darting around. This zombie virus is truly terrifying. It can reanimate corpses into zombies. I need to be more careful. I can't afford to get scratched by these things. Gao Tianyu gave the corpse one last look and continued forward. Before long he encountered a few more zombies, but he dispatched them with ease. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, Gao Tianyu finally reached the supermarket entrance. The door was firmly shut, but that posed no problem for him. As a self-proclaimed master lockpicker of the apocalypse, all he needed was a piece of wire and his telekinesis to easily pop the lock. Click! The lock gave way instantly. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A putrid stench of rotting meat hit his nostrils. He swept his telekinetic sense through the store, and finding no immediate danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. He began to browse the aisles. First he checked the fresh meat section, only to find a pile of rotten, foul-smelling flesh. The frozen meats, fish and shrimp, had all spoiled without power. Next was the vegetable area, where the produce had severely dehydrated and dried out, becoming inedible. Fortunately, most of these items had been bought up before the apocalypse, leaving little to waste. However, the drinks, packaged foods and staples like rice flour and oil remained intact and usable. Oh, there's actually cured meat and sausages here. Gao Tianyu's eyes lit up as he approached the cured meat section, a flicker of joy crossing his face. There was a considerable amount of meat products here, over 100 caddies by his estimate, which along with rice would be enough to sustain him for a month or two. He then spotted many other valuable items, white sugar chocolate and other high-energy foods. There were also canned meats, canned fruits, and canned sturgeon alongside packaged processed chicken wings, feet, and legs. Beyond these, there was bread, snacks, rice flour, and daily necessities, in overwhelming abundance. There's so much here. Carrying it all by myself would take forever. After the initial excitement, Gao Tianyu was struck by a headache. A single person could only carry so much. Transporting everything back alone would be incredibly troublesome and time-consuming. I need to go back and find some laborers to help me move this. Besides, I can't eat all this alone, or I can use it to recruit people to work for me. He knew the apocalypse had just begun, and a long, arduous period lay ahead. Even as an evolver, surviving alone in this world would be no easy feat. He needed to establish his own faction, have subordinates gather information, and carry out his orders. Only then could he train in peace and grow stronger. The people downstairs are just right for recruiting. With them guarding the lower floors, they'll be safer living upstairs. But this thick fog is a problem. Even if I bring them out, they can't see the way or carry much. I still need to find a truck. There are no trucks in the residential area, but there's a moving company next door with a few small and medium-sized trucks. I could go borrow one, though I'm not sure if they're still drivable. In the past few days, the scorching heat had driven temperatures to terrifying levels, baking even the concrete ground to over 100 degrees. Many cars parked on the streets had suffered blown tires from the extreme heat, so he couldn't guarantee those trucks were still intact. The moving company was outside the residential complex, and the density of zombies there was noticeably higher. He hadn't gone far when 2 or 3 zombies lunged at him. They were 2 females and 1 male, a middle-aged woman, a young girl of 13 or 14, and an old man in his 60s or 70s. They bore no bite marks, but their bodies were caked with mud, and their clothes were wet as if they had just crawled out from underwater. Die! Gao Tianyu charged forward, swinging his fire axe, aiming viciously at their heads. He was fast, and these weren't mutant zombies. They couldn't keep up with his speed at all. One by one they were quickly. With so many zombies outside and this limited visibility, ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even some awakened would find it troublesome unless they've awakened a mental ability like mine or some other special power that lets them bypass the fog's restrictions. Despite the danger, an adult with a weapon and caution could handle a single zombie on their own. Furthermore, if they formed a team and used the terrain to their advantage, regular zombies would hardly pose a threat. Humans, after all, are intelligent beings, giving them an edge over mindless zombies. But this fog, which persisted day and night, even in the rain, posed a tremendous problem for humanity. In this fog, with visibility of only a meter or 2, people were practically blind. Even armed, it was extremely dangerous. Gao Tianyu believed that without this fog, the zombies wouldn't be much of a threat and would likely be wiped out by humanity in no time. And if the military were deployed, it would be even faster. No zombie could withstand the threat of firearms. A single shot could blow a zombie's head off. Even the wraith he had encountered would be unable to withstand the impact of rifles and sniper rounds. But in this harsh weather, with such low visibility, guns and artillery were of limited use. It was impossible to see clearly beyond 2 meters. Everything was a vast expanse of white. I wonder when this fog will lift. If it stays like this forever, things will get dangerous. This fog severely hindered people's sight, had a massive impact on them, and also wreaked havoc on plants. Without photosynthesis, they would cease to grow and could die off in large numbers. This would mean humanity loses its cultivable grains, vegetables, and fruits, a catastrophic blow. Sigh. Worrying is useless. This isn't something an individual can change. Unless the nation deploys climate weapons or uses some scientific methods, there's no solution. Gao Tianyu shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. His immediate priority was to find a truck, go back, get people, and move the food from the supermarket. The rest was beyond his control anyway. He couldn't change it with his abilities, so he'd just have to take it one step at a time. The streets were teeming with zombies. He encountered one every few hundred meters. After slaying over a dozen, Gao Tianyu finally reached the entrance of the moving company. He surveyed the vehicles parked there, 2 small trucks and several private cars. Unfortunately, almost all of them had flat tires sitting uselessly on the ground like immobile iron lumps. Fortunately, the gasoline in their tanks hadn't ignited and caused an explosion, or the vehicles would have been completely destroyed. Stepping past the gate, Gao Tianyu headed straight for the company's underground parking garage. The temperature there wasn't as high as outside, so the vehicles inside were likely in much better condition barring any unforeseen events. Roar! No sooner had Gao Tianyu entered the underground garage than he was ambushed. Within the garage lurked a staggering dozen or so zombies which, guided by their instincts, had sought refuge from the scorching sun within its shadows. The moment Gao Tianyu stepped in, they caught the scent of living flesh and lunged at him with savage ferocity. Swish! One zombie, faster than the rest, closed the distance of over 20 meters in less than 2 seconds from spotting him to launching its attack, hurtling towards him. Startled, Gao Tianyu swiftly twisted his body aside, narrowly evading the zombie's strike. He could almost feel the creature's hand brush past his chest mere centimeters away. A perilously close call. These zombies are incredibly fast. Could it have awakened a speed-type ability? Gao Tianyu had encountered such awakened zombies before, like the venom-spitting one he met on his own floor. That zombie's venom was lethally corrosive, capable of eating through floors and walls, making it utterly terrifying. However, that venom zombie was slow. But the one he faced now possessed astonishing speed, covering the distance from entering his psychic range to reaching him in under 2 seconds. An ordinary person wouldn't even have time to react before being tackled to the ground. Roar! Having missed its target, the zombie spun around, let out a guttural howl, and charged at Gao Tianyu once more. You damn mongrel, do you have a death wish? Enraged, Gao Tianyu summoned a bone spike and hurled it at the speedster zombie's head. This spike, pulled from an aberrant, was as hard and sharp as steel, so he had kept it as a hidden weapon. Swish! Propelled by Gao Tianyu's immense strength, the spike shot forth like an arrow, instantly piercing the zombie's skull and leaving a gaping hole. With its brain destroyed, the zombie's body lost control and crumpled to the ground. Kill! After dispatching the speedster, Gao Tianyu brandished his fire axe and charged straight into the horde. His movements were incredibly agile, his speed phenomenal, and his strength overwhelming. No zombie could match his pace. Each swing of his fire axe shattered a zombie's skull, and within less than a minute he had annihilated all dozen or so of them. Only a dozen or so corpses remained strewn across the floor. Gao Tianyu surveyed the underground garage, spotting over a dozen cars, including 2 medium-sized trucks and 3 small vans. He inspected them and found the 2 medium trucks in excellent condition, with fuel tanks still over half full. Not bad, found it at last. Let's go grab the keys and drive one back. Satisfied, Gao Tianyu nodded and headed towards the moving company's office floor. After a brief search, he located the keys in a storage room, retrieved the ones for the 2 medium trucks, and headed back down. Gao Tianyu chose the newest-looking medium truck, opened the door, hopped in, inserted the key, and started the engine. He drove the truck straight through the barrier outside, bursting out of the underground garage. The engine's roar was loud, and Gao Tianyu didn't dare drive too fast, so the commotion quickly attracted the attention of the wandering zombies on the road. Roar! 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 They immediately howled and converged on the vehicle from all directions. Before long, 5 or 6 zombies were chasing from behind, and by the time he reached the residential complex's gate, the number trailing the truck had swelled to 12. They flung themselves at the truck, clawing and biting wildly. You brainless fools, daring to block my path. They'll run you all down. Gao Tianyu's face turned cold as he swiftly reversed the truck, slamming into the pursuing horde, knocking some down and crushing others under the wheels. Then he immediately shifted forward and rammed into them again. He repeated this back-and-forth maneuver several times, mowing down and crushing the zombies surrounding the vehicle. In an instant, the road was awash in blood, with trails of gore smeared across the asphalt as the corpses were dragged along. Blood stained the truck's tires, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. Many zombies had their spines and legs crushed, yet they still refused to die, clawing at the ground and crawling relentlessly like emotionless puppets struggling to reach the truck once more. After dealing with the zombies, Gao Tianyu drove directly to the supermarket entrance. He pushed open the doors and walked straight in. Inside, he grabbed a packing crate and began loading it with cured meat, sausages, canned goods, and other preserved foods. Once the crate was full, he loaded it onto the truck and drove back towards his apartment building. Inside a room on the 5th floor, 6 or 7 adult men were gathered in the living room talking. Among them was Zhao Jianhua, the middle-aged man Gao Tianyu had encountered when he first came downstairs. Uncle Zhao, we have to find a way to scavenge for food. Our supplies are running low. At most, we have 2 days' worth left. Zhang Zihao said with a grimace. Due to the zombie outbreak, they had decided to band together and stay in one place. But with more people came greater consumption. They had scoured several floors below the 8th, gathering every scrap of food they could find, yet their supplies were dwindling day by day. Despite strictly rationing themselves to 2 bowls of thin porridge a day, it wasn't enough. The food was nearly gone. They had tried venturing outside, but after just 30 meters they were attacked by zombies, losing one person to death and another to injury. Unable to see the zombies clearly through the thick fog, they had no choice but to turn and flee back into the building. They made a few more attempts, but the paths were too hard to discern, and one person even got completely lost and had yet to return. I know. Tomorrow at noon, when the sun is at its peak and the fog thins out, well, try to make our way to the supermarket in the complex and see what we can find. Zhao Jianhua sighed. He knew this all too well. He had tried venturing out himself, but quickly lost his bearings. He had also encountered a zombie attack, and would have died if not for his quick reflexes. Uncle Zhao, do we still have any hope? The water and electricity have been cut off, the cell signal comes and goes, and many government agencies have collapsed. Can we even wait for rescue? A look of bewilderment crept into Zhang Ziheo's eyes. In less than half a month he had never expected the situation to deteriorate to such a state. The official institutions had completely lost contact. The phones and other devices in their hands had lost their power and become nothing but scrap metal. Downstairs there was nothing but a vast expanse of white fog. People couldn't even walk far before getting lost, and no one dared to drive. Even if the authorities still existed, they probably wouldn't be rescued in time. The others, hearing Zhang Ziheo's words, also sank into bewilderment. Faced with this situation, panic rose in their hearts. There was no food at home, the outside was fraught with danger, and even the government agencies had collapsed. There was no hope of rescue. Ziheo, don't lose heart. There's always hope as long as we're alive. Seeing the despair on everyone's faces, Zhao Jianhua immediately spoke softly to comfort them. Virum, Virum. Just then they suddenly heard the sound of a car driving past outside the window, and they couldn't help but freeze. That sounds like a car driving by. In this situation you can't even see the road. How could anyone be driving? The group was greatly puzzled. They moved to the balcony and looked down, but they couldn't see a thing. The dense white fog blocked their view. What was happening below? They simply couldn't make anything out at all. Yet the sound of the car engine below was perfectly clear. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Was someone coming? Or was someone trying to drive away? Everyone was filled with doubt. But soon they heard the engine die. The person below had parked the car at the entrance. Someone is coming up again. Let's go check the door. Zhang Ziheo said. Uncle Zhao, could he be that young man you mentioned? The one who went down from upstairs? Zhao Jianhua thought for a moment and nodded. Very likely. Let's go to the stairwell and find out. Soon the group arrived at the entrance to the stairwell and looked outside with curiosity. Tap tap, tap tap. Before long they heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Then they saw a young man covered in bandages carrying a huge box as he walked up. Gao Tianyu seemed to sense that someone was watching him, so he turned his head and nodded to the group and greeted. Uncle, we meet again. Brother, did you just get back from outside? Did you drive that car back? And is everything you brought back food? Zhao Jianhua's eyes were fixed on the box on Gao Tianyu's shoulder, and he swallowed hard. The people beside him wore the same expression, their eyes glued to the box on Gao Tianyu's shoulder, burning with anticipation as they waited for his answer. I did just get back from outside. I went to the supermarket and brought back some food. As he spoke, Gao Tianyu took a string of cured sausages from the box, hung it on the stairwell door, and said to them, there are still some good things in the supermarket, but I can't carry them all by myself. I need some helpers. Are you interested? If you're interested, come with me and clean the place out. There's still plenty of food inside, enough to last us quite a while. What? Really? Is there really that much food there? Brother, you actually made it there without getting lost, and you even drove. That's absolutely amazing. Zhao Jianhua and the others immediately became excited upon hearing this, and spoke up one after another. Of course it's true. Otherwise, where did these sausages come from? If you're interested, pick 10 people to come with me and carry the supplies. But I'll make it clear in advance, I'll be the one distributing the goods, and I'll have the final say on how they're divided. If you want to go get ready first, they'll take the things upstairs now and come back down in an hour to talk. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly to them, then carried the box of cured meat upstairs. Before long, he disappeared from their sight. Seeing him disappear, they quickly opened the door, reached for the sausages, and squeezed them in their hands in disbelief. How did that young man do it? It's unbelievable. He actually found his way to the supermarket and came back safe and sound. A middle-aged man about the same age as Zhao Jianhua, squeezing the sausage in his hand, exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Zhao, should we go with him? There's a lot of stuff in that supermarket. If we can bring it all back, we won't run out of food for a while. Zhang Ziheo turned to Zhao Jianhua, asking for his opinion. Zhao Jianhua was the most respected among them. He had served in the military and was very capable. It was he who had united them and cleared out the zombies below the 8th floor. Do we even need to ask? Of course we're going with him. He made it to the supermarket all by himself and brought back this much food. Clearly he's a capable man. If we go with him, the danger will be minimized. We won't get lost, and we'll be able to come back safely without much risk. Besides, our food is almost gone. Would have to go out sooner or later anyway. A young man with thick glasses, scholarly and refined, tall and thin, looking just like a college student, reached up and touched the frame of his glasses before speaking. Yu Tao is right. That young man managed to bring food back from the supermarket, so he must have some special means. This is a chance to solve our food crisis. We should go with him and check it out. After hearing Yu Tao's words, Zhao Jianhua nodded in full agreement. Seeing Zhao nod and no one else objecting, Zhang Zihao, who was already eager, beamed with joy and quickly said, "I'll go call people now and get a few more to come over." Then he went straight down to the 4th floor and knocked on their door. The 4th and 5th floors together had 46 people, about half of whom were able-bodied young adults like them, 20 in all. Minors and elderly were few, only 10 in total, and the rest were adult women. Meanwhile, as Zhao Jianhua and the others conversed below, Gao Tianyu carried his crate back to his residence on the 30th floor. Ordinarily, even empty-handed, climbing to the 30th floor in one go was no easy feat. Yet now, with his body evolved, he scaled 30 floors while hauling over 100 pounds of goods without the slightest fatigue. His breathing remained perfectly steady, a testament to the extraordinary physical prowess he now possessed. Upon returning to the 30th floor, Gao Tianyu headed straight for the apartment shared by Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi. Lazy and admittedly unskilled in the culinary arts, he decided to stockpile the food in their residence instead. He had barely knocked twice when the door swung open. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi stood at the entrance, their faces etched with worry. The moment they saw him carrying the crate inside, relief and joy flickered across their features, and they hastily pulled him in. "Honey, you're finally back. Did you run into any danger? I was so worried." Lin Ruoxi rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Gao Tianyu's waist, her face beaming with delight. Even Han Qingru beside her let out a long sigh of relief. "No real danger, just a few zombies. I dealt with them easily. Come on, let's head inside first." Gao Tianyu patted Lin Ruoxi's back reassuringly, then led the two women into the living room. He set down the crate of cured meat he had been carrying. Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi hurried over to inspect it, their faces lighting up with joy as they saw it was packed with cured pork sausages, canned meat, and packaged chicken legs, feet, and wings. "Honey, you're amazing. You brought back so much meat. This is enough to last us months." Under normal circumstances, such items were rare treats, but now they filled the women with immense delight. They understood that in this apocalyptic environment, the livestock and poultry raised in the past, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, would surely perish on a massive scale. Finding meat in the future would become a formidable challenge, but with these provisions, if rationed carefully, they could sustain themselves for a year or more. It meant they wouldn't have to fret over food for a long while. Finding a strong man really does pay off. "We won't have to worry about meals anymore," Lin Ruoxi thought contentedly as she gazed at the stockpile. "This is just a fraction of it. The supermarket has much more, and if we haul it all back, it should last us quite a while. Some neighbors are still alive downstairs. Later I plan to take a few of them to clear out that supermarket. If possible, we'll check another one too, and bring back whatever food we find." Food was now scarce, especially meat and vegetables, which were exceedingly rare. Under such catastrophe, these goods were nearly impossible to produce. This meant that over the next year or two, the city's supplies would dwindle with no chance of replenishment. If he didn't stockpile, now finding food later would be a near impossible ordeal. So he had to seize this opportunity to gather as much as possible, ensuring he could focus on cultivation and absorb the meteorite's radiation to grow stronger in peace. "Is it dangerous? Should we come down with you? We can lend a hand," Han Qingru spoke up after a brief moment of contemplation. In this apocalyptic world, no one would ever turn down more food. The more the better. She wholeheartedly supported Gao Tianyu's plan to fetch supplies. Right. There's so much stuff in that supermarket. We'll come down and help you carry it." Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement, eager to pitch in. "No need. There's free labor downstairs. Why would I have you two lift a finger?" Gao Tianyu shook his head. He was no selfless saint. He wouldn't hand out food to those people below without a reason. His real motive for bringing them along was to recruit them, to have them serve him, hauling goods, running errands. He had no idea how long this apocalypse would last, so he needed to build a team to band together for warmth and survival. Even with his formidable strength, he couldn't guarantee he'd survive alone. "You two put this stuff away and get a meal ready. We'll be back to eat later." With that, Gao Tianyu left their apartment and returned to the new place he had chosen for himself. He took the meteorite out of the crate and held it against his chest. The stone seemed to radiate a mysterious energy, and every time he embraced it, a wave of comfort washed over him, his very cells rejoicing. It was precisely because of this meteorite that Gao Tianyu had chosen to live separately from Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi. This secret was too crucial. If it ever leaked, he would face utter catastrophe. With his current strength, he couldn't possibly protect the mysterious stone, so not even his lovers nor a wife would ever be told. He would guard it with utmost caution, hiding it away from prying eyes. In this apocalypse, human nature was the least reliable thing. He wouldn't stake his life on such a fragile test. "I just went out for a look. The situation outside is grim. Not a single living soul on the streets. It's far too dangerous for ordinary people to venture out. Who knows when this fog will lift?" Gao Tianyu frowned as he gazed outside. The fog felt deeply unnatural. Even mist formed from condensed vapor wouldn't be this thick. Ordinary fog would evaporate once the sun rose and temperatures climbed, but not this. The sun hung high in the sky, yet not a single ray of light pierced through to the ground, all blocked by the blinding white mist. People could still feel the scorching heat, but they couldn't see a trace of sunlight. The fog lingered in the air like trapped steam refusing to dissipate. Forget it, no use overthinking. I can't solve this anyway, so worrying is pointless. Though Gao Tianyu found the fog deeply unsettling, he had no way to deal with it, so he could only suppress his concerns and focus on the present. It's about time. Those people below should be ready by now. I ought to go down and talk to them. Gao Tianyu glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was already 2:40 p.m. It was getting late, time to make a move. He rose, placed the meteorite back in its box, closed the door behind him, and headed downstairs. When he reached the 5th floor again, the stairwell door had already been opened. Zhao Jianhua, along with 9 adult men, was waiting in the corridor. Behind them stood another group of people, men and women alike, all gazing curiously at Gao Tianyu as he descended. Brother, you're finally here. We're all set and ready to head down any time. I'm Zhao Jianhua. And what might your name be? Zhao Jianhua greeted Gao Tianyu with a simple, honest smile. Though they were neighbors, such was life in the city. People living on the same floor often barely knew each other's names, their relationship distant and lukewarm. They were less like neighbors and more like strangers who had crossed paths a few times. Uncle Zhao and Gao Tianyu, he replied with a smile. He surveyed the selected adults. They all bore a slightly sallow complexion, a sign of having gone without proper meals for a while. Still, they were all able-bodied young men, more than capable of hauling supplies. Since you're all here, let's first discuss the food distribution. To be clear, this won't be an even split. He'll be the one to allocate it. He'll set aside a portion for you as payment for helping me with the heavy lifting. Of course, I can't possibly eat all the leftovers by myself, and I have no intention of hoarding them. I plan to form a team temporarily and place the food within the group's reserves to serve as wages and rewards for team members. Gao Tianyu addressed the crowd slowly. The food in the supermarket was crucial. If he wanted to build a team of force loyal to him, he had to leverage those supplies. He couldn't hoard it all. No one would follow a stingy leader, and such a leader was doomed to fail. But he also couldn't just split it evenly. If they had enough food in hand, they'd gain confidence and be less willing to listen to him. It's easy to get the poor to fight for you, but getting the rich to risk their lives is a different matter entirely. So to get these people to obey him, he had to control the food supply. What? This? The men exchanged uneasy glances with each other upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. They weren't fools, they understood his implication. He wanted to recruit them to make them his subordinates. Brother, we have no issue with you distributing the food, but we'll need some time to consider joining your team. Zhao Jianhua said slowly, his brow furrowed. This was a decision he couldn't make alone. While he was reluctant to be someone's underling, if this man could truly navigate the white fog and forage for food outside, joining his team wasn't entirely out of the question. With a capable leader, at least they wouldn't starve. If you can really lead us to bring back the supplies from the supermarket, I'm willing to join your team and acknowledge you as the boss, Yu Tao said, adjusting his glasses before speaking in a low voice. In this apocalyptic scenario, survival meant banding together for warmth. But they had to choose the right team. The leader needed to be commanding, able to lead them to food, make them feel secure, and unite them. If this man could indeed retrieve the supplies, had meet most of those criteria, he was open to joining and seeing what the man was capable of. Yu Tao's sudden declaration drew surprised looks from the others, but they said nothing. Their group was only a temporary alliance formed out of desperation. Having known each other for just a few days, they were still strangers to one another's true natures, bound together only by danger. There was little cohesion among them. Everyone had the right to choose for themselves, so who were they to stop him? Doesn't the thick fog affect you? How did you even manage to reach the supermarket? Zhang Zihao asked, looking at Gao Tianyu with a hint of disbelief. If this man could navigate the fog and find food, then following him didn't seem like a bad idea. Gao Tianyu replied, the fog has some effect on me, but not much. You all can take your time to think it over. For now, let's get moving. We'll retrieve the supplies from the supermarket first, and you can give me your answer then. Gao Tianyu didn't pressure them for an immediate decision, giving them time to mull it over. Zhao Jianhua nodded slightly. All right, we'll think it through. Dad, be careful. Honey, please be safe. As the group prepared to descend, their family members called out warnings, well aware of the dangers outside. Gao Tianyu led the 10 men down to the first floor, where his truck was parked right at the main entrance. I'm going to open the back of the truck. You all get in the cargo area, and he'll drive us there. Gao Tianyu knew the fog was too dense for these ordinary people to see through. The best approach was for him to drive them. That would be perfect. But how are you managing to see the road in this weather? Zhao Jianhua exclaimed, his voice filled with curiosity. The others also turned to Gao Tianyu, their eyes gleaming with the same wonder. Gao Tianyu said, that's my secret. But since you asked, I'll give you a brief explanation to satisfy your curiosity. First, this world has changed drastically. No one knows what the future holds. When the virus hit, I was infected too, but I managed to survive. I gained special abilities and my physical condition was greatly enhanced. I'm incredibly fast and strong now. All 5 of my senses have been heightened as well. I can kick a zombie over 20 meters away, so ordinary zombies are no threat to me. And I'm not the only one who awakened superpowers. I'm not special. 2 of my neighbors on the same floor also awakened abilities. One gained the power of flames, and the other gained superhuman strength. But their luck was poor. After awakening, they tried to come down to search for food, and ran into that monster on the 12th floor. That monster, as you all know, is terrifyingly powerful. It was formed from Zhao Dezhu due to some unknown reason, and has become incredibly ferocious. When they encountered it, they vanished without a trace. Presumably they are dead now. Gao Tianyu slowly explained to the crowd, concealing his psychic energy and disguising himself as a strength-type awakener. After all, his psychic power was his trump card, best kept hidden so no one could easily discern his true capabilities. That was the only way to ensure his own safety. What? As Gao Tianyu spoke, shock spread across everyone's faces. Superpowers? Could it be like in the movies? Like the abilities Spider-Man or Superman possess? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could something that only appeared in films and novels actually exist in reality? Could he be lying to them? Everyone harbored different thoughts. Some believed Gao Tianyu's words, some doubted them, and a few outright refused to accept them. Brother, what about that monster upstairs? Did you encounter it when you came down? Why didn't it attack you? The one who asked this was Yutao. He had been watching the monster upstairs all this time, fearing it would suddenly descend upon them. Plagued by this anxiety, and with the sudden appearance of zombies outside, he felt utterly devoid of security. That was why he had chosen to team up with Zhao Jianhua and the others, banding together to ensure their safety. It's already dead. I killed it. 3 days ago you should have heard the commotion. That monster came for me at night, we fought, and I slew it. This is the bone spike I pulled from its body. Take a look. As he spoke, Gao Tianyu pulled a bone spike from his sleeve and handed it to Yutao. What? Yutao was stunned by Gao Tianyu's words. He took the bone spike and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He had been monitoring that monster on the 12th floor all along, using his hacking skills to control the cameras and observe its every move. He had even captured clear images of its distinctive features. Its body was covered in these very sharp bone spikes. The fact that Gao Tianyu could produce such a bone spike proved that the monster had truly died at his hands. Yutao knew exactly how terrifying that creature was. Its claws could easily tear through walls. That Gao Tianyu had managed to kill it was utterly astonishing. The others who heard Gao Tianyu's words and saw the bone spike were equally shaken. They were familiar with the monster too, having seen the video Yutao had shown them. A single glance at it made them feel as if they were being stared down by a ferocious beast, filling them with instinctive dread. Yet this man before them had actually killed that creature. Whether or not he had superpowers, it was proof enough of his terrifying strength. With this realization, Zhang Zihao and the others looked at Gao Tianyu with a hint of awe. Gao Tianyu paid them no mind, however. He led the group to the truck and opened the rear compartment. Everyone get in. He'll drive from the front. Gao Tianyu gestured toward the truck and spoke to the group. All right. The truck wasn't far away. They could vaguely make out a dark silhouette ahead, but its details were obscured. Following Gao Tianyu's instructions, they made their way to the truck, walked past the cab, and climbed into the rear compartment one by one. Once they were all inside, Gao Tianyu opened the driver's door, sat down, and started the engine. Driving the truck, he headed toward the supermarket with them in tow. Initially, those inside the truck were on edge. Peering into the darkness behind, they couldn't even see the road ahead. Under such conditions, riding in the vehicle offered them little sense of security. However, after the truck had traveled some distance, they breathed a sigh of relief. The vehicle was moving slowly enough that even a collision wouldn't cause them serious harm. Moreover, Gao Tianyu drove with remarkable steadiness, hitting no obstacles along the way. Uncle Zhao, could he really have superpowers? How else could he see the road clearly? Nothing had gone wrong on the journey. They hadn't even encountered a single zombie, which left Zhang Zihao utterly amazed. Ordinary people like them couldn't even navigate on foot without losing their way, needing to tread with extreme caution. Yet this man drove without the slightest hindrance. This stark contrast made Zhang Zihao more inclined to believe that Gao Tianyu had indeed awakened a superpower. Well, maybe. I'm not sure either. Zhao Jianhua scratched his head, pondering for a moment before giving an uncertain reply. If this had been before the apocalypse, he would have dismissed such talk as a joke or sheer nonsense. But after witnessing the monster on the 12th floor, the zombies outside, and Gao Tianyu's ability to drive through this darkness, his worldview had been profoundly shaken, leaving him uncertain about many things. Do you think we might have a chance to gain these superpowers too? Zhang Zihao's eyes lit up with excitement. Even the others, upon hearing his question, had their eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Who in this world wouldn't want superpowers? In the past, such things existed only in legends utterly beyond their reach. But now it was different. If what Gao Tianyu said was true, then the world had undergone a drastic transformation. Superpowers were no longer mere myth. Perhaps they too could obtain them. Who knows? Maybe yes, maybe no. But awakening a superpower is probably no simple matter. Among our group of 40-odd people, not a single one has awakened one right. Yu Tao remained composed. Though he yearned for superpowers as much as anyone, he refused to let that desire cloud his judgment. Instead, he analyzed the situation carefully. Based on what they had observed, awakening a superpower was no easy feat. Not one person among their 40-plus group had managed it. This indicated that the rate of awakening was extremely low, far lower than they had ever imagined. As the group conversed, the truck gradually came to a halt. Gao Tianyu then carefully adjusted the truck's direction, positioning the cargo container to face the supermarket entrance for easier unloading. "We've arrived. Everyone get off." At that moment, Gao Tianyu's voice reached their ears. The distance between the supermarket and their residential building was not far, merely a few hundred meters, if not for the zombies lurking on the road. Even without a clear path, navigating carefully in the darkness would have made reaching the supermarket a manageable task. But the zombies outside were an ever-present threat. In the dense fog that obscured the roads and amplified the danger, their fears were magnified. This was why their previous attempts to venture out had been thwarted time and again, forcing them to huddle together for safety on the 4th and 5th floors. Hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Zhao Jianhua and the others quickly disembarked and followed him into the supermarket. "Food. It's food. The supplies here are still intact. We won't go hungry now." Seeing the stockpile of food, joy and excitement spread across their faces. Only those who have endured hunger truly understand its value. Having subsisted on 2 bowls of thin gruel for days, they were reaching their limits. The sight of such abundant provisions naturally filled them with immense excitement. "All right, hold your excitement. Let's load everything onto the truck first. Danger lurks here, and zombies could strike at any moment. Take all the food, daily necessities, and even any usable appliances. We'll find a use for all of it later." Gao Tianyu gestured, pointing at the food and supplies, directing the group. Yes. They showed no resistance to his orders, their minds wholly consumed by the provisions before them. They sprang into action, hauling boxes of rice flour, oil, salt, and other goods onto the truck. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu extended his spiritual sense, keeping a vigilant watch over the area surrounding the supermarket. He was on guard against a zombie attack. With so many people gathered and the commotion they were making, any nearby zombies would inevitably be drawn to them. He had to be prepared. Roar! Gao Tianyu's concerns proved justified. A zombie, seemingly sensing their presence, let out a guttural cry and lunged from a distance. Not good, a zombie is coming. The sudden roar startled the group working inside. They quickly drew their weapons and went on alert. Bang! A loud impact followed. In a fluid motion, Gao Tianyu swung the fire axe in his hand, striking the zombie's head and crushing it in a single blow. Before their astonished eyes, the corpse crumpled to the ground with a thud. "Keep moving the supplies. With me guarding here, nothing will happen," Gao Tianyu reassured them, raising his axe slightly. "Yes." The group swallowed hard, witnessing the display. To obliterate a zombie's skull with one strike required terrifying strength. The thought of that axe connecting with their own heads sent shivers down their spines. Yet witnessing Gao Tianyu's prowess brought them a sense of relief. With him standing watch, they could focus on their task. As they continued loading the truck, 4 more zombies charged at them. Each one was met with the same fate, a single decisive swing from Gao Tianyu's axe. Within an hour, the truck was packed to the brim. Despite their efforts, over half the supermarket's goods remained. "The truck's loaded up. We'll take it back first. 4 of you stay here and guard the place. The other 6 will come back with me to unload," Gao Tianyu said softly to Zhao Jianhua and the others. "Hey Zaheo, Yu Tao, Xiao Jiang. You 6 go with Brother Gao to unload. We'll stay here and keep watch." Zhao Jianhua quickly designated a few people to accompany Gao Tianyu, while he and 3 others remained at the supermarket. "Get in. We're heading back now." Gao Tianyu gestured to the 6, then took the driver's seat. Once they were settled, he drove back to their building and soon pulled up at the entrance. Gao Tianyu stepped out and addressed the group. "Take all this up to the 6th floor. Also go get the others to come down and help carry everything up. We'll distribute it all up there." "All right." Zhang Zaheo and the others had no objections to Gao Tianyu's arrangements, as it was all pre-agreed. And so, laden with bags and boxes, they began their ascent. Soon a large group descended from above, men, women, the elderly, and children. Seeing the mountain of supplies on the truck, their eyes gleamed and smiles spread across their faces as they immediately began unloading. They carried the goods up one trip after another. Watching the bustling crowd, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction with his decision. Moving all this by himself would have taken countless trips. Many hands make light work. After several trips, the truck was quickly emptied. Gao Tianyu then led a few people back to the supermarket to begin loading again. After 7 or 8 such round trips, they had stripped the supermarket of everything usable: food, daily necessities, kitchenware, appliances, all of it. When the final load was brought in, the 10 people who had helped him were utterly exhausted, their clothes soaked with sweat and hair plastered to their foreheads. They sat with Gao Tianyu in a living room on the 6th floor, awaiting the distribution. The entire floor was now stacked with supplies, with several rooms opened and filled with goods sorted by category. Gazing upon the accumulated wealth of supplies, their bodies ached with fatigue, yet their hearts were filled with a profound sense of security. Gao Tianyu retrieved several bottles of drinks from the supplies and handed them out to the group. Have a drink and relax for a moment. We brought back quite a haul from the supermarket, but it's mostly snacks. Aside from that, there are some seasonings and soy sauce. We also have about 300 jin of rice. If each person eats 1 jin a day, this will last us about 2 months. You helped me carry the goods, so each of you can take 100 jin of rice back with you. Besides that, you can each take a case of drinks. As for the snacks, bread and condiments, feel free to take some of those as well. Those who went down to help with the heavy lifting can also take 20 jin of rice or an equivalent amount of bread and food. This is your payment for helping me. The rest belongs to me, as I intend to use it to build a team. If you want any of this, you'll have to join my team and work for me. They'll settle your compensation every week, providing food and supplies. My team only needs 12 people. I don't want any dead weight who can't work. The members won't be permanent either. Some will join and some will be kicked out by me. Gao Tianyu sat on the sofa, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before speaking slowly. Boss, my name is Yu Tao. I'm willing to join your team. No sooner had Gao Tianyu finished speaking than Yu Tao eagerly declared his intent. Gao Tianyu's abilities had won him over. Not only could the man drive through the mist, but his strength was formidable, capable of crushing a zombie's skull with a single blow. His power was terrifying. Following a leader like this would surely be much safer. Zhang Zihao, seeing Yu Tao rushing to show off, immediately felt displeased. Wasn't that stealing his thunder? How could this guy do that? Boss, my name is Zhang Zihao. From now on, I'm your subordinate. Tell me to go east, and I'll go east. Tell me to go west, and I'll go west. Zhang Zihao hastily stood up, thumped his chest, and declared loudly, count me in 2. Imli Xiaojiang, and I'll follow you from now on. It wasn't long before everyone chose to join Gao Tianyu's team, including Zhao Jianhua. They weren't foolish. With Gao Tianyu's abilities, following him meant at least they'd never go hungry. They could even support their families. If they relied only on themselves, they'd probably never make it back after leaving this building. Then from now on, we're brothers, eating from the same pot. I hope we get along well. Seeing everyone express their willingness to join his team, Gao Tianyu nodded with a smile. Since we've formed a team, let me share my plans. First, the news of us clearing out the supermarket must not leak. When you return, warn everyone to keep their mouths shut. You all know this is the end times now. Food is extremely precious. Once others learn we have this much food, they'll definitely come to seize it. If that information gets out, the danger falls on you and your families, not me. Because with my strength, if I can't win a fight, I can simply run. They'd never catch me. No matter where I go, I can still live comfortably. But once this food is stolen, you and your families will be in grave danger. So this is extremely important. Zhao Jianhua and the others nodded solemnly upon hearing Gao Tianyu's warning, for they found his words quite reasonable. Indeed, the fact that they had food must not be revealed, or it would attract covetous eyes. Yes, boss, you're right. Well, be careful about this, and make sure to warn the others. Seeing that everyone had taken his words to heart, Gao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Better to face a formidable foe than be dragged down by foolish allies. If these people had no sense, he wouldn't hesitate to replace them. After all, in this apocalypse, just tossing some food to someone would easily attract new recruits. Also, our food supply still isn't enough. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we'll check out another supermarket. We'll also bring back some gas canisters. We need fuel for cooking. With no electricity, gas is our only option. Similarly, we need to gather some gasoline and weapons. If you know where there are generators, we must get a few. You all know how miserable life is without electricity. That's all I can think of for now. Does anyone have anything to add? Gao Tianyu laid out his plans one by one, but he knew one person could only think of so much, so he wanted his subordinates to fill in the gaps. Boss, what you've said is quite comprehensive, but there's something missing: medicine. We must acquire some medicine. In the apocalypse, illness can be fatal. These drugs will be worth more than gold, and every bit we use is 1 bit less. Yu Tao, after listening to Gao Tianyu's words, paused for only a moment before quickly adding. Zhao Jianhua also added, that's right. If possible, it'd be best to find a few doctors. Medicine shouldn't be taken recklessly. It's best to have professional guidance. As for weapons, I know where we can get some. About 3 kilometers from our neighborhood, there's a police substation. They have guns and stun batons there. We could go grab some. Zhang Zihao, seeing everyone voicing their opinions, offered his own as well. Upon hearing Zhang Zihao's words, Gao Tianyu shot him a surprised look. How didn't I think of that? 7 steps away the gun is faster, 7 steps within the gun is both faster and more accurate. Even with my current strength, facing someone with a gun makes my heart tremble. If I get shot, I'd still be injured or killed. With that thought, Gao Tianyu immediately made up his mind. He had to visit the police station to see if they could find firearms. If they had guns, their team's strength would skyrocket. The others also expressed their approval of Zhang Zihao's suggestion. In the chaotic apocalypse, 2 things mattered most. The first was food, and the second was weapons. Aside from planes and artillery, what could be more intimidating than guns and ammunition? They couldn't get their hands on high-end weapons like planes and artillery, but they could certainly find a way to procure some firearms. Under the collective deliberation of the group, what Gao Tianyu had failed to anticipate was gradually supplemented. Boss, if I may ask, how did you awaken your superpower? Do you have any way to help us awaken ours as well? Zhang Zihao, seized by a sudden thought, inquired with fervent anticipation. Ever since he heard Gao Tianyu speak of superpowers, he had been utterly captivated by them. Thus, given the opportunity, he could not resist asking. The others, upon hearing Zhang Zihao's question, pricked up their ears, eager to listen. They too were intensely curious about the superpowers Gao Tianyu mentioned, yearning to know how he had awakened his own, and whether they might have a chance. Tisk tisk. Gao Tianyu chuckled upon hearing Zhang Zihao's question. Awakening a superpower is no easy feat, nor can I help you awaken one. The reason he had awakened his power was entirely due to the meteorite's radiation. He would never share the meteorite, so these thoughts were futile. The zombie virus from a few days ago, you experienced it yourselves? I was infected with it, survived, and thus awakened my superpower. Besides me, the two neighbors who also awakened their powers went through the same ordeal. They suddenly developed a high fever, lay in bed for a day and a night, and after enduring it awakened their abilities. I suspect that the mysterious zombie virus unlocked the gene lock in humans, granting them extraordinary powers. As he spoke, Gao Tianyu cast a deep glance at Zhang Zihao. Do you want to give it a try? The corpses of those zombies outside still carry the same virus. If you can survive without turning into a zombie, there's a high chance you'll awaken a superpower. Zhang Zihao's face turned pale at Gao Tianyu's words. The zombies were ferocious, having killed countless people. He was no fool to engage in such a deadly experiment. With an awkward smile, he hastily declined. Boss, please don't joke. I'd like to live a few more days. The others, upon hearing the harsh conditions for awakening superpowers, looked dejected. Such a high mortality rate was something they would never attempt unless they were insane. Gao Tianyu took in their expressions and immediately comforted them. Don't be disheartened. I suspect the zombie virus hasn't completely vanished, but lingers in the air. The reason you haven't been infected is that your bodies have developed antibodies. This means you have the prerequisite for awakening a superpower. There will always be a way in the future. Moreover, haven't you noticed? The environment has undergone a tremendous change. People are getting hungry more easily and their appetites are gradually increasing. Take me and my two neighbors for instance. Our physical fitness improves daily and our strength grows. If you experience the same, your bodies are also strengthening. When your body reaches a certain threshold, it might even surprise us. So for now, the most important thing is to eat well, replenish your nutrition, and carefully sense the changes within your body. Gao Tianyu shared all the information he had gathered without holding back. After all, as these people grew stronger, so would the force he was building, a beneficial outcome. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, the crowd fell into contemplation. They had been so preoccupied with hunger and weakness that they hadn't noticed the changes in their bodies. But upon reflection, they realized they did get hungry more often now, sometimes feeling hungry shortly after a meal. If Gao Tianyu hadn't pointed it out, it might have taken them a long while to realize. After finishing, Gao Tianyu spent another hour distributing the food. He also assigned tasks, designating 1 or 2 people to guard the stairwell, and others to watch over the supplies on the 6th floor, preventing anyone from taking them. Having done that, Gao Tianyu selected some items from the supplies: potatoes, sweet potatoes, onions, and some remaining vegetables, along with sugary foods like chocolate. He brought these back to the 30th floor. By the time he finished, it was already after 9 o'clock. He went straight to the apartment where Han Qingru and Lin Ruoshi lived. As he pushed open the door, the aroma of cooked food greeted him. The two women had prepared a full meal waiting for his return. Lin Ruoshi rushed over when she saw him, a radiant smile on her face. Honey, you're finally back. The food is ready. Come and eat. She took the bags Gao Tianyu had brought and placed them in the kitchen. Lin Ruoshi was passionate and outspoken, with a fiery personality and high emotional intelligence. She was adept at reading people, unlike Han Qingru, who was more reserved. After deciding to follow Gao Tianyu, she quickly adjusted her address and devoted herself wholeheartedly to serving him, embracing her new role. Han Qingru, in contrast, had not yet adapted. She remained restrained in her interactions with Gao Tianyu. Gao Tianyu walked to the table, sat down, and joined the two women for dinner. I just emptied the supermarket downstairs and stored the supplies on the 6th floor. There are plenty of drinks and snacks down there. If you want something, we can go down together later to bring some up. Gao Tianyu spoke while eating, generous with his women, never stinting on food or material comforts. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Ruoxi's face lit up with joy. The supermarket downstairs had plenty of supplies, enough to last them a long time. With these provisions, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. Moreover, she hadn't had any snacks or drinks in a long time. Even the usually reserved Han Qingru showed a hint of delight on her cool face. In this apocalypse, the more food the better. After dinner, Gao Tianyu accompanied the two women downstairs to fetch some snacks and drinks. He did not stay overnight at their place, but instead returned to his newly moved-in apartment. He took out the meteorite from the box, hugged it to his chest, lay down on the bed, and drifted off to a contented sleep. Between sleeping with a woman and sleeping with the meteorite, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. A night passed in the blink of an eye. After sharing breakfast with the two women, Gao Tianyu picked up his axe and headed downstairs once more. This time he planned to lead the team to another supermarket to scout it out and gather the items that had occurred to him the day before. Once all that was done, he could settle at home in peace, embracing the meteorite and cultivating. This constant tangible sense of growing stronger was intoxicating. When he reached the 6th floor, his team of 10 was already assembled. Each held a weapon. Some clutched fire axes like his own, others wielded iron rods, and a few brandished cleavers. Since everyone's here, let's move out. We'll check the police station first, and see if we can get our hands on some guns, Gao Tianyu said, waving for the others to follow as he led the way downstairs. Arming themselves was their top priority. If they had firearms, their building's influence within the compound would skyrocket. Even if news of their supplies leaked out, they'd have the deterrent force to hold on to what was theirs. Zhao Jianhua and the others quickly fell in line, climbing into the back of the truck, just as they had the day before. Gao Tianyu took the wheel. He had a vague memory of the police station's location. It sat on a busy street, usually teeming with foot traffic. Bang! The truck slammed into a zombie that came charging at them, the wheels rolling directly over its body and dragging it along the asphalt for over 20 meters. A crimson smear of blood stretched out across the road behind them. The grating sound of flesh scraping against the ground was jarringly loud. This truck's a bit small. If we had a heavy-duty rig, these things would pop like crisp crackers under the wheels. Feeling the vehicle lurch over the corpse, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but imagine the scene. It would be immensely satisfying. Bang! Before long, Gao Tianyu plowed into another zombie. With no other moving vehicles on the road, the truck drew attention like a beacon. Hordes of zombies, alerted by the noise, began converging on them from all directions. What a pain! Gao Tianyu frowned as he watched the undead swarm relentlessly towards them. The thick fog made it impossible to drive at speed. The zombies, however, were deceptively quick, and soon 4 or 5 of them were surrounding the truck, slapping and clawing at its sides as they chased it. Roar! 2 zombies snarled at the 10 people huddled in the cargo area, clawing desperately, trying to climb inside. Bang! Get the hell back! Zhang Zihao roared, swinging his fire axe in a brutal arc that split a zombie's skull. The creature's head cracked open under the blunt force. Zhao Jianhua joined the fray, wielding a heavy sledgehammer. He brought it down on another zombie's skull, with a sickening crunch caving in the bone. They're adapting quickly, Gao Tianyu observed silently, using his psychic sense to monitor the fight. He nodded in approval. It was good that he didn't need to intervene. If they had been utterly useless, he would have had to find a way to cut them loose. To shake off the chasing horde, Gao Tianyu pressed the accelerator, picking up speed. He made no effort to swerve, ruthlessly mowing down any zombie that crossed his path. Though the creatures felt no pain, their frail bodies were no match for the truck's momentum, and they were all sent crashing to the ground. After flattening over 20 zombies, Gao Tianyu finally reached the police station. But he didn't dare stop the vehicle. Over 30 undead were still hot on their heels. Many of those knocked down had already scrambled back to their feet and were resuming the chase. Even Zhao Jianhua and the others in the cargo hold had dispatched over a dozen of the creatures. There are too many of them. We need to deal with this, or we won't be able to get out of the truck, Gao Tianyu thought, a headache forming as he surveyed the zombies pressing in around the vehicle. He hadn't expected the truck to attract such a massive horde. He drove further ahead until he reached a wide intersection where he swung the truck around in a U-turn. You bastards still want more? He'll run you all down. Let's see if you can stop this truck. A vicious glint in his eye, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The truck lurched forward, roaring like a beast unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. Flesh, limbs, and gore flew through the air. Under the truck's immense force, any zombie in its path was sent flying, blood spraying in gruesome arcs. Crack! The windshield shattered under the impact, splattered with blood. A closer look revealed chunks of flesh and splinters of bone stuck in the broken glass. The truck plowed through, staining the road, and its own chassis red with blood. Its body was now dented and battered. Over 20 zombies lay grievously wounded, their bones shattered, writhing helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. The remaining zombies were left behind in the dust. Soon Gao Tianyu had successfully shaken off the pursuers and pulled up in front of the police station. He grabbed his axe and jumped out, then went to the back of the truck and shouted to the people inside. We're here. Everyone out. Stay close and don't get lost. Gao Tianyu swung his axe, splitting the skull of a zombie that lurched towards them, and then headed for the station entrance. The front door was tightly shut. He kicked it with tremendous force, sending it flying open. He led the group, charging into the station's main hall. Let's look around and find where they keep the guns. Firearms were precious and rare. Even a police station likely had few, probably locked away in an armory. Since had never been here before, they'd have to search room by room. Roar! Just then a guttural snarl echoed from a nearby room, followed by frantic banging on a door. A zombie. Someone turned in the duty room. Let's check it out. Be ready. I'm opening the door. Gao Tianyu had heard the sound as well and warned the others. He grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and shoved the door open with force. The zombie behind it was violently knocked flying across the room. Without hesitation, he charged in and brought his axe down on the fallen creature's head, ending it. But it wasn't alone. A second zombie lunged at him from the side in that very instant. "Boss, look out. There's another," Zhang Zihao shouted a warning, but before he could even finish his sentence, Gao Tianyu whipped his axe around in a fluid backhand strike, cleaving the zombie's head clean off. The motion was swift, precise, and utterly effortless. Watching the scene unfold, Zhang Zihao couldn't help but swallow hard. Their boss' speed, strength, and reflexes were simply beyond human. Let's continue our search." The group examined the information above the door and searched the police station one by one. They discovered 4 or 5 police officers who had turned into zombies, still standing guard at their posts, even in death. But the virus was merciless, and they could not escape its threat. Soon Gao Tianyu and the others arrived at a room marked Armory. The armory was sealed behind a thick glass door, sturdy and solid with a complex locking mechanism. Without a key, it would be nearly impossible to open under normal circumstances. "Boss, this is the armory, but without the key, how are we supposed to get in? We don't know where the key is. Should we look for it?" Zhao Jianhua stared at the evidently thick blast door and felt a headache coming on. A door of this thickness could probably withstand small bomb attacks. The axes and other tools they had were useless against it. "No need, this isn't a problem for me. I have a way." Gao Tianyu pulled a piece of wire from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and fiddled with it for a moment, putting on a show. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he used his telekinetic force to unlock the door and pushed it open. "Boss, you're incredible. You can even open a door like this. Were you a locksmith in your past life?" Zhang Zihao's eyes widened as he looked at Gao Tianyu. This newly acquainted boss had given him too many surprises. Not only was he powerful, but he could also pick locks. Was there anything he couldn't do? "I only studied it for a few days. It's not a difficult skill." Gao Tianyu coughed lightly and didn't elaborate further. He walked straight into the armory, and his eyes fell upon rows of shelves stocked with bulletproof vests along with riot shields and electric batons. Beyond these, Gao Tianyu discovered 4 rifles and over a dozen handguns on another shelf. This sight made his eyes light up. He quickly stepped forward, took down a rifle, and examined it carefully in his hands. This was his first time touching a firearm, and he held the rifle with fondness, playing with it endlessly. Zhao Jianhua, Zhang Zihao, and Yu Tao also rushed forward, excitedly picked up the guns and inspected them closely. Men often cannot resist such weapons. Having never had the chance to touch them before, they now clung to these items, just like Gao Tianyu, turning them over and over in their hands, occasionally rubbing them, as if polishing their most treasured possessions. "Boss, we've hit the jackpot. With these, we won't fear zombies anymore. One shot each will blow their heads off." Zhang Zihao wiped his rifle, a fanatical gleam in his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. With these weapons, they felt much safer. Even if someone discovered they had food here, they wouldn't dare to try anything. If they wanted to rob them, they'd have to ask these guns first. "These things are good, but we don't have much ammunition. Once it's gone, it's gone." Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at him, then pointed to the 4 boxes below. "Those are just 4 boxes of bullets, about 2,000 rounds in total. Divided evenly, each gun would only get around 100 to 200 rounds. It's not enough at all. All right, everyone, load your guns to full capacity, pack the remaining ammo, and bring it back. Also use your bullets sparingly. Don't fire randomly." Gao Tianyu then gave orders, loading his own rifle magazine as he spoke. He loaded 2 full magazines before stopping. He then surveyed the armory further and found many other useful items: flashbangs, fire axes, chainsaws, prohibited knives, and crossbows. These were enough to fully equip the entire group. "Are you done yet? Once you're done, move all this stuff to the truck. Don't leave a single weapon behind, and also take those riot shields and handcuffs. We might need them in the future." Gao Tianyu shouted to the others as they neared completion of their tasks. Right. Well, do as you say, boss." Zhang Zihao was the first to respond, hoisting a box of ammunition and heading outside. The others followed suit, carrying boxes of bullets or other gear, trailing behind Zhang Zihao. Gao Tianyu also went outside, but he carried nothing. Instead, he kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings, guarding the others. Holding his rifle, he stood by the truck, extending his psychic senses to carefully monitor the area. He was on guard against zombie attacks, watching his subordinates busily loading supplies while he remained conspicuously at ease. Whoosh! At that moment, he keenly sensed something rapidly lunging toward him from behind. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Crossing a distance of 20 meters in less than a second, it was right at his back. Gao Tianyu's scalp tingled, and his body instinctively dove to the side. Flash! A flash of cold light streaked by, and Gao Tianyu felt a sharp sting on his back. A gash had been torn open, and blood immediately flowed out. The intense pain twisted Gao Tianyu's face. His wounds had barely healed, and now he was injured again. How dangerous was it out here? At the same time, Gao Tianyu also got a clear look at what had attacked him. Not far from him stood a creature with eerie blue eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, razor-sharp claws, and a body covered in scales. It looked gaunt, but was exceptionally agile. The monster had long female-like hair and extended an incredibly long, flexible tongue, much like a lizard's. "This is a white. I've run into another white." As soon as Gao Tianyu saw those piercing blue eyes, he drew in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected to encounter another one after dealing with the white that Zhao Deju had transformed into. And this one was completely different in appearance from the previous one except for those same blue eyes. The other one was covered in bone spikes while this one was covered in scales, and it was also much faster. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have even had time to react before being killed by this white. Roar! The wraith, seeing its attack miss, quickly adjusted its stance and lunged at Gao Tianyu once more, its claws as sharp as daggers aiming straight for his neck. Die, you beast! Gao Tianyu raised his rifle and pulled the trigger, but an unexpected mishap occurred. Being his first time using a firearm and in his haste, he had forgotten to release the safety catch, so no bullet was fired. Damn it! Gao Tianyu cursed inwardly. In this critical moment, he had made such a foolish mistake. But there was no time to release the safety now. He lashed out with his left foot, kicking towards the wraith. Thud! Gao Tianyu's kick connected squarely with the wraith, sending it flying. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Gao Tianyu's face, quickly replaced by elation. Although this wraith was swift, its strength was severely lacking. It was nothing compared to the wraith that had attacked him before. That one was not only fast, but its defense and strength were formidable. It could clash head-on with him, and even suppress him. If it weren't for his psychic power, he would have been done for. But this wraith here could be sent flying by a single kick, proving its power was insufficient, focusing only on speed. This immediately eased his pressure. Something's wrong. Boss, I'm coming to help. Zhang Zihao and the others, hearing the commotion outside, turned pale and rushed out with their guns. Roar! After being kicked away, the wraith let out a furious roar at Gao Tianyu, its icy blue eyes glaring at him with malice before darting sideways into the thick fog and vanishing from the range of Gao Tianyu's psychic sense. Don't come out. Get back inside. This monster is not something you can handle. Gao Tianyu, seeing Zhang Zihao and the others rushing out, immediately waved them back. This wraith was incredibly fast and could move unhindered in the fog. It was not something ordinary people could deal with. Even with guns, Zhang Zihao and the others would be no match for it. They couldn't see the wraith hidden within the fog, so their guns were useless. They couldn't spot it, couldn't hit it, making their weapons nothing but scrap metal, less useful than a knife. Gao Tianyu focused all his attention monitoring his surroundings. Though he couldn't see through the fog, either his hearing was exceptionally sharp, picking up faint, barely audible footsteps. This meant the wraith hadn't left, it was hiding in the shadows waiting for a chance to strike. Get inside, don't stay out here. Gao Tianyu carefully retreated into the police station, pushing the others back inside. Boss, what's going on out there? How did you get hurt? Yu Tao saw the wound on Gao Tianyu's back and asked, shocked. Although he hadn't known Gao Tianyu for long, he knew their boss was quite formidable. It was hard to imagine him getting injured while armed with a gun. There's a wraith outside with incredible speed, very good at sneak attacks. If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, I would have fallen for its trap. Gao Tianyu stood in the police station's corridor, his eyes fixed intently on the outside, watching for any movement. Wraith. The group was puzzled by Gao Tianyu's words, not understanding what a wraith was. Seeing their confused expressions, Gao Tianyu explained, it's a monster like the one Zhao Deju on the 12th floor turned into. They have terrifying appearances and icy blue eyes resembling evil spirits, so they're called wraiths. What? The group was shaken by Gao Tianyu's explanation. The monster Zhao Deju had become on the 12th floor had left a deep, unforgettable impression on them. Now to think they had encountered another one of the same kind, and it had its sights set on them. Staring at the thick fog outside, a look of worry crossed their eyes. They clutched their guns tightly, yet found no sense of security in them. Boss, is the wraith out there? What should we do? Yu Tao glanced at the solemn Gao Tianyu and asked. Despite holding a rifle, he couldn't spot the wraith's form in the thick fog, rendering his weapon useless. Don't worry too much. This wraith is only fast, but strength is far inferior to the other one. If it weren't for this fog blocking my view, it wouldn't stand a chance against me. As long as it dares to come in, I'm confident I can take it down. Gao Tianyu narrowed his eyes, a fierce expression on his face. He was very vengeful. If the creature that had hurt him were stronger, he could swallow his pride. But this wraith was weaker, merely faster, and it was the environment that provided cover, giving it the advantage. However, that advantage wasn't insurmountable. With a little caution, he had a good chance of killing it. Since he had the means for revenge, he naturally wouldn't let it go. This thing must be bloodthirsty. I'm wounded, and the scent of blood is in the air. I doubt it can resist. Recalling the fierce expression on the wraith's face as it vanished into the fog, Gao Tianyu knew it had a certain level of intelligence, and was also particularly vengeful, otherwise it would have left long ago. He released the safety on his rifle and stared outside. Though he couldn't see it, he sensed something watching him, biding its time. Zhao Jianhua and the others, upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, swallowed hard and looked at him in astonishment. They hadn't expected their newly acknowledged boss to be so ruthless, using himself as bait to lure the wraith outside into a trap. Within the dense fog, the wraith hid behind a clump of grass, its icy blue eyes filled with hatred fixed on Gao Tianyu and the others in the police station corridor. The vast white mist couldn't obstruct its vision. Its eyes were like thermal imaging unaffected by the fog. Moreover, it was highly intelligent, knowing how to use its advantages. It extended its long forked tongue, licking the air eagerly, as if tasting the scent of blood. Its gaze grew increasingly bloodthirsty. Yet sensing that its prey was on high alert, it suppressed its urges with iron discipline, much like a masterful predator biding its time for the slightest opening. Then it would strike with lethal precision and in its target. Time crept by, and both Gao Tianyu and the abyssal fiend possessed ample patience, locked in this silent stalemate. Boss, is that fiend still out there? Think it's gone. Seeing no movement from outside for a long while, Zhang Zihao tugged at Gao Tianyu's sleeve and whispered, "Not sure. I have a feeling it's still lurking. That thing won't give up easily. How about you take a look outside? If it doesn't attack you, it means it's left. If it does, well, use that chance to take it down." Gao Tianyu rubbed his chin, offering the suggestion. Zhang Zihao was speechless. Boss, I'm not brave. I can't do it." He shook his head frantically. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't volunteer as bait for such a dangerous task. Useless. Scared by a mere fiend like this. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes at the man's cowardice, but he didn't force the issue. Zhang Zihao's strength was too lacking. He wouldn't even withstand a single blow from that creature, and would only be throwing his life away. Zhang Zihao was left speechless. Was it a crime to fear death now? Zhao Jianhua frowned, analyzing the situation. But with it guarding the exit, we can't leave. There's no food here either. Staying put is a huge disadvantage for us. Let's search deeper inside, see if we can find anything useful. We'll also try to lure it in. If that fails, well, just have to find the right moment to make a break for it. Gao Tianyu pondered for a moment, but couldn't devise a better plan. If not for the thick fog, he could have easily shot the creature dead with his rifle. But with the fog blocking his sight, unless the fiend came within his psychic range, he couldn't detect its location at all. Having a gun was useless in this situation, and that was his biggest frustration. Alright. The others nodded in agreement. This was the best strategy they could come up with. At least their newly acknowledged leader wasn't using them as cannon fodder to lure the fiend outside. Moreover, each of them was armed with a gun, which boosted their confidence considerably. They slowly retreated, heading toward the staircase and ascending to the second floor. The fiend outside, which had been watching Gao Tianyu and the others, showed a flicker of anxiety on its face as its prey vanished from sight. Though it could still smell their scent, it felt the trail growing weaker, as if it were slipping from its grasp. Seeing its prey disappear, it grew restless and stealthily followed them into the police station. Its steps were feather-light, making no sound as it moved, while its long tongue lashed through the air, tasting for the scent of its quarry. It then followed the scent trail left by Gao Tianyu and the others, slowly crawling up the stairs. "You bastard couldn't resist following us, huh?" Although the fiend's movements were silent and undetectable by sound, its presence was still picked up by Gao Tianyu's psychic sense. He raised his rifle, staring intently at the staircase, waiting for the fiend to show its head. Soon he saw a pair of eerie blue eyes emerge from the stairwell, staring back at him with a horrifying, malevolent glare. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet streaked toward the fiend's head. The creature seemed to sense the danger and tried to turn and flee, but it was clearly too late. The distance was too close, and Gao Tianyu was prepared, waiting for it. The moment it showed its head, it had already lost the advantage. Bang! The bullet struck the fiend's skull with incredible speed, causing a burst of blood to explode outward, brain matter spilling from the wound. The creature's body collapsed onto the stairs, writhing and twitching violently like a decapitated frog. After a long while, it finally stopped moving and lay still as a corpse. The gunshot alerted Zhao Jianhua, Zhang Zihao, and the others, who rushed out and ran toward the staircase. There they saw the fiend lying in the stairwell, its body covered in scales with sharp claws and a long tongue protruding from its mouth. Its eerie blue eyes were still open, even in death, refusing to close. "Boss, you killed it." Zhang Zihao swallowed hard, speaking in shock. His gaze kept drifting to the creature on the stairs, a chill running down his spine. This monster is terrifyingly ugly, like a demon. No wonder the boss calls them fiends. They're hideous. Yeah, good thing it wasn't smart enough to stay outside. If it had, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then picked up a fire axe from nearby, walked over to the fiend's corpse, and swung the axe down onto its head. He had killed fiends before and had extracted a crystal from one's head. Just now he had used his psychic sense to explore this one's skull and found a similar crystal inside. However, this one was significantly smaller, only about half the size of the previous one. Bang! The fiend's skull split open, and Gao Tianyu used the axe to fish the crystal out of the gore. He then took a tissue from his pocket, picked up the crystal, and carefully wiped it clean. Soon a pale green crystal was revealed in his hand. This one is pale green, different from the last one. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The crystal from the monster that Zhao Daiju had transformed into was earthy yellow, but this one was pale green. Could the different colors mean they had different uses? Gao Tianyu frowned in thought. Even now he hadn't figured out what these fiend crystals were for, but his intuition told him they were valuable, so he tucked it away for safekeeping. "Boss, what is that? Why does it have a gem-like crystal in its head? What does it do?" Zhang Zihao came down the stairs staring at the strange crystal in Gao Tianyu's hand with curiosity. No idea. Gao Tianyu shook his head. Zhang Zihao was puzzled. Then boss, how did you know there was a crystal in its head, eh? Because I got one before. I don't know what it does, but my gut tells me it's something good. If you guys ever come across one, collect it if you can. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes. As if he'd tell them he had scanned it with his psychic sense. Let's go. Keep moving the supplies, take everything useful. Running into something like that right after we got out. I've got a bad feeling about today. Let's finish up quickly and head back. Gao Tianyu said with some resignation. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and now had added new ones to the list. What rotten luck. Hearing Gao Tianyu's words, the group busied themselves in the police station for a while longer, scavenging a considerable amount of usable gear that filled nearly half the truck bed. Next, Gao Tianyu led them to a store selling gas canisters, where they found over 20 tanks still holding gas. They also stopped by a hardware store and a welding shop, gathering all sorts of useful tools. Unfortunately, they didn't come across a generator. Once the truck was fully loaded, they drove back and hauled everything up to their building. By the time they returned, it was already 1 in the afternoon, and everyone was famished. Go upstairs and get the others to come down and help unload. Make sure everything is stored properly, especially those gas canisters. They're extremely dangerous. If one explodes, we're all dead. Gao Tianyu pointed at the supplies below, giving out detailed instructions. With so many tanks stacked together, an explosion would be catastrophic, likely blowing the entire building apart. This was no joke. Don't worry, boss. We'll make sure these are secured properly. Zhao Jianhua nodded. He knew that if the tanks weren't handled correctly, there would be trouble. Even if Gao Tianyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have been careful. Alright, then I'll head up first. They'll leave the rest to you. Gao Tianyu nodded, grabbed a bag from nearby, and headed straight upstairs. Now that everyone had guns and a basic means of self-defense, they didn't need to rely on him for everything. He saw no need to keep standing guard below. Soon Gao Tianyu climbed up to the 30th floor, stashed his rifle in his own room, then took the bag and walked straight into Han Qingris' apartment, as if it were his own. Seeing him return, Lin Ruoshi immediately rushed over happily and wrapped her arm around his. Honey, you're back. The food's been ready for a while, just waiting for you to eat. But her smile quickly froze as she noticed the wound on his back, blood staining his clothes. Honey, how did you get hurt? Is it serious? Qingro, go get the first aid kit. He's injured. Lin Ruoxi's face was etched with worry. What? Oh, I'm on it. Han Qingru was startled, as well, immediately turning to grab the medical kit from the shelf before hurrying over with it. Relax, it's just a scratch. Nothing serious, Gao Tianyu said, feeling a warmth in his heart as he looked at Lin Ruoxi's anxious face. Since his parents passed away, no one had cared for him like this. It felt good to have someone worry about him. This is no scratch. It's a huge wound with all this blood. Sit down, don't move. Let me bandage it up. Ignoring his protests, Lin Ruoshi pushed him onto the sofa, took the medical kit from Han Qingru, and began tending to his injury with great seriousness. Her movements were clumsy and far from professional, yet Gao Tianyu could feel how careful and meticulous she was. After treating the wound, she wrapped the bandage around it several times, then promptly tossed his bloodied shirt into the trash. Honey, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Lin Ruoshi asked softly. Gao Tianyu shook his head. I'm fine. It stopped hurting a while ago. He then brought the bag onto the table. Here, I brought you both a gift. See if you like it. A gift? Lin Ruoshi gave him a surprised look. The fact that Head brought them something actually made her quite happy. She opened the bag and her eyes widened instantly. Is this a gun? Honey, where did you get this? A flash of excitement crossed her face as she picked up the pistol. Meanwhile, Han Qingris' expression mirrored Lin Ruoxi's, exactly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Guns were something they'd only ever seen in movies or on TV, almost never in real life. She couldn't believe this man had actually gotten his hands on one. Gao Tianyu gently stroked Lin Ruoxi's wavy hair and said softly, I got them from the police station. They're for your protection. When I'm out, having a gun in hand will give you peace of mind, right? Moi. Lin Ruoshi planted a kiss on his left cheek. Thanks, honey. I love this gift. Gao Tianyu glanced at her bold red lips, noticing she'd put on lipstick today. He pulled out his phone, checked his reflection on the screen, and sure enough, there was a lipstick mark. Thank you, Han Qingru said, taking a pistol from the bag as well. Your thanks doesn't seem sincere enough. You'll need to do it again, just like Ruoshi did, Gao Tianyu said, looking at Han Qingris' soft pink lips, and pointing to his right cheek, his meaning unmistakable. A flush of crimson spread across Han Qingris' face at his gesture. Even though they had already been intimate, she was still shy about such things. Unlike the bold and passionate Lin Ruoshi, she was far more reserved by nature. Still, she lowered her head and gave Gao Tianyu's right cheek a light peck. The guns are already loaded. Just release the safety and they're ready to fire, he said. Although Head never used a pistol himself, he had enough knowledge of how they worked. He understood the process of handling a firearm. Ammo is limited, so don't use them unless you have to, he added with further caution. After saying that, he sat down at the table and began to eat. Thanks to all the good things Head brought back from the supermarket, the two women had prepared a particularly lavish meal. He ate with great relish, feeling as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. After finishing their meal, Gao Tianyu gathered everyone once again. This time he planned to lead the team to check out another supermarket. That supermarket was also located within their neighborhood, but on the opposite side, and it was even larger than the first one. Let's go to the other supermarket and clean it out too. We need to get the supplies there as well. Together, all the supplies will be enough to feed us for several years, and might even help us survive this apocalypse. So no matter what, we have to go there. Gao Tianyu stood before the crowd and spoke slowly. In truth, he was quite a homebody. If not forced by circumstances, he would rather not go out. He planned to finish this job, then return, and stay put, minimizing outdoor activities. He would sleep at home, hugging the meteorite, practice boxing for exercise, and besides that, play poker with Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru. Zhao Jianhua and the others had no objections to Gao Tianyu's words. Instead, their eyes lit up with excitement. As Gao Tianyu had said, if they could obtain the supplies from the second supermarket, then their group would not lack food for the next several years. Moreover, they had now acquired guns, giving them strong self-defense capabilities. Once the goods were in hand, basically no one could snatch them away. So they fully supported Gao Tianyu's plan. For this operation, Gao Tianyu did not take all 10 members of the team. Instead, he left Zhao Jianhua and 3 others to guard the base. Then he selected 10 more from the remaining group, and together with the other 6 they headed to the second supermarket. Bang! Bang! Gao Tianyu drove ahead, crashing through everything in his path. Any zombies blocking the way were knocked down and then run over by the car. He drove slowly, weaving through the neighborhood. After 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of that supermarket. However, the situation at this supermarket was somewhat different. The front door had already been forced open, the glass doors smashed in a brutal manner with shards of glass scattered all over the ground. Around the supermarket lay several zombie corpses, each with its head blown off, lying cold on the ground. Moreover, 8 or 9 zombies were still wandering nearby, 2 outside, and the rest inside the supermarket. Everyone get off, we're here. Gao Tianyu stopped the car and shouted to the people in the compartment. Roar! As soon as he stopped, the 2 zombies wandering outside immediately roared and charged toward him. Bang! Bang! Gao Tianyu's expression remained unchanged as he watched the 2 zombies charging at him. He swung his axe twice, cleaving their skulls open. There are zombies inside, everyone be careful. Also, don't use guns, use axes and knives instead. Gunshots are too loud and will attract more zombies. After seeing everyone get off, Gao Tianyu immediately spoke to them. Then he was the first to step into the supermarket. As soon as he entered, a zombie lunged at him, its face twisted in a ferocious expression with a bite mark on its cheek, as if a chunk of flesh had been torn off. Gao Tianyu swung his right hand, and the axe in his hand chopped out, cleaving the zombie's head. Then he kicked out with his left foot, sending the entire corpse flying. Bang! The corpse slammed into another zombie, knocking it off its feet as well. Immediately after, Gao Tianyu's subordinates rushed in as well, each holding a weapon, either a machete or an axe. They attacked the zombies in the supermarket. Armed with weapons and knowing the zombies' weaknesses, they showed little fear. Before long, the zombies in the supermarket were all eliminated. After dispatching the zombies, the group turned their attention to the supermarket. Many shelves were stripped of supplies, and some goods were scattered on the floor. They could also see some zombie corpses inside, indicating that someone had been here and taken some supplies. Gao Tianyu walked around and found that most of the meat products like cured meat and sausages had been taken. What remained were snacks, daily necessities, electrical appliances, and so on. However, the amount taken wasn't much, only about a tenth. Boss, someone has been here before. A lot of good stuff. As Zhang Zihao walked around and also frowned. He hadn't expected them to be too late. Many good things had been taken by others. Most of what remained were snacks and processed products. Although there was a lot of it, it wasn't staple food. It's okay, isn't there still plenty of food left? Let's move all this back. If some things were taken, so be it. Gao Tianyu shook his head. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, there were only 2 places in the neighborhood with large amounts of food, and the survivors in the neighborhood knew that if they were bold enough and banded together, it wasn't hard to come down and take some food. However, the other party must not have been alone to take so much. They probably had formed a team like theirs, which allowed them to take so many supplies amidst the zombies. Boss, there's something good here. I found a generator, come take a look. At that moment, Yu Tao's excited voice reached Gao Tianyu's ears. It made Gao Tianyu's heart skip a beat, and he quickly ran over to where Yu Tao was. There in the supermarket's machine room, they found a generator. He examined it carefully and found it was a small gasoline generator, a 220V high-end dual-cylinder electric start open-frame type, likely the supermarket's backup power supply. Next to the generator was a barrel of unused gasoline. Good, take this generator back and set it up properly. From now on, we won't have to worry about electricity over there. After we get back, send someone to the underground garage to pump some gasoline and try to scavenge some more. That should be enough. Gao Tianyu was also very pleased. His home had lost power, and the solar panels were useless because no sunlight penetrated the thick fog. So for the past 2 days, his phone had been switched off and unusable, which made him feel extremely irritable and restless. Brother, something's wrong. A car has pulled up below, and they're hauling stuff out of the supermarket. Above the supermarket by a window on the second floor, a sharp-eyed man in black clothing heard the commotion below and peered down, immediately spotting the truck. He also caught snippets of conversation from below, then hurried upstairs to a room on the fourth floor. Knocking on the door, he shouted, "Lu Bai, are you still asleep? With fog this thick outside, how could a truck possibly have driven in?" After a moment, the door creaked open to reveal a burly man with rippling muscles standing nearly 2 meters tall. A fierce tiger tattoo adorned his torso. He glared at Lu Bai and barked, "What's all this racket?" The man was dressed only in a pair of shorts, his presence imposing, but his face was dark with irritation. He stared menacingly at Lu Bai, as if demanding an explanation, clearly ready to make trouble if the answer didn't satisfy him. Lu Bai, seeing Chun Biao's expression and catching a glimpse of a scantily clad, alluring woman through the crack in the door, instantly understood he had interrupted something and had come at a bad time. He swallowed nervously and put on a pitiful expression. "Brother, who don't be angry. I have urgent news. There really is a truck outside, a big one. A bunch of people got out and are looting the supermarket. If we don't go now, they'll take everything." "Is that so? Lu Bai will trust you this once. Go round up the brothers. We'll go down together and chase them off. How dare they touch my stuff? They must have a death wish." Chun Biao, though skeptical that anyone could drive in this weather, decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Whether Lu Bai was telling the truth or not, he had to go down and see for himself. He already considered the supplies in the supermarket his own property and wouldn't tolerate anyone else taking them. His eyes glinted with a fierce light. This apocalypse was a struggle for most, but for him it was paradise. Before the apocalypse, he had been a nobody, a small-time thug who ran with a gang looked down upon by society and had even spent years in prison for his troubles. But when the world ended, he thrived. He quickly gathered a group of followers and established himself as the boss of this building. He and his gang had successfully raided the supermarket below, bringing back a bounty of supplies, which skyrocketed his prestige. With food, water, and a crew at his back, he had become the most influential man in the building. He could even sleep with women who wouldn't have given him the time of day before, like the one currently in his room, who had lured with a box of instant noodles. He knew the value of food, and he had already claimed the supermarket stock as his own, planning to haul it all up within the next couple of days. But before he could make his move, someone else had dared to try and steal his prize. That was unacceptable. Soon his men assembled armed and ready and followed him down the stairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, Chun Biao heard the bustle of activity and saw a group of people loading boxes from the supermarket. "Stop right there. Who gave you permission to touch my stuff?" he roared, wielding a fire axe as he stormed over, his face twisted with rage. Chun Biao's shout brought the busy group to a halt. They instantly tensed up, turning to face the newcomers, their hands instinctively moving to the guns holstered at their waists. "You bastards. Don't you know this stuff is claimed? This all belongs to me, Tiger. Get the hell out of here, or I'll slaughter every last one of you." Chun Biao swung his axe, smashing it into a shelf and shattering it before turning his wrath back on Gao Tianyu and the others. But his tirade was cut short. His men tugged at his clothes, desperately trying to stop his suicidal rant. As his shouting echoed, the group on Gao Tianyu's side raised their guns in unison, aiming at them. The cold, dark muzzles sent a chill of fear through them. Even Chun Biao, who had been so aggressive moments before, felt a cold dread creep into his heart and instantly calmed down. Everyone in this day and age knew what a gun was, even if they'd only seen them in movies and on TV. Having that many guns pointed at you would terrify anyone. Damn it, who the hell are these people? How do they have so many guns? Chun Biao cursed inwardly, his face paling. The fierce expression was quickly replaced by a fawning smile. "Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. We'll be going now. Please continue your work." As he spoke, he signaled his men to leave. But just as they turned to go, Gao Tianyu's voice stopped them. "Wait. Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry?" Rifle in hand, Gao Tianyu stepped forward from the group, his gaze fixed on Chun Biao with keen interest. His psychic sense swept over the man, and he realized Chun Biao was no ordinary person. There was a strange energy within him, and his cells were denser than a normal human's. Like himself and Qin Zhong, who had awakened their powers, this man was also an awakened one. "Sir, is there something you need from me?" Chun Biao asked, his face breaking into an ingratiating smile. Seeing Gao Tianyu step forward with a rifle and an air of authority, he knew he was the leader. Gao Tianyu looked Chun Biao up and down, noting the thuggish aura that clung to him, a clear sign of his past life. He chuckled. "So you're Tiger, huh? You said all this stuff is yours." "Oh no, big brother, just call me Xiaohu. Who would dare to be called big brother in front of you? That was just a little joke I was playing on you all. It was all my fault. I hope you gentlemen won't take offense." Chun Biao capitulated quickly and sincerely, though inwardly he was seething with frustration. After all, he had been favored by the heavens and had awakened his supernatural ability. He had believed that he was destined to shine brilliantly in this apocalypse and achieve great things. Yet before his journey had even begun, he had run into these gun-wielding men. His ambitions were still unfulfilled. Could it be that he would die here today? At the thought of this, his scalp tingled with fear. Although he had awakened his ability, it only made him slightly stronger than an ordinary person, far from being able to ignore bullets. Xiaohu, those things in the supermarket earlier, you took them, didn't you? When we arrived, we noticed signs that someone had been there, and a lot of good stuff was missing. Gao Tianyu smiled at Chun Biao and spoke with a measured tone. He wasn't surprised by Chun Biao's reaction. If he himself were faced with so many guns, he would have backed down as well. There was no shame in it. After all, whether they were ability users or evolvers, they were still human. Until they could withstand bullets, being too cocky would get them killed. When Chun Biao heard Gao Tianyu's question, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He understood the implication clearly. This man wanted him to give back everything he had taken from the supermarket. Big brother, I did take some things from the supermarket. Since you need them, please take them all. Consider it a token of my apology. Though Chun Biao felt a pang of pain and reluctance, he forced a smile onto his face. Haha, you're quite sensible. Since you're so cooperative, I won't make things too difficult for you. I'm a man who enjoys his meat, but as you know, meat is hard to come by these days. So I set my sights on the cured meat here. Unfortunately, I arrived a step too late. You beat me to it. Seeing how cooperative the man was, Gao Tianyu laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. This is all my fault. Since you enjoy meat, big brother, I must show my sincerity. They'll have my men bring down all that cured meat right away as a gift to you. Chun Biao breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. He then turned to his trembling subordinates behind him and said softly, Lu Bai, take a few brothers up to my room and bring down all the cured meat for our big brother here. Yai's brother who? He'll go get it right away. Lu Bai, whose name was called, felt a surge of relief. He quickly gestured to a few of his companions and hurried upstairs. He was afraid that if he lingered, he'd be called back, and with so many guns pointed at them, he feared someone might accidentally pull the trigger and take them all out. You lot don't just stand around. Come help load the things onto the truck. Gao Tianyu looked at the subordinates behind Chun Biao and ordered them. These free laborers were too good to waste, especially since his own side could use some extra hands. Yais. Yes. Chun Biao's subordinates dared not resist. They nodded hastily and began hauling the goods. Come Xiaohu, walk with me. I'd like to have a chat. There's something I want to ask you. Gao Tianyu draped an arm around Chun Biao's shoulder and led him aside with feigned warmth. His other hand rested on the trigger of his rifle, ready to fire without hesitation should the man make any sudden move. Big brother, what is it you wish to ask me? Chun Biao had indeed considered making a move while the man was so close, perhaps even snatching his rifle. But he quickly realized the idea was futile. The gun was aimed squarely at him, and the man's finger was on the trigger. Any reckless move would turn him into a sieve. I'm curious about your awakened ability. Would you mind showing me? What? Chun Biao's pupils constricted sharply at Gao Tianyu's words. How did this man whom he had only just met know about his awakened ability? Could it be that one of his subordinates had betrayed him and leaked the information? Don't be so shocked. You're not the only one with an ability. I have one too. I've even met 2 others who awakened abilities like yours. You're not unique. Ability users give off a peculiar aura. One can recognize it with careful observation. Seeing the stunned expression on the man's face, Gao Tianyu explained calmly. Big brother, you're an ability user too. I thought I was the only one lucky enough to awaken one. Chun Biao let out an awkward laugh, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't made a move earlier. If he had, he might have been riddled with bullets. Even though they were both ability users, he couldn't be certain he was stronger than this man. And besides, the man was armed. I did awaken an ability. It allows me to turn my body into metal. Chun Biao extended his hand, and under Gao Tianyu's watchful gaze it transformed into a dark gray iron hand. Gao Tianyu tapped it lightly, and heard a dull clanging sound. Unmistakably the sound of metal. It was as if the man's hand was coated in a layer of iron. That's quite an ability. Impenetrable to blades, impervious to fire and water. By all rights, you shouldn't be afraid of guns. So why did you surrender so easily? You're not plotting something, are you? Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, eyeing Chun Biao with a knowing smirk. Big brother, you flatter me. How would I dare plot anything? While my ability allows me to metallize my body right now, I can only metallize parts of it, and even then only the surface layer. It can't stop bullets. Even a sharp kitchen knife could cut through this skin. Chun Biao's heart raced under Gao Tianyu's penetrating gaze, and he quickly explained himself. If he could metallize his entire body, why would he ever surrender to a few guns? He would even dare to face a cannon shell heated. As long as he wasn't hit directly, he'd come out unscathed. But right now he couldn't. If a bullet struck him, he would truly die. Indeed. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then continued. Xiaohu, your ability is quite impressive. You're a fine prospect for charging into battle. How about you follow me from now on? It'll make you the captain of my first squad. Having rarely encountered another ability user, Gao Tianyu immediately felt inclined to test whether he could win this man over. Compared to ordinary people, ability users held far greater potential and were more worthy of recruitment. Chun Biao hesitated when he heard Gao Tianyu's offer. To be honest, ever since gaining his ability, he had grown arrogant and dreamed of being his own boss. The last thing he wanted was to return to serving someone else as a lackey. Yet now facing the gun barrel aimed squarely at him, he couldn't muster the courage to refuse. After all, who knew whether the man might fly into a rage at being turned down and put a bullet through him on the spot. You're my boss now, boss. From this day on, I'm your man. Tell me to go east, and I'll go east. Tell me to go west, and I'll go west. Despite his reluctance, Chun Biao forced a broad smile and thumped his chest loudly under the threat of the gun. Good. Xiaohu, you're a smart one, and your attitude pleases me greatly. Gao Tianyu gazed at Chun Biao with approval. Had the man dared to refuse, he might very well have sent him to meet his maker. After all, this was an ability user, and who knew what heights he might reach in the future. No one could say for certain. If he grew stronger than Gao Tianyu, and still harbored a grudge over today's stolen food, that would only create a formidable enemy. Besides, food in this neighborhood was limited, and these ability users were potential rivals. If they couldn't be brought into the fold, they had to be eliminated. After all, his group held the most food. Though they had guns and could defend themselves, even a mighty tiger fears the wolf pack. If a crowd turned against them in the shadows, they wouldn't hold out for long. So Gao Tianyu's strategy was simple: recruit as many strong individuals as possible, turning them into comrades on his side of the line. Fewer enemies and more friends meant greater safety for himself. Choosing to follow me is the wisest decision you've ever made. This dense fog barely affects me. I can venture out to gather food and supplies. Stick with me, and you'll never have to worry about starving. Am I right? Gao Tianyu said to Chun Biao with a cheerful smile. And you've probably never left this neighborhood, so you have no idea how dangerous it is out there. Beyond the zombies, there's a kind of monster called the Wraith, born from humans with eerie pale blue eyes and utterly ferocious. I've encountered 2 of those Wraiths myself. If I hadn't had some skill, I'd be dead at their hands by now. And who knows what greater dangers lie ahead. We ability users should stand together. That's how we'll survive these hard times. Don't you agree, Xiaohu? Gao Tianyu spoke with Chun Biao at length, doing most of the talking, while the other man merely nodded and bowed in agreement. After a while, Chun Biao's subordinates came down from upstairs hauling over 200 jin of cured sausages and cured meat, which they tossed into the truck. Soon the entire truck was piled high with goods, unable to hold another thing. Come on, Xiaohu, hop in. Let me take you for a spin. I'll show you my place. Gao Tianyu patted Chun Biao on the shoulder with a grin, then turned to Zhang Zihao and the others. You all stay here and keep organizing the supplies. They'll drive the truck back in a bit. Yes, sir. Zhang Zihao and the others nodded immediately at the order. Meanwhile, Chun Biao's face fell the moment he heard Gao Tianyu was taking him for a ride. He knew the man didn't trust him to stay behind. That was why he was dragging him along. He didn't dare refuse. Soon enough, Chun Biao sat obediently in the passenger seat. He watched as Gao Tianyu started the engine and slowly drove the truck through the neighborhood. The sight filled him with shock and disbelief. When he looked ahead, all he could see was a vast expanse of white fog, unable to even make out the road. Driving through such conditions gave one a strange, disorienting sense of being lost. He quickly lost all sense of direction, unable even to recognize the way back. Yet Gao Tianyu drove on steady as ever, as if the fog had no effect on him whatsoever. With an ability like that, one could truly go out and gather supplies without any fear of getting lost. Maybe following this guy isn't so bad after all. The thought suddenly crossed Chun Biao's mind. No matter how much food one had, it would always run out eventually. But with this ability, getting food was simple. One could just go out and find it, unlike the others who were trapped in their buildings, unable to even leave the neighborhood. Because if they strayed too far from their building, they truly would get lost. Venturing out in this dense fog, they were practically no different from the blind. Gao Tianyu didn't know what the other man was thinking, but he kept a watchful eye on his every move. If Chun Biao made any suspicious move, he wouldn't hesitate to put him down. Fortunately, Chun Biao remained sensible. Even when the truck pulled up to the building, he stayed put in the passenger seat without doing anything foolish. Xiaohu, we're here. Get out. This is where I live. Gao Tianyu led Chun Biao out of the truck and straight up the stairs. Boss, you're back. And who's this? Zhao Jianhua and the others who had been standing guard at the stairwell on the second floor immediately rose to greet him upon his return. Then they noticed Chun Biao following behind Gao Tianyu and asked with a hint of curiosity. Hearing Zhao Jianhua's question, Gao Tianyu turned to look at Chun Biao as well. He only knew the man called himself Brother Tiger and had never actually learned his real name. Greetings, brothers. My name is Chun Biao, just call me Xiaohu. Chun Biao was quick to seize the opportunity, introducing himself to everyone. At the same time, his eyes darted to the rifle in Zhao Jianhua's hands and the pistols at the waists of the other 3 men, silently speculating about who Gao Tianyu and his group really were. In these peaceful times, it was rare for an ordinary person to even see a single gun. Yet these people in this building possessed so many firearms, and real ones at that. It was truly hard to imagine where they had gotten them. Were they arms dealers in their past lives? Well, we're all brothers here, no need to be formal. Zhao Jianhua said, offering Chun Biao a gentle smile and a gesture to relax. I met Xiaohu at the supermarket. We had a minor scuffle, but it's all resolved. He's a superhuman who can transmute flesh into metal. His potential is immense. Gao Tianyu chuckled and explained to the group. I brought him back today to get acquainted. From now on we're brothers, sharing the same pot of rice. We'll take him upstairs first. Have someone bring up all the stuff from the car later. Gao Tianyu gave the order to Zhao Jianhua and the others. He was a rather lazy man, never one to do such heavy lifting himself, leaving it to his subordinates, their families, and the neighbors they lived with. As the leader, the one who contributed the most, and held the most critical position, if he had to do everything himself, then what was the point of being the boss? He might as well put them all on a pedestal. He understood human nature deeply. People fear power, not virtue, and a favor given can breed resentment. It was the right choice to have these strangers earn their keep through labor. Gao Tianyu led Chun Biao up to the 7th floor, opened a door, and stepped inside. He tossed his rifle onto the sofa and turned to Chun Biao. How about a spar? I haven't fought another superhuman since I awakened my power. I don't know where my strength ranks. Gao Tianyu was eager for a challenge. His strength grew daily, but he had no way to gauge his level. Superhumans were rare, and with no standardized ranking system, most had no idea how they stacked up. Is this appropriate? How dare I raise a hand against you? Chun Biao hesitated, trying to discern Gao Tianyu's intentions. Stop with the excuses and attack. Gao Tianyu threw a punch straight at Chun Biao's head. Chun Biao instinctively dodged, then swung his left hand to meet Gao Tianyu's fist. Bang! A powerful force surged through Chun Biao's hand, leaving his arm numb as he staggered backward. This newly found brother is incredibly strong. A single blow had stunned Chun Biao. His own strength had increased significantly since awakening, though he wasn't sure by how much. He could toss a grown man several meters with one hand, or lift two with ease, a strength of at least 600 or 700 Jin. Yet Gao Tianyu had repelled him with ease, proving his own strength was far greater. Gao Tianyu pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches. Chun Biao knew he couldn't remain on the defensive. Focusing his power, he channeled his ability into his hand, turning it into iron. He clenched his fist and threw it forward. Their fists collided with a dull thud. Chun Biao stumbled back, his fist trembling. Even with his ability, he had gained no advantage in that clash. Gao Tianyu's strength was immense, his fists hard, and his speed blinding. Chun Biao was struggling to keep up. Baji Quan. Seeing Chun Biao could take a hit, Gao Tianyu switched to his Baji Quan techniques, eager to test the fruits of his training. He threw a lightning-fast punch aimed at Chun Biao's chest. Chun Biao's scalp prickled with alarm. He crossed his arms in front of him, turning them into a metallic shield. Boom! Gao Tianyu's blow landed, producing a sharp, deafening clang of metal. Chun Biao was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall, before collapsing to the floor, his arms feeling like they were about to break, shot through with a stabbing pain. Gao Tianyu frowned at the sight of Chun Biao sprawled on the ground. He hadn't even used his full power, only about 60%. Chun Biao was already overwhelmed. For another superhuman, his strength was far too weak. Are you alright? Gao Tianyu walked over, pulling Chun Biao to his feet, his face showing concern and clear apology. I hit too hard. I'm sorry. No, I was careless. I'm just too weak. Chun Biao got up, feeling a tightness in his chest. The brief exchange had revealed the terrifying truth of Gao Tianyu's power. He was outmatched in speed, strength, and physical toughness. Chun Biao was no slouch in a fight, but he had found no opening to counterattack. With his skill, killing him would be simple. And in all this, he hadn't even figured out what Gao Tianyu's ability was. With that kind of strength, was he a power-type superhuman? But Gao Tianyu didn't say, and Chun Biao was wise enough not to ask. Your ability has a lot of room to grow. If you could metallize your entire body, I doubt I could even hurt you. Gao Tianyu mused. The ability was unique, impervious to blades and fire, perhaps even able to withstand cannon fire with a physical body. But Chun Biao's ability was clearly underdeveloped. He could only cover his skin, not his whole body. If he mastered it, every part of him, including muscles and organs, would turn to metal. So Chun Biao still had great potential. Hey, you flatter me, brother. I got my ability by luck. I don't even know how to improve it. Reaching the level you mentioned won't be easy. Chun Biao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He had only just awakened his power and hadn't yet found a way to strengthen it. Unlike Gao Tianyu, who could simply sleep with the meteorite and absorb its radiation to enhance his body and psychic power. This is the predicament faced by all awakened ability users at present. They simply have no concrete method to cultivate their powers. They can only continuously familiarize themselves with their abilities and enhance them through certain exercises. However, frequent use of their powers presents another dilemma. It consumes excessive energy, leaving them perpetually famished. Without sufficient food to replenish their strength, they simply cannot persevere. After disciplining Chun Biao, Gao Tianyu gained a rough understanding of his own capabilities. Having been nurtured by that mysterious virus, his body seemed to have shattered some form of shackles, undergoing an evolution. His physical attributes underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Whether it was strength, speed, or reaction time, he far surpassed ordinary individuals. Most importantly, his psychic willpower had also undergone a tremendous transformation. This elevated his strength far beyond that of common ability users. Even without using his powers, his current physical condition alone could defeat many ability users. Moreover, based on the few ability users he had encountered, they might be somewhat stronger than ordinary people, but their advantage was limited. If they were to encounter individuals proficient in martial arts or possessing exceptional physiques, they might not necessarily gain much of an upper hand. For instance, when he first acquired his psychic willpower, its lethality was extremely limited, perhaps merely offering a slight advantage over an ordinary person far from a state of overwhelming dominance. But after his body underwent that enhancement, he felt he could potentially achieve the might of 100 foes. The supplies in this supermarket were even more abundant than those in the previous one. Gao Tianyu made 10 round trips before he managed to transport all the goods back. He stored these supplies on the 3rd and 2nd floors respectively. He also brought back some steel doors and bars, installing them at the main entrance on the 1st floor to replace the original glass doors. At the same time, he installed another iron door at the entrance to the 2nd floor and cleared out the underground parking garage below, sealing off its entrance. This sealed off the entire building, granting it a certain level of defensive capability. Even if zombies attacked, they would be kept outside, making the residents of this building considerably safer. Concurrently, Gao Tianyu began his arrangements. He had Zhao Jianhua lead the training, drilling the team members according to military standards and stationed them between the 1st and 2nd floors to guard the passage into the floors above. He also assigned tasks to the idle individuals, ordering them to clean the entire building and dispose of the corpses outside, especially the bodies in that room on the 12th floor and the bloodstains on every level. They were to be scrubbed clean. After all, this was their place of residence, and the accumulated corpses had long since begun to rot and stink. If not cleared promptly, they might breed a plague. Gao Tianyu even considered tossing the corpses outside the building into the river, but it was too late, and there were too many tasks at hand, so he temporarily shelved that plan. Sensing a shortage of manpower, Gao Tianyu even brought back Chun Biao's group along with their families and settled them within the building. However, this group was still under Chun Biao's command, though they were not issued firearms and were required to undergo military training under Zhao Jianhua and his team. Furthermore, having acquired such a vast quantity of food, he did not hoard it. He distributed a month's worth of supplies to everyone. In this apocalypse, to stabilize morale, one must have provisions in hand. After completing these tasks, Gao Tianyu found himself with free time once more. Apart from training, he spent his days cradling the meteorite and playing games. When mealtime arrived, he would head over to Han Kingra's place to dine with the two women. After obtaining the generator from the supermarket, the building had its power restored. Of course, the electricity generated was limited and certainly couldn't support the usage of all residents and appliances. So currently, only the lighting was restored along with charging for phones and small electronics. Other appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners simply couldn't be powered. Time slowly drifted to the 15th day of the apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since it began. The weather outside seemed to have improved somewhat. Although temperatures still ranged from over 30 to over 40 degrees, the rainfall was decreasing. Undoubtedly a piece of good news. After dinner, Gao Tianyu leaned back on the sofa, his arms wrapped around the slender waists of Lin Ruoxi and Han Xingru on either side. Both Lin Ruoxis and Han Kingra's waists were incredibly delicate, with flat, smooth abdomens and tantalizingly defined oblique muscles. In this regard, they were evenly matched. However, the difference lay in Lin Ruox's figure, which was exceptionally voluptuous. She boasted an impressive bust and a wonderfully rounded, prominent posterior. The curves of her silhouette were dramatic and striking, possessing a powerful visual impact. Han Kingra's physique was equally outstanding, but compared to Lin Ruoxis, it was noticeably less pronounced. However, her straight, slender, and elegant legs were something Gao Tianyu adored, just as he had once thought he could spend a whole year appreciating them. "Honey, why do you insist on living alone in the other room? Why not move in with us? That way you wouldn't have to go back and forth," Lin Ruoxi said, leaning against Gao Tianyu's chest, her finger tracing idle circles as she spoke in a languid tone. Except for the 2 days he was injured and stayed in their apartment, Gao Tianyu never slept there, instead choosing to sleep in another unit. Apart from mealtimes, he rarely stayed long, which puzzled her greatly. "Live with you too?" Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow at the suggestion, then shook his head without a second thought. "No, I prefer living alone. You two are enchantresses. If I lived with you, how could I ever focus on training? In this apocalypse, only by diligently training my body and becoming stronger can I survive better. And I lack willpower. If I stayed with you, my mind would be filled with nothing but those thoughts, wanting to drag you both into a game of cards. I'd be lost in indulgence." Gao Tianyu's gaze drifted to Lin Ruoxis' stunning figure. She was wearing a loose, pure white short-sleeve shirt, but her captivating curves were blindingly conspicuous, making it impossible to look away. Being with these two, he simply couldn't focus on training. His mind was constantly enticed. However, that wasn't the main reason. The primary reason was that he needed to sleep with the meteorite, absorbing its radiation to grow stronger, but he was afraid the two women would discover its secret. This was a secret he would keep for life, never revealing it to anyone, burying it deep within his heart and ensuring no one could ever find it. So this was the only way he could do things. Temptresses. Playing games. Han Qingru and Lin Ruox's faces flushed crimson instantly upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, making them look exceptionally alluring. Oh, go on then, so it's become our fault, has it? Lin Ruoxi shot Gao Tianyu a disdainful glare. It was his own lack of self-control and lecherous nature that was to blame, not them. Was it their fault that they were beautiful? She truly wanted to crack open his skull and see what was going on inside that head of his. Still, he had a point. He wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, quite lustful in fact. Even when injured, he couldn't keep his hands to himself, always fidgeting. Like right now, for instance, the rascal's hands were wandering again, without even a hint of gentleness. Of course it's your fault. As the saying goes, a bowtie's embrace is a hero's grave. It's only because of my iron will that I'm not like other men who would have been utterly bewitched by you two vixens longing to spend every night in revelry and amorous play. Unlike me, who faces such beauty, yet stays true to my heart, refusing to be swayed. A peerless good man like me is a rare breed in this world. Gao Tianyu declared this with a perfectly straight face, his expression utterly serious, before adding a self-complimentary flourish, crowning himself a paragon of virtue, without a shred of shame. Humph, you rogue, before you say such things, perhaps you should first remove your hands from Qingru and me. Otherwise your words lack any shred of credibility. Lin Ruoxi shot Gao Tianyu another glare. There he was, arms wrapped around them, both looking utterly dissolute. How could he have the nerve to say such things? I'm just giving you a massage because you've been working so hard cooking. It's not like I'm taking advantage of you. Facing Lin Ruox's scornful words and her slightly mocking glare, Gao Tianyu showed not a hint of embarrassment, stubbornly sticking to his story. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Gao Tianyu was bickering with Lin Ruoxi, a phone on the table suddenly started ringing. Their three pairs of eyes darted over, realizing the sound was coming from Han Qingru's phone. Whoa, a call actually getting through. That's a rare sight. Gao Tianyu was quite surprised to see an incoming call. After all, most places had lost power and network connectivity, and even signal towers were down. How did her phone still have battery, and how was a call even getting through? Han Qingru's face lit up with surprise as she grabbed her phone. It was a video call coming through on QQ. Upon answering, a woman with delicate features and a gentle moving appearance appeared on the screen. But her hair was disheveled, her face pale and etched with exhaustion, a clear sign she had been going through a rough time. Qingru, you're alive. You're alive, thank heavens. The woman's face lit up with excitement upon the call connecting, her eyes welling up slightly. I just happened to see your QQ icon was still lit, so I tried calling. Seeing you're safe, I'm so relieved. Han Qingru also broke into a joyful smile upon seeing her friend. Curson, you're alive too. That's wonderful. How have you been? Why do you look so pale? Has something happened? Seeing Lon Curson's pallid complexion, Han Qingru immediately grew worried. Lon Curson shook her head, slightly hesitating, as if she were about to speak, before finally seeming to steel her resolve. Qingru, do you have any food left? I've run out of supplies. I haven't eaten in over a day, and Sheener has cried herself hoarse from hunger more than once. I know food is precious, but I have no other options. Could you lend me some? I'll find a way to repay you as soon as I can. Lon Curson's eyes were red-rimmed and welling with tears. The thought of her young daughter crying endlessly from hunger was like a knife twisting in her heart. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't have asked Han Qingru for food, knowing full well that in this apocalypse food was life itself, something money couldn't even buy. Curson, don't cry. Where are you now? We have some food here, but how can we get it to you? Seeing Lon Curson cry, Han Qingru immediately grew anxious and asked hastily. I'm at home. It's not far from you. A flicker of hope crossed Lon Curson's face upon hearing Han Qingru's words, but it quickly turned to worry. She glanced outside. The night had fallen pitch black, and a thick fog still hung in the air, obscuring the roads completely. On top of that, it was pouring rain. Their homes weren't far apart, just a few hundred meters in fact, in the same residential complex. Under normal circumstances, it would only be a short walk. But now she doubted she could even make it a few steps without getting lost. And she'd have to contend with the threat of zombies along the way. A frail woman like her, making that journey alone. It was a daunting prospect. She glanced at her daughter, who had cried herself to sleep, then gritted her teeth. They'll get ready and head over to your place. Curson, don't be rash. It's pouring rain outside and you can't see a thing. It's too dangerous for you to venture out. Please calm down. Just then Lin Ruoxi spoke up, trying to stop Lon Curson. She knew Lon Curson well. They had been roommates in college, all three of them in the same dorm, and had been close friends. They even lived in the same neighborhood and often hung out after getting married. Ruoxi, you're safe too. That's fantastic. Are you staying at Qingru's place? Seeing Lin Ruoxi appear, Lon Curson's face broke into a relieved smile. Knowing both of her best friends were safe filled her with immense joy. Yes, I'm staying at Qingru's. Listen to me, Curson. Don't do anything rash. It's incredibly dangerous out there. A woman alone like you wouldn't make it here safely. I know, Ruoxi, but I have no choice. Sheener has been starving for so long. I can endure the hunger, but she's just a child. A bitter expression crossed Lon Curson's face. She knew the dangers outside, and she didn't want to go out, but she had no other choice. Curson, why don't you and Sheener move in with us? We have food here, and it's much safer. It would be better than the two of you living alone, and we can look out for each other. Han Qingru suddenly spoke up. She felt it was far too dangerous for her friend and her daughter to live alone and wanted them to come over. That way they could take care of the mother and child. Move to your place. But Sheener is still young. I'm afraid something might happen. Lon Kerson's eyes lit up at Han Qingru's words, eager to agree, but upon looking at her daughter she hesitated. Her daughter was still too young, and she feared an accident on the way. It's fine, I'll have my husband pick you up. He's very capable. With him around, you two will be safe. Lin Ruoxi pulled Gao Tianyu over, pointed at him, and said to Lon Kerson. Among the three of them, only Gao Tianyu had the ability to bring people over safely. She believed that as long as he acted, this problem would be easily resolved. Stop. Has this matter been approved by me? I never said I'd go pick them up. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes in displeasure as Lin Ruoxi dragged him into the discussion. These two had made a decision without his consent, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Besides, I don't keep idle people here, and she's bringing a burden along. In the apocalypse, even adults struggle to survive, let alone an infant. Bringing them here would just be a hassle. Gao Tianyu shook his head, showing no intention of going. He was no great philanthropist, nor a savior. He was someone who wouldn't lift a finger without personal gain. If the other party was of no use to him, he wouldn't care about their fate. Lon Kerson was taken aback when she heard Lin Ruoxi call Gao Tianyu her husband, because she knew Lin Ruoxi's actual husband, and Gao Tianyu was clearly not him. Just as she was puzzling over this, she heard Gao Tianyu's words, and the glimmer of hope that had risen in her heart instantly plummeted, leaving her at a loss. But dear Kerson is my friend, and she's in trouble now. I know she's your friend and I know you want to help her, but she's not my friend, is she? If you want me to save her, she needs to be of some value. I can't just support them for nothing, can I? The reason I'm willing to support you all is that you're my women willing to stay with me. But she's nothing to me. You can't expect me to raise another man's wife and child. Gao Tianyu cut Lin Ruoxi off before she could finish. He wasn't short on food now, but he wasn't about to be a fool either. To get food from him, one had to either trade something, demonstrate their worth, or become his woman like Lin Ruoxi and Han Qingru. He wouldn't do anything for strangers without reason unless they could offer him something in return, some benefit or gain. Lin Ruoxi was left speechless by Gao Tianyu's words. After spending time with him, she had essentially figured out his personality. Gao Tianyu was usually easygoing, joking around, and easy to talk to, but he had one trait: a strong sense of principle. Once he set his mind on something, it was hard to change. Unless, suddenly Lin Ruoxi seemed to think of something. Could this man be saying this with some hidden motive? She secretly glanced at Gao Tianyu and noticed his gaze was fixed on the phone screen. On the screen, Lon Kerson, despite her pale and somewhat haggard appearance, still couldn't hide her beauty behind her delicate features. In school, she had many suitors. Though slightly less stunning than her and Han Qingru, she was still a campus beauty. With her girl-next-door face, she exuded a warm, approachable charm. Many men would find such a woman appealing. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxi knew this dog of a man had probably taken a liking to Lon Kerson and was plotting something mischievous. With that thought, she decided to help her man out. So she said to Lon Kerson, "Kerson, what do you think of my husband? How about you become his woman too, just like us?" The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned, including Lon Kerson on the other end. Even Gao Tianyu shot Lin Ruoxi a surprised look, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes, unsure of what she was up to. He had just said he didn't want to raise another man's wife and child, and now Lin Ruoxi was asking such a question. Who was she trying to set him up with? If he knew what Lin Ruoxi had been thinking, he would have cried out in injustice. He had merely glanced at her with no ill intentions at all. Lon Kerson was indeed beautiful, but she came with a real burden. A baby that needed constant care and attention. In this apocalypse, who could guarantee raising such a tiny infant to survive? Even before the apocalypse, infants had a certain mortality rate, let alone in these conditions. He genuinely found it troublesome and wasn't saying it deliberately to manipulate her. Ruoxi, don't joke around. You know what? I already have a husband, and I even have a child. Lon Kerson's face flushed with embarrassment. She didn't understand why her best friend would suddenly suggest such a ridiculous idea. She should know her situation well. I know all that, but Zenwai's fate is unknown, and you have no food left. If this continues, you and your daughter will starve to death. But if you come with my husband, all of this can be solved. He's already emptied 2 supermarkets in the neighborhood. There's plenty of food, even a lot of formula milk, enough to raise Sheener to adulthood. Besides, he's very powerful and can protect us all. You won't have to risk going out to find food anymore. It's better for both you and Sheener. After hearing Lin Ruoxi's words, Lon Kerson's resolve began to waver. She glanced at her sleeping daughter, then gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. As long as you're willing to support us, give us something to eat, I'll be your woman, just like Ruoxi and the others." Lon Kerson looked at Gao Tianyu with earnest eyes. She believed Lin Ruoxi's persuasion was a hint from Gao Tianyu implying he had taken a liking to her and was using Lin Ruoxi to convince her to join him. Gao Tianyu listened to their conversation, his mouth twitching slightly. A vein bulged on his forehead, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't you all even bother asking for my opinion," Gao Tianyu grumbled inwardly. Though Lon Kursin was undeniably attractive, a true beauty in her own right, her current haggard appearance fell short when compared to Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru. With two such stunning women by his side, she simply couldn't capture his gaze. He swore he hadn't entertained any improper thoughts, he simply didn't want to be saddled with a burden. He found it troublesome. But now Lin Ruashi had thrust this woman upon him, leaving him speechless. Lon Kursin's looks were certainly passable. However, her daughter was a significant drawback, a complication. He wanted to take in the mother but was reluctant to raise the child, leaving him in a dilemma. Yet before he could ponder further, an umbrella was pressed into his hand. Simultaneously, Lin Ruashi shoved 2 cartons of milk and a loaf of bread into his hands. Honey, stop hesitating. Go and bring Kursin back. Give them something to eat first. They're in Building 5, Floor 22, Apartment 3. Go now and return quickly. After giving Gao Tianyu these instructions, Lin Ruashi pushed him out the door. Standing in the corridor, umbrella and food in hand, Gao Tianyu felt a sense of oddity. It seemed deliberate. She had seen his reluctance to get involved and help Lon Kursin, so she devised this scheme. She was exploiting his supposed weakness for beauty to compel his aid. If he wanted to win over the beauty, he'd have to accept the burden as well. Sigh. A woman being too clever isn't necessarily a good thing. Perhaps it was better when she was more naive. Gao Tianyu let out a sigh. A woman with too much intelligence tends to have more complex thoughts, becoming unpredictable and troublesome. Instead of heading straight to pick them up, Gao Tianyu returned to his own apartment, grabbed a fire axe, armed himself, and then set out. After Gao Tianyu departed, Han Qingru looked at Lin Ruashi with confusion and asked anxiously, Ruashi, what are you thinking? How could you let Kursin go with him? Kursin has a child now. Lin Ruashi sighed softly and said, Qingru, you've known that rascal longer than I have. You should know his nature. He never lifts a finger without a good reason. Do you think he'd do anything without a benefit? For him to be willing to take in Shiner, Kursin has to make a sacrifice. Otherwise, he certainly won't agree to support her. And I bet he's still hesitating right now. Unwilling to raise Shiner, yet unable to let go of a beauty like Kursin. Of course, I also have other considerations. That man is as strong as an ox. Handling him alone is exhausting for us. It's best to find an ally to share the load. Lin Ruashi winked at Han Qingru, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Han Qingru shot her a glare, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. This best friend of hers could say anything without a hint of shame. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyu walked through the residential area, holding his umbrella. The rain was torrential, mixed with a thick fog that obscured all direction. Gao Tianyu extended his spiritual sense, scanning the environment around him, wary of any danger that might emerge, and followed his memory towards Building 5. In the darkness, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Apart from the sound of rain hitting the ground, there was absolute silence, making it feel desolate. Along the way, Gao Tianyu only spotted 2 zombies wandering in the rain, their senses of smell and hearing seemingly dulled by the downpour. They only reacted when Gao Tianyu was very close, catching the scent of their prey. But before they could act, Gao Tianyu had already smashed their heads. Truly, this environment was extremely harsh. Humans are visual creatures. In such zero visibility conditions, the sense of danger is amplified. Survival capabilities are drastically reduced, making survival exceedingly difficult. It's like a blind person who needs constant care to survive. In the current situation, almost everyone who steps outside becomes effectively blind, unable to see the path ahead, failing even the most basic survival tests, let alone anything else. Walking through the rain, it took Gao Tianyu nearly 10 minutes to reach the entrance of Building 5. The glass door at the entrance was shattered, just like in his own building. Several corpses lay at the entrance, all of them zombies. In the stairwell, 3 zombies were hiding from the rain. The moment Gao Tianyu stepped inside, they detected him, and with guttural roars lunged at him. These 3 zombies consisted of 2 females and 1 male. The male was an elderly man, while the females were a middle-aged woman and a young girl. Leading the charge was the elderly male zombie. His speed was slightly faster than an average zombie, his rotting face a picture of agony. Gao Tianyu swung his axe in a single swift arc, cleaving open the zombie's skull. After felling that zombie, the other 2 attacked from both sides simultaneously. Gao Tianyu clearly noticed that these 2 zombies seemed considerably stronger than the others, their attack speed roughly a third faster. However, they were still no match for him, and were quickly dispatched with 2 more strikes. These 3 zombies seemed stronger than the ones outside. Could it be that these creatures are also evolving? If that's the case, things are truly dire. Gao Tianyu frowned deeply. If these were just ordinary zombies, an adult with a weapon might stand a chance. But if they were growing stronger and faster, even armed civilians wouldn't be able to withstand them. Moreover, the dense fog made it incredibly difficult to even attempt to cull the zombie population. Without the fog, the military could simply deploy their firearms and ammunition, and with some time, clear the entire city of zombies. But now the military cannot operate effectively, and they are likely facing equally dire straits. This virus doesn't discriminate between soldier and civilian. Anyone exposed can be infected, and even those hiding in bomb shelters are not immune. After disposing of the 3 zombies, Gao Tianyu ascended the stairs. The situation in this building was not much better than in his own. Many had perished though after the initial panic. Some had begun to stabilize, gradually clearing the undead and gathering supplies. Some had even banded together, forming small groups. Humans, after all, are social creatures. The instinct to huddle together in the face of danger is ingrained in their nature. He found this unsurprising. Upon reaching the upper floor, he found no zombies in the corridor, but there were drag marks on the ground with blood trailing along them all the way to the window. Along the way, he also saw many doors that had been violently forced open, the marks on the door frames resembling those left by fire axes and hammers. Arriving at Lon Kerson's floor, Gao Tianyu checked the room number, and after confirming it, knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A clear, melodious voice asked from inside, laced with a hint of fear. Hearing the voice, Lon Kerson approached the peephole and looked out, but it was pitch black outside, and she could see nothing. She then called out softly, "My name is Gao Tianyu. Ruashi asked me to come get you. We just met on the phone screen." Gao Tianyu, through his psychic sense, noticed this and replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lon Kerson's face, and she immediately confirmed his identity. She opened the door and let him in, but the room was pitch black with no light at all. Even the figures were indistinct. "You're here? Thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you." Lon Kerson grew nervous upon seeing Gao Tianyu, her words stumbling. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on her. A delicate, beautiful face soon appeared before Gao Tianyu. Exquisite, with finely carved features, as if sculpted with care. Unfortunately, her complexion was pale, and there were clear signs of malnutrition, as if she had not eaten breakfast for a long time. "These are for you from Ruashi and the others. Eat something to settle your stomach, then come back with me later." Gao Tianyu handed a bag to Lon Kerson. Inside were 2 cartons of milk and some bread which Lin Ruashi had given him before he left. Thank you, thank you." Lon Kerson took the food, bowed to him repeatedly in gratitude, and an expression of excitement appeared on her face. "Brother, you have a seat first. I need to feed the baby." Lon Kerson took the milk from the bag, went to the table, retrieved a baby bottle, poured the milk in, then rushed into a room and brought out an infant. Right in front of Gao Tianyu, she began to feed the baby. While Lon Kerson was nursing, Gao Tianyu looked around the living room. It was cozy, very clean and simple, with furniture and items neatly arranged. From the decor, it was clear that Lon Kerson had carefully maintained and arranged it. Many photos hung on the living room wall, some of Lon Kerson, some of her holding the child. There was also a very handsome man, likely her husband, whose fate was unknown. Gao Tianyu also noticed a large wedding photo on the wall. The bride and groom were Lon Kerson and that man. She wore a white light wedding dress, gently embraced by him, with a happy smile on her face, a faint blush of shyness tinting her cheeks, making her look almost sacred. The light wedding dress accentuated Lon Kerson's fine figure. Full bosom, slender waist, long straight legs, and skin so fair and smooth it seemed like a celestial maiden descending to earth. The man in the photo smiled radiantly, his eyes brimming with happiness. "That's a beautiful wedding photo," Gao Tianyu remarked, admiring the lovely bride. The photo was far more flattering than her current appearance, pale, haggard, and far from the image in the picture. After a flurry of activity, Lon Kerson finally finished feeding the baby. Then she took out the bread from the bag, ate it slowly with the milk, and soon finished a carton of milk and the bread. After eating, her pale complexion seemed to improve slightly, no longer as unsightly as before. "Brother, you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have become of me and my daughter." Holding her baby, she walked to the sofa and expressed her gratitude once more, her face filled with appreciation. Her demeanor greatly increased Gao Tianyu's fondness for her. From the moment he entered, she had already thanked him 3 times in a row. Gratitude might be cheap, but her sincerity showed she was not an ungrateful person, but also reflected her good character, earning his respect. "Sit down, let's talk." Gao Tianyu patted the sofa beside him, indicating for her to sit. She nodded slightly and sat down cautiously beside him. As she sat, he caught a faint fragrance like jasmine. Gao Tianyu began to study her up close. She was not very tall, around 1.67 meters, with a slender figure appearing quite delicate. It was certain that Lon Kerson was a great beauty, but she was somewhat lacking in figure. If her face scored 90 points, her figure might only be around 86. Yet she possessed a gentle, demure aura like a girl next door, making her feel exceptionally comfortable to be around. Especially now holding a baby, a maternal radiance softened her features, exuding tenderness. Lon Kerson seemed to sense Gao Tianyu's gaze. A flicker of nervousness rose within her, her body tensing, and her breathing became a little quicker. "Don't be nervous, I want to eat you." Gao Tianyu seemed to notice her tension and softened his voice. "You're quite beautiful, and am rather pleased with you. As Ruashi mentioned, if you're willing to stay with me, he'll provide you with food and support both you and your daughter." Although they had only just met, he already felt a strong fondness for Lon Kerson. From the arrangement of the furniture in the living room and her graceful demeanor, it was clear she was a well-bred young woman, a quality he greatly admired. Lon Kerson hadn't expected Gao Tianyu to make such a sudden declaration. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her face. She glanced down at her daughter, and then her expression hardened with resolve. "Brother, you, as long as you're willing to provide for my daughter, and me am willing to stay with you." Lon Curson lowered her head and replied in a soft whisper. Don't worry, I won't shortchange either of you when it comes to food. But you must be obedient, understand? Gao Tianyu gently stroked her hair, his voice tender. Lon Curson nodded with a soft hum. Lift your head, let me have a proper look. Seeing her so submissive and vulnerable, Gao Tianyu reached out and gently tilted her chin upward. Using the flashlight from his phone, he carefully examined her face. Lon Curson dared not resist. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, a rosy blush immediately spread across her cheeks, making her look extraordinarily captivating. She quickly averted her eyes, her bright orbs shimmering with shyness, her eyelashes fluttering delicately, utterly endearing. This girl is quite alluring indeed. Seeing her like this, Gao Tianyu felt a stir in his heart. Unlike Lin Ruox's seductive charm or Han Qing's icy aloofness, Lon Curson possessed an ethereal pure aura, like a first love brimming with bashful innocence. Under Gao Tianyu's unwavering gaze, Lon Curson's face grew increasingly flushed, like a ripe apple, irresistibly tempting. Had her chin not been held in place, she would surely have buried her head in her chest by now. Seeing her too shy to resist, Gao Tianyu shifted his gaze to the baby in her arms. The little girl, only 5 or 6 months old, was incredibly cute, with big, curious eyes staring back at him. She was also sucking on her fingers, perfectly calm and content. Your daughter is no ordinary child. Let me hold her. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Gao Tianyu reached out towards Lon Curson. He took the girl from her arms and held her close. Then he focused his psychic energy, meticulously scanning her tiny body. He discovered a very faint trace of energy within her, so subtle that it would have been nearly imperceptible without a thorough examination. This energy seemed to be an ability, but because it was so weak he couldn't determine its specific nature. Brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my daughter? Seeing his grave expression as he stared at the baby, Lon Curson asked, anxiously fearing for her child's health. There is indeed something. Your daughter is a supernatural ability user. Although her power is weak now, she is still very young. As she grows, her abilities will likely grow with her. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. He was astonished that this newborn infant had already awakened an ability. Ability? Lon Curson looked at him with confusion. What was this ability? She had never heard of it. Was it like the superpowers seen in movies? Yes, an ability. Just like those superpowers in the films. Seeing her puzzled expression, Gao Tianyu immediately clarified. Really? Lon Curson's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Her daughter had an ability. How incredible. I've checked several times. It should be accurate, Gao Tianyu nodded. This was the 4th ability user he had encountered, and certainly the most unique, an infant. All the others he had met, including himself, were adults, and all male. This one was not only female, but also a baby, so young and fragile. It was truly surprising. Have you finished packing? If so, let's go. Not yet, I'll go pack now. Lon Curson quickly shook her head, turned, and hurried into the room to gather her things. Soon the sound of bustling activity came from inside. Shortly after, Lon Curson emerged pulling a small suitcase. All right, let's head down now, Gao Tianyu said, taking the suitcase from her and handing the baby back to her arms before leading her downstairs. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Lon Curson spotted the corpses in the hallway and immediately tensed up. Her hand instinctively grabbed onto Gao Tianyu's clothes. Her face paled, unable to hide her terror. Don't be afraid, they're just corpses. Gao Tianyu gently patted her hand. He picked up the umbrella from the side, held it over their heads, and led her out into the rain. Once outside, Lon Curson became even more anxious. She couldn't see the path ahead. Darkness enveloped them with not even a glimmer of light to guide her. She clung tightly to his clothes, following his every step, her heart pounding with fear. At the same time, she felt a surge of relief, grateful that she had listened to Lin Ruox's advice and hadn't ventured out alone. Otherwise, she would surely have gotten lost. The rain continued to pour, but little of it touched Lon Curson as Gao Tianyu angled most of the umbrella over her. Suddenly, he felt a creeping sensation of being watched, as if something was staring right at him, sending a chill down his spine. He abruptly stopped, set down the suitcase, and reached for the axe at his waist. His psychic sense heightened to its maximum, scanning the surroundings with extreme vigilance. A terrifying aura emanated from his body as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the anomaly. Stay behind me and hold the umbrella. Don't move. Gao Tianyu shielded Lon Curson with his body and handed her the umbrella. What's wrong? Has something happened? Seeing his tense demeanor, her heart jumped into her throat. Gao Tianyu gazed into the depths of the darkness, but could see nothing. The night, thick fog and rain merged together, obstructing his vision. His eyes could not pierce through it. About 50 or 60 meters ahead, a blurred dark figure stared back at them with eerie green eyes. Just as it was about to lunge at Gao Tianyu and his companions, it sensed the aura emanating from Gao Tianyu and halted its advance. It felt a dangerous presence from him, yet it dared not move, but was also reluctant to abandon the tempting prey before it. The scent radiating from Gao Tianyu and the infant made its mouth water. And so the dark figure stood its ground under the night's veil, facing off against Gao Tianyu, unwilling to leave. After roughly 5 minutes, its patience wore thin. It cast a resentful glance at Gao Tianyu before turning and drifting into a nearby building. Only after the dark figure had moved far away did Gao Tianyu let out a long breath. The feeling of being watched had vanished. Though he didn't know what terrifying entity lurked in the darkness, he had sensed a bizarre and unfamiliar aura, one that was exceedingly cold and sinister. Let's go. That thing should be gone. We need to get back quickly. Gao Tianyu grabbed the suitcase, took the umbrella from Lan Kursen's hand, and led her swiftly toward their building. They arrived within a few minutes. Boss, you're back. A team member on night watch in the corridor greeted him joyfully. Stay alert. It's getting more dangerous out there. Tomorrow have Zhao Jianhua lead a crew to board up all the windows on the lower floors. Also set up more defensive lines in the stairwell. The current defenses are too weak. That brief outing had made Gao Tianyu acutely aware of a great threat. The zombies were growing stronger, and some terrifying creatures seemed to dwell in the darkness, its origin unknown. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Yes, sir. The two subordinates acknowledged the order immediately. After giving these instructions, Gao Tianyu dragged the suitcase and led Lan Kursen further up the stairs. By the 8th floor, her pace had noticeably slowed, and her breathing had become more labored. Tired. They'll carry you the rest of the way. There are still over 20 floors to go. No, I can. Before she could finish, Gao Tianyu wrapped one arm around her waist and another under her legs, lifting her up effortlessly. Meanwhile, he held the suitcase with one hand. The combined weight of a person and luggage didn't faze him in the slightest. His pace remained steady. Lan Kursen held her daughter with one arm and looped the other around Gao Tianyu's neck, leaning against his chest. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, unaccustomed to the intimacy. But feeling the strong, steady heartbeat against his chest, a wave of security washed over her, putting her at ease. After climbing over 20 floors while carrying a person and a suitcase, Gao Tianyu's expression remained unchanged, and his breathing was perfectly even. Knock knock. I'm back. Open the door. Gao Tianyu knocked and called out. Inside, Lin Ruoshi and Han Xingro, who had been sitting in the living room, quickly got up and opened the door upon hearing the commotion. They saw Gao Tianyu carrying Lan Kursen inside with a suitcase in hand. Honey Kursen, you're back. Lin Ruoxi's face lit up with joy as she welcomed them both in. Ruoshi Qingru. Lan Kursen was overjoyed to see them. Gao Tianyu carried her in and set her down on the sofa. The three women immediately embraced each other, their faces beaming with happiness. Suddenly, Han Xingru noticed that both Lan Kursen and Gao Tianyu were damp, especially Gao Tianyu. His clothes were nearly soaked through. She turned and went into the bathroom, returning with 2 towels. Kursen, you're all wet. Dry off with this towel and go change into some dry clothes. She handed one towel to Lan Kursen. Then she walked over to Gao Tianyu and said, Brother, you're soaked too. Let me dry you off. With that, she gently dried his hair. After his hair was dry, she looked at his wet clothes. Your clothes are drenched. Come with me, I'll get you changed. Seeing his sodden attire, Han Xingru frowned and pulled him into the room. She rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out a pristine white shirt and a pair of shorts. These were my husband's clothes. Wear them for now, or you'll catch a cold. She handed the clothes to Gao Tianyu, speaking softly. All right, you change me. Gao Tianyu smiled and spread his arms wide. Han Xingru blushed at his request, but didn't refuse. She placed the clothes on the bed and walked over to him. She deftly removed his wet clothes. As she worked, a fragrant scent wafted into Gao Tianyu's nose. When she leaned forward, he caught a glimpse of 2 fair, soft mounds through her loose shirt. His gaze lingered. Just as Han Xingru was about to help him into the dry clothes, Gao Tianyu stopped her. Let's not change just yet. We have more important matters to attend to first. In the living room, Lin Ruoshi emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, placing it before Lan Kursen. The noodles were topped with chunks of meat, looking delicious. Lan Kursen had only taken a few bites when she heard noises coming from the room. A blush immediately spread across her face. Ahem. That brute is certainly impatient. Kursen is right here. He could show some restraint. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Lan Kursen, who was eating with her head down, but cheeks flushed, and cleared her throat softly. Ruoshi, what's going on between you and Qingru? And why do you call him honey? What about Tianheng and Qinzhong? Lan Kursen's face showed a flicker of embarrassment, but then, as if remembering something, she lowered her voice and asked. Lin Ruoshi fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, she spoke in a low voice. They're in trouble. I'm sorry, Ruoshi, I didn't mean to. Lan Kursen, realizing she had misspoken, immediately grew anxious and tried to explain. It's fine. What's done is done. We must look forward, right? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, showing no resentment towards Lan Kursen, and instead smiled. That man may be a bit lecherous, but he's actually quite pleasant to be around. He doesn't have many bad habits, just go along with him a bit. Having spent some time with Gao Tianyu, Lin Ruoshi found him easy to get along with no major personality flaws. As long as you didn't provoke him intentionally, he was very reasonable. You'll see for yourself once you spend more time with him. From now on, we're sisters. You must stand with us and keep a firm hold on that man's heart. Given his nature, he's bound to find other women in the future. There's no avoiding the jealousy and rivalry that will come with it. Only by uniting can we secure our place in his heart. Lin Ruoxi held Lan Kursen's delicate hand and spoke softly. She understood Gao Tianyu's temperament well, his lustful nature was beyond doubt. In this apocalyptic world, it was extremely difficult for a beautiful woman to live in peace. She either needed the strength to protect herself or had to attach herself to a powerful man for protection. Gao Tianyu was undoubtedly such a man, and with his ample resources he would surely attract many women seeking his favor. Although they were exceptionally beautiful rare beauties in this world, there were surely women out there even more beautiful and more outstanding. If they encountered such rivals, their position would be threatened. So she had to forge alliances now, solidify their standing while there was still time. Even if newcomers arrived later, their influence wouldn't be greatly shaken. Lan Kursen nodded vaguely, not fully comprehending. Although their conversation was hushed, it couldn't escape the ears of Gao Tianyu, who was in the room, and he overheard every word. The corner of Gao Tianyu's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he felt utterly speechless, at a loss for words regarding Lin Ruoxi. He only had 2 women by his side right now, and even with Lan Kursen added, that would make just 3. And now Lin Ruoxi had managed to pull them all to her side, even secretly forming a little clique. Was she that anxious to secure her position? Quite the schemer, isn't she? However, he didn't bother to interfere. After all, the jealousy and rivalry among these women ultimately benefited him. Competition breeds pressure, right? If everything was as calm and lifeless as a stagnant pond, where would the fun be? An hour and a half later, Gao Tianyu strolled out of the room, wearing only a pair of shorts, his shirt slung over his shoulder. It's getting late. I'm heading back to get some sleep. They'll come by again tomorrow. He said this cheerfully to Lin Ruoxi and Lan Kursen, then playfully pinched Lan Kursen's cheek. Get some good rest and recuperate. They'll be here for you tomorrow. As he spoke, he gave her a meaningful wink. Lan Kursen's face flushed bright red at his suggestive expression, and she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Gao Tianyu laughed heartily at her reaction, then turned and left Han Qingre's home. Back at his own place, Gao Tianyu took the meteorite out of his box, held it in his arms, and laid down on the bed. Damn it, women only slow down my path to power. Starting tomorrow, I'm swearing off women. Thinking about how he had lost several hours of cultivation time today, Gao Tianyu felt a pang of helplessness. It was his own weak willpower seduced by those enchantresses. Time was precious. Losing a few hours each day would add up to a significant loss over time. Starting tomorrow. No, I have things to do tomorrow. Find the day after tomorrow then. I must strictly discipline myself, focus on my training, and push my body to become stronger. Gao Tianyu made this firm resolution in his heart. In his perception, the meteorite was constantly emitting radiation. The moment this radiation entered his body, his cells seemed to rejoice. He could even sense a cool, refreshing feeling in the spiritual energy within his mind, growing stronger bit by bit. Women are just distractions. Only the meteorite is my true love. Feeling himself growing stronger, Gao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. He then drifted off to sleep, clutching the meteorite tightly. As night fell, most people had sunk into their dreams. However, an incident was unfolding in Building 11 of Gao Tianyu's residential complex. The shadowy figure that had confronted Gao Tianyu earlier had entered the building and begun its hunt. Its form was ethereal, like a cloud of black mist, barely tangible. It passed directly through the door of an apartment and drifted towards a man sleeping soundly. Aunt! A piercing, blood-curdling scream erupted from the man, loud enough to shake the heavens. In the pitch-black, silent night, the scream was especially jarring. The man's eyes glowed with a green light, veins bulged across his body, and he thrashed about violently, his hands frantically pounding his own head. At the same time, he clawed at his body, and his flesh was visibly disappearing bit by bit. His body quickly withered, leaving only skin stretched tautly over his bones. Long, what's wrong? What happened? The door burst open, and 3 burly men rushed in, clutching various weapons. Seeing the horrifying sight, they cried out in shock. Roar! The possessed man, upon seeing the 3 newcomers, immediately wore a bloodthirsty grin and lunged at them. Simultaneously, a mass of black shadow erupted from him, enveloping the entire room and swallowing the 3 men whole. Ow! 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 3 more agonizing screams followed, echoing from the room. The sheer terror and boundless suffering in those voices were palpable. After a long while, the screams gradually subsided. The room remained shrouded in darkness, but 3 more skeletons now lay on the floor. All the residents of Building 11 had been jolted awake by the screams, a sense of unease and dread gripping their hearts. Early morning. Gao Tianyu sat at the dining table, with Lin Ruoxi, Han Qingre, and Lan Kursen enjoying their breakfast. The table was laden with an abundance of food, various canned meats, cured pork, pickled vegetables, and pastries. Gao Tianyu ate with remarkable speed and an immense appetite, devouring most of the food on the table. Lan Kursen was startled by his eating habits. She had never seen anyone consume food with such voracity. What's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that? Gao Tianyu noticed Lan Kursen's gaze and turned to her with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. Lan Kursen quickly lowered her head, her face flushing with slight embarrassment under his scrutiny. You should eat more. You're too thin now, not enough curves. It feels a bit bony when I hold you. Gao Tianyu picked up a large piece of fatty meat and placed it on her plate with a smile. Among the three women, Lan Kursen was the lightest and thinnest, lacking the fullness that suggested stamina and strength. Lan Kursen murmured, lowering her head as a blush spread across her delicate face. She dared not look up at him again. Seeing her like this, Gao Tianyu raised an eyebrow. This girl was far too shy, soft and timid, seemingly easy to tease. You naughty husband. The moment you arrive, you start teasing Kursen. If you think she's too thin, then just don't hold her. Lin Ruashi spoke up in defense of her friend. I just think she's too skinny for her own good, that's all. That's why I want her to eat more. If she were as well-rounded as you, I wouldn't need to say anything, would I? Gao Tianyu scooped Lin Ruashi up and settled her on his lap, clicking his tongue. Among the three, Lin Ruashi had the best figure. Soft and plump, all over, full of elasticity, like holding a cotton ball, incredibly comfortable. Naughty husband, stop your wandering hands. I'm still eating. How am I supposed to eat like this? Lin Ruashi pouted with feigned displeasure, yet her body offered no resistance, leaning limply against him. Just eat your meal. I'm not bothering you, Gao Tianyu retorted. He was only holding her, his hands perfectly still. But this makes it awkward for me to eat, and Qingru and Kursen will laugh at me. Lin Ruashi shot him a glance. In that case, they'll hold Qingru during lunch and Kursen during dinner. That way no one feels left out, and they won't be jealous or tease you. Gao Tianyu pondered briefly before proposing what he thought was a reasonable solution. Kursen, you really should eat more. You look thinner than before. Han Qingru also placed a piece of meat on Lan Kursen's plate. Lan Kursen had always been petite and delicate with little flesh to spare. Since the apocalypse began, she had been rationing her food, too afraid to eat her fill, which had caused her to lose even more weight. Now that they had an ample supply of food, it was only natural to help her regain her strength. Thank you, Qingru, Lan Kursen said, touched by the gesture, offering a grateful look. The warm breakfast concluded amidst playful banter. Afterward, the three women busied themselves clearing the dishes, while Gao Tianyu lounged lazily on the sofa. Once they finished, they joined him in the living room. Lan Kursen cradled her daughter, gently coaxing and playing with the little girl. Brother, didn't you bring back some milk powder from the supermarket? Xingru can't just keep drinking fresh milk. When will you go get some? Han Qingru glanced at Lan Kursen, as if remembering something, addressing Gao Tianyu. While fresh milk was nutritious, it wasn't as good as formula for the child. That's a minor matter. He'll send a message downstairs and have them bring some up. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. Milk powder was rich in protein and highly nutritious. He even drank some himself after intense training to replenish his energy. He then took out his phone and sent a quick message to his subordinates. Before long, several cans of milk powder were delivered and handed to Lan Kursen. Thank you, brother, you. She said, a sweet smile blossoming on her face as she expressed her gratitude. Your thanks lack sincerity. How about something more tangible? Gao Tianyu chuckled, his gaze settling on Lan Kursen's lips as he tapped his own with his finger. The meaning was clear. He wanted a kiss as thanks. Lan Kursen understood immediately. She set the milk powder on the table, then shyly approached him. Lowering her head, she gave him a feather-light peck on the lips like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Gao Tianyu caught her hand, drawing her back and settling her onto his lap. That was equally insincere. I'll just collect my thanks myself. You're far too perfunctory. He gently tilted her chin, turning her face toward him, and spoke with feigned seriousness before lowering his head to claim his reward. Moments later, he scooped her up and carried her into Han Qingru's private bedroom. 2 hours later, Gao Tianyu emerged with a swaggering gait, a shirt draped over his shoulder, and a look of pure contentment on his face. Naughty husband, you're finally out. You were way too impatient. Kursen just got here and hasn't even settled in yet. You're going to scare her. Lin Ruashi glared at him with annoyance and pouted. What do you know? Only what you've claimed is truly yours. Gao Tianyu shrugged. He wasn't about to wait around for her to get comfortable. He hadn't touched her yesterday because she was weak, pale, and exhausted. Now that she had recovered considerably, he saw no reason to delay any further. And so he had taken his opportunity. Slap. Ruashi, you and Qingru have been slacking off lately. I haven't seen you two training in a long time. In this apocalypse, how can you survive without a strong body? Move it. Gao Tianyu patted Lin Ruaxi's curvaceous rear, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. Both women were unaccustomed to hardship and didn't take their training seriously, so their strength increased at a limited pace. After the meteorite struck, Blue Star, the air seemed to be saturated with a certain energy that could improve one's physique and even grant supernatural abilities. Under these conditions, everyone on Blue Star experienced an enhancement in their physical constitution and a significant boost in strength. Furthermore, through dedicated training, one could accelerate the absorption of this energy and grow even stronger. However, apart from the initial period when he had pushed them to train, Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru were extremely reluctant to exert themselves, preferring to remain idle. Honey, training is just too exhausting. We really can't endure this hardship. Can we skip it? Besides, aren't you here with us? With you protecting us, what do we have to fear? Hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Lin Ruashi immediately put on a pitiful expression, tugging at his hand and coaxing him. Stop the nonsense. If I tell you to train, you train. Coaxing won't work. Don't say I didn't warn you both. My power is still growing without pause. I can feel a clear improvement every day. If you can't keep up with my pace, you might just get left behind. Moreover, this world is undergoing unfathomable changes. Even the zombies are growing stronger. If you remain this weak, you'll only be burdens when danger strikes. No matter what you have to train. And Ruashi, didn't you say you practice Taekwondo and are a black belt? Now let me see you and Chingru do some push-ups. Show me if your stamina has improved at all. Gao Tianyu ignored Lin Ruaxi's coaxing, instead scolding them both with a stern expression. After hearing his words, Lin Ruashi and Han Chingru felt a jolt of shock. Under Gao Tianyu's protection during this time, they had rarely encountered any real danger. Apart from being unable to go outside, their lives had changed little. Even electricity had been restored, and food was plentiful, leading them to feel a sense of ease and safety. In such a comfortable environment, it was only natural that they were unwilling to endure the rigors of training. Fine, well trained. No need to be so harsh. But why won't you let me practice Taekwondo, and instead have me do push-ups? What does Taekwondo have to do with push-ups? Lin Ruashi asked with a grimace, looking confused. Gao Tianyu replied, of course there's a connection. All martial arts and boxing styles are merely techniques. Only pure strength is the eternal truth. As they say, one force overcomes 100 techniques. The stronger will always have the advantage over the weaker. Now hurry up, both of you get to work. They'll be supervising right here. Under Gao Tianyu's coercion, the two exquisite beauties were pressed down onto the ground and obediently began doing push-ups. Gao Tianyu stood by counting, and whenever he spotted an incorrect form, he would deliver a sharp slap without hesitation. It had to be said, watching the two beauties do push-ups was quite a pleasing sight. After they finished their push-ups, Gao Tianyu pulled them up and had them practice combat techniques. He would spar with them, offering guidance on each move and stance. With his current speed, strength, and reflexes, the two women were no match for him, and he was more than capable of coaching them. Before long, the two women were drenched in sweat. Their soaked t-shirts clung tightly to their bodies, accentuating their beautiful figures and making them look incredibly alluring. Alright, take a break for now. After you rest, you need to get back to practice. Don't slack off. I need to go back and train myself as well. Gao Tianyu pulled them both into his arms, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks, and said softly, don't be lazy. The apocalypse isn't ending anytime soon. Oh, it's just beginning. There will definitely be massive changes ahead. Without power, you're simply at the mercy of others. You need to get stronger. If danger comes, we can escape together. But if you're too weak, you won't be able to run. I couldn't bear to leave my two stunning beauties behind. Leaning against Gao Tianyu's chest, Lin Ruashi and Han Chingru felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing his words. It showed that he genuinely cared for their well-being and wasn't just treating them as mere playthings. After comforting the two women, Gao Tianyu returned to his own room and began his personal training. In addition to practicing Baji Quan to hone his combat skills, he frequently used his telekinetic powers, practicing object control and throwing flying knives, all while developing the capabilities of his psychic energy. Simultaneously, he began to conceptualize various applications for his telekinesis, such as psychic shockwaves and psychic needles, as offensive techniques. These methods could bypass physical obstructions and strike directly at an opponent's soul, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. However, these techniques existed only in theory. His psychic energy wasn't yet strong enough to manifest them, and he also lacked suitable test subjects. He couldn't very well launch a psychic attack against a wall. It wouldn't show any discernible effect. When his physical strength and psychic energy were completely depleted, Gao Tianyu would embrace the meteorite, absorbing its radiation to replenish his energy. Under these conditions, he could clearly sense that both his physical constitution and his psychic power were growing at an astonishing rate. However, this kind of consumption was also remarkable. His body required a massive intake of food to replenish its energy. After every training session, he would eat 2 chocolate bars and drink a large cup of milk powder, consuming these high-calorie, high-protein, and easily digestible foods to provide energy for his cells. After recovering his strength, Gao Tianyu would resume his training, repeating this cycle endlessly. While Gao Tianyu was hidden away at home, training, the surviving residents in the surrounding buildings in the neighborhood began to band together. They formed survival groups, starting to clear out the zombies on their floors and gather food. However, there were also others who, driven by the scarcity of food, joined forces to attack their neighbors, seizing supplies and slaughtering without mercy. Their inner malice continued to magnify, manifesting in rape, robbery, murder, and cruelty. At this moment, the darkest aspects of human nature were fully exposed. As night fell, Gao Tianyu turned on the lights in the living room and tirelessly practiced Baji Quan. His hands swung continuously, tracing after images through the air. His punching speed was so fierce that the friction with the air produced a series of cracking explosions. This was the sound of sonic booms. As the saying goes, a single sound is worth 1,000 gold, referring to the explosive noise generated when a punch reaches a certain level of speed and power. Those who achieve this level are invariably martial arts grandmasters, capable of splitting rocks and taking lives with a single strike. Truly terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. While he was practicing, a series of thuds continuously echoed against his window, as if something was relentlessly battering against the glass. Gao Tianyu extended his psychic sense and immediately discovered the culprits. A swarm of beetles the size of pinky fingers, seemingly drawn by some force, repeatedly crashing into the window. These damned bugs are so annoying. These unknown beetles had only appeared suddenly in the past couple of days. He had never seen them before. Every time he turned on the lights, they would be attracted to the window, but during the day, they would vanish completely. When they first arrived, there were only 2 or 3. Now there were at least 30 outside. A tenfold increase in just a day or two. This was definitely not a good omen. Bang. Crack. Just as Gao Tianyu was contemplating this, a dark shadow flashed past, shattered the glass, and shot directly towards him. Squeak. After breaking the glass, the dark shadow didn't slow down, arcing through the air and lunging at Gao Tianyu. What the hell is that? It's so fast. Sensing the shadow attacking him, Gao Tianyu immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh. The dark shadow brushed past him, its sharp teeth nearly sinking into his flesh. Missing its target, the shadow curved in the air and prepared to strike again. It's a bat, but why is it so huge? Gao Tianyu was shocked when he finally got a clear look at the shadow. He had seen bats before, but they were only the size of 3 or 4 fingers. This one, however, was as large as a cat, over 10 times bigger than a normal bat, with blood-red eyes and a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Despite his shock, he didn't forget to fight back. Under his psychic control, a bone spike shot out from the table, piercing straight through the bat. The spike tore through its body, leaving a bloody hole, and the bat plummeted from the air, hitting the ground with a thud. Squeak. Squeak. Even after falling to the floor, the bat was still alive, writhing and screeching desperately. Its wings flapped frantically, trying to lift off again. Slap. Gao Tianyu smashed its skull with an axe, crushing its head. This bat has mutated too. With that speed, an ordinary person would have been dead by now. He frowned at the corpse. These mutated creatures were so bloodthirsty and aggressive, attacking humans at every turn. This was a bad sign. If there were only a few, he could handle them, but if they swarmed by the hundreds or thousands, it would be a disaster. Even he might be bitten to death. Bang. 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 With the window shattered, the beetles that had been hovering outside surged into the living room, crashing against the light bulb with constant thuds. This is infuriating. We barely had a few peaceful days, and now something else happens. What a headache. Gao Tianyu tossed the bat's corpse out the window, then grabbed the meteorite from the table, carried it into the bedroom, and switched off the living room lights. No, I can't stay here. I need to find a new place, preferably a safe house with a basement, reinforced windows and doors, and plenty of space. Gao Tianyu lay on the bed, clutching the meteorite, pondering his options. Though he was a bit lazy and reclusive, he was also a man of action. Realizing this place was no longer suitable, he immediately began planning the move. Where nearby has such a place? He rubbed his chin deep in thought. To the east of his neighborhood, near the river in a scenic area, there was a cluster of lavishly decorated villas. Those villas did have basements and excellent interiors, perfect for living. But they were on low floors with large floor-to-ceiling windows and flimsy railings. They offered no real security. The defenses were too weak, too unsafe. Wait, how could I have forgotten about them? Suddenly Gao Tianyu slapped his thigh as if a thought had struck him. When the developer built this neighborhood, besides the high-rises and regular villas, they had also constructed 3 exceptionally special villas. Built halfway up the mountain, each was encircled by tall walls covering a vast area. They stood 4 stories high, with not just a garage, but 2 additional basement levels underground, all luxuriously appointed. These 3 villas were known as the Supreme No. 3 villas. They were constructed with top-tier materials, tempered blast-proof glass for the windows, security doors at the entrances, and walls over a meter thick, solid and impenetrable. Inside, they boasted indoor swimming pools, private cinemas, KTV rooms, gyms, and game rooms. All sorts of entertainment amenities. It was said these 3 villas had sold for astronomical prices, with the lowest going for $1.5 billion each, snapped up by a mysterious tycoon. He had seen their exteriors from a distance before. They were indeed magnificent, and their strategic location offered a great sense of security. That's the place. He'll go check it out. If it's suitable, he'll move tomorrow. With a clear goal in mind, Gao Tianyu was resolute. Such luxurious villas were sure to have backup generators and emergency energy supplies, so even a citywide blackout wouldn't affect them much. Moreover, those 3 villas were enormous, easily accommodating hundreds of people, with plenty of rooms to spare, along with security quarters, servant quarters, and other supporting facilities. Once he moved in, he could turn it into a veritable fortress. Of course, all this was just his current idea. Whether to put it into action still required him to go and see the situation. At dawn, after finishing his breakfast, Gao Tianyu grabbed his gear, shouldered his rifle, and charged straight into the thick fog. He climbed into his truck and sped off toward the villa district. This time, he came alone, for the others could barely move in the dense mist and would only prove to be a burden. Besides, this trip was merely a reconnaissance mission, not a salvage operation or a battle, so one man sufficed. Gao Tianyu's truck rolled straight into the villa district where a scene of utter desolation immediately unfolded before his eyes. On the district's main road, shambling zombies roamed, their forms obscured by the swirling fog barely discernible to the eye. The roadside was littered with corpses, both zombie and human alike. Some villas had their windows smashed open, shards of glass strewn across the ground stained with traces of dried blood. Other villas stood with their front doors wide open, interiors left in complete disarray as if they had already been ransacked. Yet Gao Tianyu paid them no heed. He floored the accelerator, sped past the district, and merged onto a main avenue heading straight towards Supreme Villa No. 3. Inside one of the villas, two stunningly beautiful women, tall and slender with skin as pale as snow, sat in the living room still dressed in their nightgowns. Feifei, when do you think rescue will finally arrive? Our food is almost gone. There are zombies wandering outside, and some men have even tried to break in. If it weren't for the security bars on the first floor windows and the tempered glass, they probably would have forced their way through by now. Bai Inua gazed through the balcony at the thick white fog outside, furrowing her brows in distress. For days they had kept the doors tightly sealed, and no zombies had wandered into the courtyard. But outside the walls the undead roamed freely, frequently passing by their front gate, trapping them inside. Beyond the zombies, 2 days ago several men had stealthily climbed over the perimeter wall and approached their villa, attempting to pry open the front door and shatter the windows to break in. The two women had been terrified out of their wits. Had their villa not been equipped with security bars and reinforced fixtures, those intruders would likely have succeeded. It had already been 17 days since the meteor struck Earth. If not for her best friend's habit of stockpiling supplies and hoarding an abundance of snacks, they would have starved long ago. But even so, with 2 mouths to feed, the villa's food reserves were nearly depleted. If rescue didn't arrive soon, they would be facing empty stomachs. I don't know either. Everything outside is complete chaos. It's going to be very difficult for rescue to reach us, Ouyang Feifei said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. They had contacted their family's connections, hoping to pull some strings for a rescue effort. But the news they received was grim. Their families had also suffered devastating losses and were now plunged into utter turmoil, unable to spare any resources. They were told to stay put and wait until the situation stabilized before anyone could come for them. Moreover, since that last phone call, all contact had been lost. Their phones had run out of battery, completely cutting them off from the outside world, let alone any hope of rescue. Squeak. Inua, listen. Is that the sound of a car? Just then, Ouyang Feifei seemed to catch the faint screech of tires against the road. How is that possible? The weather is terrible out there. Who could possibly drive in this? Bai Inua shook her head in disbelief. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than she was proven wrong, as she too heard the sound. Wait. That really is a car. Could it be rescue? A flicker of joy crossed Bai Yinuo's face as she grabbed Ouyang Feifei's hand and rushed to the balcony, peering out into the distance. Through the dense milky fog, they couldn't see the road clearly, but they could distinctly feel the sound of the engine growing closer. Gradually, a dark silhouette emerged, the unmistakable outline of a vehicle. Hey, over here. We're over here. Seeing the car approaching, Bai Yinuo's face lit up with excitement. She shouted at the top of her lungs while frantically waving her arm. But her joy quickly faded as the car paid no attention to her cries and drove straight past, disappearing from sight in an instant. No matter how loudly she called out, the driver showed no reaction and simply continued onward. So there are still survivors here. And from the sound of it, a woman. Not bad, Gao Tianyu muttered to himself. He had heard Bai Yinuo's cries clearly, but he chose to ignore them, keeping his foot steady on the gas with no intention of stopping. For him, the top priority was finding a secure place to stay. Everything else could wait. As for the woman's desperate calls, he could always circle back later to check on the situation. Bang! Before long, Gao Tianyu arrived at a roadblock, an automatic barrier gate that distinguished the Supreme Villa area from the rest of the district, preventing unauthorized vehicles from entering. But Gao Tianyu didn't even hesitate. He slammed the accelerator and crashed straight through. Soon he pulled up before an exceptionally luxurious villa, coming to a stop in front of a massive iron gate. The villa's perimeter wall stood 5 or 6 meters tall, topped with electrified fencing and rows of sharp barbs. An extraordinarily formidable defense. Whew, whew, whew. No sooner had his truck come to a halt than a blaring alarm pierced the air. In his perception, 4 figures immediately rushed to the gate, eyeing him warily. Oh, there are still living people here, and they're highly alert. Gao Tianyu was taken aback by their swift reaction, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. The residents of these 3 supreme villas were all people of wealth and influence, and their security was exceptionally tight. The bodyguards were mostly retired special forces soldiers with formidable combat skills. Unless they had all been infected with the zombie virus, it was unlikely such elite fighters would be wiped out entirely. Their survival was only to be expected. Who are you? What do you want here? A man's voice boomed from inside. The 4 figures at the gate stared at Gao Tianyu with intense vigilance, their hands gripping an array of weapons. Easy there, fellas. I'm just here to take a look around, Gao Tianyu replied calmly. He stepped out of the truck, walked up to the gate, and spoke to the four men through the bars. Brothers, I come in peace. I just want to exchange some information. Gao Tianyu raised a hand and waved toward them through the swirling mist. Who are you? What are you doing here? At the entrance of this supreme villa, the four alert bodyguards, upon hearing Gao Tianyu's voice, furrowed their brows and slowly approached the gate, fixing their gazes upon him. My surname is Gao. I came here to find a new residence. I wanted to see if there was anyone in these 3 supreme villas. If not, I plan to move in. I didn't expect you all to still be here. Gao Tianyu looked at the 4 men, let out a sigh, and said with some disappointment. These 4 were no ordinary men. Their muscles were well developed and their movements were agile. They had clearly undergone training. Moreover, the leader had a pistol at his waist, quite formidable indeed. These wealthy individuals could even get their hands on such items. Poverty truly limited his imagination. With enough money, even such contraband could be acquired. Zhang Zhun was rendered speechless for a long moment upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. Were they being wished for death? Did their survival disappoint him? This place already has an owner. Our boss is still here. You'd better leave now. Also, how did you manage to drive up here? Despite being speechless, Zhang Zhun had a good temper and didn't get angry. Had it been anyone else, they might have started cursing. I just drove normally. As long as you go slow, nothing will happen. Gao Tianyu said with a relaxed expression. Zhang Zhun. The other 3. In this kind of weather, if driving were that easy, wouldn't they have done it themselves? Why would they need to ask him? Zhang Zhun gave Gao Tianyu a deep look. In this supreme villa, no. 3. The Moon Villa still has occupants. That's the Lin family's residence, and its security is quite tight. You wouldn't succeed there. But you could check out the Star Villa. No one has ever moved in there, it should be vacant. Supreme Villa, no. 3 was a collective term. The 3 villas were named after the sun, moon, and stars. The villa Zhang Zhun and his team were in was the Sun Villa. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the tip, brother. Gao Tianyu's eyes lit up at the news. He waved at Zhang Zhun in gratitude. With that, he turned around, got back into his car, and drove away. Brother Zhen, why did you tell him all that? And why were you so courteous to him? One of the bodyguards behind Zhang Zhun asked in confusion after watching Gao Tianyu drive off. Because he's not an ordinary person. He managed to travel through this dense fog alone and even drive a car. That's clearly no simple feat. Consider it a good deed. We might cross paths with him again someday. Zhang Zhun watched Gao Tianyu leave and then spoke softly to his brothers behind him. People with such abilities deserved respect. Building good connections might lead to future encounters. He can actually drive? How did he manage that? I just can't figure it out. Another bodyguard furrowed his brow, pondering endlessly but unable to find an answer. Who knows? Maybe he awakened some special ability like our boss did. Zhang Zhun shrugged with a carefree smile, not dwelling on it. The world seemed to be undergoing a great transformation. Even supernatural powers had emerged. What was impossible anymore? Even if he saw someone flying without wings, he wouldn't be too surprised. After leaving the Sun Villa, Gao Tianyu drove directly to the Star Villa that Zhang Zhun had mentioned. The gate was still firmly locked, but there were no bodyguards guarding it. It seemed Zhang Zhun had been telling the truth. The owner of this villa didn't reside here. Without a key card, and unwilling to damage the gate, he chose to climb over it and enter the villa grounds directly. He then followed the path from the gate, walking deeper inside. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of the villa. This villa is way too spacious. The lives of the rich are truly understated and simple. Even their living spaces are this huge. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu let out a sigh. People like them, the poor, could work themselves to death their entire lives and still not afford even a bathroom in this villa. These damn capitalists. The villa's entrance was a thick security door, luxurious, sturdy, and tightly shut, sealing off the villa from the outside world. This door is so thick even a car probably couldn't break it down. Living inside must feel really safe. Gao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the solid door, then pulled a piece of wire from his trouser pocket. Though this security door was specially made and connected to the network, boasting strong anti-theft measures, it still couldn't stop him. He inserted the wire into the keyhole, used his mental power to manipulate it, fiddled with it a few times, and directly unlocked the door. Once inside, he was dazzled by the luxurious decor. The golden marble floor tiles, each 1 meter square, the opulent crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and the lavish oil paintings adorning the walls, all showcased the sheer extravagance of the interior design. At the center of the hall stood an ultra-luxurious crystal fish tank, housing various precious goldfish, complete with an automatic feeder that dispensed food at set intervals. The center of the hall also featured an extremely lavish sofa, and even the refrigerator was a custom-made luxury brand, enormously large. Gao Tianyu then proceeded to explore the villa. It boasted over 100 rooms, each with a distinct decoration style. Every floor had a kitchen nook with 3 different styles set up across the levels, all exceptionally grand. The 2 underground levels housed a series of recreational facilities, including a gym, a chess and card room, a game arcade, and a private home cinema. There was also an indoor heated swimming pool, a sauna room, and a storage room. After touring the entire place, he nodded in great satisfaction. The villa was excellently designed, and he was thoroughly pleased with it. Even the storage room was stocked with food supplies and a large quantity of red wine. He also discovered numerous gold bars and antiques. The owner had also collected cold weapons such as Tang Saber's ancient armor, and even horse sculptures Fangtian, Huaji halberds, silver spears, horse-slaying blades, and shields. Everything was present. It could well be described as a miniature exhibition of ancient weaponry. The lives of the rich were truly too enjoyable, it made him envious to the point of madness. But from now on this villa was his. He could finally enjoy the life of the wealthy. Just thinking about it filled him with delight. This villa is quite large, but it's meant for 4 or 5 people. It feels a bit empty. He'll need to bring in more staff. Cleaning such a place is also inconvenient, so he'll have to hire some maids. And finally I should find some chefs to make this place truly perfect. Gao Tianyu strolled through the villa contemplating his plans once he moved in. He intended to have Han Qingru and the other 2 women move in as well. He also thought about hiring maids to handle the cleaning, lest the place feel too desolate. Meanwhile, seeing so many rooms, he realized his number of lovers was still too few, only 3. That wouldn't do, it didn't match his status. He needed to find more lovers, at least enough to fill all the rooms to make the place lively. However, his standards had become quite high lately. He couldn't settle for just anyone. Filling the villa's rooms with lovers wouldn't be easy. Additionally, the villa needed security. He couldn't have his women patrolling, so he planned to summon his subordinates. They would guard the villa's perimeter as a warning force. Fortunately, the villa complex was designed with this in mind. A security booth stood at the main gate, and 2 smaller villas nearby could house the servants and bodyguards. These areas combined could accommodate over 100 people. That would be enough to move his subordinates and their families. The most luxurious villa in the center would of course be for himself and his lovers. Next, Gao Tianyu located the backup generator room. There was a backup generator and a battery he hadn't seen before, storing a large amount of electricity. This room served as the villa's backup power zone. After spending hours searching the entire villa, Gao Tianyu left in high spirits. He planned to move in immediately upon his return. The tall walls and sturdy iron gates were enough to block zombie attacks, making it an ideal place to live at the moment. While driving past the villa district, Gao Tianyu suddenly remembered the voice that had called out to him earlier. Almost unconsciously, he stopped his car in front of that villa. Sun Yinhua and Ouyang Feifei were listlessly eating inside when they heard the sound of a car outside. The car seemed to stop right below their building, bringing them a surge of joy. They rushed to the balcony and peered down. Through the roar of the engine, they could only make out a dark silhouette, but the shape was unmistakably a car. Bang! Bang! Soon they heard a knocking at the door. Is anyone here? If not, I'll come in. A voice drifted up from below, reaching their ears. Who is that down there? Could it be someone here to rescue us? Sun Yinhua tensed up upon hearing the voice, asking Ouyang Feifei beside her. They were uncertain of the stranger's identity, so they dared not respond recklessly. I don't know. Let's ask first before deciding. No need to rush opening the door. Ouyang Feifei shook her head. Their phones were dead, and they had lost contact with their families, so they couldn't confirm the identity of the person outside. They had to be cautious. Click. Just as they were pondering their next move, Gao Tianyu below grew impatient. He used his telekinetic power to unlock the door and entered the villa. This villa was nowhere near as luxurious as the Star Villa he had just explored, but the decoration was still tasteful. It was clear the owner had put effort into it. Before the apocalypse, this villa would have been worth tens of millions, but now few people lived here. He made his way up the stairs to the second floor. Before entering, he had already scanned the villa with his telekinesis. The first floor was empty, but 2 women were on the second, so he headed straight up. Oh no, the front door seems to have been opened. He's inside. Feifei, what do we do? Bai Yinhua jumped at the sound of the door opening and footsteps below, asking Ouyang Feifei with a terrified expression. I don't know. Ouyang Feifei also looked panicked, her mind going blank in the face of this sudden crisis. As they panicked, Gao Tianyu had already reached the second floor and entered the living room, his gaze landing on the 2 women. One look was enough to make his eyes light up. Both were stunningly beautiful, comparable to Han Qingru and Lin Ruoxi. They had tall, graceful figures, smooth, jade-like skin, and incredibly beautiful faces. Both were beauties, scoring above 90. The taller one in particular could reach 95, an absolute goddess. Moreover, as he looked at them, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. Then a realization struck him, and he recognized who they were. They were both famous celebrities. The taller one, Ouyang Feifei, had started her career as a singer. With her sweet voice, fiery figure, and stunning looks, she had become an instant sensation upon debut. Known as the Spicy Diva, she was immensely popular. The slightly shorter one, Bai Yinhua, was also a hugely famous star. An actress, she frequently appeared in TV dramas. Her sweet smile and pure appearance had attracted a massive fan base, making her one of the most popular rising stars. He never expected to find them both here in this villa, living in the same complex as him. He hadn't heard a single whisper about it. These 2 women were hidden deep. If not for that shout, he probably would never have discovered them. Who are you? This is my home. Who let you in? Get out. Ouyang Feifei couldn't stand his gaze as he looked them up and down. Suppressing her fear, she shouted at him. Oh, is that so? What if I don't want to leave? Gao Tianyu found her threat amusing. He looked at her with interest, a strange smile playing on his lips. Are you going to throw me out? Do you have the ability? Do you? You? Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll smash you. Seeing Gao Tianyu's demeanor, Ouyang Feifei immediately realized that this would not end well. She grabbed a vase beside her and raised it threateningly at him. Bai Yinhua, standing nearby, also picked up a cup from the table, holding it aloft as she glared at Gao Tianyu with a ferocious expression. Yet beneath their eyes, Gao Tianyu could clearly sense their fear and dread. Their postures were merely a form of self-defense. Ahem. Seeing the two women poised like that, Gao Tianyu let out a soft cough, straightened his expression, and dropped the jesting demeanor from before. Ladies, no need to be so agitated. I was just playing a little joke on you. I hope you won't take it too seriously. Ouyang Feifei. Bai Yinhua. The two women were speechless, yet they remained on guard watching Gao Tianyu. I'm a huge fan of you both. I've always adored you. Every night before I sleep, I take out my phone to admire your stunning beauty, and only then can I fall asleep peacefully. You are my idols. Rest assured I would never harm you. Seeing that they were still on high alert, Gao Tianyu quickly added more explanations. These two women were quite attractive, perfectly fitting his standards for taking a mistress. No matter what, he had to win them over. So the top priority was to calm them down and dispel their hostility. When Ouyang Feifei and Bai Yinhua heard Gao Tianyu's words, their faces darkened instantly. He looks at us before sleeping. That's clearly a pervert. Who knows what filthy thoughts he has in his dreams. He's definitely not a good person. I'm not a fan. I'm a pervert fan. I have to find a way to drive him away, or else we'll surely fall into his evil hands. I don't care if you're our fan or not. This is my home. Leave now, or I'll smash you. Ouyang Feifei held the vase high, her face still twisted with menace. Leave now, or I'll smash too. Bai Yinhua chimed in. Oh, it seems there's a misunderstanding between us. Your wariness is seriously hindering our communication. Gao Tianyu sighed regretfully as he observed the scene. Their exchange was anything but smooth. I suppose I'll have to demonstrate my strength, or you won't be obedient. Don't move. Hands up. Put down those things or he'll shoot. Gao Tianyu raised the rifle he had been carrying behind his back, the cold muzzle aimed at the two women, his face twisted in a vicious snarl. A gun. The moment Ouyang Feifei and Bai Yinhua saw the weapon, their legs turned to jelly. A gun. Who wouldn't recognize one? They never imagined that this man would possess such a thing. Could he be a criminal? Feifei, what do we do? He has a gun. Bai Yinhua's voice trembled with fear, as if she was about to cry. Yinhua, don't be afraid. How could he possibly have such an expensive item? It's obviously fake, a toy gun. Ouyang Feifei swallowed her own terror and tried to comfort her. Fake. Since you doubt its authenticity, let me let you experience it firsthand. You can go to the underworld and explain it to King Yama yourself. Gao Tianyu's eyes turned icy cold, his face filled with murderous intent, and his tone was leisurely. Then he pulled the trigger. No, don't kill us. Ouyang Feifei and Bai Yinhua screamed in terror, their composure shattered. They dropped the vase and cup on the floor and clung tightly to each other. Tears streamed down their faces and they sobbed uncontrollably. Such cowardice, and yet you dared question the authenticity of my gun. Tisk tsk. Gao Tianyu chuckled, then walked over to them. His gun had not been unlocked, so naturally no bullet had been fired. Truly, goddesses remained goddesses. Even in their tears they were beautiful. The sight of their pitiful, trembling forms was heartrending, stirring an instinct to protect. You bastard. You scared us. After crying together for a while, Ouyang Feifei realized they were unharmed and had heard no gunshot. She immediately stopped sobbing and shouted at Gao Tianyu in anger. Just a little joke. Who knew you'd be so easily frightened? Don't blame me. Gao Tianyu shrugged, feigning help. You? The two women gritted their teeth at his words, but a glance at the gun in his hand made them dare not act rashly. Enough with the you talk. I've set my eyes on you too. From now on you'll be with me as my mistresses. Go pack your clothes and come with me. Gao Tianyu no longer bothered to conceal his intentions. He spoke directly, his tone commanding and leaving no room for negotiation. What? You bastard. You want us to be your mistresses? Dream on. Well, never agree. Ouyang Feifei's face was a mask of astonishment, and she refused without a second thought, her voice resolute. Her gaze at Gao Tianyu was filled with bitterness. She was a famous star from a well-off family, a pampered young lady who had always been treated like a princess. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this before. Even though she had fallen on hard times, now she still had her pride. How could she ever agree to be someone's mistress? You have no right to refuse. If you want come with me willingly, I'll take you right here, then set fire to your villa. It's better if you behave, otherwise you'll only suffer more. Gao Tianyu cast a sideways glance at them, then sat down on the sofa. They'll give you 20 minutes to pack your clothes. When the time's up, whether you're ready or not, I'll take you by force. I have the gun, so you can't stop me. Be smart. How? How can you be so tyrannical? This is against the law, do you know that? Bai Yinhua's face instantly turned pale with rage upon hearing this. She waved her small fists, her pure and alluring face filled with indignation. I know, but you can call the police and have them arrest me. Gao Tianyu said with a faint smile. What era was this to still talk about the law? The outside world had completely descended into chaos. The police could barely look after themselves, and the entire city was in an anarchic state. Who could possibly rein him in? You? Bai Inua was rendered speechless by his arrogance. She knew all too well that even if she called the police it would be useless in this situation. The world was in turmoil, and many no longer held the law in any regard, like the man standing before her. Also, stop wasting my time. Go pack your clothes. If you're not done in 20 minutes, don't blame me for being rude. Gao Tianyu looked at Bai Inua and threatened her with a sly smile. Under the threat of Gao Tianyu's gun, both Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, despite their deep reluctance, obediently returned to their room and began packing their belongings. Feifei, what should we do? That guy is clearly up to no good. Are we really just going to leave with him? Bai Inua whispered into Ouyang Feifei's ear. Inua, he has a gun and we can't fight him. If we make any rash moves, we'll definitely anger him. For now, let's go along with him and find a chance to escape later. Ouyang Feifei, equally unwilling, whispered her reply into Bai Inuo's ear. 20 minutes passed slowly, and soon the two women each pushed a suitcase out of the room. Good, looks like you're all set. Let's go. It's not safe for you to stay here any longer. Something bad is bound to happen. Stick with me, and at least I can offer you some protection. Seeing that his threat had worked and the women were being cooperative, Gao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Who wants protection from a scoundrel like you? Bai Inua muttered inwardly. Ouyang Feifei, standing nearby, ignored Gao Tianyu's words entirely. Let's go. You two are in luck. I just checked out the Star Villa today, and it's empty. I was about to move in when I ran into you two. You're about to live the high life. Gao Tianyu said to them. He had planned to move into the Star Villa today and happened to encounter these two women. He had to admit they were incredibly fortunate to get to live in such a luxurious villa right away. The thought alone was enough to make anyone envious. What? The Star Villa? Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua were stunned upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. Given their status, they naturally knew about the Star Villa. It was a villa built by a business tycoon for himself, lavishly furnished and luxurious, worth over 1 billion yuan. It was one of the most prestigious mansions in their city. The magnate who lived there was worth hundreds of billions, a figure of immense status, whose slightest move could shake the entire city. This man before them dared to move into someone else's villa while its owner was away. What audacity. So you've heard of it. The perimeter wall is 5 or 6 meters high and topped with electric fencing. Zombies can't get in, so it'll be very safe there. It also has a swimming pool, an electric courtyard, a gym, and more. You'll be very comfortable there. Much better than waiting to die in this villa. Seeing the expressions on the women's faces, Gao Tianyu knew they had heard of the villa and began to introduce it to them. Bai Inua and Ouyang Feifei frowned, feeling that what he was doing was inappropriate. If the magnate ever returned and found his mansion occupied, he would surely not let it go. But upon reflection, they realized that given the current situation, the magnate was likely already dead. Even if they moved in, it probably wouldn't matter. Besides, this wasn't their choice. They were being forced, so the blame wouldn't fall on them. Gao Tianyu led the two women to his truck, took their suitcases, and tossed them into the cargo area. You two sit up front. He'll take you for a ride. He pointed to the passenger seat, gesturing for them to squeeze in while he took the driver's seat. Then, to the astonishment of Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, he slowly started the vehicle and began to drive. How are you doing this? How can you even see the road in these conditions? Ouyang Feifei was shocked as she watched the truck move forward while the world outside was a blinding white haze, making the road completely invisible. When he first arrived, she thought he was using some kind of advanced technology to see the road ahead, which allowed him to drive in this fog. But after the truck had been driving for a while, she was astonished to discover that he wasn't using any technology at all, yet he could still see clearly. This puzzled her deeply. That's my secret. All you need to know is that this fog can't block my vision. Gao Tianyu didn't elaborate. His psychic power was his trump card, and he wanted to keep it hidden for as long as possible. When he eventually faced an enemy, it would be a surprise that would send them straight to the afterlife. Although the truck was moving slowly, it wasn't long before they arrived at the building where Gao Tianyu lived. We're here. Get out. Gao Tianyu pushed open the door and said to Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, Boss, you're back. As soon as they got out, Zhang Zihao, who had been guarding the entrance on the first floor, immediately opened the door and came to greet them. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. And who are these two? Holy crap. Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua. Boss, how did you manage this? How are both goddesses in our compound? Zhang Zihao was stunned when he saw Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua stammering in disbelief. The two women were extremely famous, frequently appearing on television and in phones. With their stunning beauty, exceptional temperament, and remarkable figures, they had become the goddesses of countless men the moment they debuted. Countless men adored them. Even Zhang Zihao himself was a fan of both women, closely following their updates on his phone's microblog. He never expected to see them in person, and the sudden shock filled him with overwhelming excitement. Oh, I drove to the villa area and happened to run into them. Seeing they were in danger, I saved them and brought them back. It was a coincidence. I never expected they'd be in our neighborhood. Gao Tianyu patted Zhang Zihao on the shoulder and said with a smile, What's up, Zihao? Are you their fan? You're so excited to see them. Yeah, boss, I'm a fan of Goddess Fei Fei and Goddess Inua. I've been following them on Weibo. I listened to every song by Goddess Fei Fei, and I've watched all the dramas starring Goddess Inua. Zhang Zihao nodded, his expression somewhat excited. Boss, can you ask the two goddesses to give me autographs? Useless, it's the apocalypse now, and you're still a fanboy. Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes and smacked Zhang Zihao on the head. What are you standing around for? Can't you see my brother wants your autograph? Sign one for him. After saying that, Gao Tianyu glanced at Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua behind him and said impatiently, we didn't bring a pen, so we can't sign. Bai Inua replied softly. Seeing the group of people in front of her all holding guns, she immediately became frightened. Oh no, we've fallen into a den of thieves, and we can't leave now. Oh, it's okay, Goddess Inua, if we can't sign this time we can do it next time. Zhang Zihao scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing this. They didn't have a pen either, so they really couldn't get an autograph. Alright, next time then. Later, gather everyone together, I have something to say. After saying that, he turned to Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua and said, come on, let's go upstairs. Then he led the two women to the stairwell and started climbing up. I can't take it anymore. How many more floors? We really can't climb anymore. By the time they reached the 14th floor, Bai Inua and Ouyang Fei Fei were panting heavily, sweat dripping down and soaking their clothes. We haven't even climbed halfway. I live on the 30th floor. What? No way, I can't climb anymore, it's too high. Bai Inua immediately stopped, her face grimacing, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Let us rest for a while, it's too high. Ouyang Fei Fei was the same, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. Sweat trickled down her fair face, looking particularly alluring. What a hassle. You two are too weak. If you fought me, I'd probably make you cry. Gao Tianyu grew impatient, strode forward, wrapped one arm around each woman's waist, and hoisted them onto his shoulders. Oh. The sudden move startled Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua, making them scream loudly. Put us down. Don't do this. The two women kept pounding on Gao Tianyu's back with their hands. Don't move. This is a staircase. If you keep squirming and I slip, you'll land on your faces. If you get disfigured, don't blame me. Seeing the two women struggling, Gao Tianyu shouted a warning. Hearing his warning, they immediately quieted down, afraid to move, recklessly terrified of falling. Each woman weighed about 100 jin, so together over 200 jin. But Gao Tianyu carried them as if they weighed nothing. His strength was terrifyingly immense. He didn't even know exactly how much force he had, since he had no measuring tool. But one thing was certain, he had at least several thousand jin of strength. One punch could send an adult flying dozens of meters, shattering every bone in their body. Carrying the two women straight up to the 30th floor, Gao Tianyu didn't even pant, his face relaxed and effortless. Thump, thump. Gao Tianyu carried the two women to Han Qing's apartment and knocked on the security door. Who is it? Coming. Soon a voice responded from inside. It was Lin Ruashi. It's me, I'm back. Open the door. Hearing it was Gao Tianyu's voice, Lin Ruashi immediately opened the door. She had always been eager to help. She greeted him with a happy face. Honey, you're back. Who are these two? Seeing Gao Tianyu carrying two women, her expression turned puzzled, and she asked in confusion. I picked them up on the road. Seeing they're somewhat attractive, I decided to bring them back as concubines. Gao Tianyu winked, a smile on his face, speaking cheerfully. That's not true. You forced us. We don't want to be your concubines. Upon hearing this, Bai Inua became annoyed. She clenched her little fists and pounded on Gao Tianyu's back a few times to express her displeasure. Gao Tianyu ignored their protests and directly placed them on the sofa. They are Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua. Brother, you actually brought them back. Did they live in our community before? Han Qingru saw Gao Tianyu return and immediately came out of her room, then witnessed this scene. I happened to find them, so I brought them along. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. What? These two are Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua. Lin Ruashi had just closed the door when she heard Han Qing's words and was startled. She turned to look. She quickly saw two stunningly beautiful faces along with two tall and graceful figures. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, slightly surpassing her. Only Han Qingru could match them. Moreover, they were both famous stars with the aura of celebrity, making them incredibly alluring to men. This gave Lin Ruashi a sense of crisis, feeling that her position might be in jeopardy. Thinking this, her gaze toward the two women became somewhat scrutinizing. Lan Kursin also came out holding her daughter, looking at Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua with curiosity. She wasn't a fan of celebrities and had never been this close to stars before, so she appeared quite curious. Being stared at by several people, Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua's expressions became uneasy. Hello, little sisters. I'm Lin Ruashi. I used to love listening to your songs and watching your TV dramas. I never thought I'd meet you in person. It's really wonderful. Lin Ruashi greeted Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua with a radiant smile, her speech and demeanor graceful and poised like a refined lady, very natural. As Lin Ruashi spoke, she quickly bridged the gap with Ouyang Fei Fei and Bai Inua. The gazes of the two girls towards Lin Ruashi turned much friendlier. Sister Ruashi, hello. My name is Ouyang Fei Fei. Bai Inua, sister, just call me Inua. The two girls were not impolite. After Lin Ruashi greeted them, they responded quickly. Let me introduce you to. This is my good friend Han Qingro, and this is Lon Kursin. Lin Ruashi then enthusiastically chatted with the two girls, their conversation flowing more smoothly, with each passing moment as harmonious as old friends reuniting after years apart. Yet Gao Tianyu knew this was merely a facade, who women were masters of pretense. For women in one dormitory could create over a dozen group chats. How could such strange creatures be judged by appearances alone? Qingro, my dear, have you missed me? Gao Tianyu pulled Han Qingro, who was standing nearby, into his arms, embracing her slender waist and planting a kiss on her stunningly beautiful face. This neighbor he had long coveted had finally fallen into his clutches, and he felt a surge of pride. Stop it, there are people here. Han Qingru pushed against Gao Tianyu's chest, her face flushing with embarrassment. It's fine, we're all family here. What's there to be shy about? I'm hungry, is dinner ready? Gao Tianyu kissed her other cheek. It's been ready for a while, just waiting for you to come back. Han Qingro, still unaccustomed to such public displays of affection, blushed and whispered her reply. Good. Then let's eat right away. Today I'm going to hold you while I eat. Gao Tianyu scooped Han Qingru up, carried her to the dining table, and sat down, settling her on his lap. We've all eaten, only you haven't. Han Qingru shifted uncomfortably. Oh, then you can accompany me. Sit beside me and serve me some food. Gao Tianyu showed no intention of letting her go. With a beauty in his arms, why would he ever want to release her? Hey Feifei Inua, have you two eaten? Want to join us? Gao Tianyu seemed to have a sudden thought and waved them over. No. Sure. Bai Inua started to refuse, but as the words left her mouth, she caught a whiff of the savory aroma. After subsisting on dry rations for over 2 weeks, she couldn't help but swallow hard and nod in agreement. She then pulled Ouyang Feifei over to the table and sat down. Don't just sit there. Go get your own bowls and chopsticks. Don't tell me you expect us to serve you. Seeing them staring hungrily at the food, but making no move to get utensils, Gao Tianyu couldn't help but scold them. Oh, Feifei, you stay seated, I'll go get them. Bai Inua gently pushed Ouyang Feifei back into her chair, hurried to the kitchen, and quickly returned with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. She then sat down to eat, facing Gao Tianyu. Before long, the entire table of food vanished into the stomachs of the three. Since you've eaten my food from this day forward, you belong to me. You'll be my concubines from now on. After the meal, Gao Tianyu lounged lazily in his chair, holding Han Qingro, and addressed Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua with a cheerful grin. What? You made us eat. How can you do this? Bai Inua fumed, her voice filled with indignation. Look, in these times food is precious. Did you really think I was a philanthropist? If it weren't for the fact that you two have some charm, and am looking to take a couple of concubines, why would I waste my food on you? Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes. If you ate his food, you belonged to him. That was only logical. You're just twisting things. I will never agree. Bai Inua remained defiant. Oh, then tonight, I'll have you serve me first. Gao Tianyu dismissed her protest with a light grunt. Ruashi Kursin, come here. I need to discuss something with you. He beckoned to Lin Ruashi and Lon Kursin, calling them over to the table. I found a very safe villa. It's more suitable for living with luxurious decor and all the necessary amenities. Go pack your things now, we'll move there shortly. Once everyone was gathered, Gao Tianyu announced his plan directly. But, aren't we fine here? Why do we need to move? Han Qingru asked, puzzled. She looked around the room, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. This apartment had been carefully decorated by her, who leaving it would be hard. Living on this high floor isn't convenient or safe. It's too conspicuous and might attract attacks from unknown creatures. Logically, living high up should be safe, but the appearance of those mutant bats had changed all that. Living up high with the lights on was undoubtedly a glaring beacon, sure to attract the attention of many mutated creatures. That wasn't a good thing. The defenses of these ordinary residences were far too weak. Oh. Han Qingru nodded, not fully understanding, but not objecting either despite her reluctance. Honey, where are we moving to? Lin Ruashi had no strong objections to moving, but she was curious about the destination. To the Villa District. We're moving to the Star Villa. Have you heard of it? The Star Villa. One of the Supreme 3 villas. Honey, how did you find that place? That's amazing. Lin Ruaxi's eyes lit up. She had heard of that villa. It was said to be incredibly luxurious, a masterpiece personally arranged by a top-tier magnate, one of the most prestigious residences in the area. Gao Tianyu, the villa is empty. The owner never moved in, and no one knows if they're alive or dead. Since we needed a place, I want to check it out. I was quite pleased with it. From now on, that will be our home. Lin Ruashi nodded rapidly. We'll go pack right away. Kursin, come help me. Qingro, you go too. Just pack some everyday clothes. That villa has just about everything, including daily necessities. We won't be missing much. Gao Tianyu gently patted Han Qingru in his arms. She softly murmured in acknowledgement, rose from his lap, and walked into the room, joining Lin Ruashi and the others to pack their clothes. While the others were packing their clothes, Gao Tianyu walked downstairs. By the time he reached the bottom, his subordinates had already gathered in formation. Boss. They greeted him in unison, rising to their feet as he approached. He scanned the assembled group. Apart from the 2 men stationed at the entrance, everyone had arrived. Chun Biao's squad, along with core members like Zhao Jianhua, Yu Tao, and Zhang Zihao, filled the living room, making it feel somewhat cramped. Since everyone is here, I'll keep it brief. I found a new residence far safer than this place. We're all moving there. Anyone who doesn't want to come can stay behind. Move. The group was stunned. They had everything they needed here: food, clothing, and relative safety. Why go through the trouble of relocating? Boss, we're doing fine here. Why move? Zhang Zihao scratched his head, puzzled. The security level of this building is too low, Gao Tianyu explained. We could be attacked at any moment. The defenses are too weak. Especially the windows. The glass breaks too easily and offers no real protection. Haven't you noticed? The creatures outside are mutating. Many beetles have grown much larger, and some bats and birds have also changed, becoming vicious and bloodthirsty. A bat once got into my house. It was the size of a cat, incredibly fast with razor-sharp teeth. An ordinary person would be seriously injured if they encountered one. And who knows what kind of virus it might carry. Getting scratched is no small matter. Bats are social creatures. Where there's one, there could be 2 or 3. That's not something to take lightly. And the glass on our windows won't stop bats of that size. The group was shocked, their brows furrowed in concern. None of them doubted Gao Tianyu's words. They could all sense the changes happening outside. With zombies, wraiths, and evolved humans appearing, it was no surprise that some bats had mutated. If what Gao Tianyu said was true, this building was no longer safe. Unless they could seal all the doors and windows, bats and birds would inevitably get in. It might be fine for now, but problems would arise sooner or later. Boss, where are we moving to? What's the environment like there? Is it safe? Is there enough space for all of us? Zhao Jianhua, being cautious and thorough, was the first to consider the living conditions and spatial capacity. For now, its defenses are sufficient for our current situation. But if things continue to deteriorate, that might change. Gao Tianyu pondered for a moment. The Star Villa's current defenses were solid, able to handle most situations. Even its glass and doors were blast-proof. It was more than adequate for now. But it wasn't a safe house or a national-level shelter. It was at best a moderate improvement, better than this place, but not by a huge margin. These defenses were more than enough against the current zombies and wraiths, but in the future these creatures might evolve and grow stronger. He couldn't be certain it would hold forever. As long as it can handle the present, that's what matters. We'll take it one step at a time, Zhao Jianhua said with a serious nod. In this situation, aside from the official mega-shelters who could guarantee absolute safety, having food, clothing, and a secure place to stay was already a blessing. Boss, when do we move? Yu Tao asked, adjusting his dark glasses. He'll move there today and stay the night. You all pack up today, and he'll come back tomorrow to take you over. Also about the supplies and food upstairs. I'd appreciate it if you could move them down to the first floor. He'll come by tomorrow to transport everything. Gao Tianyu thought for a moment before speaking. These supplies were vital. They were their guarantee of survival. He had to get them moved. However, his current medium-sized truck had too little capacity. Moving everything would require at least a dozen trips, which was far too troublesome. Tomorrow he'd have to go out and find a heavy-duty truck. A heavy truck could carry 3 times as much as his current one, saving a tremendous amount of time and effort. Understood, boss. We'll take care of it. Zhao Jianhua nodded, giving his assurance. Gao Tianyu then discussed the details of the move with the group, delegating tasks. Once everything was arranged, he selected a few of the stronger men to follow him upstairs and help carry his belongings. After all, if he was moving, he couldn't do all the heavy lifting himself. Are you done packing? If so, we can head down now, he called out. Returning to the living room, Gao Tianyu glanced at the suitcases laid out and asked. Almost done, just a few more clothes to fold, and we'll be ready to go, Han Qingru's voice echoed from the bedroom. Following the sound, Gao Tianyu stepped inside and saw Han Qingru organizing clothes in the wardrobe. This was her home, so she had an extensive collection, an entire wardrobe filled with stylish, trendy outfits. Many of the clothes were practically new, clearly worn only a few times. If she took everything, she'd need at least 5 or 6 suitcases. Han Qingru was trying to pick out her favorites, but with so many choices, she was hesitant and indecisive. Among the clothes, a white wedding dress hung prominently in the wardrobe, standing out like a crane among chickens. Seeing it, Gao Tianyu's mind flashed back to the wedding photo in the living room. In that photo, Han Qingru wore the same dress, smiling like a peony fairy, radiant, beautiful, and breathtakingly lovely. Come on, let me pick for you. I have an excellent eye. Anything I choose is bound to be stunning. Gao Tianyu walked to the wardrobe and said with a grin, pointing out the pink dress and the azure one as particularly fine choices. And this plain long skirt, those shorts, and that slimming pair are great too. Gao Tianyu rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out one garment after another and holding them up against Han Qingru to see how they looked. Han Qingru's cheeks flushed slightly as she saw the clothes he had selected. All of them were cool and revealing styles that would flatter her figure. She had to admit that Gao Tianyu's taste was remarkably sharp. These were outfits she rarely dared to wear, yet they would undoubtedly make her look breathtakingly beautiful. And this last one is a must-bring. It will look gorgeous on you, and I know you'll love it. Finally, Gao Tianyu pulled out the pure white bridal gown from the wardrobe and held it up in front of Han Qingru, gesturing to see how it would fit. Han Qingru's heart skipped a beat when she saw the wedding dress brought out and placed before her, and when she heard his words her face flushed crimson. This gown was the one she had bought when she married Qin Zhong, and she had kept it in the wardrobe ever since as a memento. She never expected Gao Tianyu to set his sights on it now. Knowing him as she did, she was certain he was plotting something mischievous. This one won't do. It's useless. Han Qingru quickly took the gown from him, shook her head, and said firmly, "It will be useful. You'll look absolutely stunning in that gown, and I want to see it. When you have the time, wear it for me." Gao Tianyu wrapped his arm around Han Qingru's slender waist, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered softly, inhaling the faint fragrance that radiated from her. Hearing his words, Han Qingru's face grew even redder, and she lowered her head. Yet obediently, she placed the wedding dress into the suitcase. She then opened a drawer, took out a small bundle, and packed it all into the luggage as well. Gao Tianyu was overjoyed at this sight. The fact that Han Qingru was willing to wear the wedding dress for him was a clear sign that he had already found a place in her heart. Knowing he held some significance to her filled him with happiness. "Honey, do you want to see me in a wedding dress? I saved the gown for my wedding too. If you'd like, I can wear it for you as well." At that moment, Lin Ruoxi sidled up to Gao Tianyu, wrapped her arms around his neck, and brought her red lips close to his ear, her breath like orchid, as she spoke in a voice dripping with seduction. "Really? That's fantastic. We'll go get it right away. You'll look stunning in it too." Gao Tianyu's eyes lit up at the news. Lin Ruoxi's figure was beyond compare, absolutely scorching and top tier. Only the fiery Ouyang Feifei could rival her in that regard. But since he hadn't yet claimed Ouyang Feifei, there was no real comparison to be made. So for now, Lin Ruoxi's figure held the undisputed top spot. Noticing Gao Tianyu's eager expression, Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes. This rascal was clearly up to no good, a sly one indeed. Still, to strengthen her position in his heart, she was quite willing to indulge this little quirk of his. With that, Lin Ruoxi led Gao Tianyu downstairs to her own residence and began packing her clothes. Along the way, she also grabbed a few of her everyday outfits. While she packed, Gao Tianyu stood by, letting his gaze wander around the room. It finally settled on the wedding photo on the bedside table. In it, Lin Ruoxi, radiant in her bridal gown, leapt into view, utterly charming. Beside her stood her husband, Zhao Tianheng, equally handsome and sunny. Yet now the two were separated by life and death. A truly lamentable fate. "Brother Tianheng, though we never met, we've shared a bond. They'll take good care of Ruoxi for you," Gao Tianyu silently pledged, gazing at the figure in the photo. "Honey, I'm all packed. We can go now." After a while, Lin Ruoxi placed all the clothes she wanted into a suitcase and turned to Gao Tianyu. "All right, let's head out then," he said. Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then, as if a thought struck him, he walked over to the bed and took down the wedding photo from the bedside. Lin Ruoxi looked at him with confusion. "Why are you taking that photo? The dead can't return to life. We might not have a chance to come back here again, so we'll bring it along for you to remember," Gao Tianyu said with a sigh. Lin Ruoxi shot him a surprised glance, then fell silent for a long while. She didn't object, simply letting him take it. Gao Tianyu set the suitcase and the wedding photo on the corridor floor before heading upstairs, planning to carry them all down later. "Have you finished packing? If so, we'll have the men move the stuff out." As soon as he arrived upstairs, he asked Han Qingru. Lan Kerson's luggage was minimal, so she didn't need much organizing. As for Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, their belongings had been left on the truck below and never brought up, leaving only Han Qingru's things to deal with. "I'm done. Just these. Nothing else needs to be moved." Han Qingru nodded, slightly pointing to the pile on the floor. "Good to hear," Gao Tianyu said with a nod. Then, as if remembering something, he stepped into Han Qingru's bedroom. He took down her wedding photo as well and placed it with the rest of the pile. If had taken Lin Ruoxis, he certainly couldn't leave Han Qingru's behind. "Everything's ready. Move all this down to the truck." Gao Tianyu gestured to the pile in the living room and directed the group of underlings head brought up. "There's also some stuff in the hallway on the 29th floor. Carry that down too." "Yes, boss." The underlings responded in unison and sprang into action, each grabbing a suitcase or a bundle, hauling everything from the living room down below. While they were busy, Gao Tianyu returned to his own room, pulled out a suitcase, and began packing his clothes. He didn't have many clothes, and he wasn't one to agonize over choices, so he quickly packed up all the essentials. Then with one hand he picked up the lead box containing the meteorite and walked out of the room. "Let's go. We should head down as well," Gao Tianyu said, looking at the women standing in the corridor after stepping out. With one hand carrying his suitcase and the other holding the lead box, he walked downstairs. Han Qingru and the others quickly followed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Gao Tianyu tossed his suitcase into the truck, then carried the lead box to the driver's seat. "Kerson, you hold the baby and sit in the passenger seat. The rest of you can stay in the cargo area for now." Gao Tianyu glanced at the women, his gaze settling on Lan Kerson and her daughter. Considering the baby might cry in the cargo area, he made this decision. All right. The women had no objections and climbed into the cargo area one by one. Gao Tianyu led Lan Kerson to the front of the truck, started the vehicle, and drove towards the Star Villa. They arrived at the villa's main gate shortly after, where he took out a remote control and pressed a button causing the gates to swing open. He drove straight into the estate and towards the villa, then pulled directly into the underground parking garage. The lights in the garage automatically flickered on as the vehicle entered. The garage door slowly descended, sealing the entire villa. "We're here. Let's get out." After parking, Gao Tianyu said to Lan Kursen, then opened the cargo area to let the other women out. He led them to the elevator, which took them to the first floor of the villa. "My dears, take a look. This is where we'll be living from now on. Pick any room you like." As they entered the living room, the lights automatically turned on, revealing a luxurious and opulent space. "Wow, thighs is so beautiful. Is this how the rich live?" The women gasped in amazement. The living room's decor was far more extravagant than even a five-star hotel. Even Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, who frequented five-star hotels and luxury clubs, were astonished. They were wealthy, but they paled in comparison to these top-tier tycoons. Their own homes were worth tens of millions, but this villa was worth over $1 billion, dozens of times more. And it wasn't just about money, it required a certain level of status to even purchase. Beautiful, right? It's not just the decor. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities, a gym and a swimming pool. You can all go and experience the life of the rich. "This is the empire I've conquered for you. A luxurious villa," Gao Tianyu said with a hint of pride. He didn't know if the original owner of this villa was still alive, but it didn't matter. If they wanted it back, they'd have to get past his fists. In short, this villa now belonged to the Gao family. The women, excited as if they had discovered a new continent, immediately began exploring the villa, searching for their favorite rooms. After nearly 2 hours, they reluctantly gathered back in the first-floor living room. "So, did you find rooms you like?" Gao Tianyu, who was idly scrolling through his phone on the sofa, asked as they returned. "Found them. Honey, I want the rose-themed room on the second floor." Lin Ruoshi sat beside Gao Tianyu, hugging his arm with excitement. The more she saw of the villa, the more thrilled she became. It was not only luxurious, but also filled with amenities seemingly designed purely for pleasure. Living here was undoubtedly a pure delight. "All right, you can move in then. It's not like anyone's competing with you." Gao Tianyu nodded slightly. "Honey, where will you stay? Will you stay with me?" Lin Ruoshi then seemed to think of something, gazing at him with hopeful, sparkling eyes. "No, I won't stay with you all. I plan to live on the lowest floor." Gao Tianyu shook his head. He had some secrets he didn't want the women to know, so he definitely couldn't stay with them. He chose the villa's lowest level. The lowest floor was a safe room, extremely hidden and sturdy, with only one entrance. It also had a control room to monitor the entire villa, a storage room stocked with supplies, and was lavishly decorated. It caught his eye the moment he saw it. "Why aren't you staying upstairs with us? What's down there for you alone?" Lin Ruoshi asked, surprised and confused. "Who said I'm not staying with you? You're all mine. I'll flip name cards to choose my concubine for the night, and whoever I pick will serve me." Gao Tianyu chuckled, pulling Lin Ruoshi close by her slender waist, but didn't elaborate. They were all adults and needed their own private space. One room per person was perfect. "Honey, are you trying to be an emperor? Does that make me your imperial consort? When will you flip my card? I'm ready to serve you well." Lin Ruoshi giggled and winked at him. "No rush. The pool here is nice. Since we're new residents, shouldn't we have a little ceremony? Let's freshen up, clean ourselves, and then have a nice meal later to celebrate moving in." Today marked their official move into this luxurious villa, so they needed to create some sense of occasion, otherwise it felt like something was missing. With that, Gao Tianyu led the women towards the indoor pool on the first floor. It featured a constant temperature water purification system and was exquisitely designed. Along the pool's edge were cabinets stocked with swimming gear, life rings, swimsuits, towels, and toiletries. There are swimsuits in the cabinets. Go find one you like and change. Let's all go for a swim. Although the temperature outside wasn't as high as before, it was still around 30 degrees Celsius and quite hot. On such a scorching day, swimming was undoubtedly a pleasure. "All right, dear, wait a moment. They'll go downstairs to change." Lin Ruoshi quickly took the baby girl from Lan Kursen's arms, handed her to Gao Tianyu, and then eagerly dragged Lan Kursen over to pick out swimsuits. Gao Tianyu looked speechlessly at the infant in his arms. She was staring up at him with wide, curious eyes blinking adorably. "Little one, hurry up and grow up. When you do, you can be the daughter-in-law of the Gao family. Your mother is so beautiful, so you're bound to be a stunner too. Good fortune shouldn't be shared with outsiders." Gao Tianyu gently poked the baby's soft, fair cheek with his fingertip, murmuring softly. She was an esper, and she had grown up eating his food. He could raise her as a daughter first, and once she was grown, she could marry his son. Wait a minute, am I thinking too far ahead? I don't even have a son yet. Gao Tianyu quickly realized his thoughts were straying. Although he had quite a few women, now he hadn't actually considered having children. After all, in this situation, even if he got the women pregnant, it might not be a good thing. Could the child even be born? That was still a question. Before the disasters outside were completely stabilized, it was better not to have children casually. That way he'd have no attachments, and at worst only he would die. Having a child would change everything. If an accident happened, then it could wipe out the whole family. Why are you two just standing there? Go get changed. Gao Tianyu shook his head, tossing all those chaotic thoughts to the back of his mind. He then noticed Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua standing idly by and spoke to them. Unlike Han Qingro, Lin Ruoxi, and Lan Kursen, the two women had only been rescued by him today, so they were still a bit reserved. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua blushed slightly, exchanged a glance, and also walked over to the wardrobe filled with swimsuits to pick out their own. Before long, the five women had changed into their swimsuits and stood before Gao Tianyu. Once they put on the swimsuits, their perfect figures were fully displayed in front of him, incredibly alluring. "Honey, how do I look? Is this swimsuit pretty on me?" Lin Ruoxi walked up to Gao Tianyu, spun around to flaunt her alluring and fiery figure, and then winked at him. "Pretty, very pretty, incredibly tempting." Gao Tianyu looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was wearing a fiery red sexy bikini, and nodded seriously. The swimsuit she chose was extremely sexy, with a pitifully small amount of fabric that showed off her figure wonderfully. The half-hidden, half-revealed look was simply irresistible. She wasn't the only tempting one. Behind her, Han Qingru was also wearing a yellow swimsuit, her fair skin exposed over a large area, which was very eye-catching. Especially her long, slender legs, which were the most alluring of all. Lan Kursen, on the other hand, wore a light blue one-piece swimsuit. Although her figure wasn't as perfect as Lin Ruoxis or Han Qingru's, she was still tall and graceful, with a very pure and innocent look. Last to come over were Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua. Ouyang Feifei wore a black swimsuit, looking cold, noble, and incredibly sexy. Her figure was now also on full display. Her chest was magnificent, rivaling Lin Ruoxis within a cup size, and her rear was perfectly perky. No wonder she was called the Hot Queen. Her body was truly stunning. On the other side, Bai Inua wore a conservative white swimsuit. Although her figure wasn't as fiery as Ouyang Feifei's, she was still well-proportioned with its cup. Her smile was sweet and innocent, giving her the feeling of a man's white moonlight, the pure, unattainable ideal. The five women standing together each had their own unique charm, making it truly dazzling to behold. "Come on, honey, jump in and swim with us. I'm a great swimmer." Lin Ruoxi dove into the pool with a splash, swimming gracefully like a mermaid, her movements elegant and fluid. The other women followed suit, jumping into the pool one by one and splashing about playfully. However, one person was different: Lan Kursen. She seemed to not know how to swim, so she held onto a swim ring and paddled around in the water. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu, who was still on the shore, couldn't sit still any longer. He placed the baby girl on a lounge chair. "Little one, be good and don't cry. I'm going swimming with your mother." With that, Gao Tianyu also jumped straight into the pool. He knew how to swim as well. Swimming a few hundred meters was usually no problem for him. Soon Gao Tianyu was splashing around in the pool with the five women. During this time, he even gave Lan Kursen some swimming pointers. Then he sidled up to Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua, striking up a conversation with them. But not long after, Gao Tianyu carried Ouyang Feifei up the stairs on his shoulder, disappearing from the other women's sight. Seeing this, the remaining women knew exactly what was going to happen and chose to ignore it, continuing to play in the pool. It was 2 hours later when Gao Tianyu came back downstairs with Ouyang Feifei, who was limping, clearly having injured her legs. What Gao Tianyu hadn't expected was that the queen Ouyang Feifei was still a virgin, which he found genuinely astonishing. After all, the entertainment industry was a mixed bag. It wasn't easy to make a name for yourself, especially for a top-tier beauty like Ouyang Feifei. With her incredibly hot body and stunningly beautiful face, she was a goddess-level figure, easily an 85 out of 100. If her family didn't have significant influence, she would have been devoured by the wolves in that industry long ago. This indirectly proved that her family background wasn't simple. They had at least some power and money enough to protect her and support her rise to fame in such a chaotic environment. But none of that mattered anymore. With the apocalypse looming, the balance of power was being redrawn. Many factions and ambitious figures would rise and carve out their own territories. The old power structure had been shattered, leaving a vacuum, and the influence Ouyang Feifei's family could wield had become incredibly weak. Otherwise, they would have been evacuated long ago. Even in this extreme weather of dense fog and heavy rain, the government could have rescued them if they were willing to pay the price. The fact that they hadn't been rescued said it all. Either they had been abandoned, or her family and connections weren't strong enough, or they had suffered a devastating blow. Regardless of which scenario it was, it had little impact on him, and it certainly wouldn't shake his resolve to completely claim Ouyang Feifei and Bai Inua for himself. "Honey, you're finally down. We've prepared all the dishes, come eat." Seeing Gao Tianyu descending the stairs slowly with Ouyang Feifei, Lin Ruoxi immediately greeted him with a smile. The four of them were already seated at the dining table, which was laden with steaming hot dishes, their aroma wafting through the air, making Ouyang Feifei's mouth water involuntarily. The exertion from their recent activities had left her famished, her stomach growling in protest. Lin Ruoxi guided Gao Tianyu to the seat of honor, pulled out a chair for Ouyang Feifei, and then settled herself down. She then produced a bottle of fine red wine that the villa's wealthy owner had treasured, pouring a glass for each of them. "Honey, try this rich man's precious wine, see how it tastes." Lin Ruoxi placed a glass in front of Gao Tianyu. Gao Tianyu took the glass and took a gentle sip, a bitter, astringent taste spreading across his tongue, which he didn't particularly care for. "It's not bad, but since I used to be a total student and used to my happy-go-lucky soda, I can't quite appreciate these fine wines the rich folks hoard." Gao Tianyu clicked his tongue. He wasn't a drinker, had no clue about overhyped expensive wines, and couldn't discern their quality anyway. Compared to red wine, he still preferred cola and fizzy drinks. Honey, there's no cola in the wine cellar. How could rich people possibly collect something like cola? Lin Ruashi let out a giggle at his comment. Many top-tier billionaires had hoarding habits, collecting all sorts of antiques, wines, or cigars. But she had never heard of a rich man collecting cola, and naturally there was none in this villa either. It's fine, I was just saying. Let's eat. Gao Tianyu chuckled and shook his head. After a sumptuous dinner, the women began to wander around the villa again. First they went to the private cinema to watch a movie, then headed to the game room to play some games or badminton. Throughout this entire process, Ouyang Feifei didn't join in at all. Instead, right after eating, she went straight back to her room and started sleeping. Gao Tianyu, that damn dog of a man, possessed an incredibly powerful physique, being an evolver and all strong as an ox. He had utterly worn her out, nearly breaking her. Moreover, Ouyang Feifei sensed that the brute hadn't even been fully satisfied, so after finishing her meal, she quickly made an excuse to return to her room and locked the door tightly. In the basement gym, Gao Tianyu effortlessly lifted a barbell weighing over 300 jin. With one hand, his expression relaxed, as if he couldn't even feel the weight. Lin Ruashi and Han Qingru were stunned by the sight. Lin Ruashi stepped closer, reaching out to gently poke the muscles on his arm. They knew Gao Tianyu was incredibly strong, with a physique far beyond normal, but they had no clear comparison, no concrete image in their minds. So they didn't grasp how terrifying his strength truly was until they saw him casually lifting several hundred jin and walking around with it. Only then did they clearly feel the sheer horror of that power. Gao Tianyu felt the weight in his hands was nothing, so he started experimenting with the various equipment in the gym, discovering that his strength had increased significantly. He could easily lift even the several thousand jin equipment. Alright, you two, stop hovering around me. Go to your own workouts. Haven't your strength levels also increased a lot lately? What's there to be so surprised about? Lin Ruashi circled around Gao Tianyu like a curious child, her fingers constantly prodding him. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu rolled his eyes and said with slight exasperation, "Our strength has indeed increased quite a bit, but compared to you, we're miles behind. You are definitely a monster," Lin Ruashi remarked with a sigh. They had just tested their own strength and found it had increased significantly, reaching over 200 jin, but compared to Gao Tianyu, they were still far too weak. Gao Tianyu was speechless. His body had undergone an evolution, and with the meteorite continuously providing him with energy, it was only natural his strength was immense. After curiously examining Gao Tianyu for a while, Lin Ruashi quickly shifted her attention and began her own workout. Soon Bai Inua, having finished her dance practice, found herself with nothing to do and started wandering around the gym. Gao Tianyu noticed her, and seeing how idle she was, he walked over. "Got nothing to do?" "Nope," Bai Inua replied instinctively. "Great, it's still early. Let me take you for some exercise." Hearing her answer, Gao Tianyu nodded slightly, then walked forward and hoisted her onto his shoulder without warning. What are you doing?" His sudden action startled Bai Inua, and she screamed. "Exer," Gao Tianyu replied. Although Bai Inuo's figure and looks weren't as stunning as Ouyang Feifei's, she was still a goddess-level beauty, pure and alluring, exuding a strong, innocent, seductive charm that Gao Tianyu found irresistible and absolutely adored. What surprised Gao Tianyu the most was that Bai Inua, like Ouyang Feifei, was a brand new car, which filled him with delight. Although he didn't mind used cars, who would refuse the chance to drive a new one? The next morning after breakfast, Gao Tianyu took a Mercedes from the garage, drove out of the villa and the neighborhood searching for a large truck. Finally, near a big freight yard, he found a heavy-duty truck that was still in working condition and drove it back somewhat clumsily. Then he directed everyone to start moving things trip after trip. Since Gao Tianyu was the only one who could see the road and drive, he had to act as the driver, repeatedly transporting the supplies to the villa. Added to that were scattered clothes and daily necessities. Gao Tianyu made 8 or 9 round trips before he managed to transport everything they needed. He then arranged for these people to stay in the 2 nearby villas, not in his own residence, instructing them to guard the perimeter. He particularly stationed a team in the security booth at the main gate with shifts to keep watch. As for the high-energy resources among the supplies, Gao Tianyu had them moved into the villa area where he resided. While he didn't hog everything, he did take the majority of the best items for himself, not placing them in the communal storage. As the leader of the entire team, with everyone relying on him for their livelihood, he was entitled to this privilege. Even if the others knew about it, they wouldn't dare voice any objections. 2 days passed slowly, and Gao Tianyu's group settled into their new residence. They found the villa quite satisfactory, with ample surrounding space and safety, free from any zombies. With no immediate danger, many began to venture out, moving forward through the dense fog. After much trial and error, they managed to navigate around the villa without getting lost, able to follow sounds back to their dwelling. However, the fog was so thick that walking through it remained extremely difficult, and they often lost their way. So unless necessary, they generally prefer to stay inside. Look, the fog is clearing. It's finally clearing. At noon that day, someone gazing at the sky outside saw the dense fog gradually dissipating and immediately began dancing with excitement. Previously the fog was so dense that one could barely see objects 2 or 3 meters away. Now they could discern the shadows of trees more than 10 meters distant, and even catch a brilliant glimmer of the sun high above. The fog was visibly receding in all directions. Soon the surrounding buildings and trees came into full view and sunlight streamed down, warming the people. Honey, the fog is gone. Does this mean the disaster is coming to an end? Lin Ruoshi clutched Gao Tianyu's hand excitedly. Others looking out at the scene were equally thrilled, their eyes filled with hope that the calamity would soon pass. I'm not sure, but things should improve significantly now that the fog has lifted, Gao Tianyu remarked, thoughtfully observing the gradually improving weather outside. The fog's impact on humanity had been devastating, rendering people as blind as bats. Much of their technology became useless, and vital modes of transportation like cars, airplanes, and high-speed trains came to a complete standstill, becoming mere ornaments. The soldiers in the military faced the same predicament. Lethal weapons such as guns, artillery, tanks, and aircraft were severely affected. Unable to see the path ahead in the fog, they couldn't even begin to clear out the zombies. Once the weather improved and the military could mobilize, neither zombies nor the undead would escape their sweep. Despite suffering heavy losses in successive disasters, humanity remained the undisputed rulers of Blue Star, the apex of the food chain. Commander, the fog has lifted. We can move now, clear out the zombies around us, and rescue the trapped civilians. At a military camp in Dachang City, a group of officers gathered, speaking with fervent excitement. The disaster had taken a heavy toll on their camp. A brigade of over 4,000 men was now reduced to just over 1,000. Most of the losses were due to soldiers infected with the mysterious zombie virus turning into zombies who then attacked their comrades, spreading the virus further and indirectly causing more deaths. Being professional soldiers, they maintained their vigilance. They quickly implemented a series of measures to control the situation, clearing the camp of zombies. Then, using the camp as their base, they attempted to expand their cleanup operations. However, hampered by poor visibility, their progress was slow and their results limited. Now that the fog had finally lifted, they could finally be effective. Alright, let's outline our combat mission. Well, operate by battalions, slowly advancing into the city, clearing zombies, rescuing trapped civilians, and securing supplies and shelter for them. Everyone, our world is facing a catastrophe unseen in millennia. The lives of our people are under grave threat. We as soldiers, as the people's own troops, must step forward and rescue them from this dire situation. All troops heed my command. Prepare for battle, move out. Zhao Yuanlong, the commander of the Dachang City Military District, swept his stern gaze over the assembled soldiers and issued the order. Yes. With his command, the soldiers mobilized with the precision of a war machine. They grabbed their rifles and retrieved heavy weapons, cannons, machine guns, from the armory, loading them onto military vehicles. They then advanced slowly towards the city center, clearing out zombies along the way. Under the hail of rifle fire, any zombie drawn by the noise was shot in the head before it could even get close. Elsewhere in Dachang City, surviving citizens, seeing the fog lift, also began to stir. They formed small groups, left their homes, and started searching for supplies. The zombies roaming the city streets, seeing the people, charged at them as if drawn to fresh blood. The horde clashed with the survivors in a brutal struggle. Every passing moment claimed another life, a scene of sheer bloodshed. This scene wasn't unique to Dachang City, it was unfolding across Blue Star. With the fog gone, people regained their sight and their courage. To survive, many survivors banded together, forming teams to scavenge for supplies throughout the cities. Using their tools, the terrain, and their wits, they fought against the zombie hordes. Boss, the fog has lifted. Should we go out and gather supplies? Zhao Jianhua and the others approached Gao Tianyu to ask. Although their current supplies were abundant, they would eventually run out, and having more on hand was never a bad thing. Moreover, even though the fog had lifted, no one could guarantee it wouldn't return. What if it rolled back in after today? Go, why not? Yu Chun Biao and the others split into two teams. Take the medium-duty trucks and the heavy trucks. Head out to find useful supplies, focusing on gathering energy, medicine, and food. Also try to bring back useful vehicles like heavy trucks, excavators, and bulldozers. Recruit more people, especially doctors and those with specialized skills. We need them. Anything useful, anything we can bring back, bring it. This will be a training exercise for your two teams. He'll stay behind to watch over the base. Bring back as much as you can, but don't venture too far. If the fog suddenly returns, it could be trouble. Gao Tianyu made his decision immediately upon hearing Zhao Jianhua's question. His subordinates were armed with guns, giving them considerable deterrent power. And with clear visibility, driving trucks meant they had little to fear from zombies. Ordinary ones couldn't touch them. So even without him accompanying them, there wouldn't be much of an issue. This was a perfect opportunity to train his subordinates, allowing them to gain valuable experience and improve their skills. Yes. Upon hearing Gao Tianyu's command, Zhao Jianhua and the others immediately acknowledged and sprang into action with excitement. They split into two groups, driving the heavy truck and the medium truck out of the villa and charging into the city. After the others had left, Gao Tianyu looked up at the sky. The sky appeared different from usual, tinged with a pinkish hue, like the glow of sunset, evoking a sense of warmth. Suddenly a series of rumbling explosions echoed from the east, and he turned his gaze in that direction, discerning what sounded like artillery fire. That's the direction of the military camp. Have the troops been mobilized? If so, it shouldn't be long before the zombies in the city are cleared out. Gao Tianyu murmured to himself. Due to the persistent thick fog over this period, even a large-scale military deployment had been a difficult endeavor. Clearing the city of zombies had been even more impossible. Now that the fog had dissipated, it was only natural for the military to move out. It was common knowledge that a brigade was stationed at the military camp east of Dachang City. With their involvement, clearing out the zombies would be a simple task. The military is an armed force and instrument of violence. Zombies, after all, are merely mutated humans with physical bodies. They stand no chance against the onslaught of modern weaponry. Even an ordinary adult armed and brave could use their wits to take down a single zombie. So against a professional military force, even if all the city's zombies converged on them, they would simply be cannon fodder. By the afternoon, as the sun was about to set, Zhao Jianhua, Chun Biao, and their teams finally returned. They brought back several intact heavy trucks loaded with supplies, food, various tools, and even a substantial amount of gasoline. Boss, we're back. Zhang Zihao greeted Gao Tianyu enthusiastically. Gao Tianyu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, but his gaze was fixed on the sky. The setting sun refracted through the clouds, painting the entire sky crimson, casting a red glow that seemed to envelop the whole city. But this sunset was unlike any he had seen before. It was not the usual orange or fiery red, but a dark, eerie blood red that looked ominous. It was this unnatural twilight that stirred a sense of unease within him, casting a shadow over his heart. Boss, what are you looking at? Zhang Zihao asked, puzzled by Gao Tianyu's gloomy and solemn expression. The sunset. It's the first one after the fog lifted, and its color is strikingly different from before. It makes me feel strangely uneasy, though I can't explain why. Gao Tianyu let out a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with gloom. Oh, I don't see anything wrong with it, Zhang Zihao said, scratching his head. He glanced at the sky, but despite its deep redness, he couldn't discern anything unusual. Well, I hope it's just my imagination. Spread the word, everyone should stay indoors tonight, Gao Tianyu said with a slight nod. Intuition was a fickle thing after all, and perhaps his was wrong. So he merely offered a simple reminder. Yes, boss. He'll let everyone know. Zhang Zihao nodded. Gao Tianyu stayed outside for a while longer, watching the sunset until the sun dipped below the horizon before returning to the villa. At 8 in the evening, the moon hung high in the sky, round and full like a silver platter. But the moon's color was bizarre, a vibrant bloody red, as if it had been soaked in blood, giving it an eerie appearance. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed, and large swathes of dark clouds drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Then drops of rain began to fall from the sky, splashing onto the ground. Standing by the living room window, Gao Tianyu watched the scene unfold through the glass. As time passed, the feeling of dread in his heart grew stronger. Raindrops pelted against the window pane, creating a constant patter. This rain isn't normal, Gao Tianyu observed, his eyes narrowing. The glass was streaked with water, but it was red as if it were blood, an incredibly unsettling sight. Countless drops of blood-red rain fell upon the earth, staining the ground a deep crimson. Honey, what's going on? Why is the rain red? Lin Ruashi asked, startled by the sight of the bloody downpour. Rain of blood was hardly a good omen. I don't know, but my gut tells me this is something bad. It feels like trouble is brewing again, Gao Tianyu replied, shaking his head with a somber tone. The unease in his heart reached its peak with the arrival of the blood rain, as if something terrifying was lurking within it. Moreover, soon after the blood rain began to fall, his cells began to stir with an eerie activity. He could distinctly feel his blood flowing faster, his psychic energy becoming unusually vibrant, and his body temperature slowly starting to climb. Through the window, he heard a chorus of guttural roars, the unmistakable sounds of zombies. The noises seemed to come from all directions, and even the city seemed to be buzzing with it. The sheer volume of sound suggested the horde was stirring into motion. In the unseen corners of the city, zombies that had been touched by the blood rain began to grow frenzied, roaring incessantly. Veins bulged across their bodies, and the long-decayed, atrophied muscles began to twitch and swell, as if invigorated by some energy source. One zombie let out a final piercing shriek. Its body rapidly expanded, its muscles bulging, transforming it into a monstrous creature, standing 2.5 meters tall, rippling with raw power, its bones protruding, and a sanguine glow emanating from its form. Another zombie grew a lizard-like tail, its hands morphing into sharp claws, its body becoming covered in scales. Its tongue elongated, and it dropped to all fours, scuttling across the ground like a reptile. These were not isolated cases. Many zombies, upon contact with the blood rain, underwent bizarre transformations, their strength vastly increased. These changes were unpredictable and uncontrollable, filling onlookers with a sense of dread. Plants also reacted to the blood rain, growing at a visible rate. Some sprouted vicious razor-sharp thorns, making them lethally dangerous. Boom, boom, At that moment within the city of Dachang, the thunderous roar of artillery shells exploding suddenly echoed through the streets, while streaks of fire flickered across the sky. What's going on? Why is there such a commotion outside? Inside a temporary command post, the military district commander, Zhao Yuanlong, immediately bellowed out his question upon hearing the sound of gunfire outside. In this rainy night with visibility severely limited, creating such a disturbance would inevitably attract a horde of zombies, potentially leading to unnecessary casualties. Thus he had issued strict orders. Under no circumstances were artillery shells to be fired at night, unless absolutely necessary. Yet now the continuous barrage of cannon fire and gunshots made him frown deeply, a nagging feeling that something terrible was about to unfold. Sir, we have a situation. Blood rain has started falling from the sky. The zombie horde has become frenzied and significantly stronger. Some are even mutating. They are attacking our camp, and our soldiers have engaged them in combat. No sooner had Zhao Yuanlong's words faded than his adjutant rushed in to report, his face etched with gravity. It was hard to believe that these zombies, which had been as docile as lambs waiting for slaughter during the day, had become so ferocious at night. Their speed and strength had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Some mutated zombies could even withstand bullets, while others moved with such incredible speed that they dodged the projectiles before they could land. As if that weren't bad enough, some of their own soldiers were inexplicably collapsing with fevers, while others began showing symptoms of discomfort, including fever and headaches. In such a critical moment, this was an ominous development. What? Zhao Yuanlong's face drained of color upon hearing his adjutant's report. He hadn't anticipated that a single blood rain could plunge his entire army into such a dire predicament. If not handled properly, their entire force could be annihilated. Order everyone to move into the buildings. Set up defensive positions at the stairwells and windows. Separate the wounded and the sick and post guards to watch over them closely. If anything seems amiss, deal with them according to emergency protocols. Zhao Yuanlong immediately issued a series of commands, shrinking their defensive perimeter and leveraging the terrain's advantage to mount a layered resistance against the advancing zombie horde. Yes, sir. The adjutant, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to relay the orders. Meanwhile, in the villa on the other side, Gao Tianyu's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss, we've got trouble. Several of our people have collapsed inexplicably. They're burning with fever, their veins are bulging, and they're convulsing uncontrollably. It's not normal. And the others are having strange reactions to fever, vomiting, or just feeling unwell. What should we do? Zhao Jianhua's voice came through the device, laced with panic. I understand. Don't panic. Gather those who are severely ill in one place, and have a few of the healthier ones keep a close watch on them. Be prepared to take them out immediately if they show signs of turning into ghouls or zombies. Otherwise, you'll all be in danger. Also take the medicine we brought back, and try it on them, see if it has any effect. This blood rain tonight is suspicious. It's likely carrying a virus. My situation isn't great either. I'm feeling some effects myself. I don't know if I've been infected. Hearing Zhao Jianhua's message, Gao Tianyu wasn't surprised, as the same thing was happening on his end. Lan Kursin, with the weakest constitution, was the first to faint. Han Qing's condition quickly deteriorated as well, and soon she was exhibiting fever and vomiting before also losing consciousness. Lin Ruoxi, Ouyang Fei, and Bai Inua also began to show adverse reactions, though the severity of their symptoms varied. Even he, with his own robust physique, felt a deep malaise and a dizziness creeping into his head. If even he was affected, it was impossible that everyone else remained unscathed. What? You're in trouble too, boss. Are you okay? Zhao Jianhua was shocked upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words, and quickly asked. Gao Tianyu replied, I'm not dead yet, so don't worry too much. Let's keep in contact. If something happens, we can support each other. Alright. I understand, boss. Honey, I feel so awful. Am I dying? Lin Ruoxi leaned weakly against the sofa. Her skin, usually as fair as jade, was now flushed a deep red and slick with sweat. Her clothes were soaked through, clinging tightly to her body. Gao Tianyu frowned, then reached out to feel her forehead. It was scorching hot, as she had a high fever. He used his psychic power to probe her body, and found her heartbeat was racing, her blood flowing faster, and even her cells seemed hyperactive. It was eerie. Don't worry, you're not dying yet. Gao Tianyu gently brushed the stray hairs from her face, and whispered reassuringly. Her condition wasn't as dire as had feared, she should pull through for now. Don't overthink it. We've all been affected. This blood rain is the culprit. I'm just relying on my strong body to tough it out. If this rain carries a truly lethal virus, I doubt I'd escape it either. We'd be in this together. Gao Tianyu let out a weary sigh, a hint of helplessness in his voice. To think the thick fog from the day had just dissipated, only for this ominous blood rain to fall at night. It was one calamity after another. Oh, the sound of a baby's wailing pierced the air from the living room. Lan Kursin's daughter hadn't been spared by the virus either, and was crying incessantly. Ugh, this is a real headache. Gao Tianyu hadn't expected all 5 women to fall ill, leaving him as the only one still on his feet. He quickly walked over, lifted the infant from her crib, and cradled her in his arms, trying to soothe her. The baby, in her misery, had tears streaming from her eyes as she wailed. Her watery eyes were brimming with tears, making her look utterly pitiful. "All right, little darling, stop crying." Gao Tianyu said, his head throbbing as he gently rocked the infant in his arms. He had no idea how to soothe a child, especially when the air might be tainted with a virus and the baby might already be infected. Calming her down seemed nearly impossible. "Hugo, what's wrong with Sheener? Bring her here, let me see." The baby's cries seemed to stir Lan Kursin from her hazy slumber. She spoke weakly, her voice barely a whisper. Hearing her words, Gao Tianyu quickly carried the infant to her side, helped her sit up, and leaned her against him before placing the child in her arms. Among the 5 women, Lan Kursin had the frailest constitution and was in the worst condition. She was the one Gao Tianyu worried about the most. If anyone were to succumb, it would undoubtedly be her. Taking the wailing baby, Lan Kursin's heart ached. She instinctively swayed her arms, trying to soothe her daughter. But before she could rock her a few times, a wave of weakness washed over her, and she had to stop. "Hugo, am I going to die? My only worry is this daughter of mine. She's so young. What will happen to her when I'm gone? Hugo, can you take care of her for me?" Lan Kursin gently stroked her daughter's cheek, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke sorrowfully. She felt terribly ill, her whole body aching as if death were imminent. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu frowned. He used his psychic energy to inspect Lan Kursin's condition and found her internal state was dire. Her blood flowed too quickly and her cells were hyperactive to an alarming degree. "Don't talk nonsense. You're not going to die. This daughter of yours, you will raise her yourself. I'm a man, I can't take care of a child. If you die, she'll be an orphan, all alone. How could she possibly survive? So no matter what, you have to live. Come on, be good, listen to me. Drink this bottle of glucose and replenish your energy." Gao Tianyu picked up a bottle of glucose from the table, opened it, and held it to Lan Kursin's lips. He didn't make any promises. Her condition was already critical. Without a strong will to live, she would surely fade away. So he had to give her a reason to hold on. This, as Gao Tianyu had anticipated, Lan Kursin was stunned for a moment after hearing his words. She glanced at her crying daughter, and a spark of survival seemed to ignite within her. She began to sip the glucose he offered little by little. Just as Gao Tianyu had said, if she died, what would happen to her daughter? With no one to care for her, no parents to protect her, how could a baby survive? So she couldn't die? No matter what, she had to hold on and live. After feeding Lan Kursin a large bottle of glucose, he also gave the other 4 women some glucose milk and other nutritious drinks. He even gulped down some himself, replenishing his own energy. Then he fed Lan Kursin's daughter some formula milk, but the baby kept crying and barely managed to swallow any. It wasn't until late into the night that the women, overcome with discomfort, fell into a restless sleep, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Gao Tianyu kept a close watch over them, feeding them formula and glucose at regular intervals. Bang! Bang! Around 1 in the morning, he suddenly heard 2 gunshots from the nearby villa. What's going on? Did something happen? Why are shots being fired? Gao Tianyu quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked Zhao Jianhua and the others. "Boss, one of the old folks here couldn't hold on and turned into a zombie. It got up and tried to bite someone. Luckily, the brothers were keeping a close watch out, otherwise it would have been bad." Zhao Jianhua's voice came through weakly, betraying his exhaustion. "MMIC, remember to take turns and stay safe. Don't let anything happen." Gao Tianyu acknowledged with a sigh, his tone helpless. Faced with the current situation, even he and Esper was powerless to find a solution. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. Everywhere on Blue Star where the blood rain had fallen, the same symptoms were appearing. The situation was extremely critical. Except for those who had hidden in deep underground bunkers with completely sealed air, no one had been spared. As time slowly passed to 2 in the morning, another gunshot echoed from the villa outside. Another elder who had turned into a zombie was put down. Following that, gunshots rang out at intervals, and 5 more people were taken away. 3 had turned into zombies, while 2 seemed to have become whites, their eyes a deep blue, their faces twisted in terrifying agony. Around 5 in the morning, Gao Tianyu suddenly felt his body relax. His heartbeat gradually steadied, the flow of blood in his veins slowed, and even his cells seemed to calm down. This was followed by a wave of weakness, and then a strong urge to eat. "I made it. This mysterious virus didn't kill me." A glimmer of joy crossed Gao Tianyu's face. The feeling within him meant he had survived the virus, held on, and neither turned into a zombie nor a white. He had successfully lived through it. Without pausing to celebrate, he quickly took out some formula milk and mixed it with hot water, gulping down several bowls ravenously. Then he opened some canned meat and ate it voraciously. He also stuffed high-energy candies and chocolates into his mouth. As soon as these things entered his stomach, they transformed into warm currents that flowed through his body, restoring much of his strength and lifting his spirits considerably. "My psychic power seems to have grown stronger. The range of my perception is much farther now." A look of delight appeared on Gao Tianyu's face. He felt that his psychic power had improved significantly. Previously, he could only perceive things up to 20 meters away, but now he could sense things over 50 meters away. Not only that, he could clearly feel that his physical strength had also increased greatly. However, he couldn't tell exactly how much stronger he had become, as he had no measuring tools available. After eating and replenishing his energy, he turned his attention back to the women and the infant. Although they were still unconscious, their conditions had not worsened. This brought a long sigh of relief from him. It was not until 9 in the morning that Ouyang Feifei was the first to regain consciousness. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Seeing Ouyang Feifei wake up, Gao Tianyu immediately moved to her side and asked with concern. I'm hungry, and I feel so weak. I can't muster any strength in my whole body. Hearing Gao Tianyu's words, Ouyang Feifei spoke feebly, her voice fragmented and weak as an insistent hunger gnawed at her from within. Hungry? You want to eat? That proves you're all right, woman. Gao Tianyu let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing her reply. He helped her up, let her lean against him, then picked up the milk powder he had prepared earlier from the table and brought it to her lips. You just woke up, so have some milk powder to replenish your strength. I'll get you some food in a bit. You should be mostly recovered after you eat. Ouyang Feifei hummed softly and began to sip the milk powder in small mouthfuls. After finishing the large bowl, she felt a warm current surge through her body, leaving her feeling cozy and immensely comfortable. Shortly after, it seemed as though her strength was slowly returning and her condition improved considerably. Next, Gao Tianyu retrieved some meat porridge he had prepared earlier from the table. It was filled with generous amounts of cured meat and was highly nutritious. He fed the porridge to Ouyang Feifei bit by bit. She was very weak and ate slowly, but her appetite was remarkably good. It was only after consuming 7 bowls of porridge that she gradually stopped a feeling of fullness settling in her stomach. So, feeling any better? Gao Tianyu gently wiped her mouth and asked softly. Much better, thank you. Seeing his tender gesture, Ouyang Feifei felt a warmth in her heart and replied. Although this man had taken her by disgraceful means which she resented greatly, his considerate care during her illness still warmed her heart. She no longer felt as hostile toward him, and a part of her had even begun to accept him. You can thank me after you're fully recovered. If you died, I'd be truly heartbroken. Gao Tianyu pinched her cheek lightly and spoke in a low voice. Among his 5 women, each was unique and exquisite, but Ouyang Feifei was the cream of the crop. Whether in figure, looks, or demeanor, she ranked among the very top. If such a beautiful woman were to die just like that, he would certainly be devastated. Hearing his words, Ouyang Feifei found herself staring at him in a daze. Women are sentimental creatures, and having someone care for her naturally moved her deeply. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you captivated by my handsome looks and want to bear my children? Seeing her gazing at him blankly, Gao Tianyu rubbed his chin and teased. Full of yourself. Who wants to bear your children? Ouyang Feifei couldn't help but burst into laughter, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she giggled. Just then Han Xingru also began to stir, waking up in a daze with a soft moan escaping her lips. Seeing Han Xingru awake, Gao Tianyu quickly set Ouyang Feifei down and rushed over to attend to her. Xingru, how do you feel? Any better? He then began to examine her condition, but soon his brows furrowed. Through his psychic sense, he detected a peculiar energy within her body. Could this be an ability? She's awakened an ability. Upon discovering this, Gao Tianyu was taken aback. This energy was familiar to him. He had sensed it on Chun Biao and Xiner. There was no mistake. I feel awful. And a bit hungry. Han Xingru parted her lips slightly and murmured weakly. She felt utterly drained, a sense of powerlessness overwhelming her mind, while waves of hunger churned in her stomach. Oh, I see. They'll get you something to eat right away. Have some milk powder first to replenish your energy. Gao Tianyu helped her up and carefully fed her a large bowl of milk powder. After seeing her condition improve, he then fed her porridge until she was full, only then stopping. After eating her fill, Han Xingru fell into a deep sleep once more. One by one, Lin Ruoshi, Bai Inua, and Lan Kursin also regained consciousness, ate a little food, and then drifted back to sleep. For a time, Gao Tianyu was kept busy running around, even having to care for and soothe Lan Kursin's daughter. Fortunately, none of the women were in serious danger. All of them managed to pull through. Moreover, Han Xingru and Lan Kursin had turned misfortune into a blessing by awakening abilities. However, Gao Tianyu was uncertain what those abilities specifically were. He would have to wait until they woke up and tested them to find out. Zhao Jianhua, how's the situation over there? After finishing his tasks, Gao Tianyu contacted Zhao Jianhua and the others via walkie-talkie. After calling for a while, a response finally came through. Boss, Uncle Zhao just fell asleep. Things have improved a bit on our end. Many have made it through, but they're still very weak. It was Yu Tao's voice on the other end, though Gao Tianyu could tell he still sounded somewhat weakened. That's good. Keep an eye on the situation over there. See if anyone has awakened abilities. 2 people here have awakened theirs. How about your side? I'm not too sure. Once everyone regains consciousness, you tally it up. Gao Tianyu speculated that many people would awaken abilities during this wave. Out of the 5 people here, 2 had awakened them. If it was just a coincidence, so be it. But if not, it meant that 40% of surviving humans would develop abilities. This was both a blessing and a curse. With so many people gaining abilities, their chances of survival against the apocalypse and the zombies would greatly increase. However, martial prowess breeds lawlessness. When so many acquire great power, not everyone can stay true to their conscience or abide by the law. especially in the chaos of the apocalypse. Conflicts would undoubtedly become far more intense. The challenges they would face in the future were likely to be far harsher. What? Someone has awakened an ability. Yu Tao was immediately excited upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words. This was an ability after all. As far as he knew, only 2 people in the current team had awakened abilities. One was Gao Tianyu, their leader, and the other was Chun Biao from another team who had awakened the metal ability and led his own team with great prestige. And now another person had awakened an ability which was truly astonishing. Alright boss, I understand. He'll take care of the statistics when the time comes. After the initial shock, Yu Tao quickly regained his composure and replied. Having someone in the team awaken an ability was naturally a good thing. It meant their team would become stronger with formidable power, and with ample food supplies they would also be safer. However, all this had to wait until everyone woke up. Currently among the dozens of people, only 7 or 8 were conscious. The rest were still asleep, completely incapable of fighting. Even those who were awake felt weak and drowsy. Fortunately, their current living environment was safe and had not been attacked by the zombie horde, otherwise they would have been in great danger. After the women had fallen asleep, Gao Tianyu walked out onto the balcony and looked outside. After the blood rain, the outside environment seemed to have deteriorated. The sky had grown much darker, and a thin layer of blood-colored mist hung in the air. This blood mist was very sparse, not as thick as the white fog that could block one's vision. However, this blood-colored mist was eerie, unsettling anyone who saw it. After all, mist had always been white since ancient times. Who had ever seen a blood-red fog? His gaze swept over the trees around the villa. He could clearly sense that these trees had changed dramatically overnight, appearing to have grown taller and larger. Some vines he had never seen before had climbed up to the second floor overnight, their leaves and tendrils tinged with a sinister scarlet hue. At the same time, he noticed small blood-red flowers blooming among the plants, exuding an eerie allure. This world seems to be undergoing inexplicable changes, and the situation is deteriorating. Watching the scene outside, Gao Tianyu felt a strange heaviness in his heart. These plants were mutating, and even humans had grown much stronger. What about the animals and insects out there? Would they stay the same? The answer was no. Even humans could awaken abilities, and so could those wild beasts. Once tigers, elephants, and other creatures awakened abilities and gained considerable intelligence, what would become of this world? Furthermore, what about the zombies and wraiths outside? Had they undergone any mutations? Would their strength also be enhanced? That strange blood rain had changed too much. He wondered how the military over there had fared last night. The sound of artillery fire had been incessant throughout the night. The situation might be far worse than imagined. Under those circumstances, the military might be facing even greater difficulties than expected, perhaps even the danger of annihilation. The more Gao Tianyu thought about it, the more his head ached. He had no idea how to navigate the future. It was truly a headache. What a damn world. Gao Tianyu sighed. He would live one day at a time, carefree as long as he could. After all, he was alone. His relatives and friends had stopped contacting him after his parents passed away. Even if he died, there was nothing to miss. Around 3 in the afternoon, the women gradually regained consciousness. Though weak, they could barely stand up and had recovered some strength. Honey, it's so good to be alive. I thought I was going to die. After waking up, Lin Ruashi became unusually clingy, sticking to Gao Tianyu and refusing to let go while muttering all sorts of frightened words. The feeling of near death the previous night was truly awful. Oh, every time she recalled it, fear welled up inside her. Don't think too much. We've all survived, and the future will be better. Gao Tianyu gently patted Lin Ruaxi's back. Behind her fiery personality, Lin Ruaxi's heart was exceptionally fragile. Lin Ruashi buried her face in Gao Tianyu's chest and nodded slightly. Qingru Kursen, why don't you two try out the abilities you've awakened? Gao Tianyu turned to Han Qingru and Lan Kursen. The use of an ability required personal discovery and practice to drive it. For example, he himself had awakened the psychic power ability, but was unaware of it and didn't know how to use it. He only discovered this ability by accident. Through constant practice and use, he gradually became proficient and developed a series of applications for his psychic power, such as spiritual perception, controlling flying knives and needles to fend off enemies, mental isolation, psychic intimidation, and so on. At the same time, he wanted to develop other abilities, such as whether he could use telekinesis to lift himself up, allowing him to float in the air and achieve flight. Also, whether he could control others' thoughts and behaviors. Finally, there was soul attack, which directly bypassed all physical defenses to strike the opponent's soul and erase it. Such soul attacks were almost impossible to defend against unless the opponent was also a psychic ability user like him or possessed a strong mind. Otherwise, they simply couldn't withstand his attack. Of course, these mental attack methods had never been realized because his current psychic ability was not strong enough to support his series of whimsical ideas. For instance, at present, he could only lift an object weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, with his telekinesis, and for no more than a minute. His own weight, however, exceeded 150 jin, about 75 kilograms. To make himself float, his telekinetic power would need to be at least 15 times stronger, and even then the duration was too short and the consumption too high. Therefore, to truly achieve effortless flight, his psychic power would need to be at least 50 times stronger along with sustained endurance. Oh, then let's try. Han Qingru and Lan Kursin quickly nodded upon hearing Gao Tianyu's words and began to attempt. But no matter how they tried, nothing happened. They were still just like ordinary people. Honey, are you sure they really awakened abilities? Why can't they use them? Lin Ruashi grew somewhat skeptical upon seeing this. Looking at her two best friends, they didn't seem to have awakened any abilities. Nothing had happened at all. Even Han Qingru and Lan Kursin couldn't help but turn to look at him after hearing this. Gao Tianyu said there was some special energy inside them that they had awakened abilities, but they themselves couldn't sense anything at all. This made them both a bit doubtful, thinking that Gao Tianyu might have been mistaken. If they truly had awakened abilities, how could they not know it themselves?